My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Lady from Brazil.
Her name was Irene Santino. The lady from Brazil, the Lion called her. He figured it for an easy trace job. Something for missing persons, only when we do them, the Lion gets paid. Yeah. The program said it was simple. Except before we wound it up, there were a couple of added attractions. A doctor who didn't do any doctoring, a nurse with a built-in temperature, and a couple of blackouts that were meant to be permanent. And guess what? In that last part, I was supposed to be the star. Anyhow, it all began late last Monday. I was home. My boss, Anthony J. Lyon, knocked on my door. And that's when I made my first mistake. I let him in.
Regan, I'm glad I found you in. I'm just on my way home from the office.
You could have kept on going. I'm out of Johnny Walker.
Oh, now, Regan, I didn't come by just for that. You got anything else?
No.
All right. As a matter of fact, I want your advice, Regan.
Cut out starches and get some exercise. What else?
What would you do if you traveled 10,000 miles just to see your sister and then couldn't find her?
I'd give up the search.
You would? Why?
I haven't got a sister.
Oh, that's not what I'm talking about. You'd go to missing persons, wouldn't you? Sure you would. But if you knew your family in a foreign country would become greatly alarmed at this sort of notoriety, you'd look for your sister in another way. You'd hire a good private detective. Now, isn't that right?
Come on, Fatso, put it on the road.
What do you mean? I'm just posing a simple problem.
And you've got an angle somewhere.
All right, we have a new client. Her name's Irene Santino. She's from Brazil, Rio. Fine family, Regan. Coffee. She's engaged international to locate her younger sister, Carmen.
I'm no St. Bernard.
You'll do till I can feed one. Oh, now, I know you've been working hard lately, but, Regan, this is one of those occasions when I'm proud to be a part of our profession. We have an opportunity to help a young lady in desperate straits and at the same time secure goodwill from South America.
Ever hear of the State Department?
Of course I have, but they can't do it all alone. It's up to individual citizens to take responsibility, too.
And that's the only reason you want me to find a sister?
Absolutely. Now, Miss Santino is taking an apartment at this address. Here, go see her, comfort her, let her know International and the United States of America will do everything possible to locate her lost sister.
Yeah. That all?
That's enough.
What'd she pay you?
$200.
That's a lot of green to get in advance.
Well, she insisted. She's very anxious to find that girl.
Watch out her check doesn't bounce.
It won't. She paid cash.
That $200 was already making a lump in the Lion's coat. And I knew the next spot for it was his mattress. Well, maybe that's the reason he's a bachelor. I left him in my place and drove over to the address he'd given me. It was one of those Beverly Hills apartments with a long, glassy look. Like a greyhound with a sore stomach. Irene Santino's apartment was on the second floor. She was a tall, brown-haired girl without a smile. She wore glasses. And when she talked, she sounded sad. Like a banjo player with a paper pick.
Thank you so much for coming over, Mr. Regan. I've been very upset all day. I just had to do something about Carmen.
Your assistant?
Yes. She's the one I came to California to see.
I heard.
It's an awful vacant feeling. I thought she'd meet me at the airport, and then she wasn't there. And when I went to her address, we were very close.
She's from Rio, too?
Yes.
How's her English?
Well, the same as mine. We were both educated in the United States.
You older than Carmen?
Yes, 2 years. She's 25 now. Carmen left home a year ago. She's always been very independent. And, I received this letter from her a few days ago. It was the first word since she left home.
You came this way?
Yes.
No envelope?
Oh, I threw that away. She wrote her address there at the end, and I didn't see any need for keeping the envelope.
And she wasn't at this address?
There isn't any such address.
What does Carmen look like?
Well, I gave her a snapshot to Mr. Lyon. Didn't he give it to you?
He forgets things.
Well, no matter. I have another. Of course, it's old and not very good. I think it's right here in the suitcase. You'll pardon things strewn all over. I haven't had time to get... Oh, here. Here you are.
See. She's blonde?
A little lighter than mine. The same height, too. We used to wear each other's clothes. Oh, Mr. Regan, you will be able to find her, won't you?
I don't think you want me to.
Mr. Regan, are you trying to be funny?
You hand me a snapshot so old it could be anybody, and a letter that says nothing, and you want me to turn up a blonde.
But I thought those would be leads. She mentions the name of her doctor.
Is he the man?
Man?
She left home a year ago. She wasn't following the crops. There was a man in it. I've got to have it all, lady.
All right. There was a man. His name was Frank Martin. Carmen met him once in Mexico City. She thought she was in love with him. He lives out on Laurel Avenue.
You talked to him?
No. But I asked questions around. I'm completely satisfied he knows nothing about it. Perhaps if you'd see the doctor, my sister mentioned...
You want me to find your sister?
Yes?
But you don't want me to see this Frank Martin.
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to, lady. Okay. You'll get a report when I've got something. Oh, just one more thing.
What's that?
How long did you stop off on the way to shop in New York?
Why? What makes you think I'd do that?
When you leave your clothes strewn around the label show. There's no Saks Fifth Avenue in Rio. When I walked out, her mouth was wide open like she was trying to scream. Only nothing came out. I hung around outside the door for a minute to see if she'd use the phone, but nothing happened. I looked up Frank Martin in the city directory and drove over to Laurel. A 2-story apartment building the color of a bride's blush. It was wrapped around a swimming pool. Too small for people and too big for birds. Martin's name wasn't on the mailbox, so I looked up the manager.
You don't know me, do you, Pilgrim?
Well, I just got here.
I played the Palace in 26. Oh, them were the days.
Write it up and sell it to the movies.
Them slobs. Central Casting called me in 4 years.
Got a card?
Afros, SAG, and the Musicians Union. I play French horn. None of them call me. I figure it's television. No union yet.
I'm looking for a man named Frank Martin.
Now, look, if you got trouble, stay away from Frank. He bruises easy.
And you're just a mother to
He's
him.
a nice laddie. Now, remember what I tell you.
Sure.
All right. Come on. I'll show you.
Thanks.
That's him. Up there.
He stays in one key.
All the time. A low one.
You said that once.
Well, here we are. You know, I kind of like you. You get around. Ever run into Mervyn Leroy?
Not yet.
If you do, mention my name, will you?
Sure. What is it?
Just say that Trixie Finnegan was asking for him. He'll remember old Trixie.
How could he forget?
You're not a woofie, you know.
Come on in, it's unlocked.
Your name Frank Martin?
Yeah, who wants to know?
My name's Regan. I'm a private investigator with the International Detective Bureau.
Wrong steer, Gumshoe. I don't need one.
I'm not looking for work. I'm looking for you.
What'd you say it was? Regan?
Yeah.
R-E-G-A-N? Regan. Regan. Just wrote that one. Pretty cute, eh?
I'm looking for a friend of yours, Carmen Centino.
Oh. How is Carmen these days?
I don't know.
But you said you were a detective.
I did.
You sound like an amateur to me.
You sound like a guy with a chip on his shoulder.
You sound like a lot of things. You're trying to get tough, baby.
It figures out when your name isn't on the mailbox.
Yeah?
Nobody would ever write you.
I'll just skip that, Regan. Well, who hired you to do what?
Your sister's in town. She's looking for Carmen.
You know Carmen had a sister. What else?
You're the boyfriend.
Boyfriend. It's real good. Let me tell you what she's like, Regan. Eyes just right. Hair just right. Everything just right. Wait till you see her in a bathing suit. That's something, brother.
She isn't wearing one in this picture.
Let's see. No, it's a bad picture, Regan. Hardly looks like her like she is. Ever met him like that? Well, we're going to be married, Regan. Only she decided all of a sudden she didn't want him. Just like that. It was her idea. Haven't seen her since.
You try?
Once. She moved, no forwarding address. That's all.
Makes a good story.
Yeah, but you don't believe it. Let me tell you the reason we broke up. It's a dilly.
My hearing's good.
Well, you've heard about the happy couple. The guy keeps getting loaded, can't lay off. Well, this is different. This is the big switch.
Carmen.
Yeah, Carmen.
And why she was seeing a doctor?
Carmen, seeing a doctor? Look, why don't you get out of here? We don't like each other.
Sister thinks something might have happened to Carmen. She's scared.
Yes, some of us are scared part of the time. When somebody makes a lot of noise looking for somebody, then everybody gets scared. You scared, Regan?
Yeah.
What about?
Carmen Santino. I might be looking too late. Well, what he gave me filled in the cast, but the plot wasn't getting any clearer. So I looked up the doctor Carmen had mentioned in her letter. His name was Kingston, and the only address was a place out in Encino. It was a ranch house spilled all over the top of the hill like whipped cream. Figured he was getting oversealing for his pills. I parked my car by the gate, followed the flagstones up to the front door. When I pressed a button, I heard something that sounded like chamber music. And then a blonde girl wearing a red dress that must have been riveted on opened the door about the middle of the second chorus.
I like blue serge. Has an effect on me.
It's the only thing in the closet.
You fill it out nice. But you don't look sick.
I want to see the doctor anyway.
Come on in, we'll talk about it. You are tall, Mr.
Regan.
Regan.
Who are you, Florence Nightingale?
I hold the doctor's stethoscope. My name's Vivian Lytell.
Mind telling him I'm here?
He's busy. He just opened another bottle.
Well, I'm right on time.
Oh, Rex isn't sociable like me. He drinks alone. He gets more that way. Let me entertain you.
Easy, Angel. I don't know how to fix a fracture.
I've already got a man who can do that. I want one with brains.
What's the matter with the doctor?
Keeps his in a bottle. Hasn't used them for a long time now.
He's done all right.
This? He'd be selling papers if his wife hadn't left him a good insurance policy.
Don't you like his money?
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's just that the girl has feelings, too.
Yeah, they show.
I'm glad I met you. We're going to have some nice afternoons.
I thought you worked for a living.
Got lots of free time. Besides, I should have at least one outside interest.
Keep looking. You'll find one.
You smile good, but you talk nasty.
I only came to see Kingston.
There's always the phone. Call and make an appointment. Now, get out.
Oh, Vivian, Oh, I didn't know you had company. I'll talk to you another time.
Just a minute, Doctor. This is Mr. Regan.
Huh?
He's your company, but he doesn't have a business card.
Oh. Well, look, Mr. Regan. I'm no longer in practice, just doing research on my own. I have all the medical equipment I can use, and I turned all my patients over to another doctor.
I know one you forgot.
Well, tell me who.
Carmen Santino.
Carmen.
Go ahead, Vivian. I'll speak to Mr. Regan.
Watch yourself, Rex. He doesn't know how to be nice.
Will it take a minute?
I'll crack some ice. You'll need a drink.
She's a very fine nurse.
Yeah. It's a nice uniform.
Well, working on my own, very casual. You said I had a patient named Carmen... What was it?
Carmen Santino.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mr. Regan. Who told you that?
Well, I read about you in a letter.
That must have been another Kingston.
There's only one with a license.
You're a relative of the girl's?
Friend.
You're a detective, aren't you?
Yeah. Want to show me your files someday?
Why not today? This way, I keep them right here in my lab. Help yourself, Mr. Regan. Oh, you want a drink?
Too early.
You don't mind if I have one?
Your house.
Didn't find anything?
Not under Santino. She could have used another name.
Oh, that's possible. When was I supposed to have treated her?
Well, about a year ago, according to this letter. Here, this is a picture.
No. Oh. I've never treated anyone who looks like that.
Sure.
Positive. What was her illness?
Might have had something to do with that stuff you're drinking. They die from it sometimes.
I see. You can't see it from this window. But just over the hill, my wife is buried. I had special permission from the county, of course, to bury her on my property. She was a great comfort to me. We were very close. I haven't been the same since she passed away. And that is why I am no longer in practice.
I didn't ask for that.
Oh, but you did, with your eyes. You're a strange man. Do you enjoy making a living this way, prying into other people's lives, searching for what is best left alone?
Is he still here, Rex?
Yes, Vivi, he's just leaving. You can find your way?
Yeah.
Well, bye, Blue Surge. You're a real disappointment.
Don't give up. I'll be back.
Don't bother, Regan. The doctor will be out.
The whole thing looked phony, like a fan dancer in long underwear. But when I left the two of them, I was beginning to get an idea, just beginning. I walked over the side of the hill to look at that grave. It was there all right, like he said. Irene Kingston, 1922, 1948. Well, maybe that explained it. Maybe it didn't. I was remembering those New York labels I'd seen on my client's clothes. I called up a friend of mine in the CAA. He checked into it and told me nobody named Santino had come in from Rio on any flight in the last week. And the immigration people didn't have a passport or visa record on her either. I was home thinking about all this when my phone began ringing. It was Irene Santino, and she did all the talking.
I tried to get you at your office, Mr. Regan, but no one answered. I had to speak to you.
What about?
I found Carmen.
Say that again.
I found Carmen. Or rather, Carmen found me. I feel foolish now, calling you people in and all that. She came right to my apartment. Can you imagine she's been looking for me? Please thank Mr. Lyon for his kindness. And, Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
It's all confidential. I wouldn't want any of this to get to the wrong people.
You know some of the wrong kind?
Doesn't everyone? Well, goodbye.
Oh, Regan, you run any expenses on this Santino thing?
No.
Good, it's all over.
Well, how do you know? She just phoned me.
Just came from missing persons. There's a cop there named Perini. Got an eye like an eagle. Had that other picture of the Santino dame with me. He took one look at it and opened up a file.
What kind of file?
Dead and unclaimed.
What do you mean?
The county buried her. Carmen Santino's been dead a year.
This is CBS, and you are listening to The Story of the Lady from Brazil, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, it figured somebody was having nightmares. I didn't say anything to the Lion and went down to the Hall of Records. There was a little guy sitting at the desk in Vital Statistics. His fingernails were dirty, and that wasn't a Harry Drucker haircut he was wearing. He was reading a dictionary, and he must have been at a good part, because he looked mad when I nudged him.
No, we're not in a bust, buddy, so just quit shoving.
I want some information.
Public servant, that's what I'm here for. What kind of information do you want?
Death files.
You're such a morbid guy. We got lots of stuff on births and marriages. Why don't you ask me something about them?
A girl named Carmen Santino died about a year ago. Tell me what from.
Okay, take it easy. How do you spell it?
Just like it sounds.
Santino, huh? Yeah, Santino. What's that say? Sabatini, Sailor, Sanaki, Sanford. That's what happened to old Sandy. No wonder I ain't seen him around lately.
Get the Santino.
Oh, yes, Santino, yeah. Yes. Santino. Date of death, 15 October, 1948. Cause of death?
Alcoholic poisoning.
Yeah, that's right. How'd you get it?
Never mind. Who signed the certificate?
Rex J. Kingston, M.D.
Okay. Now, here's one more for you. Look up Irene Kingston.
The doc's wife?
Look it up.
Okay, yes. Let's see. Kingsley. Oh, yeah. Kingston, Irene, 13 October, 1948.
Cause of death?
You guessed it again. The same. Alcoholic poisoning. Hey, this guy couldn't keep a patient.
Well, that filled it in. I could see the plot, but I wasn't sure of the ending. So I didn't waste any time getting over to Irene Santino's place. But I wasn't fast enough. The door was halfway open when I got there. All the company had left, but Irene was still around. She was sitting there looking at the phone like Like it was all she had to think about.
Miss Regan.
What's so funny?
Excuse me for not getting up, but I didn't expect you. I told you I found my sister tonight.
You told me, but you didn't tell me she was dead.
I didn't even tell you that I haven't got a sister. Did I? Did I?
Come on, lady, give it to me. What are you talking about?
This little red spot on my arm. It doesn't look like much, does it? But you just wait, Mr. Regan. You just wait. You just wait.
I found a doctor on the floor below. He grabbed his black bag and went to work on her. She quieted down to a slow, inside giggle. Then went out all the way. The doctor got a hold of an ambulance and carted her off to a hospital. They just wheeled her out the door when the lion showed up.
Regan, did I see an ambulance out in front?
That's right. Your client was in it.
Huh?
Somebody stuffed her full of something that made her giggle.
I don't understand all this at all. I stopped by home to change to my dark suit so I could come by and bring Miss Santino the news of her sister's death, and what do I walk
You can
into?
save your tears, Fatso. She didn't come from Brazil and she wasn't rich.
That woman gave me $200, cash. There was nothing unreliable about her. We had a contract.
Well, New Year's coming up. You can use it for confetti.
Now, see here, Regan.
Look at this picture.
Irene Santino. I have one just like it.
All right, draw some glasses on it. Add about 6 or 7 years.
I don't understand you, Regan. We're talking business, and all at once we're playing games.
Look, when I came to see her tonight, she wasn't wearing her glasses. She looked a lot like the dame in this picture.
Well, of course she did, naturally. That's her own sister.
She never had a sister.
Never had a sister? Then who did the county bury?
That's what I'm going to find out from a certain Dr. Kingston.
I had a feeling you'd be back. I built a fire.
I forgot the marshmallows.
We'll think of something else. I'm not mad anymore.
I'm still looking for your doctor.
Well, let me take care of you. I have a way with men.
Didn't we do all this once before?
Well, it's night now. I'm better with the lights low. You can ask me some questions. I know some swell answers.
I'll bet.
How do you like it?
Your way.
There. That's better. Now let's have a nice, quiet evening. Just you and me.
That why you wore that?
You like it?
You got talent, lady.
You'll discover me. There's been a famine of men like you.
You don't look underfed.
Come on, you haven't touched your drink.
I want to see him.
Oh, all right. We could have had such a nice evening. Rex,
What is it?
Mr. Regan's here again.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Regan. Didn't I tell you I'd be out?
You told me that, but you didn't tell me what I wanted to know. Had to go to Vital Statistics to get it.
What?
You don't have anything in your files about Carmen Santino, but you signed her death certificate.
Now, you get this, Regan. I don't have to talk to anyone who comes here without a warrant, and you haven't got one.
When I tell the city attorney's office what I've got, they'll have somebody out here to open that grave on the hill.
What do you mean, Regan?
Irene Kingston died 2 days before Carmen Santino of the same thing. Dr. Kingston signed both certificates, and he collects on his wife's insurance. Only I don't think his wife really died. I think that extra grave on the hill is window dressing.
My wife didn't die, Regan. Where is she now?
I don't know. But she could be around town using the name of Irene Santino. It was a shot in the dark, but it brought results. Kingston swung a lamp base around that connected on the side of my head. When I came to, I was in a white room in the back of the house. Nothing worked.
Irene,
So I
will you
just laid
please
there.
bring a bottle?
Vivian was standing there with Kingston. He looked sick, like an ostrich with a
Will you
sore throat.
please, Irene?
He had a needle in his hand.
I got the shakes.
You can do it all right, Rex. Go ahead.
It's the same treatment you two tried to give Irene.
Should have stayed out, Regan.
I wanted one more look at you, baby.
I hate to see the nice ones go, but it'll be all over in a minute. All right, Rex.
Give me a drink, Vivian. I gotta have a
It
drink.
won't help. I found Irene in time. She's in a hospital.
What?
She's gonna live. She's gonna talk.
Go ahead,
Irene's
Rex.
still alive?
Rex, give it to him, and then we'll clear out.
I didn't kill her. I didn't kill
You'll
her.
do better this time.
I can't.
Go ahead.
No, I
I
won't.
said go ahead. I'll shoot you, Rex. I'll shoot you if you don't.
No, you won't. It's all over, Vivian. It's all
Began,
over.
but Kingston was too much for her. All of a sudden, it began going off. Vivian started to look pale. Then she went down, slow.
Oh, she deserved that.
That what you're going to tell the state?
Regan, is Irene really going to live?
That's what the doctor says.
Oh, good. Regan, look, no, don't try to move. I gave you a shot of preparatory solution. You won't be able to move for another hour. I suppose I ought to run.
You won't get far.
I know. Listen to me. Irene is my wife. She's innocent of all this. When you tell the police the real story,
I haven't got it all. I know it started with Carmen Santino.
Oh, she stumbled in one night, dropped dead before I could do anything for her.
Alcohol.
Yeah. Before she died, she kept talking about a man named Martin.
Lives over on Laurel.
But I didn't get in touch with him. I had a better idea. She looked a great deal like my wife, Irene. It was really quite remarkable.
The insurance.
Yeah. Irene didn't want to do it, but she loved me, so she finally agreed to hide out in New York. I used one body for 2 death certificates, buried an empty box up on the hill. I was supposed to join Irene later. We were going to start a new life together.
Vivian.
Yeah. Vivian came along. I was drinking one night. She found out the truth. I was trapped. Would have stayed that way if Irene hadn't hired you.
Well, it figures she made up that story about a sister from Brazil just to scare you into getting rid of Vivian.
It worked, too. I'm scared stiff.
Yeah, like that guy Martin said. Somebody gets scared, and then you... And everybody.
Regan? Regan, can you hear me?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Stuff's making me sleep.
Yeah, that'll wear off. I'm going now, Regan. See that Irene gets a fair shake.
I'll try. He picked up a bottle and started out the door. He didn't even look down at Vivian's body on the floor. I tried to move, but like you said, nothing worked. It was more than 2 hours before I could get to the phone and call homicide. And it was more than 2 days before I talked to the Lion.
Jeffrey, my boy, how you feeling? Better?
Well, the fog's gone out of my head, if that's what you mean. Otherwise, I feel lousy.
Oh, don't take it so hard, my boy. All in a day's work. Besides, there's the brighter side. Yes, indeed.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, they got that Dr. Kingston. He only got as far as Las Vegas. Crime doesn't pay, Jeffrey. Crime just does not pay.
Doesn't, huh? What's this?
Now, wait a minute. Give me that.
Application, consolidated insurance.
It's nothing, I tell you.
You mean to tell me you're going to try to collect rewards?
Well, we did expose an insurance fraud, and there's nothing in the world that stinks like a fraud.
I'll say.
Hey, wait a minute, Regan. Where are you going?
Out to buy an Airwick.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by E. Jack Newman, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again next Wednesday at 9 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Lady Who Wanted to Live.
Trouble comes cheap in this town. It's one item that's always on the market. You don't even have to go shopping for it. Somebody knocks on your door or dials your number, and you've got all you can handle. I found that out when I met Amy Goodrich, a long, low blonde with lots of speed. One look at her, and you knew you'd been friends too long. We met last Friday afternoon. I'd been out of town 2 days looking for a guy who turned up in jail in Reno. I was home counting the lumps in my mattress, trying to catch up on some sleep, when the phone began jumping around on the hook. I thought it might be somebody with Rose Bowl tickets. I was wrong. It was the Lion. Hello?
Regan, is that you?
What do you want?
Oh, it's a beautiful afternoon. The sun's shining. There's a tang in the air. How'd you like to take a nice drive out to the beach?
The season's over.
Oh, but this is a new season. Fall, Regan. Light suntan, wild ocean. Doesn't it excite you?
I haven't had any sleep in 2 days.
I know, and I hate myself for disturbing you. I just hate myself.
Get to the point, Fatso.
Well, something very important's come up, Jeffrey. I wouldn't trust anybody but you to handle it. Besides, the sea air will do you good. Give you a lift.
This isn't Berlin. Say something.
Well, I want you to call on our new client. She's a nightclub singer. Has a beach cottage at Santa Monica, 18106 Coast Road. Her name's Amy Goodrich. You still there, Jeffrey?
Still here.
Up, my boy, to the colors, on the firing line.
Drop dead.
Oh, now that's not being a good soldier. Why, if I didn't know you,
I hung up, stuck my head under the pillow again, and waited for him to call back. He didn't. He was playing it coy. Well, I tossed around for another half hour. The mattress got worse, and then a fly started buzzing against the window shade. About that time, the blonde next door decided to leave her husband, and it got real noisy. So I rolled out of bed, threw on some clothes, and climbed in my car. I drove over to Sunset Boulevard and headed for Santa Monica. 18106 Coast Road turned out to be a bundle of flagstone and glass brick piled up against the ocean. Had a lot of angles, like a shyster lawyer. Figure whoever built it never heard of the FHA. Front door was open. Inside, a skinny little guy with a complexion like dried codfish was catching up on his music appreciation. His eyes swung around when I walked in. It looked like they'd been hurting him all his life. He turned the record player down, but those elevator shoes brought him up to my chin.
I'm listening to music. Whatever you're selling, we don't want any.
How do you know?
We never want anything. So long.
Amy around?
Who are you?
My name's Regan.
What do you want?
You her?
She's around. All right, she's out back on the patio, taking a sunbath. You didn't tell me what you want with her.
I don't. She wants me. Okay?
Okay, sure, okay. Why should you be any different?
Traffic problem, huh?
Yeah, we need stoplights. Go right on through the dining room.
Just in case I want to write this up, who are you?
Felix. Felix Beethoven. Well?
I didn't say anything. When I saw her on the patio by the beach, I knew why Felix was hurting. Amy Goodrich was the kind of blonde they put on those resort hotel calendars in Las Vegas. No matter what month it was, she'd always start you looking around for spring. There wasn't enough material in her sunsuit to make a good pen wiper. And when she smiled at me, I began to feel warm inside, like a radio with a broken coil.
I know it's warm for this time of year, but you aren't wearing a sheepskin.
It wouldn't fit in this crowd.
You're from Mr. Lyon, aren't you?
How'd you know?
Well, he said he was sending me his best man. So, Mr. Regan, come over here and sit by me.
Sure, I won't crowd you.
Mm-mm.
Your party, lady.
I always drink scotch. How about you?
Maybe. Later.
Well, so you're the lion's eye, Very nice.
Depends on how you look at it. I had to crawl out of bed to come over here.
Oh? You haven't been sick, I hope?
Well, when you work for the Lion, you just don't get much sleep.
Oh, I see. I thought you looked nice and strong.
I'll tell my tailor.
And quick, too. Look, you can relax, Regan. This job is going to be easy.
What is the job?
Protecting me.
If you're going to wear that all the time, I'd better send for reinforcements.
I think you'll be able to handle it. You'll do just fine.
If I know who I'm protecting you from.
Yes, I suppose you do have to know that. Have you ever heard of Tim Conover, Mr. Regan?
Yeah, he runs an upholstered cigar box downtown. Diamond Club.
He plays for keeps.
I've heard.
And apparently I interest him.
It figures.
I worked for him 2 years ago singing. He became very interested in me, but I turned him down.
Conover wouldn't like that.
He doesn't. He has another girlfriend now, a Helen Lesser. I thought she'd take his mind off me, but she hasn't.
You still saw?
He's been around half a dozen times this past week, casing the place. I think he's got some nasty ideas.
Like?
I don't know. But he might not be very gentle.
So, I hang around until he shows up, huh?
Mm-hmm. You protect me, Mr. Regan. I want you to stay real close to me.
I, could go to the Diamond Club, talk to him.
You could, but he doesn't impress easily. And, I'd still want you around.
I see. You don't want me to talk to him?
There'll be time for that later. But right now, let's you and I get acquainted.
Your boyfriend isn't going to like that.
Felix? He's only my arranger. He writes better if he's jealous.
He must turn out a couple of operas a day. He's got a bad ticker, hasn't he?
He's got a bad heart. But let's talk about us.
Conover, remember?
Oh, Regan, don't go. I hate to be alone.
I'll be back.
Why don't you stay for dinner? I'll send Felix out to a double feature or something.
I'm hired. I have to see Conover.
All right. Kiss me goodbye.
No thanks, lady. I gotta drive. But it figured Amy never read the vehicle code. I didn't mind when her arms went around me, but I could feel something else on the back of my neck. Eyes. Somewhere in that house, Felix was watching, and I knew he wouldn't like the kind of music we were making.
Hurry back, baby.
I could still feel him watching when I broke away and walked back through the house. He wasn't in the dining room, so I went through the archway to the living room. I didn't find him, but he found me. For a guy with a bad ticker, he was fast at his feet. He had a letter opener in his hand, but I didn't see the afternoon mail. I grabbed for him, he slid away. Then he came around again. This time I got my hand around his wrist. Drop it, Buster. Drop it. Take it easy. You got small bones. You know, do for rough work.
Leave her alone. Leave her alone, Regan. You leave her alone.
Felix got his idea across all right, but he had a one-track mind. I tried some questions, but got no answers. I figured Conover might do better, so I got in my car and drove back into town. It was just getting dark when I parked in Figueroa near Olympic, in front of the Diamond Club. Things were slow when I walked in, too early for the jingle you spin crowd. When I asked for Conover, the bartender blinked a couple of wet stones at me.
In back, bud,
jerked his head toward the rear. I got as far as the shuffleboard table when a brunette eased out of the shadows. She wasn't wearing a coat, and it figured she was there to stay.
May I help you?
I'm looking for Tim Conover.
I'm expecting him. Come on in. Sit down, Mr.
Regan.
Oh, so you're Jeff Regan.
Ring a bell?
I've heard the name before. It fits you. You're a private investigator. Yes, of course. Tim's not in any trouble, is he?
Not yet.
What do you mean?
Maybe I better talk to him about it. Huh?
Well, if it's that important, I better find him. Make yourself at home, Mr. Regan. If you like scotch...
Thanks. I helped myself to that, waited around for about 10 minutes. The phone rang once, and I let it go. A guy in a blue suit stuck his head in the door, said something about getting the wrong room, backed out. I was just catching up on my music when the door opened. Through the mirror, I saw Conover. A gray suit with a bulge in the front of his coat.
There he is, Tim.
Thanks, baby. I didn't know you played, Regan.
Hello, Conover.
I was having dinner.
Helen tells me you've got something on your mind.
That's right. Do I unload it now? In front of her?
Why not? She's my baby.
This is about another baby of yours. Do I go on?
It's your show, Regan.
Amy Goodrich wants you to know she's got protection.
Oh? Well, all right, Regan, you did your job. You told me Amy's got protection. See you somewhere.
She wants to be left alone.
All right, she wants to be left alone. Anybody bothering her?
You are, according to her.
This guy's working in a wheat field, Angel. I got over her a long time ago. I haven't seen her in 2 years.
I believe you, Tim.
All right, Regan. She believes me. This is where you get off.
Amy says she's seen you hanging around her place lately. Makes her nervous.
Wrong guy, Regan. You made a big mistake.
Sure. So the guy who picked Michigan.
Look, I don't know what your pitch is, or Amy's, but I'm not buying any.
You may change your mind.
You know, you've been in business too long, taking too many rabbit punches. You ought to start taking care of yourself.
You ring, boss?
Yeah. Get rid of this bum.
They were a real pretty pair of muscles. One of them had a nose that looked like he'd been dipping it in an ink bottle all his life. The other one had an ear that could have passed for a golf ball. Well, they walked me out a door that opened onto an alley in back of the club. That's when the one with all the nose frisked me.
Hey, just in case, Pally, just in case.
Get your hands off me, punk.
Easy, easy. We're just gonna... Gussie says take it easy. Hey, look. State of California. Gun and all. This guy's a gumboots. Max.
What?
I don't like no gumboots. Gumboots worse than a bum.
You hear that, gumboots? Gussie says a gumboots is worse than a bum. He don't talk.
Gumboots, how tough are you? Still don't talk.
Hey, Gussie asked you, how tough you are, huh? Are you tough? Tough? Not so tough.
Hey, my turn. Hold it.
All right.
Now, gumboots, here's what we get on answer.
Very nice, Gussie.
Thank you. Come on, Maxie. We'll be late for dinner.
Yeah, what about him?
Ain't you hurt? He don't feel like eating tonight.
I don't know how long I was away, but when I came back, I felt like I'd been sleeping on the wrong side of the world. I was still in that alley, and it was still dark. My head was rattling like it was full of broken glass. A yellow cat with an inferiority complex was sitting there looking at me. All at once, he started running.
Regan.
I didn't try to catch him.
Regan! Regan!
Oh.
Can you hear me? Wake up!
Yeah.
Have you been drinking?
Oh, shut up.
I send you out on a simple little job. I put all my faith and trust in you, and what do? Wind up in an alley drunk.
Get out of here.
Nuzzled up to a garbage pail, bleary-eyed, with melon seeds in your hair. How
Stop
can
blowing
you
steam, Fatso. You're not a locomotive.
Oh, now, don't get so excited. You're getting seeds all over.
Give me a hand, will you?
Here.
How'd you get here?
Amy Goodrich called. She was getting worried about you. Said you went over to see Conover. She wanted me to stop you.
I figured she would, but she's too late. A couple of his boys played beanbag with my skull.
Well, who does Conover think he is, anyway, pushing my boy around? Just who does he think?
There's the door. Go in and ask him.
Well, now, I couldn't do that. Well, tell me, what's this all about?
That's what you're going to tell me.
But I don't know anything.
Amy Goodrich must have told you something when she hired me. If you're holding out on me...
But I'm not, Jeff.
Well, then start checking. Find out about Conover.
Conover? What do you want to know about him?
Everything. Find out, for example, if there's anything Amy Goodrich could be blackmailing him with.
Blackmail? Regan, what is going on?
I told you I don't know.
Well, then make a guess.
Okay. It looks like everyone's in love with Amy. I left the lion standing there. He looked worried, like an elephant with a skin rash. None of it made sense. I knew I'd have to get some answers before long. I drove over to my place and straightened myself out with a shower and some Johnny Walker. A half hour later, I was back out in Santa Monica. The fog was closing in over the house when I rang the bell. Nobody answered. But somewhere in the back there was a light, so I walked around on the sand. The patio was empty. Inside Amy was sitting on a zebra-striped couch. She was wearing a white strapless thing with a splash of red in one shoulder. She had a movie magazine in one hand and a drink in the other. But she wasn't having a very good time. She was dead.
This is CBS, and you are listening to The Story of the Lady Who Wanted to Live. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, the Lion wasn't going to like it. His client, Amy Goodrich, was dead, and she wasn't in the market for protection anymore. I looked around for a gun, but didn't find it. Then I picked up the phone and put in a call to homicide. But I never talked to them. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Felix standing out on the patio, and he saw me. I hit the floor and pulled the lamp with me. Even after the gun was empty, he stood there pulling the trigger. Then he threw it down and began running toward the ocean. I went after him.
No, don't come near me! Stay away from me! Stay away from me!
Hold still.
I killed her!
Hold still!
No, let me go!
You'll drown!
No, I don't care. I loved her, Regan. I couldn't stand it anymore.
Come here.
I couldn't stand it anymore, so I killed her. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Sure it does, but you're not going to kill yourself.
Oh, the police.
What about him?
I phoned them. I told them everything.
When?
Just before you came.
Come on.
Oh, but they'll be here. Let go.
Yeah, that's why I said come on. I dragged him out of the surf and got him into my car. He kept mumbling all the way into town. It was 2 minutes after 10 when we got to my apartment. 3 phone calls turned up the Lion in a Turkish bath. He kicked, but when I told him what happened, he said he'd come right away. 20 minutes later, he walked in. He still had a towel wrapped around his head. He looked like Sitting Bull in an Easter bonnet.
Where is he, Regan? Where is he?
In there, asleep.
Asleep? Just like that, he can drop off to sleep after what he's done?
I gave him some pills.
What about homicide?
He already called him.
But they'll be looking for him down at the beach. We've got to stay clean, Regan. I'm going to phone homicide.
Pick up that phone and I'll ram it so far down your throat you'll get a busy signal out of your hip pocket.
This is murder. What's gotten into you?
You're not going to toss Felix to the wolves.
Regan, you find the girl dead. Felix has the gun. He admits killing her. What are you saving him for? What are you going to do with him? Stuff him and put him on your mantle?
He's a fall guy, a patsy. He didn't do it.
He didn't kill her?
He was carrying this gun. He took 6 shots at me tonight. That's all it holds. There's 1 bullet in her, and he didn't have any extra slugs. Now, what did you find out about Tim Conover?
Oh, he's clean, Regan. Absolutely clean. Unless you want to count a court-martial. He celebrated V.E. Day by poking a major in the chops.
What else?
He kicked him, too.
All right.
Hey, where are you going?
Out. Look, you stay here and keep Felix company.
Oh, of course, Regan. I'll do that. Run along. You needn't worry. I'll watch over Felix like a father.
You'd better.
But the cops will be here. It won't take them more than an hour or 2 to find him.
Yeah, and I've got just that long to find out who really killed Amy Goodrich.
All right. I suppose I'll have to go along. After all, we're working hand in hand in this thing.
In that case, I'll hide my ring. I didn't like the idea of leaving the Lion there with Felix, but there was nothing else I could do. Besides, I still had to do business with a guy named Conover. I was just getting into my car when I felt a gun in my back. And right away, I knew Conover had business with me.
All right, Regan. We got things to talk over, and I just keep walking straight ahead, the black sedan. Now, Regan, you sit in front with Helen. I'll take the back seat. Okay, Helen.
Where to, Tim?
Nowhere. Regan and me can do our talking right here. It's quiet.
Tim, are you sure you're doing right?
Please, let me handle this, baby. All right, Regan, what's the play? I know Amy's dead. Now, let's just take it from there.
Who told you?
I was there tonight.
Tim, you shouldn't. He'll involve you. He'll tell the police.
I said I'll handle this, baby.
So you were there. I know, don't tell me. She was already dead when you showed up.
No, not quite. All I got out of her was the name of some guy, Dolan, and something about Lake Tahoe. She seemed to think I know what it was about.
And you didn't?
No. Kind of figured you'd tell me.
All right. Blackmail.
Amy? Blackmailing me? You didn't know her very well, did you, Regan?
She said she needed protection. I think she wanted a strong-arm boy.
No, it doesn't fit. She was no good, but not blackmail. It doesn't fit at all.
Maybe I can make it fit.
Don't try. I'm not going to be tagged for this thing, Regan. You know some answers. Maybe you better start talking right now. I said start talking.
I didn't know if Conover was just looking for information or if he wanted to find out how much I knew about a guy named Dolan in Lake Tahoe. Well, I had a 50-50 chance. I could get the butt of that gun across my face, or I could try walking away and take a chance on getting a bullet in my back. And then I saw an old coupe, Oklahoma license, limping along the other side of the street. I opened the door, stepped out onto the sidewalk. I kept on going into the middle of the street. Conover yelled, but he didn't fire. And then the coupe slammed on the brakes.
What's the matter with you, Pilgrim? You want to get yourself bashed up standing out in the middle of the street? Want to get yourself all bashed up, huh?
We ran out of gas.
Well, join an auto club. Pay your dues.
There's no phone. Could you give me a lift?
I wasn't going to anyhow. Well, climb in, and do it at the bowling alley. Hey, what are them two going to do? Just sit there, Nick?
I didn't answer that. When we pulled away, Conover was just sitting there staring. But there was nothing to stare at. Helen was different. She registered one look. Fear. 15 minutes later, the Oklahoma license dropped me off at Vermont and Franklin, where I got a cab. All the way downtown, I kept wondering about Conover's play. He could have stopped me, but he didn't. That could mean he hadn't shot Amy. It could also mean he had shot her, but he knew about Felix confessing over the phone to the police. At the Examiner morgue, I found Ned Fuller looking at a girly magazine. I told him what I wanted, and 10 minutes later, he spread out a file dated May 9th, 1945.
Is this it? Wealthy playboy shot to death. Willard J. Dolan, San Francisco socialite, found dead at Lake Tahoe cabin.
That's it.
Oh, well, they never did solve it. There's some stuff here about a mystery
I can
woman.
read.
They think she might have done it. Somebody seen her come out of the cabin that night. She's tall, blonde.
First name, Amy.
No, they never found out who she was.
Somebody did.
Oh, well, there was witnesses. Yeah, let's see here. Mr. and Mrs. Franklin James, San Diego people. They saw the dame come out, but they couldn't give a good description of her.
Want to bet?
A bet? Sure, I'll take Notre Dame. Who'll you take?
I'll take a guy named Tim Conover.
Regan.
Hello, Conover. You're staying up late tonight.
You work awfully hard for a buck soldier.
That's for what your boys did to me out in an alley.
I wonder what makes a guy walk into trouble 3 times in one day. You got a lot of nerve, Regan, but you use it in the wrong places.
I'm just getting started.
All right, make your play. What's next?
You talk.
What about?
Dolan, Willard J.
I told you.
Lake Tahoe, May 9th, 1945. Talk, Conover. All right, then I'll talk. A tall blonde named Amy Goodrich. An unsolved murder at Lake Tahoe. But there was a witness. When I first came over here, I guess she was blackmailing you. I was wrong. You were blackmailing her.
You stink, Regan. I told you wouldn't tag me for this.
Well, you're wrong.
No, he isn't, Mr. Regan.
Oh, so that's it.
Thanks, Helen. Give me the gun. I'll run things from now on. I don't know what you get out of this, Regan, but you got your engine switched.
Look, a mixed-up guy named Felix Beethoven actually thinks he killed Amy, and he didn't. I've got him on ice, but the cops will get him. And when they do, he's on his way to the gas chamber.
Oh, Tim, please, let's get out of here. Let's not listen.
Wait a minute, baby, wait. So I was blackmailing Amy. I had a good thing, but I shot her. And I was the mystery witness at Lake Tahoe. I thought you were a better gumshoe than that, Regan.
What does that mean?
The date was May 9th, 1945. You mean you haven't looked me up?
All of a sudden, it hit me. Something the Lion had said about V.E. Day and a major who got hit in the chops. And the whole thing came apart at the seams. Conover couldn't have been the witness. He was in a guardhouse in Germany. I began to feel helpless, like a glassblower with hiccups. For the first time in my life, I really wanted to talk to the Lion. I looked at the gun in Conover's hand, then I reached for the phone and dialed. Slow. He didn't stop me.
Anthony J. Lyons.
Lion, the cops.
Oh, Regan. They're not here yet.
Felix?
Still asleep.
Well, get him out of there.
Regan, I can't do that.
Get him out of there. We broke our pick.
What?
I've been working the wrong angle. We gotta have more time.
But I can't get him out of here now. We'll be seen. You must have something.
I have. A guy named Willard Dolan was killed at Lake Tahoe. A Mr. and Mrs. Franklin James were the witnesses. But Conover isn't...
Reagan.
Hold it. Yeah?
That name.
Tim.
Mr. and Mrs. Franklin James?
Hang up.
Regan, what's going on?
Hang up.
Jeffrey, are you...
Helen's got something to tell you.
Oh, Tim, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead, baby. Tell him.
Tim.
Wait a minute. Mrs. Franklin James.
Yeah, Mrs. Franklin James.
All right. I was Mrs. Franklin James. I was a witness. I did blackmail Amy.
And you figured me to be the fall guy. You hung around just so you could use me if the heat ever came on.
No, I swear, Tim. I love you. I never meant to get you involved. But I used a piece of your stationery once. Amy had it traced.
So she figured it was Conover all the time.
Yes. Oh, I went crazy trying to cover it up. Because I love you, Tim. I love you. I couldn't let anything happen to you.
No, but you set me up for a murder rap.
No, I wasn't. I was trying to protect you. Don't you see Amy was going to kill you, Tim?
She was going to kill me.
Yes. Oh, she wanted Regan Forrest to set up that story about your threatening her. And then she could claim self-defense.
But it didn't work that way.
No. You came around. I couldn't let Tim find out. I couldn't let anybody find out.
You killed her, didn't you?
Yes, I killed her. For you, Tim. I killed her for you. We can get away, darling. Regan's the only one who knows.
Sure, and a kid with a bum ticket takes the rap. Except that somebody might ask questions about what happened to me.
We'll have to take that chance, Tim. Regan's the only one who can make trouble for us.
Us, baby?
What?
I don't have any troubles. You have.
Oh, Tim. You're joking. Listen to me.
You're wasting your time.
Tim. You won't help me?
No.
You won't help me?
No.
But if you let them arrest me, I'll die. They'll convict me. Oh, please, you have the gun, Tim. You can save me. I don't want to die. I love you. I want to live. I don't want to go.
All right, Regan. You better get her out of here.
Tim.
Regan, I said get her out of here.
Well, that's the way it wound up. Helen went to headquarters. Tim went back to his club. I went out of town for a few days. When I got back, I drifted into the office. The Lion gave me the wind-up. A report on Felix.
Yes, Regan. Those doctors worked on Felix Beethoven 3 days. Psychiatric medicine's a profound study. Profound. They finally convinced him he didn't kill Amy.
Yeah.
That's sad. He loved that woman as cruel as she was to him. He loved her a great deal. I suppose life will be lonely for him now that she's gone.
You're wrong.
What do you mean?
I saw him in Hollywood today. He's got a new friend, one with red hair.
You mean to tell me he's willing to do it again? To accept abuse from another woman? Why, that man's a natural for any woman's dominance.
He hasn't got a thing to worry about.
But you said she was a redhead, and I know redheads.
Yeah, but Felix is bigger than this one. Besides, the new one's a Cocker Spaniel.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written by E. Jack Newman and Adrian Jandot, directed by Sterling Tracy. Frank Graham is starred as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Little Man's Lament.
They called it Margate Mansion, but the name didn't fit. It was a pile of old cement and cracked stucco held up by a half a dozen tired palm trees. The people inside didn't fit either. A crusty old lady who talked backwards, a redhead with an urge to travel fast. But it was Junior who won first prize. He was half Einstein and half Hollywood playboy. Only when this boy played, it was with poison. It started on a Tuesday. I was headed down Taft Avenue on my way to the laundromat. I had a date with a washing machine and a blonde cashier named Gloria. That's when a cab pulled up beside me and the Lion hopped out. He was blowing sparks out of a fat cigar. I could tell by the 50-cent smell that we had a new client.
Oh, Jeffrey, my boy, I'm glad I caught you.
Get back in the cab, Fatso, I'm busy.
But I have to talk to you. I was just going up to your apartment.
Have a good time. I'll be out all day.
Now, Jeffrey, is that any way to talk after all I've done for you? After the many opportunities I've given you to help your fellow beings in distress?
I've worked 3 weeks without a rest. I gotta wash my socks.
Wash your socks? You can talk about a thing like that when I'm here to present you with a golden opportunity? An opportunity to demonstrate our humanitarian sentiments? A chance to lift one who's in trouble?
How much did you lift from him?
$100, and it's not a him, it's a her. Oh, it's really a simple job, Jeffrey. Very simple. I've just been over there. Lovely old house, fine old family. The Margates, flower of the old South.
Gone to seed.
Well, yes, but you know how it is with descendants of old families. Fresh young growth choked back by the weeds of the old family stock. The fresh new plant smothered by decay and ruin.
Try Vigoro.
Regan, you don't seem to understand. We've been retained by Mrs. Margate. It's about her nephew, Hilary Margate. Strange youth, very strange youth indeed. If Mrs. Margate needs protection from him, I tell you it's a very serious matter.
Well, so's my laundry.
Regan, will you listen to me?
There's another choice?
Yes, see Mrs. Margate, root out the facts.
Get her a gardener.
She doesn't need a gardener, she needs you, and don't give me any more trouble.
Okay, sweetheart. Here.
Wait a minute. What's it?
My laundry. Put the shirts and socks in a washing machine, put 2 bits in the slot. And stay away from the blonde. She doesn't like cigar smoke.
Regan, this means you will see Mrs. Margate?
Don't try to be coy. You knew I'd see her the minute you stepped out of that cab. I walked up Vine and turned right past Franklin. All the places up there are old, but Margate Mansion was old when William S. Hart was Gene Autry. A bunch of turrets made out of wood that termites wouldn't look at. But I was looking at what was standing in the front bay window looking at me. Red hair and wide eyes and a complexion like skim milk. She was what answered the door when I twisted the old-fashioned bell.
Hello. I saw you from the window.
Yeah, I saw you seeing me.
Come in. Oh, come in, please.
Thanks.
I hope you don't mind the disorder. I'm afraid I don't... Your name?
Regan.
Oh. Sit here, Mr. Regan. Please don't mind the dust on the sofa. No one nice ever comes, so it doesn't matter. I like you. I want you to stay.
It shows.
You're not married or anything like that, Mr. Regan.
Nothing like that.
Oh, that's nice. I'm not married either, Mr. Regan.
I heard it was Mrs. Margate.
Oh, that's my aunt. I'm not married at all. Mr. Regan, you didn't just come to see my aunt.
I've got a lot of time.
Oh, I've been foolish again, haven't I? Oh, sometimes I get so mixed up. I'm...
Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
What's your name?
Gwethelyn.
Mrs. Margate's niece.
Yes.
Hilary's your brother?
Yes, Mr. Regan. Well, those questions.
Business.
Business?
International Detective Bureau. Your aunt's on the line for $100 worth.
A detective?
Well, that's polite for it.
Oh, you shouldn't have told me that. You shouldn't have told me that at all.
Suppose you tell me some things.
I'm mixed up, Mr. Regan. I can't tell.
Gwethelyn!
Oh, that's my aunt.
Did I hear the front door bell?
Don't say anything. Don't tell her.
I did hear the front door. Well, Gwethelyn, who is this man?
Regan.
Regan? Oh, you're the man they call the Lion's Eye. I'd been expecting you. I'm gardening.
I should have figured.
What? Oh, I have a green thumb, as they say. Follow me. Go to your room, Gwethelyn.
Yes, Auntie.
Gwethelyn?
Yes, Auntie, I'm going.
She went all right, like a rabbit at a greyhound race. Only I wasn't sure this rabbit could stay ahead of the dogs. But right then I had another problem, keeping up with Mrs. Margate. It wasn't the way she walked, it was her talk that winded me.
We'll go to the garden. My niece and my nephew problems that weigh heavily on my heart, Mr. Regan. Oh, this way. Family collapsing and falling to ruin. Just 3 Margates left. Myself and the 2 children, Gwethelyn and Hilary. Only 52 years old with such responsibilities.
Hillary?
No, myself, of course. 52. But Hilary is the real problem. You follow me?
Right behind you.
What? Oh, yes, out this door. The garden. There. Do you see that pool by the date palm?
Uh-huh.
Fish. Carp, Mr. Regan. He concocts things. Hilary brews things, poisons. One day he fed something he had brewed to Hilary F. Margate Sr., the carp, and he turned bright green.
Hilary?
The carp. We found him next morning floating belly up, stark bright green. Hilary F. Margate Sr., the carp. We name our fish after the dear departed members of our family.
Nice custom.
Yes. Hilary poisoned the carp when he was only 146 years old.
The carp?
Yes. Come along. Hilary was only a boy at the time. Such a problem, Mr. Regan. Oh, here, my vegetable garden. Have an onion, Mr. Regan. Delicious.
Yeah. Look, Mrs. Margate.
Eat the onion, Mr. Regan. George. George is my gardener.
I'm over here, Mrs. Margaret.
Oh, well, you can go out back and cut the weeds, George. Mr. Regan and I have some private matters to discuss.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent man, George, excellent. And be sure you get them all, George. We must be rid of the weeds.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am.
Now we're alone, Mr. Regan. The onion, go on, eat it. As I was saying, Hilary, that boy, such a problem.
Yeah, as you were saying.
Yes. Good, aren't they?
Mrs. Margate, what is it you want me to do?
Do? Well, I want you to look after Hilary.
I was told you wanted protection.
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it?
No. Hilary needs a nursemaid. That's not our line.
No, see here, Mr. Regan. International Detective Bureau has already agreed to handle my case. Mr. Lyon himself accepted my check.
He'll accept anyone's check.
But he promised to help.
Well, then talk to him.
I'm talking to you. I'm explaining.
You're explaining nothing. You've given me a lot of double talk, and I have a feeling that's all you want to give me. Now, make sense.
All right. You're going to force me to say what I hoped never to say to anyone. Not anyone. My life is in danger.
I can believe that.
My tea. Yesterday, I noticed the odor of almonds.
I'm listening.
No, I didn't drink it naturally.
Naturally?
Hilary brewed that tea, Mr. Regan. My nephew.
Now you've said something. Where is he?
Ocean Park, the shooting gallery.
Shooting gallery?
Yes, he's strange, very strange. He brews things, collects guns, practices shooting. You won't like him.
Suppose I go talk to him.
Well, you'd better. As I've said, Mr. Regan, I don't wish to be murdered.
I headed the car down La Brea to Olympic and then out to the Ocean Park Pier. It was afternoon business, popcorn and sailor style. The shooting gallery had one customer. A kid in a corduroy sport coat with a face like a cantaloupe out of season. He was taking shots at the little swinging targets. You didn't need the family album to figure him for Hilary Margate. I walked over, but he didn't take the gun from his shoulder.
Leeks.
Come again?
Leeks. Scallions.
My name's Regan.
Allium ascalonicum, Mr. Regan. Onions. You've been eating them.
So?
This suggests you're the private detective hired by my aunt. Bullseye?
You read palms, too?
I fancy myself an amateur detective, Mr. Regan. I seldom miss.
I notice.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Regan, I'm interested in hiring you myself.
Oh, that's a switch.
I think there's going to be a murder.
Anybody I know?
Yes, my aunt.
Who plays the heavy?
The heavy?
Who's going to kill her?
I am.
Practicing?
I don't need practice, Mr. Regan.
Even experts get the chair.
Possibly.
All right, Junior, let's start making sense.
Very well, Mr. Regan. My aunt is a domineering autocrat. Actually, I should hate to kill her, but I feel I must. To protect myself, you understand.
From what?
You know, I dabble in poisons, Mr. Regan. I am empoisonné, as the French say, poisoner. When I was 15...
I heard that one, yeah. Hilary F. Margate Sr., the carp.
Oh, he died a horrible death.
My regrets. Now get to the point.
Ours is an evil household, Mr. Regan. The last of the Margates, a decaying race. My aunt, for example, in Gwethlin.
I met her.
Then you understand that something must be done. This is an urgent matter, Mr. Regan. It would be wise to take my case.
One Margate for a client's too many.
Very well, Mr. Regan. But you want information. Perhaps I'll give it to you tomorrow. I'll phone you. As they say on the radio, you may save a life. Possibly your own.
It made a real funny joke the way he said it. Only I wasn't laughing. And neither was he. I got in my car and started for town to tell the Lion he'd been underpaid. All the way in, I kept getting a picture of a mechanical rabbit going around a track. I tried putting Gwethelin's face on it, and Mrs. Margate's, then Hillary's. The others didn't fit. Gwethelin's did. I was still thinking about it when I parked on Hill Street and got out to walk. And that's when I put another face on the rabbit, my own. The guy who fell in behind me and started following was no greyhound, but he had squeaky shoes that slowed down when I slowed down. We stayed together for a block, and when I turned left toward the office, he turned left. I wondered if he was an amateur. I found out when I sidestepped into an alley and pulled him in after me. All right, Buster, this is where you get off.
Hey, say, what the devil?
Come on, who hired you?
Let me go.
Give me some answers.
Talk. You want muscles, huh? Muscles? All right. I got it.
He had them all right, and he knew where to use them. He had a bald head, and he used that, too, right in the middle of my stomach. I shouldn't have bent double, but I did. It was a setup. The next blow sent me around the fender of a truck parked in the alley. I went to my knees. When I came up, it was too late. The bald head was gone. But someone else was there.
Mr. Regan.
It was Gwethelin Margate.
Mr. Regan, you should be careful. You all right?
He was following me.
No, Mr. Regan, no, he wasn't. I was going to your office. He was following me.
She was ready to talk, but the fog in my head wouldn't let me listen. I got her around the corner into a bar. She waited until the waiter brought the drinks.
The 2 Bourbon Street, Mr. Regan. And if I may say so, this is a lovely tomato you're escorting into my humble palate.
You said so.
And may I say, Mr. Regan, I'm also partial to redheads. On account of my first love was a redhead. She played second flute in our orchestra.
Sure. Keep the change.
That was when I was with Stokowski. The Hollywood Bowl, how well I remember. Me and my fiddle. We made together beautiful music. Me and the fiddle, you understand, not the redhead. She gave me nothing but the cold shoulder on account she was hot for a guy that played bass.
Come on, you told me this story yesterday.
You don't wish to hear the story of my life, Mr. Regan? Well, it was the same way with Mr. Stokowski. The artist is lost in the world of today.
All right. Now we can talk.
I don't know, Mr. Regan.
Who was following you?
It doesn't matter. I'm used to it, Mr. Regan.
Who was the mug?
It doesn't matter, Mr. Regan. It's too late anymore. I thought...
You thought what?
I thought you'd help me, Mr. Regan. I was on my way to your office.
Why?
There's going to be trouble, Mr. Regan. Serious trouble.
What says so?
Everything. Hillary, my aunt, they're all acting so strangely. And those people who come to the house.
People? Who?
I don't know. But the man who was following me is one of them. Well, something strange is going on, Mr. Regan. Something terrible.
You still haven't told me anything.
Don't you see? It isn't anything I can tell you. It's a feeling. A terrible feeling. Everything's wrong.
I've got to have facts, lady.
I don't... Wait. There's one thing.
Yeah?
The gardener, Mr. Hendricks.
George?
Yes. My aunt knows him, Mr. Regan. Better than just a gardener. Something else.
What?
George has been in prison. I know he's been in prison. I heard him say something once on the telephone.
To who?
I don't know. There's so much I don't know.
That makes 2 of us.
You don't believe me. You've got to believe me. Something terrible's going to happen.
Sure. Hillary's going to kill your aunt.
Hillary? Oh, no. That's not it at all. It's me they're going to kill, don't you see? They're going to kill me.
After that, I couldn't get anything out of her that made sense. I loaded her in a cab and then walked over to Pershing Square to feed the pigeons. Maybe something would come to me. Nothing did, except the pigeons. After a while, I went over to the Examiner morgue to look up George Hendricks. There was nothing, not a word. But the Lion has ways of finding those things out, so I went back to the office. The Lion had information, all right, but not the kind I expected.
Regan, where have you been? I've been calling every saloon in the city.
You got the wrong one.
I often wonder why I hired you.
Okay, Fatso, why the steam?
I'll tell you why. Because you were supposed to be on the Margate case, that's why.
What do you think I've been doing?
I know what you're going to be doing. You're going to get out to Margate Mansion right now and fast. They just found Hillary Margate in his room. He's been shot through the head.
This is CBS, and you're listening to The Story of the Little Man's Lament. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Here's a special word for those of you who are interested in setting up a retirement fund. One that will permit you to have some of the good things of life before you're too old to enjoy them. Join the payroll savings plan where you work and invest in United States savings bonds. Under this plan, your firm sets aside whatever sum you name from each paycheck and uses the money to buy savings bonds for you. Buy United States bonds and keep them. And now, back to tonight's story of the Little Man's Lament and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Nothing made sense. There were 3 Margates. The old lady, her nephew Hillary, and his sister, Gwethelyn. And all 3 of them wanted to hire me to stop a murder. Then the Lion tells me Hillary Margate has just been shot. Well, one thing was sure. With 3 people to work for, one of them was bound to turn up dead. I put the Lion to work looking up the gardener, George Hendricks. Then I hopped in the car and headed out to the Margate place off Franklin Avenue. By the time I got there, it was turning dark. Out front, a black and white Nash said, "Police," in big letters. But when the old lady opened the door, she acted as though she'd never heard of police.
Oh, Mr. Regan, please come in. I'm sorry you didn't get to meet him. Hillary, strange boy.
I met him.
You did? Oh, this way, Mr. Regan. Well, it's no matter. It was inevitable. Hillary's uncle, my husband, before he died, warned me something like this would happen. He was a young fool, Hillary.
How did it happen?
Happen? Oh, with a gun, of course. How else could one shoot oneself except with a gun? In here, Mr. Regan, we won't be bothered by them. Sometimes police can be so nosy. Oh, do sit down. We shall have tea.
With or without almonds?
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Regan, but I'm sure it had nothing to do with it.
What did?
Just a moment, Mr. Regan. There's someone at our door. Well, Gwethelyn?
I was just coming to see you, Andy. I thought you'd want me to tell Mr. Regan about Hillary.
Yes, a good idea. Mr. Regan, I'll let Gwethelyn tell you. She was here at the time. Oh, she was a lovely woman. Gwethelyn's mother, my late sister. Well, go ahead, child. Go ahead.
I got home about 5.
Better sit down, child. No, not there. Here.
Yes, Auntie. Well, Mr. Regan, Hillary was in the gun room reading. I went in to talk to him, but he ordered me out of the room. He said he didn't want to be disturbed. He was concentrating.
Go on.
I left the room. A couple of minutes later, I heard a shot. When I went back, he was there. Hillary. On the floor, dead.
Then you called the police?
I told Auntie. She called him.
They've been so nice, the police. They promised not to disturb me any more than necessary. Wasn't that nice?
They're, in his room now?
With Hillary. Dear Hillary.
Well, he won't need me anymore. I think I'd better be going.
Oh, yes, of course. Gwethelyn, see Mr. Regan to the door like a good girl.
Yes, honey.
And come again sometime soon, Mr. Regan. We shall have tea together.
Thanks.
This way, Mr. Regan. Mr. Regan, I've got to talk to you this way quickly.
What's on your mind?
It's about Hillary. Something he did tonight.
Like what?
When he came home, before that, he had a book. A big book. He was reading it when it happened. Why would he read a book and then shoot himself?
You got me. What was the title?
I don't know. But when the police came, the book was gone.
Where did he buy it?
I don't know that either. I'm sure it's important, Mr. Regan. I'm sure of it. You don't think it's important?
I don't know. I reach for answers. Sometimes they come up air.
I know something else, Mr. Regan. It's about George. George Hendricks, our gardener.
Yeah?
He disappeared this afternoon after it.
Go on.
Andy sent for him when the police arrived, but he wasn't in his room. The police were angry. They think he might have done it.
And you think so, too?
I'm not sure, Mr. Regan. I'm not sure of anything now.
She turned and ran into the house and left me with a lot of night air and cool breeze. If Hendricks had taken a powder, the police would check that angle. That left me with a book. A very big book. I walked down Franklin toward my car. Up ahead, I saw a small man in a black suit locking up a shop door. Over his head, a sign said Franklin Avenue Bookshop. That did it. I caught him before he closed up.
I beg your pardon.
Do you know a Hillary Margate? Lives up the street?
Yes, I know him. Why?
Was he in today?
He's a regular customer.
Was he in? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did he buy a book?
No.
You sure?
Positive. He asked for a volume we didn't have.
What volume?
I don't remember the title because we didn't have it in stock. It was a textbook.
Textbook?
Yes, on horticulture. Plants.
Plants?
Does that mean something to you?
Yeah. It could explain why the Margate family has gone to seed. It was crazy, but it was beginning to untangle. I headed for my car up the street. Before I touched the starter, I found out I had company.
All right, Regan, drive.
The gun in my back told me he meant it. One look in the mirror told me he was George Hendricks. Well, you're calling him. Where to?
Your apartment. I want to talk. Have a chair, Regan. It's your house.
Thanks.
I talk. You sit and listen.
I can stand.
I say sit down.
It's your party, Hendricks.
There's been an accident at the Margate house.
I heard.
Hillary shot himself.
That right?
Oh, you think different?
Changed my mind.
I didn't kill him, Regan.
Who said you did?
I never could get used to confinement.
Oh. San Quentin?
Sandstone, Minnesota.
Tell me more.
Listen, Regan, the police don't like guys with a record.
What was your rap, Hendricks?
Checks, something like that, forgery.
So why tell me?
You're moving in my direction, Regan. I don't like it.
Is that why you ran?
There's something else.
Yeah?
The name. It isn't Hendricks. It's Margate.
What's that?
Freehold Quincy Margate.
No wonder you changed it.
There were several reasons.
Yeah, old South family.
Listen, Regan, you gotta believe me. I didn't kill Hillary. I didn't have anything to do with it.
You know a big guy, bald head with a stupid face?
Morley. He works at the Margate place part-time.
What's his job?
Flunky. He works in the garden with me.
When he isn't tailing the girl.
Leave me out of that part of it.
Well, do I answer that?
Yes, but watch what you say.
Regan.
Regan, I expected to hear from you sooner. What's happened to you? Regan, are you there?
Yeah, just got here.
What's the matter? Someone with you?
You're a genius.
Well, I just found out about Hendricks.
You guessed it.
You mean he's there?
Go on.
Listen, that's not his real name, Regan. He's a Margate. Freehold Quincy Margate. Age 46, height 5'11", weight 180.
Get to the point.
Well, about that prison record, quite correct. It was 8 years ago. Charge?
Narcotics violation.
Oh, yes, but be careful. He'll hear you.
No, he won't. He just went out the door, fast. I had what I needed. I averaged 50 down Franklin and pulled up in front of the Margate place 10 minutes later. It was dark and it looked empty, like a beer can after a picnic. I found an open window and crawled in. It was the gun room. And that meant I didn't have to go much farther. But somebody changed my mind for me when the door suddenly opened and a hunk of orange lightning stabbed in my direction. I ducked and the chair next to me toppled over. I couldn't wait for the next one.
Let me go.
Drop it.
You're hurting my...
That's better. Now, some lights.
Mr. Regan, I thought you were one of them.
I'm not. That book Hillary was reading. I'm in a hurry, baby.
You already know, don't you, Mr. Regan? All right. I didn't see it closely. It had pictures of plants.
Like the ones in your backyard?
Yes. I didn't know what it meant until...
Until Hillary got it, and then you were too scared to talk. Why?
Mr. Regan, Hillary didn't poison my aunt's tea. They only said he did so they could kill me and then blame him for it. That way they'd be rid of both of us.
Yeah, but Hillary caught on too quick.
That's why they killed him, Mr. Regan. Oh, don't let them know I know.
It won't matter now, baby. I circled around the house in a hurry. Empty. Then I tried the garden. That's when I saw it. 50 yards behind the house. A strange light at first, then something red that began to grow. Then smoke and more smoke. I ran for the back of the garden in the flames. She saw me coming.
Stand back, Mr. Regan.
Maybe tomorrow, Mrs. Margate.
I warn you, Regan, stand back.
You hired me, remember?
Take one more step, Mr. Regan, and Morley will kill you.
You figured he'd be around? Put that gun down, Morley. The smoke's getting in your eyes.
No! Shoot him, Morley! Shoot him!
You're too late for that. I drove across the column of smoke and caught his arm as he tried to find me with that gun. I got to him first. I owed him something for what he'd given me in that alley, and I paid him back with interest. The old lady just stood there and glared at me, the fire reflecting in her eyes. It took me 10 minutes and my best sport coat to stop the blaze. But the price was cheap, because where the fire had been was a nice pile of Exhibit A. It looks just like an ordinary plant, but the police call it marijuana. Somebody spotted the smoke and called the fire department. The police were right behind them and loaded the last of the Margates into the wagon. And it was like Gweth said. She was scheduled to turn up poison, and I was supposed to testify that Hillary had done it. Only Hillary caught on too fast, and they gave him a bullet for his trouble. And after I finished up at headquarters, I went to the office and filled the Lion in. He was disappointed.
And this fella the police picked up at the depot, this Hendricks, he wasn't the culprit we were looking for?
He was under the old lady's thumb like the rest of the family. She blackmailed him into growing this stuff. With his record, he couldn't afford to squawk.
He couldn't afford to squawk. How do you think I feel?
You got a check for $100, didn't you?
Well, yes, I did.
She did pay you, didn't she?
Well, you see, Jeffrey, that is, she gave me a check when I first went out there for $100.
You said that.
Well, I didn't think anything of it at the time, but, well, you see, her brother-in-law...
You mean...
Well, that is, Hendricks did have a prison record for narcotics violation, but, well, it seems upon examining the records more closely, there was an earlier sentence for,
bad checks.
Yes. It seems to run in the family.
I don't get paid this week.
Go on. Quit me. Kick a man when he's down.
Oh, stop it.
You know I never withhold payment when I have it. Right now I don't have it. Maybe next week.
If you wait 2 weeks, it'll be Thanksgiving.
What's that mean?
You can have the end of the turkey I've been getting.
Jeffrey, you're not being kind. Remember my heart.
I'll try.
Oh, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you. Now, here's 25 cents.
For what?
Go over and pick up your laundry. I forgot to wait for it.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again next Wednesday at 9 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, and adventure in tonight's story of The Two Little Sisters.
When a 6-foot, 200-pound guy turns up with a knife in his back, maybe a short 100 pounds of cool green-eyed blonde did it. And maybe she didn't. Well, this time there were two blondes, sisters. They looked alike, but they were about as much alike as a sheepdog and a cobra. Goes to show you can't tell by the package. Their names were Zemansky, Mary and Dolly Zemansky. They worked for the Everybody's Happy Pastime Carnival shows. It was old E. Happy Pastime himself who was sitting in the Lion's office when I got there about noon.
Jeffrey, my boy, glad you've come in. I'd like you to meet our new client, proprietor of the Everybody's Happy Pastime Carnival shows. No doubt you've heard of them, Jeffrey?
Sure. How are you?
Laryngitis? Yeah, our friend here is troubled with laryngitis, Jeffrey. Purely psychological. A result of worry, profound worry. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Well, Jeffrey...
What do we do?
Now, Jeffrey, I'm glad you asked that question. To tell the truth, I envy you. Fine opportunity for you to get out of the city while I sit here sweltering in this heat. You, Jeffrey...
Get to the point.
Well, yes. Well, Jeffrey, the fact is our friend here leaves on the 2:00 plane for Phoenix, Arizona. Advance arrangements for the carnival.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Well, meantime, the star performer of Everybody's Happy Pastime Carnival shows, a girl named... Oh, now where's that piece of paper? I jotted it down. Oh, here we are. Dolly Zemansky, the Queen of the Blades.
Ice skater?
Knife thrower.
Oh, I get it.
She's a knife thrower with the show, Jeffrey. Best in her line, they say.
Well, what's the trouble?
That's just it. Someone's been threatening her, a man named Rand. It's upsetting her, Jeffrey. Beginning to show in her work. That's what worries our client here.
What's Rand got on her?
Well, I don't know, Jeffrey. Our client doesn't know. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, but we're retained to find out.
And get rid of him.
Exactly, get rid of him. Get rid of him, Jeffrey.
Like the Lion said, it was a chance to get out of the city. I drove Father Time back out to his carnival. He had to pick up his stuff and then make the 2:00 plane at International Airport. The carnival was set up on a couple of vacant lots out on Sepulveda. Big sign, Everybody's Happy Pastime Carnival shows. Tents, trailers, Ferris wheel, sawdust, the usual stuff. The old guy pointed out Dolly Zemansky's trailer, and I was on my own. I didn't get far. A guy in a 1922 tux, 3 days whiskers, and a turban like a second-hand bird's nest stopped me.
Oh, there, how do you do, sir?
The only legitimate thing about the Swami was his breath. That was 90 proof.
You are Regan.
What's that to you?
I am Swami Al-Kaji. Step this way, please, into my tent. I will consult the crystal. The crystal ball tells me many things.
Yeah? Like what?
Sit right here, Mr. Regan.
Thanks.
The crystal ball tells me, Mr. Regan, that you've been hired to help Dolly Zemansky. Tells me you have been hired by... by the owner of our little carnival.
How much of that did he tell you?
Yes, Mr. Regan, it was he who told me. I saw you arrive together.
What do you know about Rand?
Fred Rand, let me see. Yes, let me see. The crystal ball is cloudy. The sand of time runs through the glass, Mr. Regan.
Cut it out.
What do you mean?
You're a Swami like Truman's a Republican.
Yes, true. Yes. Well, have a drink, Mr. Regan. I see much more in this than in the crystal ball. Yes. Say when.
When?
Here you are.
Thanks.
I'm a four-finger man myself, Mr. Regan. Been my ruin.
You said you had information.
Yes, there are two sisters.
Zemansky?
Yes, Dolly and Mary.
Who's Mary?
The younger sister.
She new to the show?
A few months with us.
Her sister get her the job?
Yes, Dolly Zemansky's our star performer. Naturally, she has influence.
Okay. What about Rand?
I will consult the crystal ball.
Look, I don't get paid by the hour. What's Rand got on Dolly Zemansky?
I don't know.
No?
I see letters forming in the crystal.
Okay. Play it your way.
F, Z. I can't see any more now. Perhaps if you'd care
see you later.
Mr.
So long.
Regan, Mr. Regan.
Maybe the Swami had something to sell. But if I couldn't get it for free, I could go back and buy it later. It was only a little ways to Dolly Zemansky's trailer. Big, expensive job. Everything was wide open because of the heat, so I walked in. Nobody home. Ladies' clothes lying around, theatrical makeup, grease paint stick. Picture of some round-faced guy with a crew cut, signed, yours adoringly, no name. Knives and daggers around. And a frosty blonde with green eyes in the doorway watching me.
What are you doing in here?
Homework?
That's clever.
Who are you?
That's what I ought to ask you.
Oh, guess. You're Dolly Zemansky.
No, I'm her sister.
Mary Zemansky.
Yes.
I'm Jeff Regan, International Detective Bureau.
You're a detective?
That's it. You joined the carnival about 4 months ago.
5 months.
5 months. Been in show business before?
No, I was a boy back home, but
That him?
What?
Photo on the dressing table.
No. It's Mr. Pine.
Pine?
He's in love with my sister.
Pine. Pine, don't I?
Harold Pine. J.J. Pine's son.
Yeah?
You know, Pine warehouses. They're all over Los Angeles.
So your sister's gonna marry them.
Why, think so.
But maybe she isn't.
Mr. Regan,
Supposing you give me what you know, About 4 days ago, a guy turned up, Rand.
Yes.
Your sister scare easy?
Oh, no, Mr. Regan, that's just it. She's strong-minded. She left home when she was 15.
Go on.
Well, life can't have been easy for her, you know, show business.
Just tell it.
Well, she's independent, Mr. Regan. I've tried to tell her...
What about Rand?
Mr. Regan, I can't tell you.
Lady, I've got a job to do. What about Rand?
I don't know.
Your sister scared of him? She is or she isn't?
It's something else. She told me she didn't know him. She said he was trying to get fresh, but twice I shouldn't tell you this.
My fee says I help your sister.
All right. There's a little street 2 blocks up Sepulveda. Twice I walked by there, this morning and 2 days ago. There was a green sedan parked there both times, and Fred Rand and my sister were in it. They seemed to be arguing. Mr. Regan, that's all I know.
Okay. How do I find your sister?
She performs in the main tent, but she must be just about through. She might be over there.
Okay. See you. I started for the main tent, got about halfway up the midway when he passed me, going down the midway, and into the big shiny trailer. Broad-shouldered, 6-foot guy with red hair. And when he went into the Zemansky sisters' trailer, I knew he was Rand. I started for the trailer. I thought I heard voices quarreling. And then I knew something was wrong. That was Mary Zemansky screaming. I hadn't had my eye off the door of that trailer 60 seconds since I left. Nobody went in but Rand. Nobody came out. But I busted fast. I made the last 100 yards like Mel Patton on Dexedrine. But what I saw when I got inside that trailer stopped me cold. It was Mary Zemansky and Rand. But it wasn't like I figured. Mary was hanging onto the wall and staring down at the floor and sobbing. And on the floor was Rand, with a knife in his back. All right, give it to me. Give it to me fast.
No.
What happened? Come on.
No, I can't tell you. I can't.
Look, you've got 10 seconds before the whole carnival will be in here. What happened? Tell me what happened.
I won't talk.
All right, both of you stand back at the end of the trailer.
Who are you?
Sergeant Post, police. Hands above your heads. All right. Clear away now. Clear back, folks. You, Dolly Zemansky?
No, I'm her sister, Mary Zemansky.
Your turn, mister.
Maybe we can take our hands down?
You armed?
Yeah.
Where till I get it? Hip?
Shoulder.
Okay. Let him down.
Thanks.
Got a permit to carry this?
Sure.
Show it.
Regan, private detective, International Detective Bureau. Here's the file copy.
Look good, Regan. You kill this guy? Okay, Regan. Well, maybe you'll tell me who the guy was.
His name was Fred Rand.
That check, Regan?
What I heard.
Maybe you knew Rand, Regan.
Nope.
How'd you get in here so quick?
Heard screams.
Sure.
Oh, what's the use of all this? You both know what happened.
No, what did?
Mr. Rand came in here and he'd been bothering Dolly. Maybe he thought I was Dolly. We look a little bit alike. And he came in
And? Go on.
He struggled. And I killed him.
It hung together like the Jap Navy. She was sore at Rand because he'd been bothering her sister, so when the big 6-foot guy came into the trailer, she grabbed him and stabbed him in the back. Sure. It could have happened like that. But from the look that came on Sergeant Post's face, I could see he'd try to make it stick. He looked like a hungry kid at a bakery window. He was seeing lieutenant stripes. Well, half an hour later, Mary went off for the ride downtown in the paddy wagon. I figured it was a funny thing Dolly Zemansky hadn't showed up. I decided to look for her. She wasn't around. She'd finished her act a little bit before the ruckus started and looked like nobody had seen her since. Then I saw a tent with some stars and crescent moons painted on the front, and that reminded me of something. A phony Swami with information for sale. He was inside. All right, Swami, get busy on that crystal ball and dish up some answers.
Yes.
Like FZ.
Ah, yes, the letters FZ. The crystal is clearing.
Well, clear it. It's a murder rap now. FZ what? Rand.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Fred Rand.
Mrs. Fred Zemansky Rand.
Dolly Zemansky was his wife. Now you've said something. That gave me something to work on, but halfway to my car, I remembered something else. Something Mary Zemansky had said. A green sedan parked twice in the same place. Maybe it was parked there a third time. It figured the owner wouldn't be driving it away. He was taking a free ride as a guest of the county, to the morgue. It was there, green sedan, on the little street 2 blocks up Sepulveda. The door was unlocked. The registration on the steering post read, Fred Rand. Well, that figured. The address was on a street called Delancey in San Francisco. But maybe I wouldn't have to go that far. There was a card down on the floorboards. One of those commercial hotel cards. Globe Hotel, Main Street. I stuck it in my pocket. That was when a guy said,
I'm gonna kill you, Fred Rand.
I hit the car door with my shoulder. That knocked him back, but he came in again and tried for me. I blocked it.
Why, you...
That was when I got a good look at him. He was the guy in the picture in the Zemansky sisters' trailer. Yours adoringly, Harold Pine.
This is CBS, and you are listening to The Story of the Two Little Sisters, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
I'd like to have stuck around and had a little talk with Harold Pine. Maybe knew some answers. But one answer he didn't know was who killed Fred Rand. When he made that college try on me and called me Rand, it didn't take the FBI to figure he didn't even know Rand was dead. But it looked like Pine was going to be asleep a while, so I went downtown. The Globe Hotel. Last stop on the line for the canned heat crowd. Brass spittoons. Row of cracked leather chairs along the front. 2 or 3 old guys dying in them. Nobody at the desk, so I picked up number 306 from the register and went up. Door wasn't locked. Inside, you could see why. Nothing in the joint but a brass bed. Cardboard suitcase on a chair with a couple of neckties in it. Fred Rand had been traveling light. But there was something else in the suitcase stuck in the lining. Item torn out of the Weekly Variety, the show business sheet. It said a couple of knife throwers named Duncan and Dolly had checked out of Las Vegas for work at a spot called the Blue Dolphin Casino, Los Angeles. The date line was half torn off, but you could make out the 46 at the end. There was a phone on the wall, and I tried the Blue Dolphin Casino. There was nobody home. Too early for a night spot. So I decided to let the Lion work on that one.
International Detective Bureau, Anthony J. Lyon, President speaking.
Lion, I've got something for you.
Jeffrey, I'm glad you called. I've just talked to the proprietor of the Everybody's Happy Pastime Carnival shows from Phoenix.
So we're off the job.
Well, now, Jeffrey, what can we expect? We were retained to get rid of that fellow Rand, to relieve Miss Dolly Zemansky of any undue nervous stress that might endanger the box office value of her performance.
Go on.
Now, Jeffrey, it just seems that, the sister did the job for us.
Sure she did.
Jeffrey, I don't think I understand you.
You can understand this. This job we stick on.
Jeffrey, be reasonable. The matter's in the hands of the police.
They've got the wrong goose.
What's that?
I don't think she stabbed a 6-foot guy in the back. I think somebody pitched the strike out in through the window.
Dolly Zemansky?
Maybe. I think that's what her sister thinks. I think that's why she confessed.
Oh, I see what you're driving at now. We're defending the innocent again. We're not in business for money, are we, Regan? Why should we be with the world full of poor unfortunates waiting to be helped?
Cut it out.
Regan, from now on, if you want to work for charity, you work alone. You're fired.
That's the only good news I've had all day. I checked out of Rand's hotel the same way I went in. When I was crossing the street, I saw somebody coming up the other sidewalk. My high school geometry told me that if I walked fast enough, I could get opposite where my car was parked the same time she did. Okay, come on.
Go
Come on,
me.
sister. Get in the car.
Can't do this to me.
You're Dolly Zamansky, and I'm doing it. Get in there. And stay still. I don't like you, Dolly.
How do you know my name?
You look like your sister.
Mary?
Mary.
Who are you?
Never mind.
Well, where are you taking me?
A ride up Hill Street. There's a place to park above Temple. There's a nice view of the city jail.
Jail?
That's right, jail. All right, there. Like I said, there's a good view.
What's the pitch, Regan?
How'd you get that?
The Regan? It's on the steering post.
You got good eyes.
Thanks, honey.
I didn't say that way.
So you don't love me. What's the pitch?
See that building down there? The bars on the windows?
You said I had good eyes.
You know who's in it?
No.
It's the city jail. Do you know who's in it?
No!
It's your sister.
Mary?
Mary.
Why?
She says she killed a guy named Fred Rand.
Fred Rand?
Never heard of Fred Rand, eh? Then why were you going to the Globe Hotel? You never heard of that either. Talk, will you? Okay, I will. You get the Pine warehouses on the hook. It looks good, but there's just one thing wrong. Fred Rand. You're married to him. The guy turns up. Maybe he heard about Harold Pine. He blackmails you.
Okay, he blackmails me, so what?
So you want to get rid of him. You come back from your act this afternoon with the knives in your hands. You get near the trailer. The window's open. You see Rand inside arguing with his sister. That must have been an easy pitch for the star of the show. Your sister's locked up down there on a murder rap to cover you, and you got nothing to say. Okay. I got nothing on you. Not now. But you'll talk. Later. Now get out. I got business. That gave me nothing, so I went down to the jail to try to see Mary Zamansky again. It took me an hour to find out I wasn't going to get to her. But I did find out one thing. That cop had done his job well. Mary had signed a written confession to the murder of Rand. I got in my car and bucked traffic out to Ventura Boulevard. I hit a gas station and checked the address of the Blue Dolphin. It was in Encino. That meant it was near the carnival and I could pick it up later. Everybody's happy pastime was doing peak business by the time I got there. The Midway was lit up like a sailor on shore leave. But where I went, it was dark. Out in back of the Zamansky sisters' trailer, maybe I could pick up some proof that Dolly Zamansky pitched that knife that killed Rand. I tripped over a tent rope and bumped into something. Wait a minute, who are you?
I'm Porky.
Come on out in the light.
Yes, sir.
You're Pine.
Yes, sir, I'm Pine. Harold Pine. But they call me Porky. Porcupine. I reckon you could say it's a sort of a joke. Porcupine? It started when I was in college.
Yeah. My name's Regan, private detective.
Oh, I owe you an apology, Mr. Regan. At the car?
Skip it.
I thought you were Fred Rand.
Well, why were you gunning for him?
Fred Rand? Calls her Dolly.
Dolly Zamansky. You're gonna marry her, aren't you?
Well,
What's on your mind?
Well, now that there's been a murder...
Go on.
I think I better tell the truth.
That's a good idea.
You asked me if I was going to marry Dolly. Well, no, Mr. Regan.
Give me that again.
I am married to her. San Bernardino. Last Thursday.
You married Dolly Zamansky in San Bernardino last Thursday?
Yes, sir. My father, J.J. Pine, reckons, Mr. Regan, because of the family money...
Sure, Sure, you'd want to keep it quiet because of the old man. Figured he wouldn't want his boy married to a carny performer. You'd break it to him later, so you sneaked to San Bernardino and got tied.
Yes, sir.
You couldn't have married Dolly Zemansky. She was married to Fred Rand.
Not for 3 years.
Huh?
They was divorced, Mr. Regan.
You know that?
Well, Dolly had the decree. How else could we have got a marriage license?
Did you see the divorce decree?
Oh, yes, sir.
When was it granted?
1946.
Month, you remember?
Yes, October.
Day?
Well, Mr. Regan, I don't see
what day?
October 14th, 1946.
October 14th, 1946. Okay.
Well, Mr. Regan, I don't understand.
Rand showed up again, huh?
Yes, sir.
So you decided to kill him?
He was molesting Dolly.
Sure.
Well, maybe I'd just beat him up.
You're a kid, Pine.
Maybe I am.
You're keeping bad company.
I don't think so.
Who do you think knifed Fred Rand?
I don't rightly know.
What were you looking for in back of that trailer?
Nothing. I didn't think of anything.
You know Dolly's sister, Mary?
I do.
You think she killed Fred Rand?
No.
Then who did?
I don't know.
Okay, Pine. You didn't anyway.
Well, maybe I was just pretending I didn't know he was dead when I fought with you at his car.
No, Porky. You're not that smart.
Mr. Regan, I reckon that's so.
Next stop was the Blue Dolphin Casino. The manager wasn't there, so I waited around. Must have been almost midnight before he showed.
My bartender tells me you're looking for me.
If you're the manager, I am.
You bought it. In here.
You book acts?
Used to.
You ever hear of Duncan and Dolly, knife throwers?
Did they ever play us?
1946. Maybe, October?
I could look it up.
Okay.
Over here. Files, over here.
Plenty of cheesecake on the wall.
Oh, those pictures? Acts that have played us.
Yeah?
Yeah, autographed photos. The Mandy boy, Mandy is me, we're just scared to love. Dimples Davis. Dimples. You see what I mean?
Yeah. See what you mean.
October 1946?
Could be.
No. Hey, wait a second. Last week of September. 26th through the 29th. Last week of September 1946, Duncan and Dolly...
Let me see that, will you?
Yeah, okay.
Dolly Zemansky and Harry Duncan, King and Queen of the Blades. Split week booking, September 26th to 29th, 1946.
I'm thinking King and Queen of the Blades. Wait a second. Behind this locker. Yeah, photos all over the place. I'm just remembering. We keep the leg out where you can see it, but this stuff, you see... Yeah, like I'm remembering. The Mandys, sincerely, King and Queen of the Blades, Duncan and Dolly.
Let me see that picture.
Yeah. You recognize me?
Yeah, both of them. Dolly and Duncan.
Yeah? What'd it get you?
It gets me my answer. I made it fast back to the carnival. The midway was closed, but I could see a light on in one of the tents. I could hear voices.
What do you mean? You don't put it over on me with that no good two-bit. You're a shice. Oh, that's no good.
But when I walked in, the light went off.
Duncan. The light. Back on.
That told me where they were. I started. Slow. I waited.
Duncan, don't. Put that knife down. Dunk, when's enough? Rain was enough!
All right, Duncan, I'm coming. The knife went past, took some air that belonged to me, and stuck in the tent pole. He shoved the table at me, and I shoved it back. He made a try for the tent door, and that was when I got him. Turn the lights on, Dolly. Harry Duncan, the phony swami.
It's a rat.
You should talk.
He okay?
He'll come out of it.
He killed Rand, thought I'd take the fall.
You let your sister take the fall and kept your trap shut because you were scared of what he knew.
Knew what?
Blue Dolphin Casino, end of September 1946.
How do you know that?
When you were supposed to be in Nevada divorcing Rand. You got to stay there 6 weeks, baby. You can't even leave for 1 day. Figure it out. You're perjured in the Nevada courts. Your divorce is no good. When you married Harold Pine, you weren't divorced from Rand.
Oh, you're a wise guy, Regan.
You don't get Pine. I'll take care of that. Your marriage to him is good. Like a $3 bill.
Thanks. Maybe I can do something for you sometime.
So the Swami killed Rand. That's what I figured wrong. If Mary didn't stick Rand, it had to be a toss job. Somebody had to toss that knife through the trailer window. Somebody professional. I figured you. Till I saw that photo of Duncan and Dolly. Why'd he do it?
Because he hated Rand.
He loved you.
How'd you figure that?
Guys fall in love with dames like you. I don't know why.
We were a duo. Duncan and Dolly. We were going to get married, but I ditched him for Rand.
That figures.
Rand looked good a while. Dunk went on the bottle when I married Rand. Pretty soon he got too shaky for a knife act.
Ended up like this. The phony Swami.
He said Rand had beat his time with me. He said he'd kill Rand if he got the chance. Didn't think he had the nerve.
He's coming out of it. Get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to talk to Dunk. So long, Regan.
Get out of here! That wrapped it up for me. The police took it from there, and after a few hours at headquarters, I headed back to my apartment. But if I figured it was that easy to get rid of the lion, I was in for a new set of figures. The lion was there, waiting, hat in hand.
Jeffrey, my boy, you've come back at last. I heard all about it. I've been waiting for you, Jeffrey.
Sure. Candle in the window.
Jeffrey, will you ever forgive me? Will you forget the unkind words I've uttered, the meaningless, petty things I've said? Oh, I rue the day I mistrusted you, Jeffrey, my boy. It was madness.
Come off it, fatso.
But, Jeffrey, I mean it. You were right all along. Mary didn't kill that man. Mary was an innocent girl caught in the tangled web of suspicion. But you, Jeffrey, you defended her in her most trying moments. A noble thing, Jeffrey.
But I'm fired.
Fired? Oh, nonsense, my boy, nonsense. Haven't I apologized? It's just that I feel so sad about that poor child Mary and that Pine fellow without the bride he had taken to his heart. What will they ever do, Jeffrey?
Save your sympathy, Lion. They'll get along.
What? What do you mean by that?
Well, when I last saw them, they were sobbing it out on each other's shoulders.
You mean it, Jeffrey? They've discovered each other? How charming, how positively charming. And with all those millions he has, too. Millions of dollars.
Stop drooling, fatso. There's nothing in it for you.
No, Jeffrey, I suppose not. But I can dream, can't I?
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again next Wednesday at 9 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The 500 Santa Clauses from Mexico.
Like my boss, the Lion, said, it got you into the Christmas spirit early, all those Santa Clauses. But what it got Judd Brown into was the morgue. Judd Brown was the 6-foot-tall part-time Santa Claus from Jensen's department store. What got him into the morgue was one of those 6-inch-tall Santa Clauses from Mexico. Well, the thing teed off for me when I walked into the Lion's office. He was looking at somebody's picture. From the way he was leering, I could tell it wasn't Gorgeous George.
Oh, hello, Jeffrey. You're just in time to meet our new client, Lorna Lee Lovely.
Yeah?
Yes, here in this picture.
Lorna Lee Lovely. See what you mean.
Yes. She gave me to understand that wasn't a real name. Professional name, of course. She's a dancer.
I figured.
So naturally, she needs a professional name. Something suitable. And I must say her name is suitable, Jeffrey. Lovely. Lovely. Liquid eyes, rosy cheeks. Beautiful. Hey, that reminds me, Jeffrey, she works at the Rose Ballroom. She's a taxi dancer. She wants you to get right over there. It's something about finding her husband.
With those looks, she can't find her husband?
Yes, that's what I thought, too. But you see, it happens that he's dead.
He lets that stop him?
Well, she thinks he's dead anyhow. It's something about collecting the insurance, proof of death, that sort of thing.
I get it.
An opportunity to help out a poor girl in distress, Jeffrey. Get her the insurance money before the holiday. Christmas is less than 4 weeks away, you know.
Okay, Fatso. You check the insurance companies. And give me that photo. Maybe Christmas is going to come early this year. Lorna Lee Lovely was what you wanted to wake up and find under your Christmas tree, all right. Only not too close to the branches. It'd be a fire hazard. I drove across town and parked a couple of blocks away from the Rose Ballroom, walked back and went in. I shoved through a covey of seagulls waiting around to get themselves danced with. That was when a wave of taboo came busting through.
Rumba, mister?
You Lorna Lee Lovely?
That's right.
Tickets go on my expense account.
Then you're Regan.
You picked it.
Rumba, Regan.
You hired me.
You don't look like the kind, Regan.
Kind?
To rumba so good, dream boy.
Huh? How do they look?
The kind? You know.
Yeah.
So with you, I get it both ways, dream boy.
You dance all right.
Thanks. Maybe I get a night off sometime.
Maybe.
You talk brief. I like that.
You gave the lion a retainer.
That wind tunnel with a cigar in the middle?
That's the lion.
He said he'd send you over.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
What do I do, lady, for the $50?
I'm looking for a husband.
For $50?
There's 100 more in it if you find him dead.
Dead?
Dead. Dance, Regan?
I used my ticket.
It's on the house.
No, thanks. I'll see you around.
Oh, wait a minute, Regan. I'm not hiring a gun. He's dead already.
Well, then we can talk.
Over here. Manager's office.
Won't he object?
He's not here. He hates the joint. This way. Better. Now we can have privacy.
That's what I thought. How do you know your husband's dead?
He's married to me, Regan, and he hasn't been home for 7 weeks. He's dead.
See what you mean.
And he was insured for $10,000.
So, I prove he's dead, you collect the insurance.
They don't all dance like you, Regan. 10,000 clams, I kiss off the Rose Ballroom for the rest of my life.
Your husband's name?
Judd Brown.
Brown?
My real name's Lorna Brown.
Description?
He's 6 feet tall, dark hair. Scar on the right hand, he got fishing. Got a hook in his hand. He's nuts about sports, baseball, football.
If I find a corpse in the stand at the Rose Bowl game, I'll let you know. What else?
Nothing that'll help. Oh, yes, one thing. At Christmas, he sometimes works as a department store Santa Claus.
That's nice work.
When you can get it.
Where does he get it?
Around. Where they want him.
I'll check. One question, Mrs. Brown.
Yeah?
What if I turn your husband up alive?
Tail him, Regan. Find out where he lives and what he does. And phone me. Anytime, day or night. Live at the Sunrise Motel, Glendale Boulevard. Don't lose him, Regan.
From the way the green ice lit up in her eyes when she said that, it figured her husband wasn't so dead. It also figured he wouldn't be easy to find. I turned her back over to the Dime Struggle crowd and headed for my car. There was an alley led down behind some Chinese chop suey joints. It was a shortcut. My mistake was I turned into it because a guy turned right after me. I ducked around a corner. I waited. Pretty soon his steps came up. Then a shadow. And that was when I grabbed him.
Oh, what?
What do you think you're tailing?
Let go of me. Let go of
Can I
me.
get some answers?
No. Don't kill me. Let go.
Who's going to kill you? Hold it.
No.
Well, you're just a kid.
I wasn't doing anything.
You were tailing me.
Well, yes, I wasn't.
Why?
But,
Why?
Because I saw you with that girl.
Girl?
The taxi dancer in the Rose Ballroom. I watched you through the glass doors. I didn't dare go in.
Wait a minute. Let me see your right hand.
Why?
Let me see it.
What do you want with me?
Fishhook scar.
What?
6 feet tall, dark hair. You're Judd Brown.
Yes, what have I done?
Well, your wife says you're dead.
Wife?
Lorna Lee Brown, alias Lorna Lee Lovely.
I'm not married to her. I never saw her till this week.
Yeah, and you hate sports.
I haven't time for them. I'm studying to be a chiropodist.
Sure.
At Joshua Addison College of Pedal Care and Cure in Eagle Rock. I haven't time for anything but people's feet. And right now, being Santa Claus.
Give me that again.
Being Santa Claus. The department store Santa Claus at Jensen's downtown store.
Well, that checks anyway.
Checks? Oh, look, I don't understand this. You aren't one of them, are you?
I'm Regan, international detective girl.
A detective? Oh, then maybe you can help me. I think they meant to kill me.
They?
Yes.
You better give it to me from the top.
Well, last Friday I went to work at Jensen's. Weekends.
As Santa Claus?
I needed the extra money.
Go on.
I worked Friday and Saturday, and then Sunday I studied at the college library on the tibiotarsal articulation in digitigrade animals.
Get to Monday.
Well, Monday, that was the first time I saw her following me.
Lorna Lee Lovely?
Yes. And that same night when I was leaving the Metatarsal Foundation, somebody grabbed me in the dark.
Who?
I don't know, but I fought and I got loose. At first I thought it might just be a holdup.
Something changed your mind?
Yes. Tuesday somebody tried to break into my room at the boarding house, so I moved out Wednesday.
And hid out?
Yes, Mr. Regan. I moved into the New Canton Hotel, and I didn't come out till tonight.
Yeah, but you knew exactly where to find Lorna Lee Lovely.
Well, yes, I saw her picture in the Rose Ballroom advertisement in the Examiner. I thought that if I hung around and she didn't see me, I might find out why she was following. Mr. Regan, behind you, look out!
I turned too late and got one alongside of the head. I thought I was seeing light from the naked bulb at the end of the alley, but the light began to spread like an orange bruise. Then a fist the size of a pillow drifted up. I couldn't see anything else. I rested my chin on the pillow. I shouldn't have done that. When I opened my eyes, I was looking up at some writing on a plaster wall. It was upside down. When I got to my feet, the writing still looked upside down. That was because it was Chinese. I was in the same alley behind the chop suey joint, only Judd Brown wasn't around anymore. He was the guy who sapped me. I knew what answer I'd get when I went back to Rose Ballroom. Lorna Lee Lovely wasn't around either. She'd had a sick headache half an hour ago. Sure she had. I decided to waste a nickel on a phone call to the Sunrise Motel where she said she'd lived. That was when I got surprised. She wasn't in, but she did live there. That made it worth the drive out.
Help you, mister?
You work here?
Manner of speaking, I do. My place, I own it.
I'm looking for Lorna Lee Lovely.
Left.
Over that way?
Gone, I mean.
Yeah? How long?
You ain't lucky. Maybe 3 minutes. Checked out.
Left no address?
Left no address.
She alone?
You ask questions, mister.
I like answers.
Maybe you're a cop.
Private style. Yeah. Here's my identity.
Huh? Never seen a private detective except in the movies. Well, what can I do you for?
Let's have a look where Lorna Lee Lovely lived.
Oh, that cottage over there. This way. Mind the grass there. Don't grow good out here in California. No rain. Never no rain. Just smog. Gets in your eyes. All that. Smog commissioners.
Yeah. Look,
time.
Anybody ever come over to see you, Thorne?
Oh, one guy. Walrus. Me and the old lady called him. Big guy. Black eyes. Walrus mustache. Dark skin. Maybe Mexican.
You know his right name?
Felipe, she called him.
Felipe, huh?
Yeah. Here's where she lived.
Kind of left in a hurry, didn't you?
Oh, the old lady ain't gonna like it. This is a mess.
All these paper cartons around?
Oh, them. Them's what them Santa Clauses come packed in.
Santa Clauses?
Christmas sidelines. She sold them to department stores. Walrus would bring them. The guy she called Flippy. Yeah. Hey, here's one of them right here, down in these papers.
A busted Santa Claus. Somehow when I say it, I don't like the way it sounds. All of a sudden, I was awful anxious to visit Toyland at Jensen's department store. I did. It was Friday night, so they were open. But Judd Brown, part-time Santa Claus, hadn't showed up. But there were some other Santa Clauses there that sent me looking for a white carnation. Hey.
Yes, sir?
You the floor walker?
Yes, sir. May I assist you, sir?
What about these things?
Oh, yes, the little pottery Santa Clauses. You'd like one, sir, to brighten hearth and home for the coming Yule season?
Maybe. I saw one of them a little while ago. You know where they came from?
Why, yes, Mexico, La Paz in Lower California.
You got any broken ones?
Well, now, it's a very queer thing that you should ask that.
Why?
Because somebody else came here and asked exactly the same question.
Don't tell me. Tall, good looker, green eyes. About 30.
Why, yes. How could you know that?
It figures. Name? Lorna Lee Lovely.
Well, I don't know about that. The Santa Clauses are imported by the La Paz Importing Company, small importers. We took 500 on consignment. She merely said she was a representative of the La Paz Company.
Sure.
Just a moment, sir. I don't know that I should discuss this with you.
Oh. Here's my identification. What was the connection between Judd Brown and these Santa Clauses from Mexico?
The broken Santa Claus.
Go on.
Well, last Friday, a week ago today, Brown noticed that one of these little Santa Claus sets was damaged. Naturally, Jensen's does not sell damaged goods.
So you gave it to Judd Brown?
As a matter of fact, I did. Going through the proper channels, of course. He said he wanted to give it to his nephew for Christmas.
You gave the broken Santa Claus to Brown?
Yes.
Then Lorna Lee Lovely shows up.
On Monday.
And asks about the broken Santa Claus. You tell her you give it to Judd Brown.
Yes, that's what I did.
Yeah, it's an inside bet that the next question she asked was, how do I find Judd Brown?
Exactly. I didn't tell her. So she went to the personnel department after she left me and asked questions about Mr. Brown. Now, Brown has disappeared. Jensen's Toyland is without a Santa Claus. If there's anything you can do to help
I'll see what I can dig up. But dig up was too true. I got down to the street in front of Jensen's store, and the late editions of the papers had hit the stands. They had a big story, front page, colorful. A broken Santa Claus had been found on the railroad tracks near Union Station. Only this Santa Claus was real. Or used to be. You guessed it, Judd Brown. Well, I checked in at the International Detective Bureau office to fill my boss, the Lion, in on some angles. Like, for instance, a female of the blowtorch species named of Lorna Lee Lovely wants to find Judd Brown. So she makes up a phony story about him being her husband and hires me to do the trace job. But Brown finds me. Then some muscle finds us. He tags me out, and when I wake up, Brown's gone. The muscle's gone, and when I check the Rose Ballroom, Lorna Lee Lovely's gone. I took care of my $50 retainer. But the Lion doesn't like to lose a client in the middle of a case.
And you say Miss Lorna Lee Lovely checked out of the Sunrise Motel just before you got there?
Well, so Thorne said. He's the owner of the joint.
Oh, pity, Jeffrey. Our client.
Our client gave us a sour pitch.
So it would seem. I checked the insurance companies as you suggested, Jeffrey. No Judd Brown insured with any of them.
He could use some insurance now.
So I've just been reading in the paper. Dead on the railroad tracks. The poor boy got the damaged pottery Santa Claus at the department store. Then, quite obviously, Lorna Lee Lovely and that man Felipe set out to hunt him down. But why, Jeffrey?
Maybe there's something in the Santa Claus.
You know that?
It figures.
Yes, I see. Smuggling, you mean, over the Mexican border?
Could be.
Of course. The man Felipe, a smuggler, perhaps. Marijuana, Jeffrey, in the Santa Claus.
Who knows? That's one of the things I'm going to find out. It figured that tracing the broken Santa Claus that got Judd Brown killed would give me my answers. So I decided to start at the beginning. I went to the New Canton Hotel where Brown had been hiding out. A Chinese kid with glasses the size of portholes was sitting behind the hotel desk.
You want something?
Judd Brown live here?
Why you want him?
Want to see him.
He not here. Who are you? Your name, please.
Never mind reaching in the drawer.
Oh, what?
You won't be needing that gun.
Why you want Judd Brown? He murdered.
Check. What do you know about it? Sure, like I figured myself. Anything else?
I know nothing. He come, he go, he dead.
Maybe I could take a look at his room.
Oh, no. Police say no.
They've been here already?
Oh, his room all sealed up by police. They take everything, police station.
Everything?
Oh, yes. Clean up whole room.
Thanks. But that didn't turn out to be any good either. The Santa Claus wasn't in the stuff the cops picked up in Judd Brown's room. I phoned the Chinese desk clerk at the New Canton Hotel, descriptions of Lorna Lee Lovely and Felipe. Figured they might have beat the cops to the hotel and grabbed the Santa. But he'd been on duty since 6 p.m., and you had to pass him to get upstairs. And he'd never seen or heard of either one of them. That made the score at the end of the quarter 0-0. But when I dropped by the office, half an hour later, the Lion's blood pressure had hit the gong and won the Cupid doll. And it looked like one side or the other was lining up to score a touchdown.
Jeffrey, here you are. I've been trying to locate you everywhere.
You lonesome?
Jeffrey, don't joke. Be serious. Something has happened.
Like what?
She's telephoned, Jeffrey. She's telephoned here.
You mean Lovely phone?
10 minutes ago.
Well, what did she say? Where was she?
She wants to see you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I didn't know what to do. Ought I to notify the police? Or since she's our client,
Okay, so what did you do?
Well, I did... Well, Jeffrey, I did nothing.
It figures.
It was only 10 minutes ago.
Sure. Oh, where was she?
Lonely Lovely?
Where was she?
Oh, yes, Echo Park, Jeffrey, on Glendale Boulevard, the little lake where the boats are. She said she'd be on the boat platform. She said if I could find you... Jeffrey, where are you going?
Echo Park Lake.
Need both hands to paddle, dream boy?
Maybe I do.
Maybe you don't. Dream boy, you do everything so good. Thanks, Regan.
Why are we here, baby?
On the lake? Talk, nobody can see us.
Like the law?
Sure, that's right. You want to talk business?
Got another dead husband you want a tail job on?
So I lied to you.
You killed Judd Brown?
Felipe. Tailed him and you to the alley past the Rose Ballroom. Got scared maybe Brown could identify him. So?
Yeah.
Dream boy.
Yeah.
Who's got the Santa Claus?
That turns out to be the 6 feet under question.
Maybe you got it,
So that's why you want to talk business. I'm the next Judd Brown.
Oh, not you, dreamer. That'd be a waste. Now, you're too good to go. I was thinking partners. I got a lot.
Yeah. What have I got?
Regan, you got the Santa Claus.
Sorry, baby, not my line of work.
Change your line. You like big dough?
You seen a guy who doesn't?
Okay, bring me the Santa Claus.
Sorry, baby.
Sorry, Regan. It could have been nice.
Put that gun back in your purse.
Where's the Santa Claus, Regan? I want it real bad.
Sure. Those pearls would look good around your neck.
Did you get that?
That there were pearls in the Santa Claus? You just told me.
You're a wise guy, Regan.
Thanks. So there are pearls in the Santa Claus. The Lion figured it was marijuana, but it was just one Santa Claus you were after, sister. But there wouldn't be enough marijuana and one to be worth the trouble. What comes from La Paz that's worth a lot of dough? Pearls, baby. I figured pearls.
Now, do you want to go partners? There were 12 Santa Clauses that had pearls in that shipment of 500. A match string worth $60,000, Regan. The broken Santa Clauses had the pearls. They weren't ever supposed to get into the store, but one got away.
And Judd Brown got it.
And now you've got it.
Maybe not.
Who else? Think fast, Regan. I'm not scared to shoot. Nobody'd hear the shot. Backfire from the traffic. That's what they'd think.
Sure they would.
I shove you over the side of the canoe. It's dark. Nobody sees there.
We're going back to the dock.
Oh, shoot, Regan. If you won't get me, I'm in too deep. I'll shoot.
That wouldn't get you your Santa Claus even if I had it.
I'll shoot, Regan.
Okay, shoot.
Regan, you stinking rat.
Okay, give me that gun.
No, you...
Give me the...
Oh, the gun, the canoe's getting... Oh, Regan! Regan, help! Help me! I'm drowning, Regan! I'm drowning!
What's the matter, baby?
Help me! I'm drowning!
In 4 feet of water? Put your feet on the bottom. You're not in as deep as you think you are.
You loud!
But you're in deep enough. Felipe's accomplice in the murder of Judd Brown. Come on, baby, you're going to jail to dry off. So I dropped Lonely Lovely off at the nearest precinct station and went to my place and changed my clothes. I still had 2 things to turn up, Felipe and the toy Santa Claus with the pearls in its belly. It figured this way. If one thing can't have happened, but nothing else could have happened, then the thing that can't have happened must have happened. See what I mean? So I went to where the missing Santa Claus had to be. Hey, wake up.
Yeah, Ma. No,
Shouldn't
Ma.
sleep on the job, Pilgrim.
Oh, you're detective. You come back.
They work you long hours, don't they?
Oh, yes, long hours.
You've been on duty here at the desk since 6 p.m.
Oh, yes, true.
Nobody can go up to the rooms without walking past you.
No, cannot do it.
Like I figured. Okay, where's the Santa Claus?
Oh, no Santa Claus, don't have it.
You got it. You took it out of Judd Brown's room before the cops got here.
Yeah, but broken. Santa Claus all broken, nothing.
Yes, you saw Brown's picture in the paper and read he'd been murdered. So you went up to his room for a look around, but you saw the Santa Claus, figured Brown wouldn't be wanting it.
Santa Claus are broken. Nothing. I want for only small sister. You arrest me?
Nobody's going to arrest you, because you're right. It is broken. When you say it's nothing, nope, that doesn't figure. The Chinese desk clerk got me the Santa Claus he'd borrowed out of Judd Brown's room. The pearls were in it. They were nice. Sleek, fat, pure pearl white. Well, Lorna Lee Lovely was in the lockup, so that left just Felipe. I didn't know where Felipe was, but that didn't worry me. I told the Chinese desk clerk that if anybody came around asking questions, it was okay to say I had the Santa Claus. Then I bought a book and some sandwiches and beer and spent a nice, quiet weekend at home. I hadn't been out of my apartment when the Lion showed up Monday night.
Regan! I know you're in there, Regan. Open this door.
Okay.
Jeffrey, this is insufferable. Why haven't you come to the office? What have you been doing? Why haven't you answered your telephone?
Run along, Fatso. I want to be alone.
Jeffrey, our agency is working on a murder case. Felipe, callous, cold-hearted killer of that boy Judd Brown. And you, Jeffrey, what are you doing?
Staying home and catching up on my reading.
Then it's true. You've quit. Abandoned ship, betrayed the flag.
And eaten 11 liverwurst sandwiches in 3 days. Now beat it, will you? I'm expecting company.
Company? Jeffrey, what happened to the lights? They've gone out.
There's a fuse box down the hall. Looks like the company I've been expecting's come.
Jeffrey, it's not that Felipe.
Could be, Lion.
Then you found him.
Didn't have to. Figured if I had the Santa Claus, he'd find me.
So that's why you stayed home. Clever, very clever.
Hold it, Lion.
Who's that?
Stay still, Lion.
Who's there?
Look out, Jeffrey!
I got him! There was a blacker shape in the blackness of the room. He shot twice at where he thought I was, but he was wild in the dark, and I closed on him. The gun went off again when I got his arm. Again. And then I had him around the shoulders, and we went down. This is for that staff you gave me in the alley, Buster. And this was one's on the house.
Jeffrey, that's enough.
Yeah. Hey, Lion, there's a flashlight on the table in front of the window. Get it, will you?
Certainly, Jeffrey.
And you.
Don't hit me again. Don't hit me again, Regan.
Now, let's take a look at this Felipe, Jeffrey. Aha!
Not Felipe, Lion. Thorne of the Sunrise Motel.
Have it last, Jeffrey?
No, thanks.
You know, ever since I've had this mountain spring water dispenser put into the office, I've been feeling better and better. Oh, splendid for the health. Or perhaps I feel good because of the way we solved the Santa Claus case.
The way we solved it? Thanks, Fatso.
So that Sunrise Motel man Thorne was Lorna Lee Lovely's partner and the murderer of Judd Brown after all.
That's right. Felipe was just a name he made up. And then she followed his lead.
The non-existent suspect. The police, the gentlemen of the press, searching 3 days for an inhabitant of the kingdom of Macomacum.
Give me that again.
In the kingdom of Macomacum.
What does it mean?
I don't know, Jeffrey. I don't know. I believe I heard the expression somewhere.
Wind tunnel with a cigar in the middle.
Yeah, what's that mean?
I don't know, Fatso. Just an expression I heard somewhere.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for Jeff Regan, Investigator. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of Some Enchanted Car Hop.
It was just an ordinary drive-in hamburger joint on Vermont off Sunset, but they called it Hamburger Heaven. And just to carry out the idea, they'd hired 6 angels to wait on cars. 3 blondes, a redhead, and 2 brunettes. I was lucky. I drew the redhead. Only she didn't serve up what I ordered. All she brought me was trouble. The whole thing started when there were only 8 more shopping days until Christmas. I fought my way through the necktie and socks set, and by the time I reached the office, I was ready to start celebrating New Year's. But my boss, the Lion, had other ideas. When I walked in, all 280 pounds of him was up on an office stool. He was tacking a dried-up sprig of mistletoe over the door.
Jeffrey, my boy, come in. The festive season is at hand.
How's that again?
I said the festive season is at hand. I'm filled overflowing with the Yuletide spirit.
Yeah? Well, you better take those nails out of your teeth before you spring a leak.
Oh, yes. Yeah, guess you're right, my boy. I got carried away.
Yeah, sure. You and Tiny Tim. We're, expecting women clients?
Women clients? Oh, you mean the mistletoe? Well, Jeffrey, you never can tell when a sweet young thing might accidentally happen in.
Stop drooling, Fatso. You dropped out of a mistletoe set 50 pounds ago.
Well, maybe so, but I still believe in Santa Claus. Now, where was I?
You were up on the stool with berries in your hair.
No, I mean about the new client. What have I told you so far?
That the festive season is at hand?
Huh? Oh, then I haven't told you about our new client. His name is Ward Hamilton, Jeffrey. He was in just a few minutes ago. Fine figure of a man. Well-dressed, distinguished, prosperous.
That explains the Christmas spirit. How much?
Jeffrey, the Christmas spirit cannot be measured in terms of money. This is the time of goodwill toward men of unselfish devotion.
Sure. How much unselfish devotion did he buy?
$50 worth. It's something about his niece or daughter or some friend or something.
What about them?
Well, it seems this girl's been receiving packages, flowers, candy, that sort of thing.
Well, what's so mysterious about that? Doesn't she know it's Christmas?
Well, for some reason or other, Ward Hamilton says she's worried about them. He'll tell you all about it when you see him. The address is on the desk. It's out on Iredell Road in North Hollywood.
So I find the Santa Claus that's been sending the packages.
Say, that's right. This case does fit right in with the season, doesn't it?
Sure. And Merry Christmas to you, too, Fatso. That started it. I hopped in my sleigh and headed my reindeer out over Cahuenga Pass. Iredell Road was twin rows of California bungalows with Christmas decorations strung out in front. All except one house. It was the address Lion had given me. Redwood front on the usual cream-colored stucco. White ranch-type fence, swimming pool in the backyard. No Christmas anywhere. Behind the fence, a big Dalmatian wagged his tail and grinned at me in a nice, friendly sort of way. Only he was growling when he did it. I circled wide and made the porch, but I didn't get as far as the doorbell.
What do you want?
Well, Mr. Hamilton? I'm Regan, International.
Regan? Oh, yes, the detective. Come in, Mr. Regan, come in.
He was big and gray-haired, the man of distinction. But what he had in his hand wasn't a glass. It was a whip. Black, 10 feet long, with lead weights at the tip.
In here. I appreciate your coming right out, Mr. Regan. I like to get prompt action.
Is that what you used that for?
Well, oh, the whip. No, just a hobby of mine. I practice hitting toy ducks floating at the swimming pool.
Oh, nice way to get use out of your pool during the winter season.
Well, yes. Never mind that. Sit down, Mr. Regan. I want to tell you about Mary.
That's the niece.
Niece? No relation. I'm a close friend of her family's. Her parents died several years ago. There was no one else, so I've tried to take over the reins and help the girl along. It hasn't been easy.
She isn't broken to harness.
It's a nice metaphor, but it doesn't fit. Not at all. Mary Winter is a strange girl. Very strange.
She's the shy, retiring type.
Ah, I see. The detective training. You're thinking ahead, assuming that she's not attractive to men. Nothing could be further from the truth. She's a lovely girl. Very lovely. Auburn hair, green eyes, fine, firm, youthful figure. Desirable is the word, Mr. Regan. Desirable. You understand what I mean?
You make it pretty clear. So, that brings us to the anonymous packages.
For almost 6 weeks, someone has been sending Mary gifts, almost every day. Flowers, candy, novelties, that sort of thing. No name, no indication where they come from.
Mary has no idea either?
No. But she's reacted to them badly. They're making her nervous, upset. There's something I can't afford to have happen.
Come again?
Mr. Regan, I can observe that there's little use in trying to keep anything back from you. My interest in the package matter is because of money.
Now the story begins to make sense.
Mary is strange. Perhaps I should have said peculiar. Her aversion to men is almost, well, I've been sending her to a Mr. Farthing, a human relations counselor.
A psychologist?
Something like that.
And it costs money?
Yes, it costs money. The more delay in cure, the more it costs. Frankly, Mr. Regan, I'm tired of the obligation.
She work?
Yes. She works at one of those drive-in stands. Car hop.
Something wrong with that?
The place is called Hamburger Heaven, Mr. Regan.
And you want me to find the guy who sends the packages so he'll marry her, or so you can get rid of him?
It works the same either way. You'll take the job, Mr. Regan?
Sure. I'll find your guy. Maybe he'll look good under your Christmas tree. Ward Hamilton gave me the girl's address in Hollywood. It was a tired stucco 4-flat just off Kingsley, the home of Mary Winter, the girl who hated men. And then it was too easy. Standing out front near the curb was a little man in a trench coat. He carried an umbrella over his arm, and he paced up and down, watching the apartment. That was too good a bet to pass up. You going somewhere?
I beg your pardon?
Someone you know lives in there?
Why, that's none of your business, sir.
The name of the friend wouldn't be Mary Winter.
Get out of my way.
That's what I thought. Hold it.
Let go of my arm. Let go, I say.
Why are you watching Mary Winter's apartment?
I warned you. Let go. Let go.
Answer me.
Very well. I'll answer you.
The umbrella in his hand came down on my wrist, and he broke for the corner. By the time I turned, he was out of sight. On the ground, broken, was the little man's umbrella. I picked it up. Real break. Name engraved on the handle. In nice big gold letters, it said, Smith. I headed for Mary Winter's apartment. I knocked, and nothing happened. Knocked again. The radio in the room told me somebody was in and liked their music loud. I tried the door, and it worked. I stuck my head in to look around. A redhead came in from another room, in slacks and halter. She saw me. She dived for the closet and came out wearing a coat. Then she snapped off the radio.
Get out of here!
Look, I tried knocking, but...
Get out before I call the police!
The name's Regan. Ward Hamilton sent me.
You're lying. You're trying to trick me.
Phone him. He'll tell you.
What do you want?
About the presents you've been getting. Tell me.
I'm not sure. I can't trust you.
Well, look, for the last time, I'm supposed to find out who's sending them. Either you help or you don't. Now, take your choice.
All right. I'll listen. But don't you come a step closer.
I sat down. One corner of the room. Redhead, other corner. She was tall, graceful, beautiful. Everything a guy could want. Except for the look in her eyes. Scared, hunted. I waited for her to start it.
They began several weeks ago. The presents. I don't know who is sending them or why, but
Any card? Identification?
No, nothing.
You sure?
You think I'd accept gifts from a stranger?
Take it easy. Nobody said that. What did Farthing tell you?
Farthing?
This human relations counselor you go to.
Oh, you know about that?
Yeah, I know about that. What did he say?
That I shouldn't worry. That I should find out.
Is that all?
Oh, you don't understand. You're like all of them. Get out of here.
One question. Do you know a little guy about 30 carries an umbrella, wears a trench coat, shy?
No.
Are you sure? Think. A little guy.
No, I don't know him. I've never met him in my life. Now, get out!
I left the redhead sobbing softly to herself. Maybe a lot of flowers and candy would be kind of nice to a lot of people during Christmas, but not to Mary Winter. She was mixed up, inside and out. I headed back to my car, and then I was mixed up. It had looked easy until I got to my car. That's when I got complications. A big complication. Fat, 40, with a gun.
Get in, Shamus.
Now what?
Your choice, Shamus.
Like what?
The Winter Dame,
Your property?
Not my type.
Belong to the boss?
Question, Shamus.
Beat it, will you?
I'm not through with you.
Okay, get through.
Stay away from Mary Winter or you get trouble. Real bad trouble. Any questions now, Shamus?
Yeah. Who pays you?
You shouldn't have asked that question.
It looked like it was going to be a real holiday season. Brotherly love all over the place. The next stop was a man named Mr. Farthing. Only the sign on the door said John J. Farthing, Human Relations Counselor. It was a plush layout. Waiting room the size of a box top. Rich, solid, lined with deep green leather chairs, brass studs. On the wall, Van Gogh, Gauguin, that kind of stuff. The receptionist was out, and I took a crack at the thick mahogany door.
Yes, come in, please. What may I do for you, sir?
The name's Regan, international detective.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Regan. Now, is something troubling you?
Girl named Winter, Mary Winter.
Go on, Mr. Regan.
She's a patient of yours?
Why do you ask?
A couple of questions about her.
I see.
Since you know her background, I thought you could fill me in on a few things. I said since...
I heard you, Mr. Regan.
Well?
Perhaps, sir, you're aware of the nature of my work. Since I assume you're an intelligent man, I don't believe it's necessary to be much more explicit than that.
Try it for size.
Very well. Cigarette, Mr. Regan?
Thanks.
There is in existence a code of ethics. Some practitioners call it the Hippocratic Oath. I'm not a doctor, as you know, yet I, too, Mr. Regan, have a moral code.
I'm listening.
Nothing in my code, either morally, ethically, or in any other way, allows me to discuss the affairs of my patients. Is that clear?
Yeah. That's clear.
I'm sorry I can't assist you in whatever it is you're trying to do, Mr. Regan. I'd like to help, but as you see, my hands are tied.
That makes two of us. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Mr. Farthing, gray suit, ivory cigarette holder, and gold cufflinks, stood up and shook hands solemnly. I left. He'd given me nothing. And there was only one thing wrong with that. Mr. Farthing was right. I decided to check in with my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
International Detective Agency, Anthony.
Save it for the customers, Fatso.
Jeffrey, where have you been?
Look, I just started this business 2 hours ago. What's eating you?
Just this. I have here in my office with me a young man. He has an interesting story, Jeffrey. It seems he's been sending gifts to one Mary Winter.
What?
That's correct, Regan, the man you're supposed to be looking for. Well, don't just stand there. Get over here at once. This young man can't wait all day for lazy detectives. And besides, he needs help.
He needs help.
Yeah, that's right, Jeffrey. The man you were supposed to find. His life's in danger.
This is CBS, and you're listening to Jeff Regan, investigator, in tonight's adventure, Some Enchanted Car Hop.
It started when a guy named Ward Hamilton hired the Lion and me to find out who was sending packages to a car hop named Mary Winter. I met a little guy with an umbrella and a big guy with a gun, and a human relations counselor who called himself Mr. Farthing. Then I phoned my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, and found the mysterious Santa Claus who'd been sending the girl gifts had walked right into our office. When I got there, I found the Lion sitting with his fingertips touching as he talked to the man across the desk from him. Like I guessed, it was the same guy I'd seen outside Mary Winter's apartment. The little guy, 30, trench coat, and nervous.
Jeffrey, come in. I want you to meet our new client, Mr. Smith. Mr. Ernest Smith. He's in trouble.
Well, if he isn't, he should be.
Jeffrey, what on earth do you mean?
I found your Mr. Smith outside the girl's apartment. He wasn't looking for frost on those windows.
No, Mr. Regan. That's...
What Mr. Smith is trying to say, Jeffrey, is that that's not true. Mr. Smith is in real trouble.
You sell it to him?
Jeffrey, how can you say such a thing? Mr. Smith feels his life is in danger, hence he has retained us to act in his behalf.
That's true, Mr. Regan. I'll admit I sent the gifts to Miss Winter. I didn't realize, I didn't know...
Get to the point.
Well, now I'm afraid. Since I saw you this afternoon, someone's following me.
Fat guy, big coat.
Yes. I came here for help. Someone doesn't like my sending the gifts.
Well, that's real bright. Well, you can start with Mary Winter.
She doesn't like them, Mr. Regan?
Then there's a guy named Hamilton.
She's married?
Call him the Guardian, family friend.
Oh.
Finish your story.
I like Miss Winter. I wanted to do something for her.
So you've been sending her anonymous presents for almost 6 weeks. Isn't that carrying the Christmas spirit too far?
Well, I like her. That's not abnormal, is it, Mr. Regan?
Yeah, of course not, Mr. Smith.
You keep out of this, Fatso.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, our client...
We got another client, named Hamilton, remember? Besides, you haven't met the girl.
Neither have I.
What?
I've never met Mary Winter. Is that abnormal, Mr. Regan? Oh, dear. Dear, perhaps I'm sicker than Mr. Farthing told me.
Say that again.
Mr. Farthing, my human relations counselor, he takes care of me.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this is going to add up. You've never met Mary Winter?
No.
No, but you've seen her. You've seen her in the waiting room of Farthing's office.
Why, Mr. Regan, how on earth did you guess? That's exactly it. She was reading a copy of Reader's Digest, and I was reading an old National Geographic. It was a fall
Never
day.
mind. Well, Lion, I think that wraps that up.
Jeffrey, what do you mean?
Mary Winter is afraid of unknown guy sending packages. Unknown guy turns out to be Smith. Take Smith to Mary, show her he's harmless. Collect our fee.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, what about Mr. Smith? What about the man who's following him?
Maybe you just imagined it. Come on, Smith. We're going to visit a redhead. The Lion didn't believe Smith imagined it any more than I did. But he only sputtered, and I loaded Smith into the car and headed out to Mary Winter's apartment. It looked simple. Then, like a glass of mild eggnog. What I didn't know was that somebody had slipped me a zombie. It was turning dark when we pulled up in front of the place. Smith stayed at my heels like a sheepdog. I knocked. This time she opened the door.
Oh, Mr. Regan, what are you doing here?
Brought your Christmas present. Only this one's harmless.
Oh, no.
Take
no.
it easy, sweetheart. Just a guy named Smith. You might even like him.
No, please go away. Please go away.
Smith and I walked on in, and Mary backed into a chair in the far corner of the room. She and Smith looked at each other and didn't say anything, so I waited for the sparks to die out of her eyes. But they didn't. There was something else on her mind.
This is the man who sent the packages.
You guessed it. Smith, Mary Winter. Mary Winter, Smith.
Get him out of here.
Huh?
I said get him out of here before he kills me.
Oh, no.
Sit down. Now, just a minute, lady. He won't hurt anybody. Just take it easy, will you? Just take quiet.
That's what you're saying.
Oh, no,
Now, listen, sweetheart. Wait a minute. It's Christmas. You've heard of that, I think, haven't you? People send presents to each other because it makes them feel good. Now, Smith sent you presents for the same reason.
He's going to kill me. You're like he is, trying to trap me.
Oh, that does it.
All right. Look at this.
What, a card?
It came in a box of flowers. It was delivered here to my apartment tonight.
Each man kills the thing he loves.
Well, Regan, try and explain that. Try and
Shut up. Did you send this, Smith?
No, Mr. Regan. I didn't send it. I sent flowers and candy and nice things.
Mr. Regan, at the window!
I left them with their mouths open and ran for the hall, and then outside. The girl may have had an overworked imagination, but her mind didn't knock over that garbage can. It was dark and peaceful and still outside. Me and a half moon and nobody else. And then I saw him, thick-set, crouched, moving away from the window. I dove after him. We went down together as his hand came out of his pocket. A heavy gray .45 got itself in my direction, and I grabbed at the wrist behind him. The gun fell into the rose bush, but he got to his feet.
I warned you once, Shamus. Stay away from that girl. Who said so? Never mind. I'll get off the case now, before it's too late. It'll only mean... Oh!
Were you going to say trouble? The big guy was 200 pounds of unconscious as I bent over him. A heavy camel hair coat was wrapped around him. The same guy I'd seen before. I unbuttoned the coat figuring some identification might help, only when it came open, I didn't need any more. He was wearing a tailored starched jacket. It wasn't the kind you see every day. It was white. That gave me the lead I needed, and I headed fast for my car. 10 minutes later, I stopped at a drugstore on my way out to the valley. I phoned the Lion and told him to check on Farthing. Then I headed the car out Cahuenga. The pass was crowded with home-from-work traffic. It took me 25 minutes to make Iredell Road and the home of Ward Hamilton. This time the Dalmatian was out for the night. But Ward Hamilton wasn't. He opened the door.
Well, Mr. Regan, come in. You work late.
Our time clock's out of order.
Oh, perhaps you'd like one for Christmas.
No, thanks. Wouldn't fit in my sock.
Well, Mr. Regan, I take it by this visit that you have good news for me.
Call it that.
You know who's been sending the girl those gifts?
A guy named Smith.
How's that again?
Smith, Ernest Smith. His birth certificate says.
I'm afraid I've never heard of him, Mr. Regan.
He saw Mary in the waiting room of Farthing's office. Never met her. Shy little guy.
Well, now isn't that something? Well, I must say, Mr. Regan, you did a remarkably fast job.
There's something else you ought to know, Hamilton. Chances are Farthing's a phony.
Mr. Farthing?
Looks like.
Why, it seems absurd.
Just thought I'd let you know. Want me to go on with the case?
What do you mean, Mr. Regan?
I found your guy, Smith. That's what you hired me for. And when I get to Farthing, he'll sing like a prima donna.
Sing?
Talk.
Well, then keep going.
Okay, Hamilton. It's your money.
It's your life, Mr. Regan. Be careful.
I made a fast phone call to the Lion on my way back into town, and that tied it up. Farthing was working late when I got there, only when he looked up and saw me, he wasn't happy.
What do you want?
Conversation, a lot of it.
Mr. Regan, I must ask why you've come to my office at this hour.
I told you, for conversation.
Then I may regard this whole thing as a sort of joke?
Maybe. Only the laughs you'll get wouldn't get by even on television.
I demand an explanation of your attitude.
Fair enough. Start with your name. Not Farthing, it's Farnham, Howard Farnham. You want more?
Where did you get that?
I had a phone conversation with my boss. He's got ways of getting things. Like your record. 5 arrest bunco, 1 arrest forgery, 1 arrest fraud.
No conviction.
You were lucky. Maybe you won't be this time.
You haven't got anything on me, Regan?
How about blackmail?
Not a chance.
Maybe not yet. Only you were getting set for a job. I believe the guy's name was Hamilton.
You can't prove it.
Well, it was your mug. The big guy in the white jacket. He meant business. Does he do your legwork?
Listen, Regan, you can't pin blackmail on me. Sure, maybe I had ideas, but I don't claim I'm a doctor. I don't hand out any pills. Just advice, Regan. That's all. Just advice.
That's too bad. You know, there are a lot of people that take phonies like you seriously, Farnham. A lot of people that could use advice. Real advice.
Mine's real. They say, should I marry him? And I say yes or no, depending...
On how much there is in it for you.
What do you want from me, Regan?
Who paid you to put the B on Mary Winter?
Never mind, Farthing. You won't have to answer that.
Come on in, Hamilton. I've been waiting for you.
You're bragging, Mr. Regan.
It made sense if I could get you to join Farthing and me. You might have something to say. You're showing up. Check my story.
What story?
Like this. Man named Hamilton's supposed to look out for a young redhead named Mary Winter. Only Hamilton takes one look at this number and suddenly he's not fatherly anymore. He decides to move in for himself.
It's absurd.
Is it? You convinced the girl she couldn't trust any man in the world but you. Should have been the other way around. You're the one she couldn't trust. Isn't that right, Farthing?
Leave me out of this, Regan. I run a legitimate business.
Leave you out? Well, that wouldn't be fair. You were the guy Hamilton came to with money. He paid you to tell Mary Winter who's the man for her. Am I right, Farthing?
You're lying, Regan.
No, I'm not. Everything worked fine until along came a nice, shy little guy with an umbrella, Mr. Smith. Met Mary in Farthing's waiting room, starting sending her presents. You know, that must have really stopped you, Hamilton, trying to figure out who was cutting in on your Romeo act.
Regan, I've had enough out of you. I thought you were getting nosy.
You hired me to find the guy, and I did. End of story. Except if anybody should happen to tell Mary Winter what kind of a guy you really are, Hamilton, you might suddenly find yourself out of a lifetime career.
You'll never tell her, Regan. I'll see to that.
Forget one item. For a last touch, you send Mary a threatening note. Really put the pressure on. You're washed up, Hamilton.
This revolver says I'm not, Mr. Regan. Farthing, come over here, out of the way. We're going to take care of Mr. Regan.
Self-defense, not a chance with Farthing's record. Am I right, Farnham?
Do as I say, Farthing.
Go ahead, Farnham, go ahead. Murder will look good on your list.
I won't play ball, Hamilton. I told the girl what you wanted, but I'm not in this. It's your fight.
I can make it yours.
Don't try it.
I am as good with this gun, gentlemen, as I am with a whip.
Farnham, watch out. Farnham ducked as I hit Hamilton's wrist. The bullet buried itself in the desktop and the gun hit the floor. I got the gun as Hamilton moved in fast. Only what he got for his trouble was the barrel across his head. Farnham crawled up to his chair, sat down, puffing. I let him catch his breath. When I waved the gun in his direction, he didn't mind phoning the police. The heavy guy in the white jacket showed up bright and early for work the next morning, and the cop greeted him with a pair of handcuffs. He got off with assault and battery, and Farnham, alias Farthing, made the blotter for a light charge. Hamilton wasn't that lucky. His read assault with intent to kill. It was noon when I got to the Lyons office. He was admiring the Christmas tree stuck in the corner. And from the sounds that came out of his mouth, it looked like his holiday fever was becoming serious.
Noel. Born is a king of... hello, Jeffrey.
They're looking for a replacement for Vaughn Monroe?
Jeffrey, how unkind. It's the season for songs. Sunday is Christmas, my boy.
And today is payday.
So it is. Well, perhaps I could manage a small token, a sign of my gratitude.
Thanks.
Yeah, by the way, what about Mary Winter, the car hop? How is the girl, Jeffrey?
Oh, I left her with Smith last night when I went after Farthing's mug.
Jeffrey, you didn't. Alone together? And that girl hating all men, and that boy shy, backwards? Jeffrey, how could you? How cruel.
It's too late now, Lion. Maybe we'll read about it in the afternoon paper.
Double murder.
Double hamburger.
What did you say?
I drove by Mary's drive-in this morning. There was a car parked there.
Jeffrey, you mean...
Little guy behind the wheel, trench coat, umbrella. He looked an awful lot like our boy Smith.
And then you talked to them?
For a minute.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Tell me, Jeffrey, tell me. What did Mary say?
She said, with or without onions. Merry Christmas, Lion.
Merry Christmas, Jeffrey.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced by Sterling Tracy, directed by Gordon T. Hughes, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for Jeff Regan, Investigator. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Man on the Hook.
What the newspapers said, George McDonald was the way to get L.A.'s racket boss, Eddie Slogan. Only George McDonald was around. He'd been hiding out all week. The cops wanted him, grand jury wanted him to testify. The Eddie Slogan mob wanted him. Eddie Slogan was what the grand jury wanted him to testify against. So I had to be the one that found him. That made me a popular guy. like a clay pigeon at a skeet shooter's convention. The thing got rolling at a bowling alley on Vine Street. My lucky day, looked like. I bowled a strike. I went back to the bench to mark the strike on my score pad. Only something was written on the score pad. In lipstick. Regan, coffee shop counter. Hurry. And pinned to the score pad with a bobby pin was a $100 bill.
What'll it be, mister? Coffee?
Yeah, that's okay. No cream.
Mind if I sit on this stool, Regan?
No. No, sit down.
Thanks. Mine's Joe, too, Sonny.
2 coffees, all the cream in one.
You call coffee Joe. You must have been in the Navy.
Shore duty. Regan, open your hand under the counter. I'm going to put 4 $100 bills in your hand.
With the one pin to the score pad, that makes 500. For which I do what?
Find George McDonald.
Listen, lady, half the cops in town are looking for McDonald. Not to mention Eddie Slogan.
I'm Eddie Slogan's wife.
Lady, I'm not a finger man.
It's not that. I don't want McDonald for Eddie.
What do you want him for?
For me, Regan, I love the guy.
Sure you do.
That's straight. I love him.
Get another shamus, sister.
Don't be so special,
I'll see you around.
Who?
Regan, 500
Regan?
bucks.
I'll see.
Yeah. That is an argument.
Yeah.
Hey, mister, your name Regan?
Yeah.
Phone for you.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Regan, we can't talk here. Your car's parked out back in the alley.
Hey, you know a lot.
I've got eyes.
Baby blue.
We'll get around to that.
Yeah. Okay, see you in my car in 5 minutes.
Thanks, Regan. Thanks.
Hey, mister, you gonna answer the phone or do I hang it up?
I got it.
Hey, this is a place of business.
Sure. Yeah?
Oh, hello, Jeffrey. Your landlady said you mentioned something about bowling this afternoon, my boy. I'm glad I've located you.
So you've located me.
Yes. Well, Jeffrey, a splendid client has come our way.
Wants to pay us $500.
Why, yes, Jeffrey, that's right. Offers to pay our International Detective Bureau $500...
To find a missing person, Lan.
Yes, Jeffrey. Yes, that's right.
Guy named George McDonald.
Jeffrey, you astound me.
A client has baby blue eyes.
Well, now, I can't say that I noticed, Jeffrey.
And good legs. Nice, slim, good legs, Lan.
Jeffrey, what are you talking about?
You didn't notice the legs? Fatso, you're getting old.
Mr. Halligan had his trousers on, Jeffrey. How could I see his legs?
Give me that again.
Give you what again? I don't think I understand you, Jeffrey.
You mean a guy came to the office to hire us to trace George McDonald?
Well, certainly, Jeffrey. Mr. Happy Halligan, the used car king.
And gave you $500?
Yeah, that's right. You ought to go see him right away. He's at his used car lot on Beverly Boulevard. He wants you to hurry, Jeffrey.
My boss, Anthony J. Lyon, didn't have anything more on Happy Halligan, so I hung up the phone and went out back to the alley where my car was parked. Now we had 2 clients and $1,000 in the kitty. All I had to do was find George McDonald, the guy every cop in L.A. and the Eddie Slogan mob had been looking for a week. It'd be easy. Mrs. Eddie Slogan was waiting for me in my car, all right. But those big, blue, innocent baby eyes were out of place. Like a couple of lambs in a den of tigers.
Cigarette?
Not my brand.
Mind if I do?
Lighters on the dashboard.
Thanks.
So you want me to find George McDonald, Mrs. Slogan?
My name's Naomi.
Yeah.
I want you to find it.
As you like.
I've got it.
Maybe you know a guy named Happy Halligan.
I know him, Regan. Sure.
What's Halligan's angle?
George McDonald's a used car salesman for Halligan. You must have read that in the papers.
Go on.
Halligan got in touch with your office today. He wants you to find George.
First names now.
I told you I was in love with a guy.
Why does Halligan want McDonald?
Halligan's got ideas too big for his 2 pence.
Halligan in the rackets?
Mm-hmm. Dime style.
And he wants to put on weight.
That's it.
So he'd like to get his hands on McDonald and put the squeeze on your husband.
You're real quick, Regan.
Whose side are you on?
My side. I heard Halligan was hiring you to look for George.
You heard?
So Eddie heard. Eddie's got the kind of door around town that's got fast ears.
I believe it.
Well, Regan, if you do find George McDonald, I want him first.
Here's your 500. So long.
What's the matter? People scared?
Listen, sister, I've got your number.
Have you? Well, dial me, Regan. Just to make sure.
Yeah. Why not?
Well, Regan.
That's your busy signal?
You mean George?
You said you loved him.
Regan, I'm not a one-party line. Come and see me. Got a place of my own in Beverly Hills.
Why do you want McDonald?
Because when they get him, Regan, whoever gets him, maybe he'll talk.
You mean he might talk about you and him?
Eddie wouldn't like that.
That adds. That's why you gotta get to McDonald first.
Regan, I'll see you later.
Hey, hold it. Hey! She slammed the door and started to run. There was a back entrance to the bowling alley, and she ducked in and disappeared. Then I looked up into my rear vision mirror, and I saw why Mrs. Eddie Slogan had run. A black sedan had pulled into the alley. 5 guys in it. Hat brims down. I gunned out of the alley and turned left on Vine. The black sedan turned after me. There was plenty of traffic on Vine, but I felt conspicuous, like a giraffe in a flea circus. Below Melrose, I dodged into a side street to try to duck the black sedan. I shouldn't have done that. The black sedan crowded me over to the curb. And then a guy with a couple of cold, sawed-off gray eyes got out and opened my car door.
Leave town. Eddie Slogan says.
Cost him something for my time.
Sure. Here. You want something extra for expenses, come around. Anytime. We'll be open.
No use giving him his change with those 4 other hoods in their car. But what did I care? $1,000 could buy a lot of bandages. I drove on to Happy Halligan's used car lot on Beverly Boulevard. Only after a couple of blocks, the black sedan picked up my trail again. I slowed down in front of Happy Halligan's. The black sedan slowed down behind me. Then I got an idea. I drove right on into the lot. You happy, Halligan?
Sure, I'm happy.
Okay.
No use you getting out of that piece of junk. No trade-in value.
I'm Regan, International Detective Bureau.
Lion's Eye, huh?
That's it.
I gave your boss $1,000, says you find George McDonald for me.
Yeah. 500's a big fee.
He was a good used car salesman.
Sure he was.
Yeah, they used to come in here. Customers. Beg us to sell them a car. Price, no consideration. What do? We slug them, we insult them, we give them a hot foot, and they apologize for putting us to so much trouble. Them was the war years. Now...
What about McDonald?
Even now, he could sell an Essex hot rod to whistle his mother.
What about McDonald?
Yeah, you're right, Regan. Ain't why I want him. He cleaned out my till, $4,700.
That why you want him?
That's why I want him.
Eddie Slogan's wife said different.
Eddie Slogan. Seem to have read that name in the papers.
Okay, Halligan. What can you give me on McDonald?
Tall, gray temples, 43, athletic. Heard he was a southpaw pitcher in the minors once. Oh, yeah. Served time for larceny.
Anything else?
Car over there's the one he beat it in.
English model?
Demonstrator. We sell them to the picture people.
Yeah, McDonald must have ditched the car.
Cops picked it up to San Bernardino.
Okay. By the way, there a back way off your lot, Halligan?
Yeah, sure.
Well, how about letting me drive something in good condition? We went to the back of the lot, and Halligan gave me the keys to a job with white sidewalls. I drove out the rear exit. I crossed Beverly Boulevard a couple of blocks up, and the black sedan was still out in front of Halligan's. I headed for the press room downtown at police headquarters. I was looking for a little reporter named of Gabby, who's usually got answers to what goes on around town, and parts with him. The cash.
Oh, hi, Regan.
Hello, Jack. Gabby around?
Yeah, over there.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Hey, Gabby.
Huh? Oh, hi, Ray. Hi. What's it?
Information.
Huh? Cash or credit?
Here's 20.
Hey, thanks, Ray. Thanks. What do you need?
I want to know about George McDonald.
Huh?
What you guys are writing in the papers is plenty of nothing.
Well, cops won't let us print what we know. They're afraid we'll tip Slogan. Not that he don't know more than we know.
What do we know?
Slogan's mob got a place up past San Bernardino.
Where McDonald's car was found?
Yeah. Place is up in the canyon. Well, Slogan and his little playmates took a business competitor up there about a week ago. You know, Ray.
They took him up, but they didn't bring him back.
The business competitor made the mistake of getting very depressed all of a sudden and shooting himself. Only it turns out there was a witness.
McDonald.
How
did the cops get that?
Well, there's only one road up to the canyon. Gas station guy at the junction saw McDonald.
That all of it?
All I know, Rig.
McDonald in the rackets?
In and out. Worked for Slogan, but that busted off about 5 or 6 months ago.
What about a guy named Halligan?
Happy? He's in the rackets.
So I drove back out to Happy Halligan's. I like to have my clients tell me the truth. It helps me get my work done. But Halligan wasn't around. Neither were the 5 Slogan triggermen in the black sedan, so I took my own car, picked up the evening papers to see what they had on the hunt for McDonald. They didn't have much, but what they did have was peculiar. The cops had released the fact that some stuff was stolen from the Slogan mob up in the canyon. But what was stolen didn't make sense. Phone number pad, gold cigar holder, table cigarette lighter. About 9 o'clock at night, I pulled into a gas station in the hills up past San Bernardino.
How many, sir?
Fill her up. Only, wait a second.
Yes, sir?
I'm looking for George McDonald.
Yes, sir.
You saw him, huh? About a week ago?
Well,
There's $10 in it for you.
Yeah, I did see him.
How'd you know it was McDonald?
I described him to the police after they found the dead man up in the canyon.
And you identified the car. The English right-hand drive job McDonald was driving? You'd remember that.
Yeah, he drove right in here, into the station, in a right-hand drive car. He was very nervous, and I guess maybe I acted funny because he pulled a gun on me. Leaned out and stuck it up against me. But I had OSS training in the war.
And you pivoted and grabbed his wrist. Did you get the gun?
Yeah. Police said that was positive identification. They traced the serial number to McDonald.
But he got away.
He'd left his motor running.
Okay, I owe you $10. Fill up the tank and we'll see what the total comes to. I couldn't go up the canyon to the Slogan mob place. Cops had the canyon blockaded. They had a road check halfway down back to San Bernardino, too. Highway patrolman stopped me and flashed his light around the car. Then he went back a couple of cars, pulled up a little ways behind me. Everybody looking for George McDonald. I stuck a cigarette in my mouth and reached for the dashboard lighter, but all I got was the hole. I was out of matches, so I bent down and fell around the floor. That was when the car door jerked open, and a guy shoved in on the front seat beside me.
All right, drive. This is a gun in your guts. Drive like the devil.
You're giving the orders, McDonald. I had $1,000 worth of George McDonald in my car. $500 if I delivered him to Happy Halligan, the used car king that was trying to get fat in the rackets. And $500 if I delivered him to Naomi, Mrs. Eddie Slogan. Only Eddie Slogan, big boss of the L.A. rackets, was looking for Mac. And every cop in L.A. was looking for Mac. And that thing Mac's left hand kept shoving into my side had some eager bullets in it. We exchanged some polite conversation around Azusa, but we didn't get any place till we were pulling into L.A.
Hey, slow down, will you? That's a cop car we just passed. You want us to get stopped?
You got the gun, Mac. That makes you the captain.
Okay, pull over. Listen, Regan, one yap out of you and you'll get it, see?
Sure, Mac. Maybe the cops won't know who you are.
They went past. They're after somebody else.
All right if I drive now, Captain?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Only take it easy.
Sure. Where we bound for, Mac?
I don't know.
They got nice rooms at the Biltmore.
Cut it out, Regan.
Listen, McDonald, if the Slogan guys get to you, you'll get it like a rat in a gutter.
Shut up!
And the funny part is, you weren't the guy that was up there in the canyon and witnessed the killing.
How do you know that?
We'll get to how I know it. Listen, Mac, I'll give you a break. I'll hide you out.
Well, Regan, if you're trying to pull anything, I'll...
Yeah? Got a better offer?
Well, why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
He's coming.
You sure I'll be okay here?
Better than my place. Slogan mob's on the knee.
Well, Jeffrey.
Hi, Lion.
A late evening holiday week call. Come in, welcome.
Sure, thanks.
Hey, sit down, both of you. I was just sitting smoking a Christmas Corona and meditating on the peace and bounty of the holiday season.
Lion, like to have you meet George McDonald.
Yeah, how do you do? As I was saying, I was meditating on the peace and... Oh, Jeffrey,
Matt's going to stay here at your house with you for a couple of days, Lion.
Jeffrey, you can't. You couldn't. You wouldn't.
Yet he's Slogan mob and the cops are after him. He's got to hide out.
Jeffrey, putting a thing like this on a sick old man.
There's $1,000 in it for international detective.
$1,000? Yes, so there is. Hey, but why can't we turn him over to our clients? No offense to you, Mr. McDonald, but this is business.
There's another way. McDonald wasn't the guy who witnessed the Slogan mob killing. I find the guy who did witness it.
But I thought McDonald was the witness.
Well, he wasn't. He's left-handed.
What, Jeffrey?
McDonald's left-handed. Happy Halligan said something about that. Said Mac used to be a southpaw pitcher once. And when Mac held me up in my car tonight, he kept the gun in his left hand.
That may all be very well,
but the fellow the gas station guy identified as the witness to the Slogan rub-out was right-handed.
How do you know that?
He drove into the gas station in the demonstrator car McDonald had been using. An English right-hand drive car. And he stuck his right hand with a gun in it out the car window. And the gas station guy grabbed his wrist and got the gun. It was McDonald's car and McDonald's gun. But it wasn't McDonald.
Yeah. Let's see. Steering wheel on the right side, right-hand window, right hand out the window. Yes, that's right.
Where were you that night, McDonald?
I don't remember.
Look, you better give me all the help you can.
Well, I was pulling a job. Burglary. I got sent up for it once, and I laid off.
Skip that part. You didn't take the right-hand drive car on the job. Is that right?
I did the job with another guy. We used his car. I left the demonstrator in front of my place.
And then when you got home, the right-hand car was gone.
The next morning, a guy I know that's with Slogan gave me the tip Slogan had just put out the word to get me, so I lammed.
Your boss Halligan have duplicate keys for his demonstrators, McDonald?
Sure.
Well, how did your gun get into it? Maybe you'd left it in the car.
I saw the serial number in the papers. It was an old one I lost 6-8 months ago.
Or maybe it was stolen from you. That might fit.
What do you mean, Jeffrey?
McDonald, your ex-boss, Slogan, he the kind to leave important stuff around? Maybe written on a phone pad?
I never worked for Eddie Slogan.
I got a friend Gabby knows what goes on around town, says different.
Okay, but I busted with Eddie 5 months ago.
Over Naomi?
How did you...
Mrs. Eddie Slogan? She told me she was in love with you.
Not for 6 months. She stuck with him.
Well, I'll see you, fellas.
Jeffrey, you can't leave me here.
Take good care of him, Lion. And don't let the cops or Eddie Slogan shoot up the place.
Jeffrey!
I left the two happy pals side by side in front of the Lion's molting Christmas tree. Maybe when I told the gas station kid up at the junction of the Canyon Road, the guy in McDonald's car with McDonald's gun wasn't McDonald, he'd come up with something that'd lead me to the guy who was. But it was too late to go up there till morning, so I went to my place on Taft to get some sleep.
Give him something extra for expenses, Eddie Slogan says. He don't leave town like he's told.
It was one of Santa Slogan's little helpers. The one with the gray eyes. He'd been waiting, and he came at me, only this time he didn't have his 4 hits with him, so I didn't have to miss. I landed one before Gray Eyes got started, but when he got started, he was hard to stop. He had something white and fisted up and hard in the ends of his sleeves that kept exploding in my face like it had been imported from Oak Ridge. And then I kicked him in the stomach. He landed in the middle of the coffee table. Only when he came up, he had a hunk of the coffee table in his hand.
All right, Regan.
When I opened my eyes, Gray Eyes was gone. But somebody was coming toward me out of the kitchen. Or was I dreaming?
Regan, you all right? I can't stay and help you. I can't breathe.
The next morning, I went into the kitchen to make myself orange juice and coffee. I had a head. Couldn't find the juice squeezer, so I got in my car and started for the gas station up past San Bernardino. I could get breakfast along the road. I picked up the morning papers at a corner, and then I pulled over in the next block and stopped. There was a headline. The gas station guy had been murdered 3 hours ago. And all the papers reported something queer. The guy's military comb and brush set, his wristwatch, and his toothbrush had been stolen by whoever it was that killed him. When I got back to my place on Taft, the phone was ringing. Yeah?
Jeffrey, I'm glad to get you. What a night I've spent.
You spend a message unit to tell me that?
But Jeffrey, there was someone lurking around the house.
Eddie Slogan, social worker, maybe.
I think so, Jeffrey. And George McDonald must have thought so.
Yeah?
Because, Jeffrey, he became so nervous and worried that suddenly he slipped out of the house and left.
Left?
Yeah, half an hour ago.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
I did, Jeffrey. I just did.
Yeah, you did. Well, Fatso, I got business. So long. I hung up the phone, stopped long enough to put on the new gold tie clip the Lion gave me for Christmas, and drove to Beverly Boulevard. I did some arithmetic on the way. Phone pad, plus cigar holder, plus cigarette lighter stolen from the scene of the Slogan mob killing, plus wristwatch, toothbrush, brush and comb set stolen when the gas station guy was murdered. I stuck a cigarette in my mouth, absent-mindedly reached down for my dashboard lighter. What I got was a hole. I added another item. Dashboard cigarette lighter stolen from Jeff Regan. A couple of blocks ahead on Beverly Boulevard was the Happy Halligan used car lot, where I'd left my car the day before to ditch the black sedan full of Slogan mobsters. I mentally added one more item to my list and drove past Happy Halligan's car lot and out on to Beverly Hills.
Regan, come in.
Thanks.
I, mix you a drink?
No, thanks.
Regan, last night...
You walked out on me after your husband's helper sapped me.
Well, I came to see you. I wanted to talk.
Then the mug showed up and you had to hide.
I hid in the kitchen.
Yeah, but after he left, you beat it in case somebody came back.
Well, I had to if Eddie...
You want to talk now?
Sure. Sure.
Oh. Guess that gives you about the complete collection, lady.
What?
Toothbrush, phone pad, cigar holder, wristwatch, McDonald's gun.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My dashboard cigarette lighter when you were in my car out behind the bowling alley yesterday. My orange juice squeezer from my kitchen last night.
I didn't steal anything.
Well, what's my new gold Christmas tie clasp doing in your hand right now?
Regan, you stinking louse!
Baby, maybe a racket boss's wife can afford to be a kleptomaniac. But she shouldn't mix it with murder. That wrapped it up. Naomi was the same as signed her name to the gas station guy's murder once you figured out the key. I called the cops and they picked her up. It was a big morning for them. They'd already picked up George McDonald in North Hollywood. I dropped by the Lyons house to see if he'd survived. He'd had 10 pounds scared off him, but there was plenty of them left.
And all
all those silly, useless odds and ends stolen by that woman, Mrs. Slogan, because she was a kleptomaniac. Imagine.
Yeah, imagine.
But Jeffrey, even with the fact that she had McDonald's car and gun, how could the gas station fellow have mistaken Mrs. Slogan for McDonald when she was a woman?
He didn't.
He didn't?
The Slogans used to go up the canyon often. The gas station was at the road junction. The attendant was a young, good-looking guy.
Oh, you mean she...
Naomi stole McDonald's car to go up to see that gas station guy. She talked him into helping her frame McDonald. She probably never intended that the kid lived long enough to give the frame away.
Well, a very sweet girl, Jeffrey. No, but the case is over now. Oh, yeah, have a cigar, Christmas Corona.
Oh, thanks.
Light?
Thanks.
Seems to be out of fluid.
Well, I've got my lighter.
Oh, fine.
Right here in my... I had it when...
It's not in your pocket, Jeffrey?
Yeah, but I had it this morning when I left to go to see Naomi. Oh.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced by Sterling Tracy, directed by Gordon T. Hughes, and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of 1,000 Violins, almost.
It began with a lovesick violinist whose mash notes all sounded off key. Then I met a long-haired violin maker and his daughter, a girl with ambitions to play the harp. Only the prize guy was the one with the gun. He fixed it, so I ended up playing second fiddle to a corpse. It was the kind of a day that when there's nothing left to do, you go get a haircut. So I settled down in Sam's barber shop up the street and waited for my number to come up. Instead, I got a cloud of 3-for-a-dime cigar smoke. Anthony J. Lyon, my boss, puffed in.
Aha! So there you are, Jeffrey. I've been looking all over for you.
Well, keep looking, Fatso. I'm in the chair next.
Your haircut? Oh, that can wait, Jeffrey. We've got a new client.
You want a detective or a sheepdog?
It's very funny, Jeffrey. I'll admit you could stand some trimming around the ears, but today I've agreed to help our client.
He gets the trimming.
Jeffrey, how can you say such a thing? We must get back to the office at once. Mr. Rome is waiting.
Mr. Rome?
Charles Rome, a young violinist, very talented.
Sure. Hey, that makes us brothers.
Brothers? What on earth are you talking about, Jeffrey?
Both long hairs. Come on, Fatso. I told Sam I'd be back later for the haircut, and the Lion and I walked around the corner to our office. Mr. Charles Rome was waiting all right. Tall, thin, blond guy with long, skinny fingers that tapped along the edge of his chair. He was maybe 23. On the floor beside him was a black violin case. He looked nervous.
Well, Mr. Rome, I told you I'd locate him right away. Hey, Mr. Rome, my number one operative, Mr. Regan.
How do you do, Mr. Regan?
Hi.
Jeffrey, Mr. Rome here will tell you his problem, and I'm sure you can help him.
Okay, Rome. Start at the top.
Yes, sir. Well, you see, Mr. Regan, it's about Tina. Tina Lanier, my fiancée. She, returned my ring.
That's your problem?
Well, there's more. When Tina did that, she wouldn't tell me why. But I'm sure she still loves me, Mr. Regan, I'm sure.
Another guy?
Oh, no, nothing like that. She loves me, I tell you.
Okay, take it easy.
There's one thing I ask, Mr. Regan. Follow Tina, talk to her, find out, but that's all.
What?
Jeffrey, Mr. Rome has already discussed this with me. He's especially anxious that we limit the case to the girl and no one else.
You must promise, Mr. Regan, that there may be others, but you're to pay no attention to them, just the girl.
What are you selling, Rome?
Jeffrey!
Listen, Lion, I'm tired of buying half-baked stories from any client with a fee. There's more and I want it.
Well, I can't tell you any more than that, Mr. Regan. It's Tina I'm worried about.
That's the truth, Jeffrey. Our client...
Okay, our client. Only one of these days we're going to know what we're getting into first. All right, Paganini. Where do I find the girl? The tall, skinny guy wrote out an address on the back of a sheet of music paper. It turned out to be a small shop. Cracked white plaster, tiny black sign over the door out on Sunset Boulevard. Lanier's Music Appreciation Shop and Violin Repair Service. I parked the car and went in. It was old violins all over the place. Strings, bows, rosin, busted bridges, pieces of wood, jars of varnish. Amidst the debris sat a little man behind a battered counter. He was sad-eyed, curly-haired, and 60. His fingers were carefully fitting 2 pieces of wood together. He didn't look up when I came in. There was a bell on the counter.
A customer. Please forgive me, but that's why I have the bell. I don't hear so good, and sometimes I'm too deep in my work.
You're Mr. Lanier?
Yes, Antonio Lanier. It was La Conata, but you see, the name Lanier, it's much more American.
Is your daughter in?
Tina? Well, Tina, she's...
Hey, Tony. Leave this for Nick, huh?
Nick? Oh, yes, Nick. Yes, I leave it for him.
Tell him it's a good fiddle, and I want it fixed right. You got that?
Sure, I got that. It will be fixed.
Okay.
You were going to tell me about Tina.
Signor, I don't know why it is you wish to see her. If it's not too important, I suggest some other time.
Reason?
Well, it's something private. Also, Signor, Tina's not in. She's not returned from her harp lesson.
Harp?
Yes, she's studying with the great Robert Ulenger. He's very fine. Oh, Tina!
I'm going to my room, Father.
Tina, come here. I must talk with you.
It's no use, Father. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Now, leave me alone.
Nice girl, Tina.
Oh, Signora, please, you mustn't judge Tina too quick. She's a sweet girl, a kind of girl. It's just that, well, she's not herself lately.
How long does she usually stay in there?
Who can tell? But tonight she will be out. Tonight is the concert. And this she does not miss. The Philharmonic, the fine music.
What's the girl running from?
Please, Signor. I'm tired, very tired. Perhaps we talk some other time. Please, you must go.
The little man hurried out of the room and disappeared behind the same door his daughter Tina had slammed a couple of minutes before. Only when he glanced back at me, there was a different look in his eyes, far away, like he was looking right through me. Outside, the sun was setting behind a neon sign, only I didn't get to admire the view. A taxi pulled up and a slim, distinguished-looking guy, gray at the temples, stepped out. He was wearing white tie and tails, and like everybody else, he carried a violin case. He walked right past me without batting an eye and went into the shop. The taxi drove off and I headed for my car. But when I got there, I had a customer waiting. Only the thing he had in his hand was no violin. It was a knife.
You know me?
You're the guy I left the fiddle for Nick to fix.
That's right, Maestro. I'm the guy.
Get to the point.
You're playing the wrong tune.
You can talk plainer than that.
Sure, but I'm a musician. I prefer to put my message in my own idiom, if you get what I mean.
You play the knife?
Oh, no, the shiv is just protection. I play the cello, Maestro. And I'm telling you to join another orchestra. Tina Lanier doesn't want you hanging around. End of composition, Maestro.
The guy with the knife waved a quick downbeat in my direction and disappeared. I headed for home and a shower and some concert-type clothes. An old double-breasted suit and a shirt my laundry claimed was white. I just finished a quick shave when I heard somebody playing Boy Drummer on my door. I opened it.
Oh,
May I come in, Mr. Regan?
Why not? You've got a musician's union card. Charles Rome, double-breasted suit and white shirt, but no violin case, sat down. He had something on his mind, but from the look on his face, it didn't add that he was anxious to go into it. I washed the shaving soap off my face and dressed while he sat. That's when I got an idea. You dressed to go out?
Why, yes.
Concert?
Yes, Mr. Regan. How did you know?
Well, you and Tina used to go to concerts together.
We used to.
You're going tonight, hoping to see her.
Well, that's true. But, Mr. Regan, I came to see you about Tina, to talk to you.
Go later. Have you got a season ticket?
To the concert? Yes.
Next to Tina. You bought them together.
Well, it was before we...
Okay, I got news for you, Rome. It's going to be a big evening, only you aren't going to be there.
But, Mr. Regan, it's my chance to see Tina, to talk to her.
Yeah, there'll be talk, all right, but you won't be in it.
But
Give me that ticket, Paganini. I got a date with the lady who plays the harp. It was a big night at the Philharmonic. Crowds in mink and earrings, starched shirts and top hats. And the rest of us in the balcony. I found the seat Charles Rome had bought and settled down to wait for Tina Lanier. 10 minutes later, she showed up. She sat down next to me without looking right or left, and things began to happen. A tall, slim guy, gray at the temples, full dress, came out on the stage. He took a bow, and the audience calmed down. And I recognized him. The guy I'd seen going into Antonio Lanier's violin shop. I took a quick look at the program, but I didn't need it to know the guy with the baton was Robert Erlinger, Tina's harp teacher. Tina Lanier sat there with her eyes closed and listened to the music. But I had a job to do. I nudged her arm and she turned with a start. Her eyes blinked and then she recognized me.
What do you want?
Talk, sweetheart.
Leave me alone.
Why did you ditch him?
Who are you talking about?
Charles Rome, your fiancé.
I won't answer that.
It might be smart.
I know what's smart. Go away.
Quiet, please. Rome's got a right to an explanation.
He got his ring back. Who are you, anyway?
Jeff Regan.
I don't know you, Mr. Regan. Leave me alone.
Quiet, please. Okay, sister, it's your life. Only Rome isn't going to like it that way. Maybe you'll want to know about the man with the knife at your place.
What?
Yeah, the little guy who carries a shiv. Long and sharp. Charlie Rome might be interested.
You saw him?
You saw me. I don't like knives waved under my throat.
If you won't be quiet, I'll call the manager.
Mr. Regan, please, tell Charles. Tell him I'm sorry. That's all. That's all there is.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Now, go away.
So my talk with Tina Lanier got me nowhere. Except the fact that somebody was putting the screws on somebody else, and it didn't add up to a broken engagement. What it did add up to was a lot of violins. I thought about that as I headed for the little red sign that said exit. I made my way past a couple of frowning ushers to the alley outside. When I got there, it was dark and empty. Me and a couple of bottles and torn ticket stubs. I walked out toward the street and then stopped. Somewhere in that alley was somebody else. Maybe behind the fire escape. Maybe behind a big poster. And then I was sure...
Okay, Maestro.
Get your hands off.
I told you, Maestro.
Knife again.
Yeah, the shiv, Maestro. Sharp steel in this blade. And there's enough to make you look like a bag of confetti.
What's Tina Lanier to you?
It's not your business, Maestro. I told you to stay away from her. I told you it was off key. Now I'm gonna show you just what a good knife can do.
The mug folded into a heap on the alley. He could trade in the knife anytime. He wouldn't need it where he was going. I headed out of the alley toward where the shots came from. There was a cab driver at the curb waiting for the concert crowd, and I grabbed him. Only he saw nobody and said nothing. The guy who'd put the slugs in the cello player was gone. I headed back to my car and hopped in. Now I had to have answers and have them fast. Jeff Regan was too close to a killing not to have a lot of it rub off. It was going to be me and a murderer, or the police. started when a lovesick violinist hired the Lion and me to find out why his fiancée, Tina Lanier, gave him the go-by. But it ended with me and a corpse in an alley beside the Philharmonic Auditorium. The corpse was a mug who wanted me to stay away from Tina. I'd first met him at a violin repair shop out on Sunset. And that's where I was heading now. To Lanier's Music Appreciation Shop and Violin Repair Service, owned and operated by Tina Lanier's father. It was close to 9 o'clock when I got out of my car, went inside, and rang the bell on the counter. A medium-sized, sharp-looking character with a pencil-lined mustache came out from the back room.
Yes, sir?
Lanier in?
I'm sorry, sir. The shop is closed for the evening.
Okay. But tell Lanier I want to talk to him.
I'm afraid you misunderstood me. I said the shop was closed for the evening.
Look, Mac, this is business, and I don't mean fiddles. Now go tell him what I said.
Very well, if you insist. Oh, by the way, my name is Nick, not Mac.
The suave gentleman named Nick went back through the door. A couple of minutes later, Antonio Lanier shuffled out to meet me. He was wearing an overcoat, and even in the dim light of the shop, you could make out tears in his eyes.
You wish to see me, senor?
Yeah.
I wonder perhaps if you could wait until tomorrow.
That's pretty important, Mr. Lanier.
Yes, I suppose it is, Mo. You see, I have to go out. It's important, too.
Maybe I better tell you something. There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yeah, a little guy. I saw him in your shop today. He left a violin for Nick.
Yes, I know.
You know about him?
I know he was killed 30 minutes ago, senor. The police telephoned to tell me.
You mean Nick?
That's correct, senor. The man with the violin is dead, and my daughter, Tina, has been arrested for murder.
Antonio Lanier walked out of the little shop, and I watched his bent shoulders as he shuffled off down the street. Then I realized what had happened. Tina Lanier had followed me when I left the concert. That meant she'd gotten to the alley just after the shots were fired. You could add the rest easy. A couple of ushers, maybe, hearing the shots, had run out and found her. That was enough for the police to take her in for questioning. Well, there wasn't much I could do until morning, so I headed home for some sleep. I dreamed about a group of excited figures all talking to each other. Only when I looked closer, they weren't people. They were violins. The next morning, I drove down to the police station. Lieutenant Candid, homicide squad, was at his desk.
Now what's bothering you, Regan?
The Lanier girl?
Well, I can understand why.
Cut it out.
I've seen some lookers in that cell, Regan. Remember the Pendleton dame a couple of years ago? Some woman. Chopped up her husband with an axe.
What about Tina Lanier?
Remember the Carlton woman back in 39? There was a dame. Red hair, green eyes, legs. What was it she used? A letter opener?
Ice pick.
Oh, yeah, ice pick. Oh, I hated to see her go, Regan.
Gas chamber?
Not guilty. She's married again. Millionaire.
Which brings us to Tina Lanier.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Maybe not the fire that Carlton woman had, but not bad.
Get to the point, Candid. What have you got on her?
She killed a guy, Regan. We call it murder.
There's more.
Sure there's more. There's always more.
Like?
Like she was found standing over the guy. Guy's name, Joe Fenton. Petty crook, knife artist. San Quentin boy, Regan. Did a year in 1945.
That's no motive.
You know something else? While Fenton was in prison, he played cello with the San Quentin Orchestra. Cute?
I'm still listening.
Okay. How about this? Tina Lanier's been dating Joe Fenton for 2 months. The boyfriend.
What?
That's right. Got witnesses for that. What's Tina Lanier to you, Regan?
She was engaged to a guy named Charles Rome. Client.
You betting on him?
I'm not betting on anybody. I think you got the wrong customer.
Oh, it's a drab job, Regan. Dames like Tina brighten up the place. You understand?
Sure, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
See you around.
Yeah, see you around.
That gave me a lead. Joe Fenton, Tina Lanier. I headed for the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. Only when I got there, I got another surprise. Sitting across the desk from him was Antonio Lanier. Violin case under his arm, circles under his eyes.
Jeffrey, I've been looking for you. Mr. Lanier wants to talk to you.
Well, that makes us even.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you talking about? Mr. Lanier has retained us to clear his daughter, Tina. Mr. Lanier is a client, Jeffrey, a client.
Is that right, Lanier?
Yes, sir, Mr. Regan. Yes, that's correct.
Well, then, maybe you'd like to talk now.
But Mr. Regan,
There's questions, Mr. Lanier, like about Tina.
Tina someday gonna be a fine artist. She will be recognized as a
If she stays away from guys like Joe Fenton.
Yes.
Okay, Lanier. One more question. Who's Nick?
What?
Nick, your helper, the guy Joe Fenton left the violin for.
Well, Nick is just as you say, my helper. I hired him several years ago.
Jeffrey, why are you questioning our client this way?
Because we've got to get facts before we get a total. We were hired to find out why Tina ditched Charles Rome, and now she's got herself booked for a murder she probably didn't commit, and her father expects us to clear her. We can't go into this thing wearing a blindfold.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, aren't we going to help Mr. Lanier?
Yeah, I'll drop him by his shop. Maybe if he gets his hands on a violin, he'll relax. Lanier sat in the front seat as we drove out Sunset. He didn't say anything. His tired little shoulders were hunched forward as he stared out of the window, watching the traffic. In front of his shop, he thanked me again and went inside. I started to drive away and then stopped. A cab had pulled up behind me, and a tall, thin guy with graying hair stepped out. Under his arm, a violin case. Robert Erlinger, the guy I wanted to have words with. Dr. Erlinger, I presume?
I beg your pardon?
You got a minute?
I don't know you.
I know you.
What is it you want?
It has something to do with a murder. Your pupil, Tina Lanier, is on the hook.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was on my way to see Mr. Lanier to express my sympathy and to offer my services in any way.
Okay. You want to help? A couple of questions. You play the fiddle?
Mr. Regan, I play every instrument in the orchestra.
Well, then why carry a violin?
I was taking it to Mr. Lanier for repairs.
Oh, you mind if I look?
I don't see what possible interest my violin would hold for you.
Well, just let me decide.
Very well. But I must ask you not to handle it.
It was beginning to make sense. A lot of separate strings, like on a violin. Only when you tune them, make the notes fit each other, and draw a boss across it, you get music. I headed for the downtown library and found a binding of all the issues of the San Quentin News, the prison paper, for the year 1945, the year Joe Fenton had dropped in. I spent 2 hours covering every page, and then I had it. The last note. Call it the lost chord, but it sang like a canary. I checked for my gun and drove out toward Hollywood. It took me 30 minutes in the nighttime traffic, and then I was there.
Yes, who is it?
Regan.
Who? Oh, it's you, Senor Regan.
I'd like to have words with you, Lanier.
Well, Senor, I'm very busy. I'm doing a rush job.
So am I.
So?
Yeah, it's about Tina.
Oh, and then of course we will talk, Senor Regan. About Tina, I'm always willing to talk.
Well, that'll save us a lot of trouble, Lanier.
Yes. Please, sit down here.
Thanks. Got a little story for you, Lanier. Short story, but covers a lot of territory.
Yes, I'm listening, Senor.
It starts with a guy and his daughter. A violin maker who put a lot of faith in his girl with talent. A guy who'd sell his soul to give the girl everything.
Yes, that's true.
This guy sold his talent for making violins. Sold it for dough so he could give his girl harp lessons.
Maybe.
Seems this guy made a mistake once. Went to prison for it.
Mistakes? We all make a mistake?
Sure. Only the guy I'm talking about made another one. While in prison, he met a couple of musicians in the prison band. They had ideas. Used the guy's talent for making violins. Phony masterpieces, take regular fiddles and doctor them up so they look like real dough.
You know.
I know. You sold yourself back up the river, Lanier. For Tina.
Yes, it's true. My senor, such a talent. Such a talent cannot be wasted.
Only Tina ditched a career in a nice guy like Charlie Rome for dough. Your mistake, Lanier.
But she was not in her right mind. She didn't know what she was doing.
But you did. You killed Joe Fenton, and your daughter's set to take the rap.
No, I will not let her. Senor Regan, when you came in, I was thinking all alone, with my violins beside me. I had decided Tina will suffer no longer for my mistakes. I'm going to the police. I'm going to tell them everything. I'm going to
Lanier.
I'm going to tell the police anything, Lanier.
Medium-sized guy, pencil-lined mustache, gun in his hand. The guy I'd met the night before in Lanier's shop. Nick.
Stay where you are, Regan.
You're the other half of the team. You and Joe Fenton. Saw your picture about a half hour ago.
That right?
Library. Back copy of the San Quentin News. Picture of the prison orchestra. You and Fenton and Lanier.
Now, isn't that nice? Real nice. My picture in the paper.
It's too bad Erlinger didn't see it. Before he let Tina talk him into bringing his violin here for repairs.
Yes?
I saw Erlinger's fiddle. A Guarnerius worth about $50,000. You used it to model from, to have Lanier make the phonies.
Erlinger's a dumb cluck. He never knew the difference. Besides, he got his original Guarnerius back.
Sure, he's dumb. That way. But so was Lanier. Quiet, easy-going little man. Probably would have lived to a ripe old honest age. You mugs hadn't dropped in.
We just told Lanier what kind of a chance a man with a record had. We convinced him, Regan, he was better off using his brain for something lucrative.
You mean you blackmailed him?
You can call it that. He took persuading, but he's finished now.
You just killed a guy. You're the one who's finished.
Not yet. Bad timing. Oh, my wrist.
Now we're even. Hello, operator? Police. Lanier's violin shop. Sunset. Yeah. Bring an ambulance. It took a week to patch up the hole in my arm, but Antonio Lanier wasn't that lucky. He died, trying to do something right for his daughter, Tina. And maybe he succeeded. Tina Lanier and Charles Rome dropped in to see me a couple of days later. The scared look was out of her eyes, and even with the tears, there was something soft and warm. By the time I was in shape again, I needed a haircut so bad, even the dog catcher wasn't interested. And I figured my barber, Sam, could take the full afternoon for the job.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Jeff? I never seen such a head of hair in St. Bernard.
Busy, Sam.
What do you mean, busy? Fellow with a soft job like you got's got no reason not to have his hair cut every 2 weeks, maybe 10 days.
Jeffrey, here you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Hiya, Fatso.
Jeffrey, what's the idea of not showing up at the office? Just because you got a little bandage on your arm doesn't mean you can take a week off.
You gave me the week off.
I did not. Oh, yes, so I did. He caught me in a weak moment.
Oh, well, that makes us even. Beat it, Fatso. I'm getting a haircut.
Yeah, so I see. Needed it, too. Well, when you're finished, Jeffrey, I want you to report to the office at once. We've got a client.
Client?
Yes, big oil man from Texas. Lots of money. Seems as though he met some man on the street one day, and they had words about some oil stuff.
Turn the chair around.
Sure thing, Jeff.
That's better, Sam.
Well, you got time for shampoo, Jeff?
Nothing but time, Sam. Give me the works.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story, A Streetcar Named Schultz.
It was 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Me and a bunch of muscle-bound wrestlers and a scared blonde. You didn't have to be an expert to know the difference between a broken toenail and a stranglehold. It began in the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. He'd called me in to meet a new client. Young guy, handsome, muscular, about 27 or 8, dressed in I did a take. He was dressed in a black cutaway coat, striped trousers, gray vest, and silk ascot. Without a program, you couldn't tell it from a wedding or a funeral.
Jeffrey, come in. I want you to meet our new client, the Earl of Gardner.
Hiya.
How'd you do? Jeffrey, our client, the Earl, has quite a problem.
Oh, jilted at the church?
No, of course not. This is serious, Jeffrey, very serious. The Earl is a famous wrestler. Surely you've heard of him.
No television set.
Yes. Well, perhaps I'll let the Earl tell you his own story.
Well, I think that would be advisable, gentlemen.
Okay by me. Start from the top.
Well, last evening, Mr. Regan, I was engaged in a match with a chap who called himself the Atomic Assassin. It was 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Naturally, I won.
Naturally.
Shortly after the completion of the match, the Atomic Assassin suffered a stomach disorder. I'm not certain of the technical name for it.
Well, we can skip that.
The Atomic Assassin is no longer with us.
He retired?
He's dead.
It was in the papers.
The police have discovered poison in a post-mortem completed only a few hours ago. They suspected me of murder.
That part wasn't in the papers.
We must help our client, Jeffrey. He's given us a retainer of $100. You understand, Jeffrey, our client is innocent.
Oh, sure.
Yes, go on.
Well, the police are annoying me with their insinuations. The State Athletic Commission is being downright rude. I will not put up with this any longer. Do I make myself clear?
We find out who killed the Atomic Assassin, and you sidestep a murder rap.
Precisely.
What do you know about the other guy? The assassinated Adam?
Nothing.
Well, that's no help.
Well, he's a crude fellow, ill-mannered, dubious family background.
Look, you want a murder solved or a family history?
Just a moment, sir.
Jeffrey, our client...
Drop the vaudeville, Earl. Murder isn't show business. Give me some facts, and fast.
Okay, I tell you I don't know anything about it.
Well, that's better. At least I don't have to cut the accent with a knife.
$100 is a lot of money to me, Regan. I want answers, and I want them now. I don't like the smell of gas.
Well, that's normal.
Jeffrey, you are going to help the Earl.
Yeah, I'll help him. But just one thing, Fatso.
Yes, Jeffrey?
He's the wrestler. He takes the falls. All I got out of the Earl was that he trained at Mike Turner's gym downtown. Mike was also the guy who promoted the fatal match, so I headed there. 20 minutes later, I'd pushed my way through jammed-up L.A. traffic and walked up 2 flights of stairs to Turner's gymnasium. It was packed with big muscles and cauliflower ears, the smell of liniment and the smell of sweat-stained leather. Somewhere behind the massive biceps, a little man came toward me. He was mopping his brow, trying to shake off the heat of the clammy room.
Hiya, want to work out?
Looking for Mike.
For why?
For reasons.
Whose reasons?
My reasons.
Okay, so I'm Mike.
The name's Regan. Lyon Detective Bureau.
The lights are, yeah.
You promoted the match last night?
What match?
The Earl of Gardner versus the Atomic Assassin.
Oh, that match.
What can you give me on it?
What did I get? Trouble. Please, Regan, let a guy live and forget, huh?
What about the assassin?
Truck driver. I picked him up. Named Jay Morley. No family, nothing. Just a guy.
Enemies?
No. Nobody knew him around here. He just started in the business a month ago. Came from Toledo, I think.
Let's try the Earl of Gardner.
Schultz? Oh, that's different.
Meaning what?
Enemies. Enemies all over the place. Nobody likes him, but nobody.
His name's Schultz?
Yeah, Stanley Schultz. I gave him the title Earl of Gardner. Good, huh? He kind of fit. He used to be an actor. Then a streetcar conductor. He needed the dough, so I picked him up. He draws a crowd.
2 guys wrestle, one of them turns up dead. It's too simple. There's more somewhere.
Yeah, there's always more. Listen, maybe a workout will help you, huh? I'll get you some trunks.
Some other time.
Okay. Well, take a look around, Regan. The joint is yours. I got work to do. Big match coming up tonight.
The little man walked off, mopping his brow. I decided to take his advice, look around. I watched a barrel-chested guy in black tights grapple with a heavy bearded character in a turban, both practicing groans. Near the wall, a big guy, big even in that place, stood raising and lowering a 200-pound barbell. I walked over. His big arms flexed as the black weights went up and down, but his breathing was easy. There was something about the guy you couldn't help notice. His hair. It hung down his back almost to his trunks, in 2 long braids. I turned my back to him. That was a mistake.
Hey, Regan, look out!
I stepped aside in time to miss the 200 pounds of solid iron that fell from the big guy's uplifted hands. Fell and crashed 6 inches from my head.
Regan, you okay?
Sure, Turner. I feel great.
King, come here.
You want me, Turner?
Yeah, King, I want you. What's the idea letting that barbell slip like that? You could have killed Regan.
Regan.
Go on. Tell him you're sorry.
Sorry.
Save the tears.
What'd you say?
He didn't understand you, Regan.
Yeah, but I understood him, and I don't like the joke.
Now, he's okay, Regan.
Okay.
Sure, you're okay. You just happened to drop 200 pounds of cast iron when my back was turned. You're okay.
Regan, it's no use in getting sore about it. King didn't mean it. Now, go on, King. Get back to work.
Work?
Yeah. That's good. He's just a big, dumb stoop, Regan. He didn't mean nothing.
What's his name?
Harry Walsh. He calls himself King Cobra. He fixes up those braids when he goes into the ring. They look like snakes. He draws a crowd.
Yeah, so would my funeral, Turner. Only the gate receipts wouldn't do me any good.
Well, no, it's no use being sore, Regan. The King's a little over-anxious, that's all. Got a big match tonight.
Who with?
The Earl of Gardner.
What?
I'll say that. That's right. You were asking about the Earl. Yeah, him and the King are set for the feature go tonight. Should be the match of the year.
How do you get that?
Oh, didn't I tell you? They hate each other like poison. House is sold out. Should be nothing short of murder.
Thanks a lot, Turner. Maybe that's an idea. I headed out the door. It made sense I couldn't lose anything having a talk with the cops. King Cobra weighed in at better than 300 pounds. And it made more sense I wasn't going to continue the argument with him. It was late afternoon, half-empty streets. I was heading toward my car when I picked up the footsteps. High heels, walking fast to keep up with me. I slowed, they slowed. I picked up the pace. So did the high heels. Somebody had to end it.
Oh, wait.
You wanted something?
You're a detective, Mr. Regan, and I need your help.
Name?
Jean Turner, Mike Turner's wife. I saw you talking to Mike back there in the gym.
So you followed me?
Oh, please. Couldn't we talk somewhere?
Sure thing, lady. Come on.
Right.
It was a combination bar and cafe. Baffo's, the sign said. I opened the door, place empty, and the girl walked on in. She was maybe 5'4", blonde, young, good-looking. Seemed straight on nylons on nice legs. She turned, looked deep into my eyes, turned away, scared.
I've changed my mind. It really wasn't important.
Let me decide. Back booth.
All right.
Hiya, patrons. Can I help you?
No, thanks. We'll take the back one.
The back booth? You won't like it.
Yeah?
No television. The only booth in the house where you can't see the television, patron.
We'll suffer.
You don't like television? You nuts? Everybody likes television. It's here to stay.
Sure.
Okay, only you're going to miss Time for Beanie. Okay. Be a reactionary. It's your life.
What's on your mind, Mrs. Turner?
Jean, please, Mr. Regan.
Okay. Jean?
Well, it's about the wrestling match.
Well, that's a good start.
Well, I'm terribly worried. Something horrible is going to happen.
It already did. The atomic assassin's dead, you remember?
Oh, that match.
Oh, that's what your husband said. Make sense, will you?
But, Mr. Regan, I'm talking about the match tonight. King Cobra is wrestling with the Earl of Gardner.
King Cobra? Well, what's that got to do with the murder of the guy last night?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it has nothing to do with it, but... Oh, but Mr. Regan, if you don't do something, there's going to be another murder, I'm sure of it.
So you don't like television, huh? Maybe you'd like to hear what happened to me with television?
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Regan, I'll be right back.
What's wrong with her?
I didn't ask.
You should have. She got tears in her eyes. Oh, well, where was I? About television and me. Yeah, now there's a story for you.
Make it short.
I used to be a wrestler. Buffo the Blockbuster is what they called me. And I was great. Until along comes television and they cancel me after my first match. You want to know why? I'm too pretty. Can you imagine that?
Rough.
Me? Oh, well, I'm philosophical. Look what happened to thousands of silent movie actors when they brought in sound. Who am I to stand up in the way of progress?
You know, that's a very good question.
Yeah, and besides, even my name, Buffo the Blockbuster, it's out of date. Now they got Jet Sam, Roger the Rocket.
4 shots from somewhere out back. Buffo and I headed that way in a hurry. Back alley empty. No traffic, nothing. Back inside, a storeroom empty. Buffo and I looked at each other.
What goes on here?
What else have we got back here?
Nothing.
What's behind the bar?
Storage space, washroom, telephone booth.
Where?
Phone booth's right over the... Oh, you don't think...
Look first, then think. Wait
no,
here.
No, I hope not. Oh, no, that's not true. My place.
Shut up. Jean Turner. 4 holes in her back. She was right, Buffo. There was going to be a murder. Hers. A wrestler who called himself the Atomic Assassin was dead after a match with another wrestler who called himself the Earl of Gardner. That's when the Earl hired my boss, the Lion, and me to find out who done it. I met a promoter named Mike Turner and another wrestler named King Cobra. Finally, I met Turner's wife, Jean. Only our acquaintance didn't last long. She wound up in a phone booth with a lot of slugs in her back. It made sense Lieutenant Candid of Homicide would have some comments.
Hello, Regan. Have a chair.
Oh, thanks.
Which one's yours?
The Earl of Gardner?
Him.
You don't like my client?
Made a pass at my telephone operator.
I saw her.
Sure. What's on your mind?
You got anything on the Earl? I mean, real?
Maybe.
That's no answer.
Jean Turner makes a lovely corpse, Regan.
What about the Atomic Assassin, Candid? 2 murders fit. Somewhere.
Sure, maybe they do. Takes time, Regan. It's a shame a guy'd kill something as nice as that Turner dame. Whew. It's a shame.
Try once more. What about a wrestler named King Cobra?
Doesn't interest me.
What about the husband, Mike Turner?
Nope.
Okay, I'm sorry I asked.
Don't get sore, Regan. You know how these things are. It takes time.
Then you're going to let the Earl wrestle tonight?
Why not? Maybe he'll get himself killed. Save the taxpayers a lot of expense. Tell him for me, Regan. If King Cobra doesn't break his neck for him, maybe somebody else will.
I headed for my car outside. Candid was playing it close, all right. It gave me nothing. But I did have a wrestler who makes passes at a cop's telephone operator. My client, the Earl of Gardner, alias Schultz. About as popular as a case of measles. Chances were I'd find him at the arena checking in for the big match. I swung the car around in a hurry. I found him all right, stretched out on a table, getting a massage. He didn't seem happy to see me.
Oh, Mr. Regan, I presume.
Questions, pretty boy?
Something troubling you, Mr. Regan?
You.
Go on, Mr. Regan.
What makes you so popular?
Me? It's ridiculous. People hate me.
Why?
My job, Mr. Regan. I'm a professional villain. I'm paid to have people hate me.
You're taking your work home with you.
Other side, Oil.
Oh, okay. I'm listening, Mr. Regan.
What about you and King Cobra? He says he's going to kill you tonight.
publicity.
Who's kidding who?
Max.
Huh?
Max, you better leave.
Okay, I'll...
Now listen, Regan, I like you. You're working for me. But King Cobra and I, well, that's business. Gate receipts.
Have it your way. I think different.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, Regan. Something maybe you ought to know about me.
You got the floor.
Oh, sure. Sure I'm a no-good heel. Out there in front of a crowd, everybody hates me. I make more money that way. It's my living.
Ever try anything else?
Plenty of things. I wanted to be an actor once. Like a lot of young punks, I came to Hollywood. I didn't get anywhere, Regan. I took jobs where I could find them. I ended up as a streetcar conductor.
A streetcar named Schultz.
Sure, why not? My father was in show business. I know what it's like to miss meals. It isn't fun.
Go on.
Well, Mike Turner spotted me on that streetcar. I got a good build, and he liked me. Mike's a square shooter, Regan. He gave me the title and the promotion. I eat now. Every meal.
See what you mean.
Huh? That's it. End of story. I eat now.
Okay, Schultz. It's your business. I got business, too. To clear a murder rap and keep you out of hot water.
Thanks, Regan.
You know why anybody would kill the atomic assassin?
No. Honestly, I don't. I never met him before the match last night. We shared the same dressing room. He drank some water after the match. He was poisoned.
What about Jean Turner?
Well, I've seen her around here. Sweet girl. I like her, Regan. Used to walk her home nights Mike was busy.
That's all you can give me?
That's all.
Okay, Earl. You wrestle and I'll watch. But be careful. I got a hunch King Cobra and you haven't been reading the same publicity notices. It was beginning to make sense now. The Earl of Gardner, professional villain, wrestles unknown name of atomic assassin. The assassin dies, the Earl lives. No motives. Only if you switched it around, gave the Earl the poison, you got motives all right. Motives by the dozens. Things could add now. I put in a phone call to my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Lyon Detective Bureau, Anthony...
Okay, it's me, Fatso. I got a job for you.
Jeffrey, what's the rush?
I need an answer, and I need it within the next hour. There's a wrestler around town named King Cobra.
Yeah, I know, and you want me to find out if he has a record. I'm ahead of you this time, Jeffrey.
Yeah, check the police on that already. Lyon, I want to know if King Cobra's married.
What?
Find out where he lives. Run out there. Meet the wife, if he has one.
Jeffrey, are you out of your mind?
It's important. Our client wrestles King Cobra tonight.
Yes, so I read in the... Oh, so that's your scheme, is it? Send me out on some wild goose chase while you enjoy the wrestling matches. Probably put it on the expense account, too.
You guessed it, Fatso.
Jeffrey, I'm sick and tired of having you pad your expense account. Not only do you include yourself, but tonight you'll probably take some lame-brain numbskull along.
Lyon, you're absolutely psychic.
Psychic, schmichic, this has got to stop. What bum you dragging along this time?
You, Fatso.
You see, what?
Well, I figured you'd like to see the matches, and that way we could both put it on the expense account.
Jeffrey, what a brilliant idea. Positively brilliant.
Yeah, and bring that information I need. King Cobra's wife. It's business, Fatso.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you insinuating?
Never mind. Get busy. You may be the difference between just another wrestling match and murder. Things were moving now. It was after 8 o'clock by the time I finished dinner. At the box office, somebody handed me 2 ringside seats Mike Turner had left for me. Free. When I got in, the place was mobbed. One of the prelims had just wound up. By 9 o'clock, there wasn't an empty seat in the house. Power of the press, power of the imagination, everybody there. Everybody expecting to see something special. You could tell it from the looks on their faces, the atmosphere, the tense excitement. Everybody waiting for the big match, the Earl of Gardner versus King Cobra. Pretty soon, the Lion showed up, led in by music and a big cigar.
Jeffrey, I thought I'd never find you in this mob.
Sit down, Fatso. It won't be long.
Ringside seats, eh? How much did this cost the company?
Passes from Mike Turner.
Passes? Oh, delightful. Think of the money we saved.
Never mind that. What about King Cobra? Married?
Oh, you should see her, Jeffrey. Cool green eyes, red hair, dimples, everything. Legs, lovely, lovely.
That settles it.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you driving at?
The entry of that handsome, noble gladiator, that magnificent specimen of humanity, that glorious champion from Dover, England, that 14 stone 10, wearing white trunks with his family. Rest, His Highness the Earl of Gardner. From the wilds of the timberland of the Northwest, from the rugged earth of our great nation, comes that giant, that modern-day Paul Bunyan, that towering figure of humanity, at 311 pounds, wearing black trunks, King
Jeffrey, you still didn't tell me why you wanted to know about King Cobra's wife.
Later, Fatso. We came to see a match, remember?
Hi, Regan. Mind if I join you?
Oh, Lion, Mike Turner. Mike, my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Howdy do, Mr.
Howdy,
Turner.
how are you? Going to be a great fight, Regan. Great fight.
But your wife couldn't make it.
What? Oh. Yeah, see what you mean. Think it's funny that I'm here, huh? My wife murdered?
Maybe.
Why lie about it, Regan? Jean and I didn't get along. We were split up. She didn't love me. Let's watch the match.
It was 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. The referee gave them their instructions. Brief, simple. Don't kill each other. But from the look on the face of King Cobra, he didn't hear good. They started. The Earl, the King. They didn't have to be an expert to throw out the publicity theory. The aloof look was gone from the Earl, the crowd forgotten. Both of them tumbling, spinning, twisting, fighting. 10 minutes. First fall to the King. "20 minutes. Second fall to the Earl. Both men growing weak, tired. Cut, angry, fighting.
Jeffrey, I don't like it. Something's wrong.
Real wrong.
Something should be done.
Turner!
Yeah, what do you want?
Are you gonna stop it?
What? Stop the match? You're crazy.
They mean business.
Sure they do. They're good men. Great show they're putting on.
That's no show, Turner.
Huh? No show? You kidding? They're the greatest fakers in the world.
They weren't faking. The crowd sensed it. The referee sensed it. Even the cops lining the aisles moved down a little closer to the ring. Everybody knowing what was happening. Nobody making a move. It was what the crowd came to see. Something special. 50 minutes gone, 10 to go. 2 beaten men, evenly matched. The Earl, lean, fast, clever. King Cobra, massive, powerful, slow. Nobody winning, both of them losing. The referee long since just another guy watching. The Lion on the edge of the seat. The crowd on his feet screaming. Then it happened. 5 minutes to go. Mike Turner got up. He hurried to the referee. They pried them apart. Turner talked to King Cobra, and then to the Earl. 5 minutes left. Match even, 1 fall each. And it looked like it was over. The crowd didn't like it. Neither did the wrestlers. And then Mike Turner signaled them to go back into the ring. And that's when I decided to move.
Jeffrey, come back here!
I got to the ring in a hurry. The police tried to stop me. The spectators tried to stop me. The referee tried to stop me, but I got there. I got there and grabbed King Cobra.
What you doing?
Give me that.
I'll kill you for this.
Give me what's in your hand, King.
I'll kill you for... the police.
All right, men. All right, grab him.
Let go.
I'll take the evidence, Regan.
Sure. Here, Candid.
Okay, Regan, clear out of here before you get yourself killed. The police will handle him.
20 policemen, Lieutenant Candid, King Cobra, and Jeff Regan left the ring. Alive. The cops led the interference, and we made our way to the dressing room.
All right, King, let's have it.
I do nothing. Nothing.
Yet. Only a couple of minutes and...
Nothing.
Hey, what's the idea of stopping the match, Lieutenant? I want Regan arrested. He's got no right to
stop a murder, Turner?
Quiet, both of you. Regan was out of bounds, Turner. We can take care of that later. But I want an explanation as to where your wrestler got a small sack of prussic acid.
Prussic?
Poison, Turner. Chances are the same kind that killed the atomic assassin. King Cobra palmed it.
I don't know nothing about it, see? If Cobra tried to pull a stunt like that,
Cobra didn't pull anything, Turner. You gave him that poison sack when you went to his corner to talk to him. Yeah, that's why you interrupted the fight.
That's nuts.
That's right. Mike gave me sack.
Okay, Turner. Talk.
Look, you got nothing on me. You can't prove anything.
You killed the atomic assassin, Turner, by mistake. He and Earl shared the same dressing room. You were after the Earl then, just like you were tonight.
You got nothing. Nothing, do you hear? Just a bunch of lies.
The Earl was a
lies.
nice-looking guy, Turner. Women liked him. He used to be friendly with your wife, Jean. You drew some wrong conclusion about that.
That's a lie. She and him were...
Finish it, Turner. You killed Jean to keep her from telling what a jealous maniac you were. That would have been the real tip-off. You used the same stunt with King Cobra. Told him his wife was playing around with the Earl. Got him sore. Worked him up to a real anger. Almost got him to kill for you.
That's right. Mike Turner told me that. He says my wife...
King, shut up.
Never mind, Turner. The police never let you out of their sight for a minute after your wife was shot.
No.
We got all we need on you. Regan just brought things to a boil.
Oh, thanks, Candid. Thanks a lot. That's how it was. Mike Turner, jealous husband, knocked off 2 people trying to satisfy a rage. The atomic assassin by mistake. His wife on purpose. The Earl of Gardner was close to being number 3. King Cobra got off with a light charge, but Turner was scheduled for the works. When I got to the office the next morning, my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was reading the morning paper. He looked puzzled.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Brushing up on the race results, Fatso?
No, Jeffrey. I was reading about the Turner case. You know, I simply can't understand it. Mike Turner seemed like such a nice fellow, giving us those passes to the match and all.
To throw off suspicion, Fatso. And to have us right next to him in case anything went wrong.
Well, I must confess it was clever of you, Jeffrey, to check up on King Cobra's wife. Imagine Turner using the jealous husband routine to inflame King Cobra to attempt murder.
Jealous husbands, Lion. You never know. Now, take you, for instance. You went out to see King Cobra's wife.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, that was business. You sent me.
Yeah, but suppose King Cobra didn't look at it that way. Suppose he found out you were with his wife. After the things Mike Turner's been telling him. Well...
Jeffrey, no, you don't think...
Just a thought, Fatso.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, it was business, simply business. You sent me out there to see the woman.
Yes, and you said she was lovely. Cool green eyes, legs, things like that get around, Lion. Who knows? Maybe King Cobra's looking for you right now.
But Jeffrey, you've got to get me out of this. You've got to explain it. It was...
Phone's ringing.
Yes, so it is.
Well, don't you think you ought to answer it, Fatso? Never can tell. It might be business.
Yes, of course. Lion Detective Bureau, Anthony J... What? Who? No, he's not in. No, this is his assistant, Mr. Smith. Anthony J. Smith. That is John Smith. No, he's gone for the day. He may be gone all week. Yes, I'll tell him when he comes in.
Who was it, Fatso?
Wrong number, Jeffrey.
Oh, really? Sounded like a woman's voice to me, Fatso. Anybody I know?
Jeffrey, it was Mrs. King Cobra. She called to invite me out to dinner.
Like I said, Fatso, never can tell.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at this same time. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Barefoot Boy with Shoes, Gone.
There were 3 women in it, 3 guys, and 7 cats. It figured for an easy trace job. All I had to do was find a missing guy named Thaddeus Mink, a painter. Only before it was over, a couple of people turned up dead. And what made me think maybe I was trailing a killer with a screw loose was what happened to those 7 cats. The thing teed off for me when a letter came to the Lion Detective Bureau in the morning mail. My boss, the Lion, opened it. You could see the dollar signs in his eyes.
Hey, Jeffrey. Well, look here.
That rich uncle of yours finally kick off?
What do you mean?
You look so happy.
Oh, it's not that. Jeffrey, listen to this. The Ezra Park Duffield Art Galleries, Pasadena, from the sanctum of E.P. Duffield.
Already I don't like it.
Oh, now, Jeffrey. Mr. Duffield encloses his personal check for $50.
For which we do what?
Yes, well, now let me see. No, find a missing person, Jeffrey. A man by the name of Mink, Thaddeus Mink, a painter. Mr. Duffield says we'll be doing an inestimable service to the world of art.
Duffield say why he doesn't go to the cops?
Well, he does mention that he has personal reasons for maintaining secrecy.
They all say.
What do you mean by that?
Listen, Lion, the L.A. police look for missing persons free. Guy doesn't want the free service, he's got a reason. Maybe he wants a finger man, maybe it's a stakeout.
Jeffrey, do you think that if I thought...
Sure I do.
You don't mean that.
I mean it. Only count me out. I don't risk my private op license for $50. See you.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Mr. Duffield says in his letter he's coming here to the office himself this morning.
Well, you see him, Fatso. I got a short thirst.
Jeffrey!
I'll be in Dugan's place on Hill Street if anything good turns up.
You mean you won't take the case?
You take it.
All right, Jeffrey, I will.
Well, that ought to be Duffield now. I'll let him in, and me out.
How do you do? Are you Mr. Lion?
I'm Regan. That's Lion behind the desk.
I see. I'm E.P. Duffield.
Yeah? Oh, come in.
Thank you, Mr. Regan.
Miss Duffield, come in.
Shall I sit here, Mr. Lion?
Yes. Well, run along, Jeffrey. I'm taking this case, remember? You're waiting in Dugan's place on Hill Street until something good turns up.
Yeah, that's right. See ya. I went to Dugan's, sat looking into it. What I kept seeing was E.P. Duffield. Red hair, gray-green eyes, tall, about 5'11". But not too much of her, just enough, any place you looked. I looked up and I was still seeing E.P. Duffield. That's because she was there.
Mind if I sit down, Mr. Regan?
Bar's public.
Thanks.
What'll the lady have?
Nothing, thank you.
Oh. Lion didn't take your case?
Well, he said you were the operative.
So?
Mr. Regan, I have an art gallery.
Ezra Park Duffield Galleries, Pasadena.
He was my father. I'm Esther Patricia Duffield.
You wrote a letter, said you wanted somebody to find a missing person. Painter named Thaddeus Mink.
That's right.
You didn't go to the cops. Why? Cops trace missing persons free.
Well, but you see, Mr. Regan, I couldn't. They wouldn't help me.
Give me more.
I've never seen Thaddeus Mink. I don't know what he looks like.
Keep on.
It's true. You see, he's a painter. He sent me a number of paintings by express, but I haven't been able to locate him. I've tried, but... Mr. Regan, if you'd come to the gallery and see his pictures, I think you'd understand. Will you come?
You put up a $50 retainer, lady. You want me to look at pictures for $50? I look.
In here, Jeff.
With you, lady.
The Mink paintings are here in my office. There they are.
Cats?
Yes, cats. And look how he paints them. How evil he makes them.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Cat phobia, Jeff. Sometimes an artist becomes great through passionate love. And sometimes through passionate hate.
And Mink hates cats. Is that it?
It's made him a great painter.
Is that why you want me to find him?
I have just these few canvases. I want more. They'll be worth thousands of dollars.
You paint those circus pictures, too?
No, I did.
You?
A few years ago. I traveled with the circus, but my paintings aren't much good.
Mink ever paint anything except cats?
One picture.
It here?
I have all his pictures.
But you've never seen him.
I told you he sent them express. I tried to trace him, but I couldn't find him. All I have are the paintings. These are the cats and the one other. All signed the same way. Not with his name, but with the print of a cat's paw painted in one corner.
Where's the other one?
Over here. I keep it draped. It frightens me. Look.
A woman.
You see, Jeff? He's painted her back as she stands at the mirror fixing her hair. The back of an ordinary woman, but in the mirror, her face, the eyes, are of a cat. And the way her fingers curl and hook into her hair, like cat's claws.
Yeah. Well, maybe she's something we can go on.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe somebody else has painted it, too. Maybe she's registered as a model. We find her, maybe we get a line on Mink. Might work. I found her photo in an agency. Mrs. Margaret Ames lived in Hollywood. I drove out there. Only when I got there, I rang the doorbell, I got a big surprise. Sergeant Bowles of the Hollywood Division L.A. Police opened the door.
Regan, what do you want?
Came to see Mrs. Margaret Ames?
Yeah, it figured. She a client of yours? You do a lousy job, Regan, a lousy job. There ought to be a law against you private guys. Always getting people killed. She got strangled, Regan. It killed her.
Mind if I look?
Come on.
Thanks.
Like I say, the deceased a client of yours?
Nope.
You know her?
Nope.
A lot of good you're gonna give us. There she is. Sort of surprised look on her face.
Maybe she hadn't planned to get strangled this morning.
Oh, could be. Neighbor lady phoned us up. She come in to borrow coffee. That's what she found. Scared the hairpiece off of her, she said.
Mrs. Ames live alone?
Divorced, lives alone. We got nothing, Regan, nothing.
And so the police haven't a line at all on who might have killed Margaret Ames, Jeffrey?
No. Here, let me check the late edition.
Oh, yes. Yeah, here you are, my boy. You think they may have turned up something by now, huh?
No, Sergeant Bowles wouldn't have phoned me if they had.
No, I suppose not. Jeffrey, here's an interesting item in the second section of the paper.
Yeah?
It says that in a place called Mountain Crest on the mountains near Los Angeles,
Lion.
somebody's been putting out poisoned meat. Yeah, but here's the strange thing. The pieces of meat have been tied up in trees.
Huh?
Yes, and several cats have been poisoned.
Hey, wait a second. Poison meat up in trees? That could be it.
It could be what, Jeffrey?
Maybe the poisoner ties the meat in trees so dogs won't get it. Only cats. Why, Lion?
Well, I don't know, Jeffrey.
Maybe because he hates cats.
Jeffrey, you mean that that cat painter, Mr. Mink...
It's worth a try. Mountain Crest, you said?
Yes.
We'll keep in touch with the Margaret Ames murder, Lion. I'm going to Mountain Crest. It was only a couple of hour drive, but I got started late, and it was dark when I got there. Cold up there. Snow above the 4,000-foot level. Mountain Crest was half a dozen houses, abandoned lumber mill, and Mountain Crest Haven, a rundown auto court with a gas pump and cafe. I pulled in and stopped at the gas pump.
All right, I'm coming. Sorry to keep you waiting, but we didn't expect no customer up here a mean night like this.
You run this place?
Oh, gosh, no, I work here. I'm Jimmy. Everybody around here knows me. That is, everybody there is around here. Some gas, mister?
What it'll hold.
Hey, you ought to go inside and warm up. Have a cup of coffee while I fill her up.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Bunny'll serve you.
Bunny?
She come up here a couple of weeks ago. She's the waitress.
Ah, your girlfriend, huh?
No, she ain't.
I went inside. Maybe I saw why Jimmy's face clouded up when I asked him if Bunny was his girlfriend. Bunny was behind the counter, ordinary, pretty kid, corn yellow hair, about maybe 19. But on a counter stool talking to her was a slick-looking guy, 25, thin-faced, pinstripe suit. I walked over, slow.
What
are you hot for? You got no right to butt in.
Well, I butt in.
Listen, you can't talk to me like that, Art Jones.
Oh, no? You think you want something?
You want something?
Oh.
Yeah, I could use coffee, Bunny.
How do you know my name?
Jimmy told me.
I'll see you later, Bunny.
Bill collector?
Him? That's Art Jones. He's in one of the cabins.
You like the cold weather?
He doesn't know what he likes. Cream or black, mister?
Black. He didn't look like your type, Bunny.
He takes me places. Dancing down to Anaheim.
Sure.
Here's your coffee. Anything else?
No, not now. Why don't you go with Jimmy?
He hasn't got a car. Yeah, but the next time I will. I don't know where Art gets off just because Mr. Mink gave me a...
Mink?
Yes. He gave me a painting. He's a painter. But that's no reason for Art to get sore. Why, Mr. Mink is old. He must be 35.
Yeah. Oh. You live around here, Mink?
In a cabin up on Lime Peak.
Far from you?
A couple of miles.
You live alone?
Mm-hmm. He's sort of funny. I think he's scared of people. But I guess he likes me. You know him, mister?
By reputation.
He's a very sweet man.
What I hear. He gave you a painting of a cat, huh?
Yes, he did.
Cat's paw painted in the corner?
Yes. It was a picture of a dead cat.
A dead cat? Read in the paper some cats got poison around here lately, around Mountain Crest.
7 of them.
Occurred to you Mink might have done it?
Oh, no. He loves cats. He loves them.
Now, what I heard he hates them. I phoned the Lion and told him what I had. He had something for me. Cops had traced the strangled woman Mink had painted. Mrs. Margaret Ames' maiden name was Margaret Mink. She had a brother someplace, cops said. His name was Thaddeus. Next call I made was to Pasadena.
Hello? E.P. Duffel speaking.
Hello, Esther. Jeff Regan.
Oh, hello, Jeff.
I located your painter, baby. Thaddeus Mink.
You have?
Yeah, in a cabin up here in the mountains. I'm near there now.
Where are you?
Place called Mountain Crest. Mink's cabin's up a couple of miles from here.
Well, that's fine, Jeff. Jeff, I want to see him first myself. He's very queer and temperamental.
I'm sorry, baby. I've got to go up there first thing in the morning. Mink's may be mixed up in a murder. I rented one of the cabins at Mountain Crest Haven, got in bed and read some Edgar Allan Poe to quiet my nerves. About 6 the next morning, the wind dropped. Wind had brushed everything white, still, smooth. I started for Mink's cabin on Lime Peak about 8. Bunny went with me.
There it is.
Yeah, smoke through the pines.
That's from his cabin. We're almost there.
Hey, hold it.
What, Jeff?
Footprints.
In the snow.
Coming from that way.
From the highway, there's a shortcut that way to the road where it goes over the summit.
Man's footprints must have been made this morning since the wind dropped, or they'd have been covered over. Now, come on. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Over there. Same footprints going back toward the highway. Running. Steps are longer and the snow is kicked between them.
Yes.
Come on, maybe something's happened. We ran for the cabin. It stood in the pines in front of a shelf of rock. The footprints led to the door. Then running, away from the door again and toward the highway. There weren't any other tracks. The cabin door stuck, but it was unlocked.
It always sticks.
There.
Mr. Mink. Mr. Mink.
Come on.
Oh.
It wasn't Mink. It was a thin-faced slick looker in a pinstripe suit. And at his stocking feet, Art Jones, strangled. "5'11" of beautiful red-headed dame, E.P. Duffield, Duffield Art Galleries, Pasadena, hired me to find a missing cat painter named of Mink. First track I got led to his sister, but that was a dead end. Somebody'd strangled her. Then I went up in the mountains. Somebody'd poisoned 7 cats at a place called Mountain Crest. Maybe Mink. Yeah, Mink lived up there, only when I got to his cabin, there was a corpse on the floor. Art Jones, Bunny's pal in the pinstripe suit. Strangled. No shoes on. I searched the cabin, not a shoe in the joint. Half an hour later, Bunny and I got back down to Mountain Crest Haven, the combination gas station and auto court where she worked as a waitress. Ooh, this is better.
Mm-hmm. I'd better get you some hot coffee. You're not used to the cold.
Yeah, after I phone the sheriff. Where's the nearest place I got one?
Meridian Township.
Yeah, I'll be back for the coffee.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Jeff. Mr. Mink couldn't have killed Art.
Bunny, Art Jones went up to Mink's cabin this morning. You and Art were quarreling about Mink last night. Art was jealous.
Art was crazy to think that Mr. Mink...
Maybe. But he went up there. We saw his footprints going in through the snow. The ones that came back out were made by the same shoes. I checked that. But Art Jones didn't make them.
No, I know.
The killer took Jones's shoes after he strangled him and wore them when he left so he wouldn't make tracks with his own shoes.
Mr. Mink didn't do that.
Well, there weren't any other tracks, Bunny. One pair of footsteps in, one pair of footsteps out. Jones in to see Mink. Tell him to lay off seeing you, probably. Who out?
I'll get you some hot coffee.
Sorry, kid. So that was it. Case just about wrapped up. Mink must have strangled Jones. Jones was strangled just like Mink's sister. If there weren't any other tracks in the snow, it didn't make sense anybody else had been there. I phoned the sheriff at Meridian Township. It took 5 or 6 minutes to get him on the phone. His name was Lyle.
Sheriff Jasper Lyle, what can I do for you?
My name's Regan, private investigator from Los Angeles.
Yeah?
You better put out a description on a Thaddeus Mink, Sheriff. I can give details. Short, about 35 years.
That's out already.
Huh?
Out already. Mink, wanted for questioning, homicide, L.A., connection, strangulation of his sister, Margaret Mink Ames.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
On the wires at 4 yesterday. Don't think he did it, though. Don't seem the kind. Sitting right here beside me in the office.
Give me that again. You got Mink there in your office?
Nah, we ain't got cells, Bob. Ain't big time, you know, like you folks down the street.
Yeah. Sheriff, tell me one thing. When did you pick Mink up?
Yesterday.
He'd picked Mink up 4 hours after the wanted was sent out by L.A., 8 o'clock last night. Mink was in the Meridian General Store buying cat food. Yeah, and he told the sheriff a sad story. He loved cats. Loved them. Had 4. But they'd come down with something, suffered. Mink had to put them out of their misery. And when he found out they'd passed the disease around Mountain Crest, he put poison up in the trees to save the cats of the town the misery his cats had suffered. He'd bought a new cat, though. That's why he was buying cat food. So that made everything fine. Case all wrapped up. Yeah. Like a hot rod around a telephone pole.
Sugar, Jeff? Jeff?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Here.
Thanks.
Anyway, I'm glad it wasn't Mr. Mink.
Yeah, Mink didn't strangle Jones. Couldn't have. Sheriff had him.
Well, I'm glad.
Jones went up to the cabin to see Mink. Saw about Mink giving you the painting. That part still holds. Made tracks in the snow. Didn't walk back out. Got strangled. But his shoes walked out. Somebody in him, you think, Bunny? Not Mink, not Jones. Somebody with a motive to kill Jones? You didn't like him. Did you?
Art Jones?
Yeah, you went with him because he took you places, only maybe you didn't feel good about it. He wasn't your type.
I guess he wasn't.
He wasn't. And then he began to crowd you. Mink business, for instance. You figured he didn't have any right to butt into your life.
Well, that's true, but...
What about Jimmy?
Jimmy?
Yeah, the kid that works around here. More your style. You seem like a nice kid.
He is.
Yeah, only Art Jones got in between you.
What are you thinking?
I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking somebody must have been in Mink's cabin when Jones got there this morning. Somebody that had gone in before the wind dropped, so the tracks covered over. Somebody that would have killed Jones.
And you think
You sleep in one of the cottages here at the outer court?
Yes.
Sleepwalk, maybe?
Jeff, I don't like
Now,
you.
listen, baby, the sheriff will be getting up to Mink cabin in the next 10 minutes on my say-so. Half an hour later, this joint here's going to be jumping. Only not with customers. With cops, deputies asking questions. Now, let's get ahead of them, huh?
Well, I didn't kill Art, if that's what you want to know.
I know you didn't.
What? Well, then...
No, you couldn't have. You couldn't have done the job, strangled him. Strangling's not a girl-sized job.
Well, then why did you ask me all those questions?
To get answers, baby. About you and Art Jones. And Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Yeah. Only 2 people had a motive to kill Jones. You and Jimmy. Look on her face said she was scared, but that might be it. Jimmy liked her, didn't like Jones. I started to look for Jimmy, and what he was doing when I found him didn't help. He was stealing my car. Hey, get out of that car. Jimmy, get out of that car. You won't get away. Come here.
Come on!
All right, this'll hold you.
What are you trying to do?
Come here.
Let me go!
I got an arm lock on him. All of a sudden, he quit. Fear had worked two ways on him. Made him fight, made him quit. You better talk, Jimmy. Like fast, huh? Wait till I shut off the motor. We'll go inside, out of the cold. And then I want answers. What I saw on the seat of my car when I reached in to shut off the motor stopped me. A pair of shoes. Art Jones shoes. Still wet from being in the snow. I took Jimmy into the cafe, sat him on a stool. Bunny came in.
Jimmy, what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
You tried to steal my car. You stole the keys out of my cottage. You'd have gotten away if the motor hadn't been cold.
Jimmy.
Why'd you want to steal my car?
Because I had to get away.
Because you killed Art Jones?
No, I didn't kill him.
Go on, kid. Get it out.
I had to get away. I had to.
Jeff, please.
Keep out of it, Bunny. You think a lot of Bunny, Jimmy.
Well, Yes, I do.
You didn't like Jones?
No, I didn't.
Where'd you get his shoes?
I found them.
Yeah?
In the snow by the highway.
Look, the sheriff will want a better story than that. You'd better practice up on me.
Well, I got up early.
You sleep here someplace?
I've got a room in the kitchen.
Go on.
I went up the highway a ways. I was trying to think. Well, because of Art Jones and Bunny, I didn't think I had any chance with her, I guess. But then I saw the shoes in the snow by the highway. I brought them back.
Anybody see you coming or going?
Why, yes.
Yes?
Well, they were scraping the road. There's where I found the shoes.
I checked Jimmy's story, and it was okay. He had a snowplow crew of witnesses. So that made it great. Two people had a motive to murder Jones, Jimmy and Bunny. Bunny couldn't have strangled Jones, and Jimmy didn't. Well, if nobody with a motive to murder Jones had murdered him, then it had to be this way. Somebody without a motive to murder him had. I walked back up to the cabin where Jones was strangled. Sheriff Lyle and his deputies had been and gone. They'd made tracks in the snow. But then I saw some tracks they hadn't made. They were the paw marks of Thaddeus Mink's new cat. I asked myself where I had seen cat's paw marks before. That gave me the answer. I went back down to Mountain Crest Haven and made a phone call. I got the right answer. That left me just one place to go. It took a while to get there.
Yes, this is a surprise.
Painting?
Oh, just touching up this still life.
Been better, lady, if you just stayed E.P. Duffield art dealer.
You mean because I paint so badly?
It's part of it. You're more the outdoor type. Tall, strong.
I suppose that's so.
Those circus paintings over there. You painted. You showed me yesterday.
Yes.
You were in the circus. Strong enough for that.
Jeff, just what are you trying to get at?
Not trying. I've got. I phoned the model agency from Mountain Crest a little while ago. Model agency where I got the track on Margaret Ames Mink, Mink's sister that got strangled. You'd gotten her address a couple of hours before she was murdered.
That doesn't mean anything.
You wanted to be a great painter.
Yes.
Yeah, but honey, you didn't have the stuff. What happens? Thaddeus Mink sends you his paintings. He is a great painter.
Go on, Jeff.
Sure. Mink didn't sign his name to his paintings, painted on a cat's paw print instead.
So?
Mink was a shy guy. He found out nobody knew him. Nobody knew he'd painted the great paintings of his you had. Except his sister. She'd posed for one. You killed her.
And, Jeff?
And that left Mink. Him dead, you'd be the genius that painted the pictures.
Yes. Well, he is dead, Jeff. And I am.
You went up to Mink's cabin after I talked to you on the phone last night. Nobody home, but you waited. Guy came in early this morning, you strangled him. Wore his shoes to walk out.
I said, Mink's dead.
Mink's not dead. You've never seen Mink, and you strangled the wrong guy. A guy named Jones.
Jones? Not Smith. Jeff, I'm not a fool. You're lying to save your skin.
My skin?
Your skin. Hasn't it occurred to you that there's somebody else who knows who painted the cat pictures?
Hey. You mean Regan?
That was in it from the first, Jeff. Jeff, bursting in like this into my office, perhaps trying to make love to me. You shouldn't have done it. Not when I happen to be armed.
Put that gun down.
Oh, no, Jeff.
There. Now, stay still.
Oh.
Esther, you should stick to strangling. It's more accurate. Next day, I gave the Lion a little lecture on art.
Very well, Jeffrey. You seem to have become quite an authority on art. But I'm afraid I'm a little more interested in Art Jones.
Oh, great.
You went back up to Mountain Crest, I suppose?
Yep.
That nice young boy, Jimmy. How are he and that girl, Bunny? Say, Jeffrey, why did he try to steal your car and run away?
Well, only he and Bunny had a motive to kill Jones. Jimmy found the shoes, then overheard my call to Sheriff Lyle. He knew he hadn't killed Jones. So?
You mean he suspected...
Well, he was scared. All he could think was to get those shoes far away. He knew there was strong evidence. E.P. Duffield had tossed them out of her car, but he didn't know that.
He thought that Bunny... Oh, I can't believe that.
He was in love. That mixes you up.
Yes, it does.
Only Bunny hadn't done it. Jimmy hadn't either. If the two people who had reason to kill Jones hadn't killed him, it added that Jones was killed by mistake.
Yes, I see that.
In Mink's cabin. So it made sense the killer meant to kill Mink. Only he didn't know what Mink looked like. Only one person fitted that. E.P. Duffield.
Why, that's brilliant, my boy, brilliant. But what about Thaddeus Mink?
Mink? Oh, Sheriff Lyle released him. And when he found out how much dough his paintings are going to bring him, he turned philanthropist.
He did?
Yeah. Gave us a present, in fact.
What?
Yeah, right outside the door.
Oh, Jeffrey, it may be one of his valuable paintings worth thousands of dollars.
Yeah, it could be. Could be worth that much. Big enough box. You open it.
Yes. Oh, Jeffrey, do you think it... Oh, Jeffrey.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, will be back next week at this same time.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Gorilla That Always Said,
Yeah.
There was a whole menagerie in this one. A giraffe, an elephant, and a gorilla that always said, yeah. It didn't take place at the Griffith Park Zoo like you might think. We played this one out along the Sunset Strip. The stretch of big-time movie agents' offices, Mocambo, Ciro's, specialty shops, and razzle-dazzle that ties Beverly Hills to Hollywood with tinsel tape. It started, as these things sometimes do, in my boss's office, the Lyon Detective Bureau.
Now, just sit down, Jeffrey, and stop pacing the office floor. You know what carpeting costs.
Sure. Okay, Lyon, give it to me again. And slow.
Jeffrey, you know there's nothing I wouldn't have you do for money.
You topped yourself this time.
$100, Jeffrey. As Anthony J. Lyon, president of the Lyon Detective Bureau, I felt it my duty to take the case.
What did she say exactly?
Exactly. This charming young lady, Annabelle, I believe she said her name was, phoned us and offered to pay $100 if we, that is, if you, Jeffrey, would recover her stolen property. The poor dear thing had been victimized. A little something was stolen from her this morning. Her giraffe.
Annabelle happened to mention where the theft of this little something took place?
Yes, she said it was somewhere along the Sunset Strip, behind an advertising billboard of some kind or other. But, Jeffrey, you can get the minor details from her when you see her.
Sure I can.
Jeffrey, you are going to see her.
Oh, yeah. Give me the address.
Yeah, well, Annabelle said she thought it'd be better if you met her someplace else. She had an idea that her place may be being watched, you see.
Where, for instance, else, Fatso?
Well, she suggested the Teensy Tea Shopette on the Sunset Strip.
All right, phone her up and tell her I'll be there in 40 minutes. Oh, Lion.
Yes?
She didn't give you anything else?
Well, yes, there was one thing more, Jeffrey.
Spill.
I believe she did happen to mention that the stolen giraffe was, blue.
Oh, well, that's okay then. I was scared for a minute this was going to turn out to be a screwy case. The Teensy Tea Shopette was on the gastronomical part of the Sunset Strip, next to the diet kitchen for French poodles only. I entered, clutched my wallet, made a run for the back booth, the smog lifted, and there was Annabelle. If somebody had to get a giraffe stolen from her, and I had to get hired to get it back, then Annabelle was the one it ought to be.
Shall I order tea, Mr. Regan? It's a specialty here.
Not for me, thanks.
Your first name's Jeffrey, isn't it?
Jeff.
Jeff. You know, I don't care for tea. Would you like to see the place where my giraffe was stolen? That would be a good place to begin. Wouldn't it, Jeff?
This the place where your giraffe got stolen, Annabelle? Here, behind this billboard?
Yes. Yeah, where nobody could see, Jeff.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Jeff, come here. Oh, Jeff.
Guess you don't know who copped your giraffe, huh, baby?
I don't know his name.
One guy did it?
Oh, yes, the one that bought the elephant.
Elephant in it, too, huh?
Yes.
Blue elephant like your blue giraffe?
No, the elephant was orange.
Oh. Maybe you better describe the guy, hmm?
Well, he was shorter than I am, heavy set. He has a bald spot, and, oh, yes, his voice was, it was strange, hoarse, and, well, you might say it was cracked.
Anything else?
Well, naturally, I was bewildered, Jeff, having my giraffe stolen on the Sunset Strip in broad daylight.
Naturally.
So I hardly really noticed. Yes, I do remember one other thing. He kept saying, yeah. I mean, whenever he meant to say yes, or so what, or anything, he'd say, yeah.
Well, that's something to start on. Maybe I can find him. And the way I get it is you'll pay $100, and I'm supposed to get back the giraffe.
It's worth a lot of money, Jeff. $4,000 or $5,000. Johnny Groat couldn't have known what he was doing when he sold it to me for $50.
Johnny Groat?
Yes.
The Johnny Groat?
Yes, Jeff.
You know who Johnny Groat is, baby.
Well, of course I'd... Oh, I see. You mean what he does on the side?
On the side?
Well, from my point of view, I suppose most people, the fact that he's sort of a gangster, something like that, is more important.
It is.
Jeff, we'll drive over to Johnny Groat's. And then you'll see.
This place, Groat's?
He just opened it. We'll park here across the street. Now you can read the sign.
J. Groat, ceramics.
You see, I'm in ceramics, too. The address I gave dear Tony Lyon is my ceramic shop.
Oh, so the blue giraffe and the orange elephant are made out of pottery.
Oh, no, Jeff, no porcelain. It's quite a different thing. You see, well, the word's around in the trade that Johnny Groat managed to buy a big consignment of pieces shipped from Europe right after the war. I dropped in this morning to see if there mightn't be something I could pick up for my own shop.
And you bought the blue giraffe?
Now, it was a queer thing. While I was looking around, that short, thick man with the odd voice came in.
He bought the orange elephant.
Now, for $50, they were a match set, the blue giraffe and the orange elephant. I was thunderstruck, Jeff. They were Viegli.
No.
Oh, I was beside myself. I knew that their resale would run into thousands of dollars. The great ceramist Viegli made his last porcelain figures in Berlin before 1750, and they've nearly all disappeared.
This begins to make sense. You bought the giraffe. The short guy with the cracked voice saw you buy it. He followed you. He hijacked you.
Yes.
Annabelle drove off, and I went across the street and into Johnny Groat's ceramic shop. Looked like any other ceramic shop. One guy behind a counter, not Johnny Groat. I knew what he looked like from the pictures in the papers. But this guy was tall, skinny, built like Honest Abe Lincoln. Only from the oily face, you'd think that maybe they left out the honest. He came up to me.
Yes, sir. May I help you, sir? One of these exquisite Italian Capodimonte pieces, perhaps?
I'm a private detective, Regan, Land Detective Bureau. I'm here on business.
I see.
You want a Johnny Groat salesman?
Not exactly. A pardonable mistake on your part, of course.
Thanks.
You see, sir, Mr. Groat has only recently gone into the ceramics business. Until recently, he was in, other business.
I read in the papers.
Yes. Well, naturally, Mr. Groat knows very little about ceramics. He acquired a warehouse of stock and engaged me to manage his introductory sale. I happen to be everyday a giveaway Wilkins, sir.
Is that so?
Ceramics expert, auctioneer, stock liquidator.
Yeah, what I came in about, Wilkins.
Yes?
A client of mine bought a porcelain animal figure here this morning. Blue giraffe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You sell it to her?
As a matter of fact, I did.
Well, she got a few blocks up the street and somebody hijacked it.
Dear me, no.
Yeah. You remember selling an orange elephant to a guy just before you sold her the blue giraffe?
Yes, a short, stocky man.
You remember anything else about him? Know his name?
No, I don't know his name, and Well, I did think he was an odd person to be buying a ceramic figure. Not quite, couth, you know.
You mean he was a mug?
You might put it that way.
Thanks. Johnny Groat got an office in the back of the shop?
Well, yes, he has.
I'll see you.
Mr. Regan, don't go back there.
Oh, no? Why not?
Well, Mr. Groat's, difficult. Very difficult. Even dangerous, you might say.
Thanks, Wilkins, for the tip. I went back, left every day a giveaway Wilkins trying to put his eyes back in his head. They'd popped out. Johnny Groat's office was at the back of the ceramic shop, but 250 pounds of strong arm was leaning against the wall by the door reading the racing form. I went up to it. Asked it what it liked in the 7th at Hialeah. It could talk.
Gump.
Yeah? I like Dora's sweetheart.
Huh.
So I don't know about horses. I lag quarters like a real demon, though. You got a 2-bit piece on you?
Yeah.
You care to lag?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'll lag first, then you lag. For that crack in the floor there by the other wall.
Huh.
I lagged a quarter. He lagged a quarter. By a strange accident of fate, he won. He went over to pick up the 2-bit pieces, and I went into Johnny Groat's office.
What? Who are you?
Oh, my name happens to be Regan. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Well, beat it.
Oh, now, Johnny, I'm just doing my job. I'm trying to find a blue giraffe.
Are you nuts?
I thought you might know something about it. Or an orange elephant.
Listen, Regan, Johnny Groat's reformed. From now on, he's a straight guy. He don't hurt nobody. Only give him time to get in a habit, will you?
Okay, Johnny. I just wonder if you happen to number among your henchmen a short, squat guy with a cracked voice.
Get out of here, Regan.
Sure, Johnny. Well, you mind if I go out the side way? Fell in front of the door I came in. It might be sore at me. I went out the side way. Maybe the visit was worth the 2-bit piece I lost lagging with the mug in front of the other door. I got 2 items. One, the short, squat, cracked-voiced guy that had heisted my client Annabelle's blue giraffe was not unknown to Jay Groat, ceramic shop owner and former racketeer. 2, Jay Groat had only one thing written on his desk pad. I read it upside down, but it said, Sam. That was followed by a phone number. Sunset 931. The last 2 numbers were torn off. I went out the side door and started up the alley in back of Groat's shop. That was when something happened. The Southern Cal Chamber of Commerce was going to have to hush up. Footsteps came up behind me fast. And then all of a sudden, a big, bright, high-octane February California sun went out. I got an eye open and looked up off the alley pavement. Something was standing above me. There was a guy, about 14 feet tall. Kept dividing in half and snapping back together again. Funny. I heard talk. All I could make out was a name. Murphy. When I came to, the guy was still standing over me. He wasn't 14 feet tall. Only about 7.
Get up, Regan. Don't talk. Regan, you never heard of no blue giraffe. Or you don't live long, Regan. Johnny Groat says for me to tell you.
Well, thanks, Murphy.
You're wise, huh? Well, go back to sleep.
I went back to sleep. I started on the trail of a blue porcelain giraffe worth $4,000 or $5,000. I did fine. 3 hours after I took the case, I had A, an order from Johnny Groat, ceramic shop owner and former mobster, to drop the case or turn up dead. B, 2 lumps on the head administered by one Murphy. C, description of a short, squat person unknown that had a cracked voice in the habit of saying ya, and had copped the giraffe from my client. D, half a telephone number. E, my client Annabelle. Well, item E was okay anyway.
Well, Jeff, I think you're really doing brilliantly on the case.
Sure I am.
Only, Jeff.
Yeah?
Don't find my blue giraffe too soon. Oh, I want it back. It's worth lots of money, but make the case last a while.
See what you mean. You got a phone here in your ceramic shop, Annabelle?
Of course.
I got a lot of phoning to do.
Anthony J. Lyon speaking.
Lyon, I got a big job for you tonight.
Jeffrey, you know this is the evening I take my French lesson.
Parlez français ce soir, Lyon.
What's that?
French.
Oh. Well, what does it mean, Jeffrey?
Means no French lesson for you tonight, Fatso. You got work to do.
Now, Jeffrey, why do you always put all the work on me?
Yeah, why do I? Look, Fatso, I want you to do some phoning. Dial Sunset 93100.
Yes?
And then dial Sunset 93101. Then dial Sunset 93102.
Hey, Jeffrey, is this your idea of a joke?
After you get up to Sunset 93109, start with Sunset 93110. Sunset 93111. You get the idea?
Jeffrey, this is absurd.
Keep it up to Sunset 93199 if you have to. But if a guy answers with a cracked voice that says, ya, tell him you're the phone company. You want to check his address against the files. Then phone me and give me the address.
And where will you be all this time, Jeffrey?
At the Seaside Rendezvous, Lyon. Imperiling life and limb for the Lyon Detective Bureau.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff is wonderful.
Real wonderful.
It's dark here on the veranda.
Mm-hmm.
It's even nicer than in their dancing. See here. Jeff, come closer. Closer.
Hey.
Huh?
Sorry to bother you at a crucial moment, like you might say, but you're wanted on the phone.
Oh, you're the waiter.
Phone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, phone. Yeah, I'll be right there. Right there with you.
This way, sir.
Regan.
Jeffrey.
Oh, Lyon, that's you?
I've lost my voice.
Oh, no.
I got as far as Sunset 93187. Talk to thousands of people. Jeffrey, I can't go on. I can't go on.
The Lion gave his vocal cords for the cause, but didn't get anybody with a cracked voice that said, ya. So that left it up to me. I took Annabelle home. Went to a phone booth with a handful of nickels and started in at Sunset 93188. I was luckier than the Lion. I was only on my second back at nickels when...
Yeah.
This is the telephone company calling.
Yeah?
We'd like to have the street address at this number, please, to check against a... So I had a hamburger, listened to a couple of records on the jukebox, and tried again. Dialed the same number.
Yeah?
Sam.
Yeah?
This is Murphy.
Murph, you don't sound like yourself.
Sam, look, I gotta see you. Things are getting hot.
Yeah?
Yeah, I gotta meet you right away. Can't come to your place, too dangerous.
Yeah?
Yeah, so how about Ocean Park Pier? It'll be closed up this late.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, make it fast, Sam. Stand under the 3rd street lamp on the boardwalk that leads into the Midway. I'll come there. Got a match, Bud?
Yeah.
All right, Sam, this is a gun in my pocket. Turn around and walk straight ahead.
Hey, what are you...
Watch, shut up and walk. Out onto the amusement pier, up the Midway.
Hey, what is this?
Shut up and walk.
Yeah. Okay.
Pier deserted, nobody out there. Dark, empty booths, fronts pulled down. Tunnel of joy, a black mouth. Surf against the piles under the pier. Girders of the amusement rides jutting skeleton bones in the moonlight. Okay, this'll be all right. We can talk here.
Who are you, mister?
Skip that. Or, you can call me Murphy if you want it.
You was the one that phoned.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was Murph. Hey, was I a sap? I ain't no good at this mobster business.
You, work for Grote, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, this morning you pulled a grab on a blue porcelain giraffe.
Yeah, sure. Hey, mister.
Talk.
Well, I don't know exactly what you got in mind getting me out here, but if it's like I was reading in the papers, I mean, if you're a guy from the East or something, well, I got points 1 and 2 to make bearing on any decision you might have took to rub me out.
Gimme.
Point 1. Johnny Grote's going straight. All us regular mobsters is on 2 weeks' notice, and Johnny's lawyer is working on what Johnny can do about the special guys like numbers racket experts, which have got non-cancelable contracts with Johnny.
Point 2.
Point 2. Even if Johnny's conscience can't stand his going back on former obligations, I'm finished in the rackets. I ain't no good, mister. I done the best I could, but I just ain't suited to the work. Temperamental.
Sam, the blue giraffe.
Did I heist it off that Judy this morning? Hey, she was pretty.
What was the angle behind that heist, Sam?
Well, I don't know as it would be ethical for me to say about that.
Why, sure it would, Sam.
Yeah?
Yeah, now that Johnny Grote's going straight.
Yeah, but that ain't it. Hey, there's somebody behind you coming up, mister. Look.
Don't try to pull that old one on. My head was getting used to it. I came out of it quick. Yeah, but I was all alone on the pier. The unsuccessful gorilla with a cracked voice, Sam, had disappeared. I patted around among the booths a while, came up with nothing. So I phoned police headquarters and gave them a description on Sam. It was past 1 in the morning, and I went home to my place on Taft. Opened the door and went in. Then, like they say, that was the moment my whole life passed in a flash before my eyes. That's what they say happens the moment before you die. Well, I guess it's it, huh?
Sit down, Regan.
Rather die standing up, Grote. Facing life.
You're quite a kidder, Regan. Well, sit down. I'm sorry I had to break into your place.
Don't mention it.
Oh, come on. Sit down.
Sure.
What I mean is, Regan, I'm sorry I had to jimmy your door lock. Sure, I've been on the executive end quite a few years. I ain't jimmied a lock or nothing for years, but a guy can't give himself no leeway once he decides to go straight, you know?
Oh, I guess not.
I come about Sam, Regan. Sam's missing. He was there. What happened?
You know a lot about it, Grote.
Well, I got guys that's still under contract to me.
I get it. Listen, Grote, let's cut playing games. You're going straight, huh? Well, then why the gun in your hand?
Oh, I was forgetting. Regan, you better toss your heater on the table, huh?
Sure.
I'll just stick it in my pocket, huh, Pally?
Thought you might.
See? Mine ain't even loaded, Regan.
Hey, it's not.
Oh, I couldn't trust myself to carry it loaded. Old habit might come back on me all of a sudden, like, you know. But the weight of it sort of feels good in the shoulder holster, you know. Guy can't bust off from everything he's used to all at once.
Grote, maybe you're on the level.
What? Oh, well, sure I am, Regan. And I ain't never had so much trouble. You seen in the papers?
Only, Grote, what about the grab job on my client's blue porcelain giraffe?
Well, I don't know nothing about that.
Murphy said different.
I don't know no Murphy.
You haven't got a 7-foot muscle with a busy blackjack guy named Murphy working for you?
Never heard of him.
Grote, you're hard to believe.
Yeah, I know. I got a bad reputation.
You, Regan, answer your pal. Don't move.
Speaking of Murphy.
Toss out that rod on the table, you.
It ain't loaded anyhow.
Okay.
Johnny Grote sent you with another message for me, Murphy?
Yeah, he did. About laying off that blue giraffe heist, Regan.
Johnny, you told me the truth. That guy doesn't know you.
Well, sure, Regan. I give up lying, like I said. Besides, today's George Washington's birthday, and you know that he never told
Hey, what
no.
are you guys yakking about?
Who do you really work for, Murphy? You must be an out-of-town hood, way out of town. You don't know Johnny Grote.
Grote sent me like I told you. Grote sent me.
Oh, yeah? Well, take a good look, Murphy. This is Johnny Grote right here.
Huh?
Take a good look. Before I turn out the lights.
Huh? Hey, turn those lights on.
I got the light switch. Put the three of us in the dark. Murphy fired a couple of times, didn't score. I couldn't shoot back. Johnny Grote had my gun in his pocket. Okay, Johnny, we're working together. I draw his fire. You take my gun, aim for his flashes, plug him.
What? Well, gee, Regan, I can't shoot no guy. I'm going straight.
Johnny, this is self-defense. This guy busted into my apartment.
What? Hey, Regan. Hey, you're right. Yeah. Okay, Regan, you rush him and I'll plug him.
I'm coming, Murphy.
Stay back.
I'm coming.
All right, Regan.
About the flashes, Johnny?
Yeah, I sure did.
While we waited for the cops and the police ambulance, Grote and I had a chance to talk things over. Johnny had bought a big consignment of ceramic pieces like Annabelle had told me. He didn't know anything about this stuff, so he hired every day a giveaway Wilkins to sell his stock for him. Wilkins was an expert on the value of the stuff. Cops came, hauled what was left of Murphy off. They buttoned Jay Grote up in the wagon. Said they'd have to hold him for questioning. Maybe the story we told them was okay, but they weren't taking any chances on Johnny Grote. Me? I had a call to make.
Why, Mr. Regan, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Step back in, Wilkins. I want to talk.
Now, just
Step
a minute.
back, Wilkins, like fast.
Well, very well. Mr. Regan, I'm sure I don't know what this is all about.
You sold an orange ceramic seller from Johnny Grote's stock to a guy named Sam, $50.
Well, yes, I did. I tried to make as many sales for Miss Grote as possible, of course.
Yeah, sure. Only that ceramics elephant was a German antique. That was worth about $5,000. You were a ceramics expert. You knew what that was worth. Grote didn't. You hired Sam to buy it for you. Then you'd appraise it way, way low. That was your way of getting it cheap.
Mr. Regan, a statement of that kind had better be backed up with proof.
Well, that'll be easy. Who else knew the value of the ceramics pieces? You had tough luck, Wilkins. My client Annabelle saw the sale. She bought the giraffe. That was worth $5,000, too. You had to sell it to her for $50, only you had Sam tag her and heist it from her. That way you got both pieces.
Mr. Regan, if the ceramic pieces are valuable, as you say, there might be a handy profit in their resale. That could be divided, eh?
You don't have to pay off, Wilkins. I'm already in debt to you.
I don't know that I understand that.
3 saps on the head you sent me by Murphy. And now it's my turn to pay you back, Wilkins. With interest. That cleaned it up. I took Wilkins to police headquarters where they had some questions to ask him regarding embezzlement. Murphy? He was in the morgue. Sam? Well, he came out of hiding when he read the papers. He jumped backwards when Murphy rapped me on the head on the pier, fallen into the Pacific Ocean. Sam never could do things right. Annabelle got her blue giraffe back, and the next morning, I dropped into the Lion Detective Bureau office. Anthony J. was too busy to notice me.
9, 3, 1.
Lion.
Oh, it's you, Jeffrey. Can't talk. Save my voice. Let me see now. 7, 3. Yeah. Hello? I seem to have the wrong number.
Lion, the case is over.
Yeah, I know that, Jeffrey. Now, don't bother me, my boy. Yes. You...
Lion, I located the mug with the Sunset 931 phone number last night.
1, 7. Yes, of course you did, Jeffrey. Now, where was I? Sunset 93174.
I phoned you this morning and told you how the case came out.
Oh, no answer. Jeffrey, will you please go away and leave me? I mustn't raise my voice like this. Leave me alone.
All right, Fatso, what's the pitch?
It's already 9:45.
So?
But I have to reach her by 10.
Reach her?
She's leaving the house then. Oh, Jeffrey. She had the most beautiful voice over the telephone last night.
You mean you found a dame last night when you were phoning the Sunset 931 numbers, and she...
Yeah, Jeffrey. But, Jeffrey, I can't remember which Sunset 931 number it was. Now, where was I? Oh, no!
Now what?
You made me forget where I was. Now I'll have to start dialing those Sunset 931 combinations all over again.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story,
Lo, the Gentle Earthworm. You take a beautiful woman, a tall, bony-faced guy with a drawl, 724 million worms, mix them together, and you come up with a case of port wine. I did, anyhow. The thing took off under jet propulsion of a fatal Thursday. I made the mistake of reporting for work as usual at the Lyon Detective Bureau office.
So then you're Mr. Regan, the Lion's Eye. Oh, I'm so glad.
This is Mirabelle Drake, Miss Mercantile Development of 1948.
As I've been telling Mr. Lyon, I won the title over 400 aspirants, Mr. Regan. And for a $5,000 prize, Mr. Regan. In merchandise, of course.
Congratulations.
Mrs. Drake has a serious problem, Jeffrey.
Yes. It's my husband. He's going to kill himself.
Yeah, and with such a lovely wife, too. Isn't it a pity, Jeffrey?
Your husband happened to mention what's bothering him?
The worms.
Worms?
724 million of them.
Makes it clearer.
Mr. Regan, in just 18 days, it'll be the first of the month again.
So?
And there'll be 1,446,500,000 worms.
You see, Jeffrey, this is a serious matter.
Sounds like.
You must help me, Miss Regan. You must find the man who swindled my husband. He did swindle him. We know that now. You must catch Mr. Myron Biloxi and get our money back. Or my husband will kill himself. He will. I know he will.
It went on like that for a couple of minutes. Then it began to get confusing. Arthur Drake, Mirabelle's husband, had bought 500,000 worms 12 months ago from Myron Biloxi. The worms had cost $5,000. Mirabelle's prize winnings converted to cash. They'd started a worm farm. The algebra of the multiplication of worms began to get out of hand the way Mirabelle told it, so I said maybe we better get out to her place and get the dope straight from the worm grower's mouth. She said okay. The Drake place was on the El Segundo Flats, between L.A. and the ocean. Rancho Gusano in the Spanish. Worm ranch, that meant. Clapboard house, tin mailbox, gasoline cans and orange crates lying around the yard. I thought of a beautiful kid like Mirabelle Drake living in a place like that.
Oh!
And then all of a sudden I was thinking of something else.
Oh, my heavens, Arthur shot himself!
Come on, baby, those shots came from out back of the house. I ran around to the back of the tumble-down house. Mirabelle Drake 15 seconds in back of me. Yeah, but Arthur Drake hadn't shot himself. There was a third shot just as I rounded the corner of the house, and I saw a tall, gaunt guy in overalls. He had an old-fashioned Springfield rifle in his hands, and when he saw me, he shouldered it.
Stop now, you!
Yeah, sure.
It's all right, Arthur. This is Mr. Regan, the lion's eye, that's going to help us.
Oh, well, I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Regan. I'm sorry.
Arthur, forget it.
Arthur, what are you doing with the gun?
Well, now, I got to thinking we're pretty isolated out here, Mirabelle.
What are we to protect? Nothing. There's nothing here except these worms.
Oh, now there, honey, don't you take on. I got you to protect.
That's the real reason you bought the gun, Arthur.
From the look on the sunburned, raw-boned face, that wasn't the real reason Arthur Drake had bought the Springfield rifle. He and Mirabelle looked at each other a minute, and then Mirabelle sobbed once, smothered it, and turned and ran into the house.
I reckon she's kind of upset, Mr. Regan.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Well, I'll just set this here gun aside. See that there can over there? I just said you'd have it work. There now. Now I'd like to show you around my place.
Sure, I'd like to see.
Well, this way.
Okay.
It ain't pretty, Mr. Regan. I guess I'm what the psychologist at the university back home in Arkansas used to call failure prone. I've lost my wife's beauty prize money on these worms. That's what changed me.
This worm raising sounded a little complicated the way Mirabelle explained it to me.
Oh, but it ain't. Now, I'll show you. Now, here's the vegetable lug boxes I raise them in, Mr. Regan.
Under the gunny sack?
Yeah, that's correct. Stacks of lug boxes. And then all you need is the cans of water and the tub of acid.
Boxes, water, acid.
You know, Mr. Regan, I can't agree with Mirabelle that the breeding of worms is exactly complicated. For the $5,000 I gave Mr. Myron Biloxi a year ago, I got me 500,000 worms.
$5,000, 500,000 worms.
Yeah, it cost me 1 cent a worm.
That adds.
Well, worms is valuable. They enrich the soil. People buy them for their gardens, Mr. Regan.
Yeah, I heard.
Now, 500,000 worms produce 1,500,000 eggs capsules at the end of the first month.
Well, don't stop now.
Well, the egg capsules mature in 3 months, Mr. Regan, and each capsule produces round about 1 to 20 worms. So, allowing for fatalities to the young, you begin to harvest 2.5 million worms a month after the 4th month.
Like you said, not complicated.
Of course, in the 8th month, the first harvest of 2.5 million worms has produced 15 million young'uns, and the next month, with the first 500,000 worms and the first and second harvest of 2.5 million worms, all producing concurrently, you get yourself 27,500,000 worms. Round about.
Then after that, the figures begin to get big.
Oh, yeah, they do, Mr. Regan.
Huh? Every one of those worms is worth 1 cent?
Yeah, that's so.
Well, it's come to a decent profit in a year's time.
Well, deducting 1/6 of the growth for cost and $6.25 million on a $5,000 investment in 1 year.
Oh, that sounds fair enough.
That's what I thought. When Mr. Myron Biloxi explained it to me and sold me the worms, he guaranteed me 1,000% profit or my money back. But now I got me 724 million head of worms here on my ranch, Mr. Regan. And I can't sell them. Market won't absorb that much. And I can't locate Mr. Myron Biloxi to get that there money back. That's why I begin to think that Mr. Biloxi swindled me.
You know, Drake, I think you may be right. The first step in putting the bee on the Worm King, Myron Biloxi, was to find him. Maybe that wouldn't be easy. Sound of the worm deal, he was slick, mean. Mirabelle Drake and her husband couldn't help me much, just a description. Myron Biloxi had seemed prosperous, was about 60, kindly, round-faced. I got $10 from Arthur Drake against expenses, and he had to go down deep for that. Then I drove back downtown to the Lyon Detective Bureau office. Lyon had news for me.
Oh, here you are, Jeffrey. I'm glad to see you.
What's up, Lyon?
Mirabelle Drake just telephoned.
Yeah, what's wrong? I just left there.
Oh, she was terribly upset, Jeffrey. Nearly hysterical. Her husband's disappeared.
I told the Lyon to check the regular channels, missing persons, Bunko Squad files. Try to get a line on the guy whose real name might or might not be Myron Biloxi. Then I got out to Rancho Gusano fast. Like the Lion said, Mirabelle was nearly hysterical. I had to let her cry off the first wave of tears before she was calm enough to make sense. Listen, lady, the faster you give me what happened, the faster I get started to find your husband.
Yes, of course, it's true.
How long has he been gone?
Well, I'm not quite sure. You see, I lay down in the bed.
You fell asleep?
Yes.
And when you woke up, he was gone.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Well, maybe he had to go somewhere.
store. Get some supplies for his worms, maybe.
No, no, no.
Sure?
Oh, yes. You see, he didn't take the car. It's a 3 or 4 mile walk to any place at all from here. That's how I know, Mr. Regan. He's walked up into the hills to kill himself.
Just try to relax, Mirabelle. I'll look around the place and see if I can turn up a lead. I walked out back of the house. No sign of Art. I started poking around the lug boxes the worms were kept in, and was just pulling some of the gunny sack coverings off when Mirabelle came out.
Have you found anything that'll help, Mr. Regan?
No, not yet. You better wait in the house, lady.
Oh, no, I can't.
Okay.
Regan, you're looking for Arthur's rifle, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. Look, Mirabelle, come on and get busy. Help me uncover these stacks of lug boxes. We may find something.
All right.
Start on that section over there, huh?
All right. Just pull off the gunny sack?
Yeah, check down between the boxes. The rifle could be there.
Yes, I will.
No, never mind. I found it.
What? Oh, Mr. Regan! Then Arthur...
No, your husband hasn't gone off someplace to shoot himself. That's right.
Oh, thank heaven.
Here's the rifle. It's down here back of these boxes.
But then, if Arthur didn't go off to shoot himself, then why...
What I'm wondering myself. Why did he disappear? Hey. The thing you started to uncover over there. That's not a vegetable lug box.
Oh, yes. It's under the gunny sacking like the other.
Sure, but look.
Yes.
Not the same shape.
It's round.
And the surface under the sacking. The top surface of these lug boxes is flat, wormy earth, straight across from edge to edge.
But that gunny sack's bumpy.
Something bumpy surfaced under it.
There must be.
Stay here.
No,
Stay here. Now, let's see. So that's it.
What is it, Mr. Regan?
It's all right. Come on.
What is it?
This?
Case of wine.
That surprise you?
Oh, yes, it does.
Well, the bottle made the bumps on the gunny sacking. And this against the case of wine, just some sacking. That would give the thing the shape
of a covered-up body.
Might have been that. Let's have a look at one of these bottles. They look pretty old.
But I can't understand Arthur spending money on wine. Now when we have so little.
No, I'm no expert, but it figures this wine costs dough. Look here, the label. Robertson's Special Vintage Port. Bottled at Villanova de Gaia, Portugal, in the year 1892. Well, the others are the same, 12 bottles. 1 case of port wine.
58-year-old vintage port. Mr. Regan, I remember enough from when we had money and Arthur used to buy wine. We know that must be terribly expensive.
So maybe somebody gave it to him. Maybe we can find out who.
Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. Anthony J. Lyon Esquire speaking.
Okay, Husky, you can stop staring at the petty girls and get to work.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
This is Regan.
I know that. You think I wouldn't recognize your voice after all these years, my boy? What kind of a detective do you think I am?
Skip that.
Jeffrey!
Did you locate Myron Biloxi, Lyon?
No, there's not a trace of him anywhere. Police files, telephone...
Okay, listen, Lyon, 2 things. First, phone Lieutenant Sanducci at the homicide department.
No, don't tell me there's been a murder.
Well, it's not that. I want Sanducci to do something, unofficially.
I see, a favor.
Ask him to get to the right guy in the Highway Patrol Division and have a couple of squad cars from the El Segundo Playa del Rey region start combing the section from around Century Boulevard south.
Then Arthur Drake really is missing.
Well, it begins to look that way. He's tall, lean-faced, about 35. Now, if they find him, they can ride him to a substation on some pretext and phone me. Now, the other thing, Lyon.
Yes, Jeffrey?
Start phoning wine merchants. Find out all you can about Robertson's port wine, vintage of 1892.
Jeffrey, to be thinking of such a thing when that poor, lovely Miss Mirabelle's crying her heart out.
All right, don't drown in her tears. I'll explain the whole thing to you in 40 minutes. I'm starting back to the office now. So, Lion, the best lead we've got to go on so far is that case of port wine. Now, if it cost enough and was bought anywhere around L.A., the wine merchant who sold it ought to remember. That could help.
Yes, I see that.
Well, have you got anything on it yet?
Well, vintage port wine is expensive. Very expensive.
That helps.
It happens, Jeffrey, that there's a wine merchant in Beverly Hills who specializes in fine wines of that sort. I've located him, Jeffrey. He'll be returning my telephone call any minute.
Okay, Fatso, good work. You got in touch with Sanducci?
Well, naturally I did, Jeffrey.
You say you could fix it so some cops will put the search on Arthur Drake?
Yeah.
Well, then we're rolling. I got it. That'll be your Beverly Hills wine guy calling back. Hello, Lion Detective. Regan talking. Sure, go ahead. Yeah? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Well, my boy, was he able to help you?
Wasn't the wine guy, but the cops. One of the squad cars Sanducci had look around the El Segundo area, stopped at Rancho Gusano. It's Arthur Drake's place. They found Drake.
But that's good, Jeffrey.
They found him bent double and shoved into the vat of acid he kept out in back of his house. Dead, Lion. Murdered. I got back out to Rancho Gusano fast after the phone call came from the cops that my client Mirabelle Drake's husband had been found in a vat of acid out there, murdered. But I didn't get there before Lieutenant Sanducci of the LA Homicide Department.
Regan, Mrs. Drake tells me she's a client of yours. That checks with a phone call from Anthony Lyon that sent the boys out here.
Well, Mrs. Drake hired me to find a guy named Myron Biloxi, Sanducci.
Oh, yes. I feel he's responsible for all this somehow. He must be. Somehow.
What about this Biloxi, Regan?
Well, he swindled Drake. Got him to start this worm farm. Took $5,000 off him.
You located Biloxi yet?
No.
Well, it looks like a pretty clear thing here, Regan. By Mrs. Drake's own story. Her husband was shot.
Shot?
Shot, Regan.
I just can't see how he could have been shot, Mr. Regan. As I told you, I'd fallen asleep. But I'm a light sleeper. And if anyone had fired a shot, I'm sure I would have heard it.
That's a damaging admission, Mrs. Drake.
It may be. But it's the truth.
The deceased was shot with an old Springfield, Regan.
Arthur's gun. The rifle you and I found down behind the lug boxes an hour and a half ago, Mr. Regan.
You sure the Springfield did the job, Sanducci?
The bullet entered the heart and lodged in the left ventricle. The body's not a pleasant thing after being in that acid, Regan. And it just happened that the blast was close enough to...
All right, take it easy, Sanducci. I get the picture.
Yeah. Well, if I'm not a tougher cop, then I have to be, Regan.
Sure, I know.
Anyway, we got the bullet. It was an old-timer. Chances are 999 to 1,000 that it was fired by the Springfield.
Yeah, sure.
Mrs. Drake seems to think her husband committed suicide.
Yes, I do.
Well, she talked about being afraid he would when she came to the office to hire me.
But that wouldn't account for her not hearing the shot. And even if it would, I would find it hard to believe a man could bend himself double and shove himself down into a vat of acid with a bullet lodged in the left ventricle of his heart.
See what you mean.
So, Mrs. Drake, I haven't any choice except to hold you on suspicion of murder.
Sanducci took her off to headquarters. I drove to the nearest phone. Though Mirabelle Drake was proved guilty, she was still my client.
Inspector, Spirit, Spectre speaking.
This is the Lion Detective Bureau.
Oh, yes, about that vintage port. I've been meaning to return your call, but we've been simply suffused with custom.
Yeah, I wonder if you've got anything on...
Robertson Special Vintage Port 1892 is most rare, sir. Most rare. But it does happen that we sold a case of it a few months ago, and naturally we have a record of the sale of a collector's item like that.
You happen to sell it to a guy named Myron Biloxi?
To an English woman. The English leaned port.
Not to starboard?
What?
Skip it. Listen.
I have the record of the transaction before me now. One case, Robertson's Port, vintage 1892, at 900... Oh, sorry, sir, we can't divulge that information.
How about the name and address of the buyer?
Mrs. Diana Parker, 1 Royal Road, Bel Air.
Thanks. I phoned the Lion, told him to call the Agricultural Extension Service, told him to get all he could on worms, and every piece of equipment needed for the care and raising. Then I drove out to Bel Air. One Royal Road was a king-size cottage of 40 rooms. Tile, terracotta, palms, swimming pool off to the right, Great Dane chained on the left. There was Lincoln Continental parked in the drive, Mississippi license. I got a cute idea. They got a town in Mississippi named Biloxi. Now, if a guy takes on a phony name for some reason, he gets the idea of what phony name to use from some place. Doorbell was the tongue of the devil. When you pulled the tongue, the eyes lit up red. What answered the door would have made anybody's eyes light up.
How do you do?
She was the only woman I'd ever seen who'd have beaten Mirabelle Drake in a beauty contest. Red hair, clean, clear skin. A little haughty, maybe.
May I ask who's calling?
Well, Regan's the name. Mrs. Biloxi.
Step inside, please.
Thanks.
This way.
Sure.
I was about to have tea. Won't you join me? Lonely, you know, tea by oneself.
By oneself with 2 cups?
Oh, there are 2 cups. I was expecting someone.
Oh, your husband, maybe.
Oh, no, he's out of town.
Sure he is.
Do sit down, Mr. Regan.
Thanks.
May I pour you tea?
Be better iced. Big fire you got down at the other end of the room?
Yes. The day seemed quite chilly.
Not to me, Mrs. Biloxi.
How odd of you to persist in calling me that. You know that I am Mrs. Diana Parker.
Oh, I think that's your real name.
I'll pour you tea. It's really rather good tea, you know. We English are partial to tea.
Like you are to port wine?
Yes. As we are to port wine. Your tea, Mr. Regan?
Thanks.
Oh, if you'll excuse me a moment.
Diana got up from the tea table and left the room in a hurry. Her mask dropped just for a second as she stood up. Then you could see she was scared, worried. I went to the window, looked out. The Lincoln Continental with the Mississippi license was still in the drive. The big Great Dane was tugging at his chain, barking. That was all. I figured I had another 40, 50 seconds. I wanted to know about that fire in the grate on a hot day. So that's it. Burning letters. There was a packet of letters in the fire. I raked it out. One of the middle letters hadn't burned yet. It was a love letter to Diana in a man's handwriting. I read the signature, brushed the ash off the letter, and stuck the letter in my pocket. I checked the window again. Diana was out in front trying to quiet the Great Dane. I kept an eye on her from behind a drape and picked up a telephone, dialed the Lion.
Lion Detective Bureau, Anthony J.
Lion, this has got to be quick.
Yes, Jeffrey?
Did you get that stuff I asked you to from the Agricultural Extension people about raising and taking care of worms?
Yes, Jeffrey. It's the most amazing thing. Do you realize that just a few hundred worms can produce simply millions?
Later, Lion. What did they give you on the equipment for raising worms?
Yeah, but that's one of the most beautiful things about it, Jeffrey. Requires almost nothing. Lug boxes, a few gunny sacks, and water.
You sure that's all?
Positively, the man assured me.
Okay, Lion. Thanks.
There now, Mr. Regan. I must apologize for having been so long.
Don't.
Don't.
It helped?
I'm afraid I don't
You,
understand.
seen the afternoon papers?
No, but I have heard the wireless. About those flying saucers, you mean?
I mean about Arthur Drake, the worm grower, getting murdered.
Arthur Drake.
Cut it, you know him. Your husband going under the name of Myron Biloxi took him for $5,000. Sold him worms.
Can you conceive, Mr. Regan, that I might not know all my husband's business?
Sure, but you knew Arthur Drake. Probably met him through the worm deal. That doesn't matter. You met him. Maybe it was the old story, opposites attract. Anyhow, you and Arthur Drake fell in love.
That's absurd.
You gave him a present. Expensive. Robertson's Port Wine, 1892 vintage. You bought it at Spectre in Beverly Hills. That case of wine's at Drake's house now. That's the kind of evidence that'll stand up in court.
Very well. I knew Arthur Drake. What of it?
Yes. This letter I saved from the fire is a love letter from Drake to you.
Let me have that.
Evidence, baby. You know, if your husband had happened to find a letter like this, could have made him pretty sore at Drake.
Are you inferring my husband murdered Arthur Drake?
Oh, I didn't say that.
I told you that my husband's out of town.
He's been away since yesterday, and Arthur Drake was alive this morning.
That's right. He was. Now it's my turn. Excuse me a minute.
Where are you going?
There's somebody else in this house, and I'd like to talk to him.
Sit still.
Listen,
Oh, shoot.
baby. You're not very good at this game. I drove across the tea table, got half a cup of tea in my lap, but I got Diana's gun. Then I took off to the other part of the house where I knew I'd find somebody hiding. 10 seconds later, I pulled up beside a heavy door. It was locked, but there was movement behind it. Diana caught up while I was standing to one side trying my skeletons on the lock for size.
No, don't go in there. I lied to you, Mr. Regan. My husband's not out of town.
No? Stand back, baby. I want to work on this lock.
No, you mustn't go in there. My husband's desperate. He'll kill you.
You figure one murder on his hands is enough, is that it?
Yes.
Oh, a tough lock to make. Oh, so then I guess it was your husband the second tea place was set for when I came in.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. And was he the one the dog barked at?
Yes.
You know, that's a careful watchdog you've got. To bark at its own master like that.
Well, the dog is...
Sure, I know. You know, Diana, this key's gonna work.
No, don't go in there. He'll shoot you.
I don't think so. I think it was his gun you tried to use on me a minute ago. All right, Drake, get your hands up over your head.
Reckon I better do just what you say, Mr. Regan.
You passed on your gun to Diana when she slipped out to see you a couple of minutes ago. You wanted her to get rid of me one way or another before I saw you. Saw you alive when you're supposed to be dead. Okay, Drake. I got the gun now. You got no choice but to do what I say.
You're right about that, Mr. Regan. I know when I'm be. I'll do whatever you tell me.
That was it. The guy in the acid wasn't Arthur Drake at all. It was the guy known as Biloxi. Drake shot him, hid the body. Then today, Drake staged a disappearance. Before he left, while Mirabelle was sleeping, he put the body in the vat of acid. He figured it would be found, and with the condition it'd be in, there'd be no way to tell it wasn't him. He'd be declared legally dead and under a new name begin life all over with Diana somewhere. I phoned Sanducci at Homicide, turned Arthur Drake over, and started out to find the line.
Jeffrey!
Lion, what are you doing at home? Why aren't you at the office?
Jeffrey, come back tomorrow. I'm very busy.
Busy? Lion, I wrapped up the Arthur Drake murder. They're letting Mirabelle Drake go.
No, well, good work, my boy.
Well, why don't you answer your phone? And I've been phoning the office trying to tell you that the case is closed.
Well, I may be in the office tomorrow.
Maybe?
Yes, you can tell me all about the case then.
Lion, don't you even want to know who did the murder?
Oh, yes, of course I do. Who did it?
Arthur Drake.
Yes, interesting. So that was it. So Arthur Drake murdered Arthur Drake! Jeffrey, that's impossible.
Well, it was your detective work that clinched it, Lion.
You don't say so.
I do. The worm equipment, Lion.
Huh?
You found out from the agricultural extension people what it takes to raise them.
Yes.
No tub of acid was included. So that vat of acid Drake had at his place didn't have anything to do with worm breeding. It was for the disposal of the husband of the woman Drake was in love with. Guy who used the phony name of Myron Biloxi.
I see. Imagine all this from my detective work with the agricultural extension people.
Sure, Lion.
You know, Jeffrey, I'm glad Drake was a criminal.
Yeah?
It reassures me. I'd already found out he was a very poor businessman. He wasn't swindled at all. About the worms, I mean.
No, Lion?
No, I was talking with the agricultural extension people, you see. Jeffrey, I wonder if you have any conception of the fantastic financial possibility.
What?
What's that, Jeffrey?
Oh, nothing, Lion. Go on.
Yes. Well, come over here, Jeffrey. I was just fixing up these vegetable lug boxes here, you see.
I see.
Do you know, Jeffrey, 500 worms, $5 worth at 1 cent a worm, you see, will produce, still at a value of 1 cent for each worm, 40,000 worms in the 10th month, 110,000 worms in the 11th month, and in the 12th month alone, 522,000.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time. Bob Stevenson speaking and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story, The Hollywood Story, or H is for the Many Things You Gave Me.
It was a great day for the Lion. Money all over the place. Motion picture money. Hollywood money. And all we had to do for it was stop one guy from seeing another guy. A very simple job. Except when a guy got in the way of the wrong bullet. The Hollywood Story got underway along about noon in the Lion's office. He was sitting behind his desk engulfed in a cloud of 50-cent cigar smoke. But through the smoke, the gleam in his eyes cut like a Sunset Strip searchlight announcing the opening of a popcorn stand.
Jeffrey, come in. It's a wonderful day.
Ah, looks like. Rich Uncle Die, Fatso?
No, Jeffrey, but something wonderful did happen.
We got a client.
Yes. What else?
A rich client.
Yes. Go on, Jeffrey.
Look, Fatso, I'm no mind reader. What's the story?
Jeffrey, the big moment has come at last. We've been hired by Progressive Pictures Incorporated.
Ah, movie money, huh, Fatso?
Oh, more than that, Jeffrey. This case has all the earmarks of a big thing. I happen to know that the famous movie star Larry Winters is involved. You see, Jeffrey, we're getting on the inside of things.
Thank you, Hedda Hopper.
Yeah, I also happen to know this case involves a $2 million picture and a real future for the Lion Detective Agency. Think of it, my boy. Us being on the list of the big producers.
But which list?
Now, you run right out to Progressive Pictures, Jeffrey. Look up Mr. H.P. Lovejoy, the big producer. He'll give you the complete details. And, Jeffrey, above all else, be on your best behavior. The future of the agency depends on you.
Really a big thing, huh, Fatso?
Big! It's colossal, gigantic, stupendous!
Yep, that's movie business, all right. There was a girl behind a wire cage who summoned a big studio guard with a bigger gun. The guard, dressed in enough gold braid to worry an admiral, took me down the studio lot to a door with an electric eye. And the eye checked me over and okayed me for another guard behind another cage. A couple of cages later, I got to a secretary. And 5 secretaries after that, a door opened without benefit of an electric eye. And I stood staring into the worried, bespectacled face of H.P. Lovejoy himself.
You're Regan. Come in. Been waiting for you. Sit here. Have a cigar.
No thanks.
I'm going to get to the point, Mr. Regan. It's about my boy, Larry Winters.
Your son?
No, of course not. Larry Winters, the big star. I called him my boy. I discovered him 4 years ago. He and Kitty Train are the 2 biggest stars we've got. I don't want to see anyone miss clutch. No calls, no interruptions, but send Sid Rainier in. Well, that takes care of that. Now, where was I?
You were about to tell me about Larry.
Oh, yes.
Oh, sent for me, H.P.
Yes, this is Regan. Regan, this is my assistant, Sid Rainier.
Hello, Regan. About the Winters matter, huh, H.P.? I checked the files on it again. Definitely dangerous.
Yeah, sit down, Sid. Let me see. Now, where was I, Regan?
About your actor, Larry Winters.
Yes. I said I didn't want to talk to anyone, Miss Clutch. That includes you. Now, let me see.
You were about to tell Regan about Larry, H.P.
Oh, yes, so I was. You follow me so far, Regan?
Oh, sure.
Good. I like a man who can follow a conversation. Now about the feet.
Just one little thing, Lovejoy.
Yes?
What about Larry Winters?
What? Why, I told... Oh, that's right. I didn't tell you that part of it.
Yeah, that part of it.
Well, Regan... Winters is a model star, except when his pal Stubby Adair comes to town.
Stubby and Larry were in the Army together.
Check. And when Stubby shows up in Hollywood, he looks up his pal Larry.
And that's where the trouble starts. You know how it is with old Army pals, Regan. One drink leads to another.
Sidney! You know Larry Winters never touches the stuff.
Yes, that's what I said. Larry never touches the stuff. But he can't stay away from Stubby's screwy deals. Last time it was a lost gold mine. By the time Stubby got through convincing Larry what fun they'd have... Nothing.
Larry was gone for a week. Stopped production on the picture he was shooting. Cost the studio a fortune.
And Stubby is in town again.
This guy's real bright, H.P.
Stubby Adair is in town again. But Larry Winters is in Long Beach on location shooting a big South Sea Island picture. $2 million budget. We've got to finish that picture on schedule.
A lot of money invested, Regan. You understand?
Sure, I understand.
Now, here's the assignment, Regan. Keep Stubby Adair away from Larry for 1 week. Just 1 week. And there's $1,000 in it for you. You collect after the picture's finished.
Well, that sounds fair enough.
But wait a minute. It won't be easy. Larry's got a new contract coming up. If he finds out we kept Stubby undercover, he won't sign.
It's got to be cautious, Regan. Very cautious.
You got to handle Stubby with kid gloves. Show him a good time. Treat him nice. Don't let him know what's happening to him.
That's it.
Okay. You've bought a detective. Where do I find Stubby Adair?
Hotel Ritz. Hollywood Hotel Ritz. We got him a suite there. He arrived this morning. We told him he'd see Larry tonight.
And I fill it in from there.
You fill it.
Just one more little thing, Regan. We also told him a major executive from a studio would show him the town.
That's me.
The man's a genius.
For 1 week, Regan, you're the executive producer with Progressive Pictures, as far as Stubby is concerned.
Okay, I'm a producer.
Say, Regan, has anybody got you under contract?
Well, that's the way it started. Just me and a character named Stubby Adair. I got to the Hollywood Ritz about 1:30 and knocked on the door to room 709. My week's work peaked out.
Yeah?
Mr. Adair?
Yeah?
Name's Regan, Progressive Pictures.
Oh, come in, Mr. Regan. You gotta be careful. You never know who's trying to cop the loot.
The loot?
Well, it's not so much yet, but give me 1 week and I'll show you action. Real action.
Oh, you've got a big deal.
Big. Colossal, like you picture fellas say.
Gold mine?
Say, who told you? Oh, that's right. Larry must have told you. Oh, that gold mine was a bum steer. This is the real thing.
Real thing.
I'm going to let you in on it, Regan, since you know Larry. After all, you're his boss.
Yeah, that's right.
Regan, I have got on me at this very minute a piece of paper that's worth over $1 million.
No.
Yeah. I got a 30-day option on a little piece of property up near Bakersfield that, well...
That good, huh?
Good. Stupendous, like you fellas say. Regan, this hunk of land is on top of one of the hottest, blackest, bubblingest pools of oil in the whole world.
That's pretty big.
I'd like to let you in on it, Regan, but I can't. I just can't.
Saved it all for Larry.
That's right. For my pal Larry. Him and me was in the Army together, Regan. We're pals.
And you're going to let him sink a few $100,000 in drilling an oil well, would you? For old time's sake.
No, it don't take that much. Maybe 60, 70,000. A drop in the bucket compared to what's coming out of that well.
That's pretty friendly of you, Adair.
Just call me Stubby. I'll tell you what, Regan. I like you. I like you fine, and you're a friend of Larry's.
So you're going to let me invest in an oil well?
Well, it's the least I can do for a friend of Larry's.
How much are you going to let me invest, Stubby?
Oh, I thought maybe you could come in for, say, maybe 20,000. I'm saving the big slice for Larry, but you can have some.
That's very considerate.
It's nothing, really. You see, my option on that oil land is up in a week. 1 week from today. So I either got to get the dough to extend it and start drilling, or...
All is lost.
Exactly. It's tragic. Unless, of course, I see Larry. He'll back me, you can bet on that. Him and me was in the Army together.
Yeah, sure. Well, how about lunch, Stubby?
Good idea. In fact, I got a still better one.
I'm listening.
Seeing as how you're a big shot at the studio, Regan, I figure I'd let you tour me around.
Do what?
Show me the works out at Progressive Pictures. You make like a guide, Regan, and me, I'll be a hick.
Sure, it was screwy. A little man with an oil well and a star who likes to take gambles. Stubby Adair and I took the elevator down to the lobby and started outside to my car. Only that's when it got screwier. A tall, narrow guy drifted away from one of the pillars in the hotel lobby and ambled out the door behind us. Stubby and I turned left. So did the tall guy. I passed my car and led Stubby into a drugstore.
Hey, what are we going here for?
Cigarettes, Stubby. Take it easy. The tall, narrow man was wearing a brown suit and a brown felt hat. He was with us in the drugstore. Outside, he was still with us. And Brown Suit looked in a shop window and watched us as we got in the car. You couldn't figure it but one way. Somebody put a tail job on Stubby Adair. And then he was gone. Brown suit, brown hat, melted into the crowd. Stubby climbed into my car expectantly, and we headed out to Progressive Pictures. An hour later, we finished up lunch in the studio commissary, and Stubby was ready for the 40-cent tour. But I had a question first.
Nice meal, Regan. Thanks. Now we take the tour, huh?
In a minute. Question first.
Sure, Regan. You want to know about that oil well, huh? I knew you'd get bit by the bug.
I want to know about a tall guy in a brown suit and a brown hat, Stubby. The guy who tailed us when we left your hotel.
You kidding or something?
Don't play dumb with me, Stubby. You've got eyes.
Regan, honest.
You saw him in the drugstore. I saw you watching him.
Oh. You gotta know, huh?
Yeah. I gotta know.
Okay, Regan. Seeing as how you're practically a partner of mine, I saw the guy in the brown suit. He's been tailing me since this morning when I got in town.
That's why you were cautious back at the hotel when you opened your door.
Yeah, that's why.
Who is he?
I don't know.
You've got ideas.
Regan, don't pin me this way. You're going to make me say something you won't like.
You better say it, Stubby. We've got time.
Well, you asked for it. Know who I figure brown suit is, Regan?
Who?
A private dick hired by your picture company, maybe by you. Hired to keep me from seeing Larry Winters.
What?
Like you said, Regan, I ain't dumb. That guy's a shamus if I ever saw one. Larry's somewhere on location shooting a picture. I can figure that much. And the company's trying to keep me off him until after the picture.
You got that all figured out.
Sure I have, Regan. I'm sorry you made me show it that way. No hard feelings, huh?
No hard feelings. Wait a minute.
What is it, Regan?
Stay right here, Stubby. I'll be back.
Hey, Regan, what are you doing?
Paying his check, walking out the main door of the commissary, was Brown Suit, the tail guy. I left Stubby Adair looking puzzled and walked after Brown Suit. It was supposed to be conversation, but Brown Suit didn't like the idea. He glanced back, saw me, and walked faster. That's when I walked faster. That's when Brown Suit started to run. And that's when I followed. Anybody too scared for conversation had more answers than I'd thought. Brown Suit slid through an alleyway, and I was behind him. Medieval village, cobblestone streets, and knights in armor. And then Brown Suit swung across the set and onto another one. It was Old West, dirt streets, cowboys spitting tobacco. It was a chase through the land of make-believe until suddenly Brown Suit headed for another alleyway, and this one was no set. Big executive office building on the left, dressing rooms on the right. And at the end of the road, dead end. That's when Brown Suit suddenly turned, looked at me like he was seeing through me, and grabbed at a shoulder holster. I dropped down, grabbed for mine, and we both leveled guns at the same time. Brown Suit folded in a heap, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. I moved down to the end of the dead-end street beside him. Brown Suit's gun was cool, unfired. My gun? Cool, unfired. Brown Suit was dead, but neither he nor I had fired a shot. In 10 minutes, there were more studio soldiers surrounding me than Grant took with him to Richmond. I got a quick trip to the office of H.P. Lovejoy, and 2 of the local gendarmes sat behind my chair while we waited for H.P. himself to show up. That gave me plenty of time to think. Lovejoy had hired the Lion and me to keep Stubby Adair away from the big movie star Larry Winters. Stubby, an old buddy of Larry's, was the kind of a guy with lost gold mines and oil wells. And Larry was the kind of a guy who invested in them. Only when I took Stubby out to the studio for a tour, a character in a brown suit tailed us and then got bullets in his chest for the trouble. That's when the studio cops arrived with me standing over the body. That's when I went to Lovejoy's office.
Okay, Regan, give me the story. The full production. No, wait a minute. Miss Clutch, get Johnson. Tell him to contact the papers. I don't want anything out on this until I give the word. And get me Sid. All right, Regan, I'm with you so far. Now tell me the rest of it.
I picked up Stubby Adair at his hotel. We were tailed to the studio by a tall guy in a brown suit. And then...
You sent for me, HP, about the business down back of the offices. I got some answers.
Okay, Sid. Regan, catch this. Go on, Sid. Go on.
The guy killed was a private detective named Smith or Jones or something.
His name was Clayton.
Yeah, he'd been hired to tail Stubby Adair, and he was armed. Maybe he was going to kill Stubby.
He was hired to tail me, and he wasn't going to kill anybody.
Yes, that's right. What's that you're saying, Regan?
I checked his papers, his operator's license, and his gun. Somebody hired him to tail Jeff Regan, not Stubby Adair.
Regan, you realize what you're saying?
I realize somebody's in a big, big double cross, and somebody else around here knows about it.
Yeah? So that's the way it goes. Oh, like I said, HP, this guy is a genius.
Finish your story, Sid. Have you got anything else?
One more thing. Stubby Adair's missing.
What did you say?
The cops have been looking all over for him. Gone.
What's the meaning of this, Regan? I hired you to stay with Adair, and I meant it. I don't like a sloppy job.
Well, then get somebody else.
HP, Regan, take it easy.
You hired me to stop Stubby Adair from seeing Larry Winters, your star. All right, when another guy shows up tailing us, my job is to get a check on him.
And so you let Stubby Adair slip right out of your hands. I don't like that, Regan. I don't like that at all.
Oh, HP, Regan's doing the best he can.
Then I'm going to tell you something, Regan. I cleared you from suspicion after my cops found you standing over a dead man. I had you brought here, and I said I'd give them a story. Well, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll let them have you, Regan. For keeps.
You couldn't make it stick, Lovejoy. Not even you.
But I try. Regan, I'm giving you until midnight tonight to find Stubby Adair. If you don't, I let the L.A. Police Department have you for as long as they like. You understand that, don't you?
H.B.
Yeah, I understand that. Thanks, Lovejoy. Thanks for all your help.
Regan, you'll need it. You'll need it.
It was 4:30, and I had until midnight, and I needed facts and a lot of them, fast. There were 2 leads to take, and I made a nickel down payment on the first one.
Anthony J. Lyon Detective Agency. Anthony...
I got work for you.
Very well. What may I... Regan!
You don't have to get that enthusiastic, Fatso.
Who's enthusiastic, you numbskull? Oh, if I could only get my hands on you, Regan.
Hey, Lyon, take it easy.
It might interest you to know I've just had a call from our client, H.P. Lovejoy.
Yeah, Fatso?
He does not like the way you're handling this case. He most decidedly does not like the way you're handling this case.
Well, those things happen, Lyon. You know how it is, a personality clash.
That's no excuse. I warned you to be careful, Regan. I warned you to be on your best behavior. I told you this job meant a lot to the agency.
Yeah, but Fatso, I've only been on the case a couple of hours. Give me some time.
Time? I'll give you time, all right. If you don't pull this one out of the fire, Regan, you're fired. You hear me?
Okay, Fatso, save the hot air.
You'll see how much hot air there is. I guaranteed Mr. Lovejoy we'd finish this job, Regan. You bungled it bad. Now, if you don't straighten it out right, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Good day.
Well, that took care of any help from Lyon. So I moved on to lead number 2. Clayton, the private dick who'd been tailing Stubby Adair and me, was shot from one of 2 places. From a window in the office building on the left of the dead-end street, or from a dressing room door on the right. When he turned toward me and reached for his gun, he was looking past me, looking at somebody behind me who killed him. 5 doors with numbers on them. 4 of them were nothing. The 5th was. And I tried. It worked.
Well, come in, darling. Don't just stand there. You know, you kept me waiting.
Kitty Train. Progressive Pictures gift to American males. She drifted out from behind the screen and looked me up and down. That made us even. She was tall and brunette, and thin in some places and not thin in others. And her eyes sparkled like hot comets with no place to go.
Well, come in, darling. I'll tell you everything.
Everything?
Well, that's what you want to know, isn't it?
It's an idea.
When Kitty Train gets through with you, darling, you'll know everything. Well, I was born on a small farm in Iowa. My mother and father were very poor. I milked cows, helped plant corn, joined the 4-H club at a very tender age. My mother encouraged me in my career. She sent my picture to a Hollywood beauty contest. Soon the studio executive came along.
Wait a minute.
Am I going too fast, darling?
Look, lady, I didn't come here to get the story.
Oh, one of those. Well, darling, if you insist. I wasn't born in Iowa at all. I was born right here in Pomona. My father ran a barber shop. My mother ran up with a bald-headed tuba player. I worked as a waitress until somebody gave me the name of a good agent, and I thumbed a ride to Hollywood.
Look, all I want is a few answers.
Oh, very well, darling. I might have known that you'd never be satisfied with a routine interview. I'll give you an exclusive. My last marriage ended because John didn't like the way I did my hair. It broke me up, darling. It really broke me up. That's when I began to see Dr. Heidegger.
Dr. Heidegger?
The eminent psychiatrist. Tell me, darling, why is it that all psychiatrists are eminent?
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Oh, must you leave so soon, darling? There's really more. Much more.
Yeah, I must leave. By the way, my name's Jeff Regan, not Darling.
What? And you aren't Harvey Chandler, the reporter for the New York World News?
Nope, my error. So long, lady.
Oh, Mr. Regan, wait. After all, an interview is an interview.
Not today, darling. That took care of lead number 2. And that's when I decided on a couple of phone calls. The first to Miss Clutch, H.P. Lovejoy's secretary, who told me, after 5 minutes of wrangling, that Larry Winters was staying at the Surftown Hotel in Long Beach until the picture he was working in was finished. Room 615. The second call was to Bill Gregg, who writes a column for the L.A. Daily News. He calls it Speaking of Oil. And we did. Oil near Bakersfield. He told me plenty. And then he gave me the name of a geologist in Bakersfield, and I placed a quick call to his office.
Rudolph T. Rembrandt speaking.
This is Jeff Regan. A friend of mine suggested I call you for some information about the oil fields up there.
Well, Mr. Peters, the geologist, isn't in, but I'm his assistant. Perhaps I can help you. Rembrandt's the name. Rudolph Rembrandt.
Yeah.
No relation to the famous Rembrandt. People always ask me that, and I always tell them no relation to the famous Rembrandt.
Yeah, sure. Look, I'd like to check on some property in that vicinity.
Of course, I'd like to be related to the famous Rembrandt. Just imagine he might have willed me one of his paintings. And think what that'd be worth. But then things never work out that way, do they? I had a friend once named Rockefeller. But you think he was related? Well, he most certainly was not.
Look, Mr. Rembrandt, all I want to know is about prospects on some oil property in your area.
That's what you want to know. Well, I'm sorry, I can't help you on that. You see, I'm only Mr. Peters' assistant. He's a geologist. Now, if you'll call him later, I'm sure...
Never mind. I headed for Long Beach. Long Beach, sailors and fog and two-bit rides. Carnival wheels and con men and electronic bingo. And popcorn, always, everywhere popcorn. A kind of salt-sprayed joyride with built-in safety features. The Surftown Hotel, 11 floors of steel and glass, was at the end of Ocean Avenue. 2 marble dolphins guarding the door. I went in, and that was it. Slinking near the elevators, little guy, stooped shoulders. My target for the night, Stubby Adair. Okay, Stubby.
Hey! Oh, hiya, Regan. It's a nice night, huh? Love that ocean smell.
Never mind the ocean smell, Adair. Where you been?
You're asking me after you ditched me the commissary? Fine pal you turned out to be. You know what, Regan? I may not let you invest in my oil well.
Listen, Stubby, quit playing games. A guy was killed this afternoon. You know that.
Killed? You're kidding, Regan. I heard about you Hollywood guys. Great killers.
Nobody's kidding anybody, Stubby. Brown suit. The guy following us was shot to death.
Yeah? What movie was that? Oh, I remember. Night Must End. Larry played the detective. He was great.
Come on, give, Stubby. You're heading for Larry Winters' room right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Regan. 1109, I'm heading there.
1109?
Never mind, Regan. You guys have been trying to keep me from seeing Larry. I know that. Now, no more tricks.
Listen, Stubby, Larry Winters' room number isn't
1109. Yeah, well, for your info, Regan, I called H.P. Lovejoy's office myself and got the number, so don't hand me any...
Lovejoy gave you Larry's room number?
He left a message with one of the secretaries. Told me Larry'd be there at 7 tonight, and that's now, Regan, and you ain't stopping me.
Stubby, listen to me. Something's wrong. Real wrong. Larry's in room 650.
I told you no more tricks, Regan. Now get out of my way.
Somebody's pulling tricks all right, and you're it. You're really it if you go up to the 11th floor.
Yeah? What plot did you steal that from, Regan? You aren't stopping me this time.
The elevator door slammed shut before I could turn around. When I did, there was a little light above the door clicking off floor numbers. By the time it had hit 8, another car was in front of me. I grabbed it. It took maybe a minute to make the 11th floor, but it seemed like an hour. And down at the end of the hall, a door was closing quietly. The number on it said 1109. I drew my gun and ran for it. I didn't have time to be polite.
Stubby Adair on the floor near the open window, gasping for breath. Next to him, Sid Rainier, H.P. Lovejoy's assistant, my bullet in his arm.
Regan,
He was going to toss you out of that open window, Stubby. 11 floors down is concrete.
That's a lie. He did, Regan, he did.
Yeah, okay, Stubby. Sid found out about that oil option you've got in Bakersfield. You say there's oil under that land? I checked that. A wildcatter on the property next to yours brought in a gusher last week. Who knows? Maybe you're in.
He wanted to keep Larry from telling me not to shut up. My arm, Regan. I need a doctor.
You left a message with one of Lovejoy's secretaries, Rainier. Deliberately sent Stubby to the wrong room.
I need a doctor, I tell you.
You shot Brownsuit, the private op you'd hired. You know, that didn't make sense. Until I realized it was me you were after. Only I dropped down. He didn't.
Regan, quit this talking. You gotta get me to a doctor.
Sure, Sid. Sure, I'll get you to a doctor. Only don't count on him. What you're gonna get, he can't cure. Stubby Adair kept his option, and Sid Rainier went to jail. Thus, the Lion was all smiles when I turned up at his office the next morning.
Jeffrey, my boy, come in.
Oh, that means we're friends again, huh, Fatso?
You friends? Oh, of course we're friends, Jeffrey. Whatever made you think we weren't?
Oh, nothing much. Except that you were about to fire me last night.
Oh, that. Well, that's all changed now, Jeffrey. Everything came out just like I said it would.
What came out?
Why, the new movie business. Remember I told you if you'd stay on your best behavior, Jeffrey, we'd be in line for more movie business. Well, now we've got it. And you'll never guess who our new client is.
Okay, I'll never guess. Who?
Larry Winters, Jeffrey, the big star.
Winters hired us?
Yes, Jeffrey. He wants protection. Not for himself, for a friend.
A friend?
Didn't get the friend's name. Doesn't matter. You see, Larry Winters and the friend were in the army together.
Go on, Fatso.
And Larry and this friend are flying up to Bakersfield this afternoon to look at some valuable property. They want you to go along, Jeffrey. Isn't that wonderful?
Lion, if Larry Winters goes up to Bakersfield this afternoon, that means the picture he's working on will be delayed.
Well, who cares? This is business, Jeffrey.
Just thought you might be interested. Progressive Pictures won't like it.
Jeffrey, if Larry Winters wants to go to Bakersfield...
Just thought you'd want to know because we don't get paid, Lion, until Winters finishes that picture.
Jeffrey, for the last time, I don't care what happens to Progressive Pictures. What did you say?
That's it, Fatso. If he takes that plane, no picture. No picture, no money.
What kind of a stunt does Winters think he's pulling? Walking out on a picture that way. What?
Sterling Tracy and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. This is Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of A Tree Grows in Encino.
There was a confused redhead with cool lips and a hot temper, an interior decorator who didn't want his orange trees moved, and a strange little man who hired the Lyon Detective Agency to make sure he got himself convicted of murder. A real sensible case. It was about 5:30 lunchtime when I reported back to the Lyon's office to see what was on tap for the afternoon. Plenty was. Plenty in the form of a thin, haughty little man sitting across the desk from the Lyon. Anthony J. had his mouth wide open when I walked in.
Hey, Jeffrey, come in. I've been waiting for you. This is Mr.
McMurray. Jonathan McMurray.
McMurray, yes. Jeffrey, he thinks he needs our help.
Not sure yet, Mr. McMurray?
Yes, I am quite sure. It is your employer, Mr. Lyon, who is not sure.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that, Mr. McMurray. Yours is a very unusual case.
Suppose somebody tells me what this is all about.
Jeffrey, Mr. McMurray...
I will explain my own problems, Mr. Lyon?
Yeah.
Yes, you explain them, Mac.
Mr. Regan, it's quite simple. I want you to prove I am guilty of murder.
What?
Yeah, quite simple, Jeffrey.
I have murdered my wife, Mr. Regan. I've gone to the police and confessed. They refuse to believe me. It's up to you to prove I'm right.
Yeah, up to us, Jeffrey.
Wait a minute, Fatso. Let's get all this story, Mac. You killed your wife and the police won't believe you? When?
On the morning of April 3rd at 3 a.m. 3 years ago.
3 years?
You see, Jeffrey, I told you this was
Mr.
a very...
Lyon.
Yeah.
I had gone to bed early the night of April 2nd. I heard noises several hours later. I assumed they were burglars. I went downstairs, taking my gun, of course, and saw a figure breaking in. Naturally, I fired. It was my wife.
Your wife breaking into your own house?
It seemed that way at the time. Perhaps I was not fully awake. We all make mistakes, you know.
All make mistakes.
Of course. I do not believe in murder. That is why I am here.
The police wouldn't believe you.
Nothing but a group of incompetent, immoral civil servants. Are we not paying them to establish law and order? I ask you, Mr. Regan, are we
Finish
not...
the story. What happened after you shot your wife?
In a moment of utter weakness, I lost my head. I fled the city.
And for 3 years you've hidden out. Only your conscience got to bothering you. You finally decided to...
Certainly not. The woman was dead. My problem was more basic, down to the very roots of nature. I wrestled, shall we say, with all the evil of the world, and won.
Where?
In San Francisco, where I had established myself in business. It was last week I decided that I must pay the price or live forever in a morass of sin. I have decided, Mr. Regan, to make an example of myself.
Jeffrey, perhaps we'd better explain to Mr. McMurray that we're pretty busy this season. Maybe someone
Wait a minute,
else...
Lyon. Mac, did you and your wife get along?
We quarreled constantly. When I married her, I had assumed she was a woman of some inner dignity and spirit. I discovered she was no better
What was
than...
his name?
I beg your pardon.
The other man.
There was no other man. She had not sunk that low. We quarreled about her work. It kept her out nights.
Her work kept her out nights?
Exactly. She was an interior decorator. Lois, that was her name. Lois was one of those soulless moderns. Form follows function, that sort of nonsense.
I take it you aren't modern.
I, sir, am an architect. An architect of the old school. I believe in the established order of things. You, Mr. Regan, are morally obligated to see that justice is done.
Jeffrey, do we have...
Lyon, they can't all make sense.
Gentlemen! Enough of this childish quibbling. I assure you are going to take my case.
We took the little man's case. We took it with cash in advance and both fingers crossed. The Lion fumbled for his fountain pen, while McMurray calmly waited with his open checkbook. There was only one place for me to go. The police.
You tell me you were looking for me, Regan.
Right, Lieutenant Candid, just the man I was looking for.
What's her name?
This time it's a him. Jonathan McMurray.
Never heard of him.
Well, it happened 3 years ago. Claims he shot his wife.
Never heard of him.
Wife's name was Lois. Interior decorator.
Oh, yeah. Blonde, about 5'5", blue eyes, age 28, weight 116. I remember.
You met her?
Nope, that was the description the husband filed with us yesterday when he came in. When you told me her name, I remembered.
Sure you did, Candid.
For Regan, guys are a dime a dozen around a police station. But dames with nice measurements? Oh, that's something else.
Why didn't you book him, Candid?
Book him for what?
The murder of his wife.
Believe that nut story? Are you kidding, Regan? Do I look like I've been on the force that long?
Candid, a man comes to you and confesses to a 3-year-old murder. He's got a motive and a complete story, and you turn him away.
Oh, take it easy, Regan. Mr. McMurray may like the coziness of the gas chamber, but it takes more than that to spend the taxpayers' money sending him there.
Like what?
Like a corpus delicti. A body. You should excuse the expression.
No body?
Regan, Lois McMurray, the little man's wife, disappeared 3 years ago. We can get at least 2 witnesses who say that when she got on the boat for South America, she wasn't dead. She was very much alive.
Made sense. Sure, real fine sense. Candid told me his witnesses. One, Howard Nelson Whitmore. interior decorator extraordinary, the missing woman's ex-boss. The other witness? Mrs. Nelson Whitmore. They'd been with Lois McMurray the day she'd sailed. That was April 4th, the day after McMurray claimed he'd killed her. When a client buys $100 worth, you give him $100 worth. I checked the address of Howard Nelson Whitmore and drove out. Robertson Boulevard, Beverly Hills. There was chocolate brown and chalk white, and twisted plywood and copper wire hanging from the ceilings. The average family could live a year on the cost of 1 month's rent.
How do you do? May I help you, sir?
Like to see Mr. Whitmore.
You mean Mr. Nelson Whitmore. It's hyphenated, you know.
How wonderful. Could I see Mr. Nelson Whitmore?
Oh, didn't I tell you? He's in conference with his wife.
And we won't discuss the matter again, Howard. Is that clear?
Well, for the last time, it's absurd. Absolutely absurd.
We'll see how absurd it is after it's done, and it will be done, you understand?
This is the last time I'll put up with any of your fantastic schemes. Now, get out!
You lame brain nincompoop ought to... Well... Hello.
Hello?
Where did you come from, stranger?
You're Mrs. Nelson Whitmore?
For the time being, but then, of course, all things change. You know that, don't you?
Sure, all things change. Maybe you and I could talk about that.
Oh, I'm sure we could, Mr.
Regan. Jeff Regan.
I'm sure we could, Mr. Regan. My card. I'll be at home in an hour. Encino. Just off Ventura. You can't miss it.
She was medium size and red hair and medium size and red hair. She drifted out of the place like a pneumatic cloud looking for a bolt of lightning. The secretary watched her leave and swallowed a couple of times and looked at me and swallowed a couple of times.
You may go in now, Mr. Regan.
I went in. Mr. Howard Nelson Whitmore looked florid behind his desk, his face flushed and his eyes liquid anger. He was holding a long steel letter opener, which he tapped steadily against the desk.
My secretary said you wished to speak to me, Mr. Regan.
Maybe I ought to come back later.
You can discuss whatever you wish to discuss right now.
Your wife always like that?
I said we could discuss your business now. Sorry, old man.
Forget it.
It's just that sometimes she drives me nearly out of my mind with her schemes, her stupid, idiotic schemes.
Like what?
We have a small orange grove out in Encino. I shouldn't say grove, really. Only 10 trees.
She doesn't like oranges?
No, she wants them moved. Can you imagine that? She wants those 10 trees uprooted and transplanted to some other part of our land. She says they'll blend into the landscape better.
And you don't think so?
Of course I don't think so. Planted those trees myself 3 years ago in the spring. And planted them where they are because that's where they belong.
Trees belong certain places, is that it?
I will not have you questioning me this way. I planted those orange trees where I wanted them planted, and that's that. They've been there for 3 years, and they've stayed there.
Okay, Mr. Nelson Whitmore. They're your oranges, and it's your land.
I don't know what's gotten into me, Mr. Regan. Letting a few orange trees upset me this way. It's just that I don't like people digging around my yard.
It's a good idea. Never know what they might turn up.
What's that?
Nothing. I understand you and your wife were with Lois McMurray when she sailed for South America a few years back.
No, sir. I didn't get the name.
Mrs. Jonathan McMurray. Lois. Used to work for you.
Yes, of course. Been so long since she left us.
For South America, that is.
Yes, South America. Yes, my wife and I went with her to the boat.
Funny thing, her husband claims she's dead.
Her husband?
Jonathan McMurray.
Yes, of course, the architect. Blundering idiot if ever I met one.
You like people, don't you?
I like decent people, not narrow-minded bigots like that McMurray fellow. He's still living in the dark ages.
Yeah, but as far as his wife's concerned, Lois, she's gone. Out of the country.
Yes. As far as I know, it was 3 years ago. Yes. 3 years ago this week.
Maybe there's more?
More? What else do you mean, Mr. Regan?
More that you know that you aren't telling me? Like, why did she suddenly leave for South America?
Mrs. McMurray sailed to South America with an admirer.
In other words, she ran out on her husband.
Precisely. Not that I could blame the poor girl. McMurray never gave her a divorce. She was literally forced into it.
It all fits. Except for one little item.
Yes?
McMurray claims he shot his wife on April 3rd. You claim she sailed for South America April 4th. Somebody's lying. Somebody was lying. A decorator named Nelson Whitmore, or an architect named McMurray. Or maybe it was a bigger switch. Both of them lying. Maybe the answer to that one would be with a fire-breathing redhead named Mrs. Nelson Whitmore. She'd said she'd be home in Encino. It was an invite I wasn't going to pass up. I got out there around 5:30, the sun dropping down behind the valley hills, the grass around the place soft and moist, and the 10 orange trees lining the driveway to Mrs. Nelson Whitmore's house. It was redwood siding, sprawling over a hillside, weaving around like a giant snake. Ranch type for millionaires. Complete with gravel driveway, 4-car garage, and swimming pool. I rang the doorbell.
Hello, Mr. Regan. I knew you were too intelligent to turn down my invitation.
Red hair, red dressing gown, same texture. Soft and silky. A film of expensive gauze covering golden tan skin.
This way, Mr. Regan. The drink's a mix.
You thought of everything.
If we don't think of ourselves, no one else will. Or does that sound like a bromide? Sit here.
Nice furniture.
Herman Miller, Mr. Regan. Foam rubber throughout. You didn't come to discuss furniture, did you?
I came to discuss a friend of yours, Mrs.
Claire.
Her name's Lois. Lois McMurray. Lois McMurray. You know her. Quit stalling.
Am I stalling, Jeff?
Can't take you that long to think up an answer. Why do you want those orange trees moved?
Your mind does travel, doesn't it?
That's still no answer.
Oh, very well, Jeff. You're being a cad, you know, a real cad.
I get paid to be a cad.
You're a private detective? I thought so.
Look, Claire, there's a big fancy game in progress. Somebody's playing somebody else for a sap. I get paid to find out who. By the hour.
That must make you terribly expensive, Jeff. Who paid you?
Wrong pitch, lady. Give me answers instead.
Have it your way. I want the orange trees moved because I want them moved. I don't have to answer for that to you or to my husband.
It couldn't be because you think there's something under the ground you ought to know about.
Oh, what a fantastic idea.
Keep talking.
I won't be questioned this way. Do you hear?
Lois McMurray didn't leave on any boat for South America, did she?
Get out.
You and your husband are lying, aren't you?
Get out of my house!
I got out. Out of the Redwood Mansion. Out down the gravel driveway past the orange trees toward my car. When it happened. Inside the living room, the smell of cordite, and behind the thick blue clouds stood Mrs. Claire Nelson Whitmore. Stood staring at me, a dazed look on her face, a gun hanging limp in her hand. At her feet, the haughty little man named Jonathan McMurray, dead. Claire Nelson Whitmore looked at me, blinked twice, then collapsed unconscious at my feet. It started when the Lion and I were hired by a self-righteous little man named Jonathan McMurray. He claimed he'd shot his wife 3 years ago and wanted us to prove it. Only I met an interior decorator and his wife who claimed they'd seen the McMurray woman leave on a boat for South America, very much alive. The only thing that made sense was that I was standing in the living room of the decorator's wife, Claire Nelson Whitmore, and she was lying unconscious at my feet. And next to her was my client, Jonathan McMurray. Not unconscious. Dead. I called Lieutenant Cantor down to police headquarters and waited for Claire Nelson Whitmore to supply some answers.
Thanks. Thank you, Jeff.
You killed McMurray?
He came at me after you left the house. He came through the back door. He had a gun.
You had a gun?
I was frightened. Just before you got here this afternoon, I heard a noise. I thought it was a truck backfiring from the highway.
But it scared you enough to get a gun?
He shot first. Mr. Regan, he shot first.
Yeah, he shot and missed, and then you fired back.
I had to, Mr. Regan. I had to. It was self-defense.
There's 2 guns on the floor, Claire. Yours and McMurray's. Both of them hot. The police will decide.
Police?
Well, you could save some time by talking now.
Jeff, I'm confused. I'm terribly confused. I don't know where to turn.
Well, that makes sense.
I didn't mean anything earlier today. I didn't mean anything, Jeff.
All in fun. A great big pitch like that. All in fun.
It was self-defense. I shot him in self-defense.
Police.
Oh, Jeff, you gotta believe me.
Not me, lady. The police. They're the ones who gotta believe you. Lieutenant Candid came in with a photographer and 3 detectives. An ambulance showed up a couple of minutes after that with a medic and 2 stretcher bearers. I gave Candid the whole story, the business about the orange trees included. He listened, nodded for one of the detectives to take notes, and then told me to stick around. He and another guy went into Claire Nelson Whitmore. 10 minutes later, he came back out.
Stayed a near collapse. Couldn't get much, Regan.
I thought maybe.
The dead man's gun had been fired twice, and hers 3 times. She wasn't hit, Regan.
She didn't say anything about McMurray's wife, Lois.
Nope. Nothing you hadn't already told me. Just one thing bothers me, Regan.
Just one thing?
Those orange trees. Why does she want to move?
No, she says they look better somewhere else.
You think it's as simple as that?
I don't think anymore. I gave it up when McMurray hired me. If you're looking for logic in this one, Candid, forget it.
She's an awful good-looking dame, Regan.
Yeah?
I'm partial to redheads.
Sure.
Redheads and oranges. Regan, I think I'm going to dig for oranges.
You figure it that way, huh?
Lois McMurray disappeared 3 years ago, and that's when the orange trees were planted.
Howard Nelson Whitmore, the redhead's husband, made a special point of telling me that, Candid.
Oh, now, Regan.
He laid it out like a bad joke in a comedy routine.
You mean you think he deliberately wants us to
Look,
think...
Candid, you dig. I'll try another idea.
Okay, Regan. I'll dig.
Candid called the city, and the city sent out the diggers. Maybe I was off base. Maybe I'd had too many weird stories for one day. But the orange tree routine smelled as phony as Limburger in a perfume shop. I called my boss, the Lion.
Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Agency. Anthony
Me,
J.
Fatso. Get your pencil.
Jeffrey, I've been trying to get in touch with you.
Okay, you have.
Jeffrey, that McMurray fella called here about 2 hours ago.
What?
Jonathan McMurray. He told me to tell you to forget everything.
He told you that?
Yes, he said something about going back to San Francisco, that divine law would right the wrongs, or something like that.
Lion, are you sure?
Is something wrong, Jeffrey?
Just one little thing, Fatso. McMurray's here with me now.
Oh, good. I wanted to ask him about...
Dead, Fatso.
Well, tell him for me... Dead? No.
Yeah. Now listen, Lion, I've got an idea. I'll need your help. I want a complete check on Lois McMurray, Jonathan's wife. I want to know where she was born, how many kids in the family, if her parents are living, where she met her ex-husband,
Jeffrey,
everything.
Are you out of your mind? Our client's dead, and besides...
Don't argue, Fatso. Just get busy.
Yeah, but Jeffrey...
McMurray gets his money worth, Fatso, dead or alive. I went outside. Candid was watching the diggers. How many trees, Candid?
Well, we dug up 4 of them. 6 to go.
Find anything?
Dirt.
Still hopeful, huh?
Still hopeful. I called Howard Nelson Whitmore's office. He'd left there a couple of hours ago. Just after you did, his secretary said.
Think he left for Point South?
I don't know, Regan. I don't like it. Any of it.
Mm-hmm. Except the redhead. You're partial to redheads, remember?
I'm looking for a blonde now. A deceased blonde.
Who left for South America. You told me about her.
All right, so maybe she didn't leave for South America. Maybe she's dead, Regan. Dead and buried. Buried under one of those orange trees.
No, that's a good guess.
You got anything better to offer?
Nope. See you around, Candid. That's when I got an idea. A halfway idea that kept growing until it was a big, full-blooded 100% idea. Claire Nelson Whitmore said she'd heard a noise, like a truck backfire from the highway. She said that's why she'd gotten out the gun. Maybe she was telling the truth. Maybe there was one story in the tangle of lies you could believe. I decided to believe it, and that was an answer in itself. Behind the house, the garage was built for 4 cars. It was loaded. servants' quarters, and then, over a couple of yards, swimming pool. I headed that way, checking the garage, trying the door to the servants' quarters, finding bushes, shrubs with nothing behind them. Up the hill, the swimming pool. Quiet. Still, like a mirage in the desert. Emerald pool, tile and brick, oval shape, expensive. Claire wasn't lying. She'd heard that noise. I found her husband, Howard Nelson Whitmore, in the swimming pool. In the swimming pool with a hole in his back. Candid and his boys puffed up the hill to the pool in a hurry when they caught my signal, and I went down to the house, to the room of Claire Nelson Whitmore.
Jeff.
Don't get up, lady. You and I are going to have words.
But, Jeff, you know how bad I feel.
Yeah, you may feel worse.
But the police said I could rest.
Yeah, that was before they found your husband dead in the swimming pool.
What?
You didn't know about that, huh?
Howard,
When they pulled him out, they found a bullet in his back.
Oh, no, Jeff, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
That's no answer, lady. The whole thing comes in one big package. You tied the ribbon on it. Give me the phone.
No, Jeff, no, I didn't do it.
I can tell you a few things, baby, but I want to be sure. Real sure.
But, Jeff,
Just give me the phone.
Yes, Jeff? Phone?
I gave the operator the number, and the red-headed woman sat frightened on the bed while I talked. Her eyes looked at me, cutting deep, staring through the tension, knowing what was happening and hoping it wouldn't happen. I got the line, and I got my answer, while the red-headed woman sat staring at me on the bed.
Jeff, what did you find out?
About Lois McMurray? What I thought I'd find out. That she's from Chicago. She has no brothers or sisters. But her parents are both dead.
She's alive.
Yeah. She's alive.
Jeff, what does it matter about her?
Lois McMurray met Jonathan in Chicago, just after she got out of prison. McMurray made her his project for the year, Salvation, his version of it.
She married him.
She married him, because she didn't know what else to do. She married him because girls with prison records don't have a lot of choice. She married him and he converted her.
Go on, Jim.
He taught her to live a decent life, as he called it. She was his project, remember? The straight and narrow.
She didn't love him. She never loved him.
Who could? But she was a confused woman. She needed something, somebody. She got little Jonathan McMurray, crackpot crusader.
Oh, she got him, Jim. And she learned to hate him. Hate everything about him. Hate his pettiness, his cruelty, his self-righteous conceit.
But he wouldn't give her a divorce. That was wrong. She didn't appreciate his good deeds.
She hated him, Jeff. She hated him.
Yeah, Lois. You hated him. And then you met Howard Nelson Whitmore. He was the opposite of McMurray. Clever, crafty, and in love with you. He cooked up a scheme whereby you could get rid of Jonathan. He framed up that burglar routine. Jonathan fired at a shadow that night 3 years ago. Only when the lights came on, you were on the floor, playing dead.
I had to, Jeff. Don't you see? I had to. I couldn't stand it anymore, living that way, being a prisoner of the man I hated. Anything was better than that.
And just like Howard figured, Jonathan ran. He ran a long way.
But he came back, Jeff. Why did he have to come back?
Because he wanted to make an example of himself. You and Howard spoiled that. You were alive, not dead. That infuriated him. His one chance in life to be a martyr, and you and Howard ruined it for him.
That's why...
That's why he shot Howard and then came after you. Vengeance. The wrath of the righteous. Divine law, he called it. He was going to be a martyr after all.
Jeff, you know that I didn't shoot first. You know it was him, Jonathan, mean, hateful.
Mrs. Whitmore, Lieutenant Candid wants to see you.
Jeff.
When I came around, Howard Nelson Whitmore got scared of his story about seeing Lois leave for South America. He knew he couldn't make it stick, so he tried that orange tree routine while I was in his office. Figured the cops might dig, but they'd never find a body. No corpse, no crime. It's the whole story, lady. You dyed your hair red, no relatives to identify you. You forgot about being Lois McMurray.
She's dead, Jeff. Please, let her stay dead.
All right, Mrs. Whitmore, open up.
That's it, Lois. Candid's no dumbbell.
Jeff, he doesn't know that I'm... No one knows.
But me. I know. I'll testify for you, Lois. But I won't lie for you.
All right, open up that door.
You've got hands, Candid. Open it up yourself. They took Lois McMurray down to headquarters and got the full story from beginning to end. Sure, she was booked on a couple of accounts, but nowhere in it could they stick a murder charge. That made Lieutenant Candid an unhappy man. After all, he figured maybe the chief would begin to think he was partial to redheads. When I got to the office the next morning, my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, looked as cheerful as a kid with the measles. Hi, Fatso.
Oh, hello, Jeffrey.
Nice day, huh, Lyon? Real nice day.
Is it, Jeffrey? I didn't notice.
What's eating you? We just wrapped up a $100 case. Just like that.
Yes, Jeffrey, I know. $100 case.
Hey, wait a minute, Fatso. We did get paid, didn't we? McMurray may have been a murderer, but not paying would be something else to him. You know, a sin to cheat.
Yes, Jeffrey. Mr. McMurray didn't plan to cheat us. In fact, he said he'd send me the money later.
Later? Look, when I left the office this morning, he had his checkbook out and you were reaching for your fountain pen.
Jeffrey, I tried to tell you on the phone. There was a mistake in the contract. Well, he wanted his lawyer to... there was a legal question. Jeffrey, I ran out of ink.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Man Behind the Rod.
She was ported and relieved. She had sharp cams, lift and overlap, and Dick Elcock loved her. Before the case was closed, she came close to killing me. But I didn't know about that when I walked into the Lyon Detective Bureau office. The Lion, my boss, Anthony J., was sitting behind his desk studying a photo. He had that "we got a new client" beam on his face.
Well, Jeffrey, here you are.
That's right.
We've got a new client, my boy. Very bucksy.
How much?
$300, Jeffrey. $150 down this morning, $150 at the close of the case.
Who's the photo?
This? Jennifer B. The B stands for Jennifer's displacement, Jeffrey.
Don't stop now.
No. Well, Jennifer displaces 230 cubic inches, you see, so of course she's B.
Of course.
As to foot-pounds of torque, now let me see. Mr. Elcock told me when he was here this morning, but I don't seem to
Elcock, who's he?
Our new client, Jeffrey. He wants us to get his son, Dick Elcock, away from Jennifer here.
Let me see that photograph.
Certainly, my boy. Here you are.
So that's it. Jennifer's one of those souped-up jobs, a hot rod.
Exactly. She develops 140 miles per hour at 8,000 RPM. Mr. Elcock feels that's a little bit too much for his boy Dick.
I see what he means.
But of course, as Mr. Elcock said this morning, he'd hardly hire private detectives merely to check on his son if he didn't have reason to think something queer was going on, Jeffrey.
Now we're getting somewhere. Elcock say what?
Well, something to do with somebody named Salvatore, Jeffrey.
Salvatore?
Yes. Mr. Elcock's heard them quarreling over the phone.
His son and Salvatore?
That's right. Threats, veiled threats, recriminations, that sort of thing.
Nothing more specific?
No. Well, you know how it is. Father doesn't like to eavesdrop. That is, not too obviously, Jeffrey.
Guess not. Salvatore. Well, that's the start, I guess. Plenty of Salvatores around L.A. You had to know the last name or it didn't help much. I phoned our client, Mr. Elcock. He didn't know Salvatore's last name. All he could give me was that his son was a pretty decent kid, but nuts over speed and motors. About noon, I went down onto the street, and that was when I came up with something.
Paper, Mr. Regan? Afternoon editions, just out.
Yeah, okay.
Here you are, Mr. Regan.
Thanks. There you go. Keep the change.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Regan.
I glanced through the news, turned to the sport page, and there it was. Photo of Jennifer B. Lowered body, no fenders, chrome dual exhausts, cut-down top, slot windows. Jennifer B. Expensive-looking hot rod. Dick Elcock was racing her at 2 p.m. on a dirt track above Santa Monica, the paper said. Checked my watch, it was 12:15. There was time to pick up the line and make the first race. The paper listed the others who were racing hot rods. One name interested me, Salvatore Marino. Over this way, Lion.
Right with you, Jeffrey.
Here, through the crowd.
Yeah.
There, that passageway goes out to the track.
Oh, you want to find Dick Elcock before the races start. Is that it, Jeffrey?
We've got a quarter of an hour before 2 o'clock. Might as well use it.
Yes.
Hey.
What is it, Jeffrey?
They're ahead at the end of the passage. Come on, Lion.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, that's just a young man, one of the hot rod races.
Dungarees, T-shirt, white crash helmet, driving goggles shoved up on the crash helmet. The hot rod driver, sure.
Well, then, Jeffrey, I don't see...
Look at the expression on his face.
Yeah, he doesn't look very trustworthy, does he, Jeffrey?
He's watching for something just outside the passage. All right, take it easy now. He doesn't see us. He was thin-faced, sly. On the back of his T-shirt was the number 7. I glanced at the clipping I'd torn from the paper, names and numbers of the drivers. Dick Elcock? No. Salvatore Marino? Salvatore Marino was number 2. Dick Elcock was number 9. Number 7. Somebody else. James Pritchard. Lion and I got 3/4 up the passage before we saw in Pritchard's hand a long reaming tool, pointed, steel sharp. That was when...
Salvatore! I got business, Pritchard. No, hold it! Keep out of it. This fight between Elcock and me.
Number 2 hot rod driver in the passageway, Salvatore Marino. Then another driver in the passage, number 9, Dick Elcock. Salvatore Marino jumped him. Come on, Lion, grab Marino. I'll get Elcock.
Now, Jeffrey, don't be hasty.
Come on, you keep out of it, Pritchard.
I ain't in this.
Come on, you two. Wait, get up.
No.
Get up.
Leave us alone. He's been after me a month, and I'm going to clean him up. Yeah, sure, Dick. You're going to clean me up. You and MacArthur. Yeah, come on and fight, and you'll see. See what, jerk?
Come on, Lion.
All right. Now, boys. What's this all about?
Well, Sal jumped me, Mr. Miller. He's been asking for it. I haven't.
All right. We all know it's because of the girl, Francie Pritchard, huh?
That reminded me. I looked around. James Pritchard had disappeared.
It is because of Francie Pritchard, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Miller. Yeah, it is.
I thought so. Oh, you gentlemen, who are you?
My name's Regan. This is Mr. Lion.
Well, thank you for being kind enough to intervene.
We're private detectives.
Yes, Lion Detective Bureau.
I see. And, you're here on business, perhaps?
Oh, yes, as a matter of
Lion. Maybe we are.
Oh. Well, I'm Jack Miller. I sponsor these afternoon hot rod races. Oversee the activities of the boys, you understand. Perhaps you gentlemen... Sal, Dick, Class B trials start in 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
You two had better get to your cars.
Okay, Mr. Miller.
And we'll discuss what just happened later, Dick. Sal?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Oh, and you gentlemen, perhaps you would accompany me to my office where we can talk. Cigars, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Miller.
Yes, we're racing Class Bs this afternoon. 183 to 250 cubic inch displacement.
Who's Francie Pritchard, Miller?
Your professional concern, Mr. Regan, is with Miss Pritchard?
With Dick Elcock. His concern seems to be with Francie Pritchard.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see how it is now.
She James Pritchard's sister?
That's right, she is.
Dick Elcock's father has engaged us to check up on his boy, Mr. Miller.
To get the record straight, Miller, it's this hot rod stuff Elcock's worried about.
Oh, yes. Some parents do consider hot rods dangerous. That's one of the reasons I sponsor this track, you see, to keep the boys from racing in the streets.
What do you get out of running the show, Miller?
A certain
spiritual satisfaction, Mr. Regan.
Oh, now, Mr. Miller, I'm sure Mr. Regan didn't mean to imply
And too, Mr. Regan, I have a speed shop, as they are called. Dealing in hot rod and special car accessory equipment. It's quite a profitable business.
You'd figure there'd be something like that.
Which of the two motives you consider the chief one will be an index to your own character, Mr. Regan.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Well, gentlemen, the first preliminary is about to start. If you'd care to watch from my box.
Look there, Jeffrey. There's Jennifer B.
Dick Elcock's hot rod. I didn't know the cars carried passengers, Miller.
Sometimes.
That hot rod 2 cars over from Elcock at the wheel, Salvatore Marino.
Jeffrey, Salvatore Marino's passenger is a girl.
Yeah. Francie Pritchard, Miller?
Oh, yes, that's Miss Pritchard, Mr. Regan.
Hey, that's Jennifer B. moving to the front now.
And right beside Elcock's car, that's Salvatore Marino.
Hey, Jeffrey, did you see that? Marino tried to sideswipe Elcock.
You let your kids get away with that stuff, Miller. Marino ought to be disqualified.
No, gentlemen, you understand a certain amount of leeway. Naturally, high competitive spirit of the boy.
Sure, competitive for Francie Pritchard. Look what's going on out there on the track.
Jeffrey, those boys are going to crash if they're not careful.
It wasn't just Marino that ought to be thrown off the track. Our client, Elcock's son, too. Marino and Elcock were battling it out at 60 and 70 miles an hour, skidding, gunning, slowing dirt. Well, it was a clean-cut case. You didn't have to be a genius to see it was a love feud. Elcock and Marino against each other. Motive, love for Francie. Sure, it was simple. All of a sudden, I thought of something. Dick Elcock trying to smash Marino's car because Salvatore Marino was his rival for Francie. Yeah, Marino driving, but Francie a passenger in the same car. Elcock would have to crack up Francie to crack up Marino on account of Francie. You put it that way, and it didn't make sense. First trials ended with Marino and Elcock finishing 1-2, both qualified for the big race. There were 3 more heats to be run off before the big race started. I told the line to keep an eye on the track where the drivers were tuning up their hot rods. Dick Elcock had his hand under the hood of a car. The car wasn't the Jennifer B.
Dick, don't butt into it, don't.
I'm not doing anything. That's Marino's car, isn't it?
Oh, who are you?
Name's Regan.
Well, what have you got to do with...
I heard him tell Mr. Miller, Francie. He's a detective.
Oh, well, then you know, Mr. Regan.
I know about you, Francie, and Salvatore Marino, and Dick Elcock here.
What about the rest?
Rest? Gimme.
Oh, no, I...
Don't tell him anything, Francie.
No, Dick, no, I won't.
Listen, Elcock, your father hired me. That's why I'm here. He doesn't like you messing around hot rods. After watching your prelim, I see what he means.
I'm old enough to do what I want to.
Your dad put up $300 to my agency that says you are. Now give it to me. Why did you try to run Marino off the track in the preliminary?
Well, because of Francie.
That's what I thought at first. You and Salvatore rivaled for Francie. That checks, huh, Francie?
What? Yes.
Sure, love triangle. Only, Elcock, you couldn't hurt Salvatore out there on the track without hurting Francie. They were in the same car. So what was really on your mind?
Oh, I was sore at Salvatore.
You stick to that. A minute ago, you had your hand under the hood of Salvatore's car here to mess it up because you're sore at him?
Yes.
That all of it?
That's all of it.
Listen, Elcock, you're into something, maybe way in over your head.
That's true, Mr. Regan.
You keep out of it, Francie.
No, listen to him. Listen to Mr. Regan, Dick.
I know what I'm doing.
You and Marino were jamming each other out there on the track, and Miller isn't going to disqualify you for the main race. Why? You won't answer that one, huh? Well, maybe Miller will. I found Miller and Lyon back in Miller's office under the stands. Miller wouldn't disqualify Elcock and Marino. Hedged, put on a cool smile, said he didn't feel it justified. I told him my job was to protect Dick Elcock. That was what Elcock's dad had bought himself, a $150 down and $150 to come.
That means, Mr. Regan, why don't you ride with Dick Elcock in the race? Huh? Each driver will have a passenger.
That's not a bad idea, Miller.
Jeffrey, it might be dangerous, very dangerous, my boy.
You know, Lyon, you're right.
Well, Jeffrey, are you sure you really ought
Gotta protect Elcock. That's what we're hired for. And besides, Miller, there's something screwy going on here at your track. Maybe during the big race I'll find out what. I went back out to where the hot rods were warming up before going to the start of the main race.
Something screwy was going on at Miller's hot rod track, all right. Something wrong. Real wrong. There's a clot of hot rod drivers, mechanics, and girlfriends around something on the ground, and I shoved in.
All right, don't crowd. Stay back for the ambulance, please. Please stay back.
Elcock, what's up?
It's Francie, Mr. Regan.
Go. Tommy, help with the stretcher.
Is she hurt badly, Doctor?
Oh, I can't tell. She's unconscious.
What happened?
Well, somebody hit Francie over the head, Mr. Regan.
Yes, here, just at the temple.
We were all watching the end of the last preliminary, and then we turned around, and there she was, Mr. Regan, slumped on the ground.
Nobody saw it happen?
No.
Noise of the race covered any cry Francie might have made.
I suppose so. But, Mr. Regan, who'd hate Francie enough to do this to her?
Maybe it wasn't somebody who hated Francie, Elcock.
What? I don't understand.
Maybe it was somebody who loved her. Knocked Francie out so she wouldn't ride with Salvatore Marino in the big race. Just in case, Elcock, anything should happen to Marino's car. It was a 5-sided triangle. Dick Elcock and Salvatore Marino in love with Francie Pritchard. That part was clear. Only after that, the thing smogged up. There was James Pritchard, Francie's brother, in it somewhere. And Miller, sponsor of the hot rod track. Miller wouldn't disqualify Marino and Elcock for the main race, when you could see with your eyes shut the kids were going to fight it out with their hot rods on the track. The track ambulance carried Francie Pritchard off. Before I had time to check around and maybe get a lead on who slugged her, the loudspeaker system was announcing the main race.
Classic of the afternoon. Check your programs, please, as the qualifying entrants are announced. Number 2, Salvatore Marino. Number 5, Tommy Tomlinson. Number 7, James Pritchard. Number 8, Harry Esmond. Number 9, Dick Elcock.
I went over to Jennifer B. Her headlights taped to prevent flying glass. Fire extinguisher ready in case of a crash. Dick Elcock was strapping himself into the bucket seat behind the wheel.
I can't talk to you now, Mr. Regan. The race starts in just a second.
I'm riding with you, Elcock.
You can't do that.
Any special reason?
Well, just that Well, Mr. Miller won't let you.
His suggestion.
Mr. Miller said you should ride with me in that race?
Yeah. You got an extra one of those crash helmets?
No, I don't want you to ride with me.
Listen, Elcock, I could go to the phone right now and call your dad, tell him where you are, what you're doing, describe the way you and Salvatore Marino drove in that first prelim.
Oh, don't do that, Mr. Regan.
Or I could phone the cops, tell them about Francie Pritchard. I could give the cops a pretty solid story, Dick, on who might have assaulted her, what the motive might have been. They might figure they had enough to lock you up.
I didn't hit Francie, Mr. Regan. I wouldn't do that.
Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you didn't do it.
I tell you, I didn't.
If that's true, Elcock, you better help me prove it. You got an extra crash helmet?
Yes. Well, yes, I have, Mr. Regan, with my gear in the back of the car.
Get it, Elcock. Yeah, go ahead, get it. I'll be right back. The Lion was standing up in Miller's box 20 or 30 yards on up the track, signaling me. I went over, and the Lion was alone in the box.
Jeffrey, I've got to talk to you a minute.
Shoot, that's all.
Well, Jeffrey, something very strange is going on here.
Where's Miller?
That's just it. We came back up from the office, and then he excused himself. Said he had to go back down under the stands and speak to some of the track officials.
Go on.
Well, when he didn't come back, I went down to see what had happened to him. I've checked everywhere, Jeffrey. Mr. Miller has disappeared.
Fatso, you saw the ambulance go up to the other end of the track a little while ago.
Yes?
Somebody knocked Francie Pritchard cold.
Jeffrey.
Lion, did Miller leave his box before or after that?
Right, it was afterwards, Jeffrey.
Yeah, after Francie was hit. Yeah, well, maybe that fits.
Hit? Jeffrey, I'm not sure I follow you.
Listen, Lion, I gotta get back to Dick Elcock's car for the race.
Yeah, but Jeffrey...
Try to find Miller.
Jeffrey, I told you he's not here.
Yeah, but wherever he is, find him, Lion. It's important.
Hurry up, Mr. Regan. We'll get rolling in 20 or 30 seconds.
Got a crash helmet for me, Dick?
Yeah, here.
Okay.
And belt yourself into the seat.
Sure. Anything I can do during the race?
Well, this is the fire extinguisher clipped here under the wheel post. We crack up and get pinned in the car.
I get the picture.
When we get the signal, we go into a roll in low gear, the whole field. And when we hit the start and get waved into the race, we run the gears. Then hold high, wide open. Yeah. There, she's sounding swell. Maybe we'll win the race, Mr. Regan.
Maybe, if we finish it.
Here we go.
A line of hopped-up jalops moving in low toward the start. Car next to the Jennifer B, close, driver hunched under white crash helmet, goggles covering half his face, but you could see the driver was Salvatore Marino. Marino turned and yelled at Elcock.
I'm gonna crash you, Dick, for what you did to Francie.
Before Elcock could answer, we hit the start of the race. We hit the first turn in the pack, cars jouncing together, jarring each other. The pack was solid up the backstretch, began to swing out going into the second lap. Jennifer B was low to the track, skidding under the slewed-up dirt. You smelled scorched oil. You jerked and snapped in your bucket seat. Fourth lap. Half a dozen leaders had cleared the pack. Elcock, Marino, Jimmy Pritchard, 2 or 3 others. Marino, Pritchard, Elcock's Jennifer B. I was riding in tight together, bunched. Then all of a sudden, Marino shot ahead.
It's got it, like Sal said.
What's got what?
Sal's jalop. Look at him pull out.
Hey, Marino's slacking up.
Dick, look out! He's cutting in on us. Hang on! Mr. Regan, we've got to get out of the car.
Yeah, that's right.
My side's jammed against the rail.
Marino drove us into the rail.
Can we get out on your side?
See if this door will open. Shut. No, it's okay.
Well, let's get out.
What's our chance?
Not now.
As soon as they get past.
Okay.
Inside cars flashing by a foot or two from the smashed-up Jennifer B. Then Elcock and I made a break for it. Then we were in the infield. Safe. The funny thing, when we were safe, fear came.
That was close.
It sure was.
When you think of what could have happened, she could have caught fire. We could have... Oh, holy smoke, Mr. Regan. We might be dead now.
Maybe your dad's not too far off the beam, Dick, wanting you to give up this jalopy racing.
Gee, I guess he sure isn't. And what's happened to Francie, too, because of this?
Yeah. You didn't slug her, Dick. You love her.
I do, Mr. Regan. Yeah, but you said...
Said maybe whoever slugged Francie did it because he loved her.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Well, watch the race.
The race?
Watch Marino's car.
Sal's way out ahead. Nobody'll catch him now. That triple carb manifold deal sure soups up his crate.
Triple carb manifold. That unusual on a racing jalop?
No, but Sal's worked out some improvements. Get simultaneous carburization.
Advance like that could be worth dough.
Yeah, it could.
Elcock, Miller knew about it.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Dick.
Huh?
Watch car number 7.
Pritchard?
Pritchard.
Well, Pritchard's dropping back to the field.
Well, that's Salvatore Marino out of the running in the prelim. You wanted to put him out of commission. You knew Miller wanted him smashed up.
Francie told me she heard him talking.
You figured a little smash up in the prelim would be better than a big one in the main event, because you thought Francie would be riding with him.
Yes, that was it, Mr. Regan. But why, Mr. Regan? Mr. Miller, and now you say Pritch. What have they got against Salvatore?
Nothing, Dick.
Nothing?
That's it. Nothing.
Oh, but that doesn't make sense.
Look, Dick. Marino's lapping Pritchard now.
Pulling alongside him.
Pulling alongside.
Mr. Regan, he's gonna crash him. Oh, no!
You can see Pritchard now, Mr. Regan.
Thanks, Doc. Oh, Dick.
Yes, Mr. Regan?
Why don't you check the other hospital by phone while I'm inside? See how Francie's coming along.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
This way, Doc.
In here.
Okay. It's going to be all right. Oh, yes. Afraid the other boys hurt a little more seriously. He'll pull through, though, of course. Now in this room. Just go on in, Mr. Regan. It's quite all right to talk to him.
Wait a second. The room's empty.
What?
Pritchard's run out. There was a fire stairs at the other end of the hospital corridor. One of the nurses had seen Pritchard going that way, thought he was a patient, allowed up and around. I hit the stairs fast and got outside. There was a bumpy road circling the hospital grounds, and a figure in a hospital bathrobe 20 yards away, and I took off.
All right, Pritchard. Stay back. Stay back.
Still packing that reaming tool, huh? Convenient. Makes a dagger. Possession of it easy to explain around hot rods. Okay, Pritchard. Use it.
I'll kill you, Regan.
And face a murder rap? Pritchard, you haven't got the nerve.
Yeah? Sure I have.
You better quit now with a jail sentence for assault.
Miller put me up to it.
Sure he did. Put you up to smashing up Salvatore Marino during the race. Put you up to it, but you did it, Pritchard.
Didn't want Francie to get hurt in the race.
Yeah, I know. That makes you a notch better than Miller anyway. But it isn't saying very much for you, Pritchard. Pritchard dropped the reaming tool. I took him back to the hospital, had a couple of interns guard him. Then I phoned the cops. Dick Elcock came up. He checked by phone on Francie. She was all right. So that about wrapped it up. Except for one little thing. Miller, the man behind the rod that picked off Salvatore. I went out to where my car was parked, and that was when I saw a blimp with crash helmet and goggles coming toward me.
Jeffrey, here I am over here.
Lion!
Jeffrey, you seem surprised to see me. I'm on the case too, you know.
Lion, where'd you get that thing?
This, hot rod, Jeffrey?
Hot rod? That's a 1930 model.
Yes, but with a 1947 engine, Jeffrey. Imported and relieved, special heads, intake manifolds, stroked, de-stroked, piston popped up, flywheels chopped, baffles installed. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Jeffrey, but this, car does 130 miles an hour.
You know that.
I did it.
Huh?
Well, Jeffrey, it was like this. It began to appear that Mr. Miller was implicated in this case.
Uh-huh, go on.
And you asked me to find him, Jeffrey, wherever he was.
Sure.
So, realizing he had a head start, my boy, I borrowed a car from one of the spectators at the track. Well, I found that Mr. Miller had taken the Coast Highway north, running away.
That checks.
He had one of those speedy foreign cars, Jeffrey. It seems Mr. Miller has some quite considerable source of income.
That checks, too.
Yes, I'm sure it does. Well, Jeffrey, Mr. Miller's car was very fast, but I just went through the gears, held high, wide open, and...
You caught Miller.
No, Jeffrey.
No.
No, I got arrested in Malibu for speeding. Exceeding the speed limit by 103 miles an hour, Jeffrey. 128 to 25 miles zone.
Lion, do you realize it's Miller who is behind this whole case?
Well, of course I do, Jeffrey. That is, I suspected as much.
He's been milking ideas from the kids around his track for months. Changing them around a little, marketing them as his own stuff. Then Salvatore Marino turned up a triple carburetor manifold, really worth money.
Triple carb?
Yes. Miller wanted the car it was in smashed up so it wouldn't get out. The idea was Marino.
Oh, so that was it.
And you do 128 through Malibu and let him get away.
Oh, Mr. Miller didn't get away, Jeffrey.
What?
Oh, he was right ahead of me, so the police stopped him too. Not doing quite my speed, of course. They said he was only doing 107 in his foreign car. And when I told them a few things about him, Jeffrey, they locked him up.
You mean that Miller...
Yeah, that's right, Jeffrey. In the Malibu station. In a cell.
Lion, my boy, sometimes you amaze me.
Oh, now, Jeffrey, it was nothing. Nothing at all.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking. inviting you to be with us again next Wednesday at 9 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, investigator, starring Paul DeBove as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled The Smell of Magnolias.
Wellington Butterfield was a songwriter who wrote tone poems with one finger. Using both hands, he was capable of writing even more impressive ditties. The question, was Wellington Butterfield capable of murder? It began without benefit of overture in the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, one beaming Monday. Anthony J. was on the phone when I walked in. The look on his face said easy credit terms, no money down.
No, you won't have to worry about a thing. Not a thing. Just sit tight and I'll send one of my men right out. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. Good day. Good morning, Jeffrey.
New client.
Yes, indeed, Jeffrey. The Lyon Detective Agency is on its toes as usual. Nothing like an efficient organization, I always say.
You'll send one of your men out? I heard that part of it.
Well, now, Jeffrey, there might be other men working for me. If business picks up the way it has been, well, I may have to increase the staff.
Add a secretary, maybe?
Jeffrey, what a delightful idea. A thoroughly delightful idea.
But first we have to pick up the extra business.
Your business? Oh, yes, Mr. Butterfield. I almost forgot. You'd better run right out there, Jeffrey. His office is in the Johnson Building, Hollywood. Yeah, and a secretary.
Lyon, did Mr. Butterfield happen to mention why he wanted a private detective?
Blonde or brunette?
Fatso, cut it out.
Huh? Oh, yes, Mr. Butterfield. Oh, yes, he did say something about a small redhead. Problem. Let me see. I've got it. He thinks someone is trying to murder his wife. Jeffrey, what would you say to a cute little redhead?
The Lyon got lost in his dreams of redheads, and I drove out to Hollywood and the Johnson Building. 2 stories of old stucco covered with more coats of paint than there were tenants. The Johnson Building used to be a movie studio, then studio dressing rooms. Now tiny cement offices with skylights and battered doors. Every office on the 2nd floor faced onto a passageway without a roof. Penthouses for $25 a month. I went up, dodged the rooftop ventilators, the broken glass from windows that hadn't been repaired since Metro met Goldwyn. Hanging above each office was a shingle. One said Notary Public and Music Copyist. Another one said Artwork Reasonable. Another one said Quiet, Keep Out. The last one down the passageway said Wellington Butterfield. I stood in front of the door and listened. In the Johnson Building, you don't knock. You just walk in.
Oh, hi. You heard it?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
Oh, that's not really my kind of music, honest. But I wanted you to hear something else. You'll like it, Mr. King.
Sure, only I'm not...
Now, don't say anything till you hear it. Oh, the blue bonnets is blooming in Texas, but they won't bloom for me very long. She still waits for me, but I'll never see the blue bonnets blooming down here. Did you say you weren't Mr. King of King's Music Publishing?
My name's Regan. Lyon Detective Agency.
Oh, Mr. Regan. I'm glad you came.
Want to tell me the story, Wellington?
Well, just call me Welly, Mr. Regan. My friends call me Welly.
Welly?
Well, sir, it's about Sue. Sue's my wife. Somebody's going to kill her, Mr. Regan.
She tell you that?
Oh, no, sir. You see, I was out at the Blue Club one night. Sue sings there, and I heard voices from her dressing room. He was saying mean and angry things, this man was.
Go on.
But when I came in, the man was gone, and my wife, Sue was crying.
She tell you what the man said?
She wouldn't talk about it, Mr. Regan. She just wouldn't talk about it.
That's all?
Well, finally she admitted that he wanted to kill her, but she wouldn't say who it was. You just got to help her, Mr. Regan. It's all my fault. If anything happens, it's all my fault.
Why?
Well, you think I like sitting here day after day writing songs nobody will buy while my wife works 6 nights a week in a nightclub? You think I like that, Mr. Regan?
Okay, take it easy, Willie.
She needs watching, Mr. Regan. Lots of watching, and you got to do it.
Okay, I'll watch her.
Oh, don't let her out of your sight. Not for a minute.
You love her a lot, don't you, Willie?
More than anything in this whole world, Mr. Regan.
You don't have any idea who the man was?
No, sir, I don't.
You sure you're not leaving something out of the story?
Mr. Regan, at a time like this?
Okay. I'll run out there.
Oh, Mr. Regan, there's just one thing. Don't tell Sue that you're a detective. She wouldn't like that. All the fuss, you know. You understand?
Sure, I understand.
And you may meet the man that leads the orchestra, Mr. Litton. Don't you say a word to him.
You don't like Litton?
Don't like him? Mr. Regan, I'd like to kill him.
His story was smooth, but mixed up like pancake batter after a bout with the mixmaster. I left Wellington Butterfield hunched over his piano. Outside, footsteps in the passageway made me turn. Suddenly, moving down the corridor, away from Butterfield's window, was a tall man in a blue sport coat and gray flannels. He moved not like a man leaving an office, but like a man leaving a keyhole. I started after him.
Come in out of the sun, Regan. You might get freckles.
Standing in the open doorway on my left, a blonde, a real blonde, real all the way, either way you started looking. I went in.
My name's Lillian. Your name's Regan. You work for the Lion Detective Agency, and Wellie Butterfield just hired you. Have a cigarette?
Thanks.
Wellie's office is right across the passageway. It's a hot afternoon. He keeps his windows open. I keep my windows open. Anything else?
As a matter of fact, there is. I was about to follow a guy when you opened your door. You wouldn't have been trying to stop me from doing that, would you?
Drink?
You would.
Regan, when you follow people, you find out things. When you find out things, people get hurt. I don't like to see people get hurt.
Only in your case, it's too late. That it? You called Butterfield Wellie. You're a friend of his?
We're practically related. His wife, my husband.
Come again?
The man you caught spying on Wellington Butterfield was my husband. I forgot to tell you my last name, didn't I? It's Litton. My husband's the orchestra leader at the Blue Club. Change your mind about that drink?
Yes. Yes, I changed my mind.
All right, Mr. Detective. Drink like a movie hero and say, why is a nice girl like you running a publicity office? Or is that the line?
What about Sue Butterfield and your husband, Lil?
You better stop there. My ears may be big, but they're also delicate.
Who's out to get Butterfield's wife?
Every man within reach. Have you seen her?
Mm-mm.
Slick little brunette. Willowy. Soft like a magnolia blossom. Twice as glowing.
Only your husband doesn't think so.
I work 40 hours a week, Regan. What my husband thinks hasn't bothered me in over 2 years.
What about divorce?
I'm the old-fashioned type. You know, frilly curtains, barbershop quartets, and marriage. I believe in all of them.
Litton doesn't.
I tried. He doesn't.
Why would Litton want to kill Butterfield's wife?
He may be a snake, Regan, but he doesn't crawl that low. You're on the wrong track.
It fits that way. The voice Butterfield heard behind the door.
I said you're on the wrong track. Maybe you better leave, Regan. I don't want to begin to dislike you.
Where was Litton going when I saw him a minute ago?
Out of town. He left for good. His good, my good. It's a toss-up. They begin slow, they end quick, don't they, Regan?
Sue Butterfield, who wants to kill her, Lil?
Maybe I do, Regan. The only trouble is I'd have to stand in line.
Okay, forget it.
Like I said, Regan, maybe you'd better leave. I don't want to begin to dislike you.
If Wellington Butterfield was lying, it didn't check with Lillian Litton. Put both their stories together, and Sue Butterfield looked like a candidate for Miss Mortuary of 1950. There were still 2 precincts yet to be heard from, Lil's husband and Butterfield's wife. I headed my car for the Blue Club. Middle afternoon is rehearsal time on the Strip. It was that way at the Blue Club. The sign outside said Jimmy Litton and his orchestra, the voice of Sue Butterfield. Inside, the orchestra, without benefit of Litton, was warming up on what passed for a rumba. I wandered around backstage to the dressing rooms, found a door that said Miss Butterfield, and knocked.
Yes?
She was everything Lil said, even including the magnolia blossom in her hair.
Well, don't just stand there. Please come in. I'm Sue Butterfield. But then you probably already know that.
My name's Regan.
Yes, sir. What did you wish to speak to me about?
Your husband, Mrs. Butterfield.
Please, call me Sue.
Sue.
That's better. Now, what about Wellington?
He's worried, Mrs. Sue. Worried about you.
About me? Well, that certainly sounds silly. Why on earth would he worry about me?
He thinks you're in trouble.
Mr. Regan, why are you concerned in this?
I'm a friend of Wellie's.
I see. Well, then, I appreciate your interest, but really nothing could be sillier. Oh, now I see it.
See what?
He's worried about Jimmy. Jimmy Litton. Isn't that ridiculous?
Is it?
But of course. Jimmy and I are merely close friends. Just because we work together every night on the bandstand is no sign. Well, you see what I mean.
Oh, sure.
So you see, Mr. Regan, it's all nonsense. Wellington sometimes tries my patience. Why, you shouldn't hate Jimmy. You should pity him. Poor Jimmy is just a lonely, misunderstood man. I'm kind of a mother to him.
Mother?
I like people, Mr. Regan. I don't like seeing them blue. Jimmy is blue so often.
Yeah, sure, Mrs. Sue. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
And you tell Wellington he should have asked me before spending the money.
Spending the money?
Yes. Spending the money to hire a private detective. Bye, Mr. Regan.
I got out of there in a hurry. Out the back entrance, around to the parking lot, and then I saw him. Blue sport coat, gray flannels, getting out of his car, glancing both ways, closing the door. He looked scared, very scared, and his name was Jimmy Litton. Litton?
I beg your pardon?
You don't remember me?
Look, please, I'm in a hurry. I'm late for rehearsal.
I'm the guy who was with Wellington Butterfield when you looked in on us. You remember that, don't you?
No, please, leave me alone, will you? I haven't done anything...
Nobody said you have. I just want to ask you a few questions.
Questions? No, not now. Some other time. I really can't stay with...
Calm down, Litton. You're getting upset over nothing.
Let go of my arm.
Now, Litton, it'll go better.
I said let go. It's the way you want to play it. Let me alone. Leave me alone.
James Litton, dust on his gray flannels, grease on his monogrammed white sport shirt, blood on his cheek, running back inside the Blue Club, trying to restore his ego and the crease in his trousers at the same time. More scared than I thought. I lit a cigarette, headed back to my car, sat there thinking, but not for long. It came from the Blue Club, from backstage near the dressing room. I got to the door marked Sue Butterfield, kicked it open! 2 people in Sue Butterfield's dressing room. Jimmy Litton and Wellington Butterfield. Litton was the one on the floor. Dead.
You don't have to look any further, Mr. Regan. I killed him.
I took the gun out of the little man's hand and felt sick. Then I got up and locked the door. But why? Why did you kill him?
Well, it's like I told you, Mr. Regan. He came in here, he shouted at me, and I saw red.
What did he shout at you?
Well, it was something nasty, something I'd rather not repeat.
For that you killed him?
I told you this morning, Mr. Regan, I told you how I hated him, that I'd like to kill him.
Let's try it once more. You came out here to see Sue, your wife.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Regan.
You came to her dressing room and she was gone.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Regan.
And Jimmy Litton burst into the room. He said something. You got mad, shot him.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get the gun?
What? I told you it was in a dresser drawer.
Your wife's gun?
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Litton just stood there while you went to your wife's dresser, took out a gun, and killed him.
Mr. Regan, I told you he didn't know what I was...
You're covering for somebody, aren't you, Welly?
No, sir.
You're covering for somebody. It's too pat, too easy, too simple.
No, I'm not covering for anybody.
Welly, listen to me. What happened? What really happened? You didn't kill Litton, did you? You're covering for somebody.
I killed him. I killed him, Mr. Regan. Let me alone, will you? Just let me alone.
Okay, Welly. We'll call the police. Lieutenant Sanducci came and went and took Wellington Butterfield with him. I waited around for nothing. For a rumba band that quit practicing only long enough for the sound of the police siren to fade like a bad taste in your mouth and then start practicing again. I went to the bar out front and found Sue Butterfield coming in the front door.
Still here, Mr. Regan? I thought you might leave with those police gentlemen.
I like to ooze out.
Then if you'll excuse me, I have to rehearse.
You got a minute?
Well, I really have. All right, it'll only be a minute, Mr. Regan.
You think your husband killed Litton?
Well, it's just like I told you, Mr. Regan. Wellington should never have hated Jimmy Litton. He should have felt pity for him.
You didn't answer my question.
Well, Mr. Regan, you'd hardly expect a wife to think her husband guilty of murder.
Where were you?
I beg your pardon?
When it happened, where were you?
Backstage, changing my costume.
For rehearsal?
After all, Mr. Regan, I had to see if it looked all right. But a night.
But you didn't use your dressing room.
Somebody put my dress in the wrong room. I went there.
Alone?
Mr. Regan, in the tone of your conversation...
Oh, never mind. Forget it.
Well, listen to the way you talk. A person...
I said forget it, Mrs. Butterfield. The orchestra's waiting. The slow-eyed brunette drifted down to the bandstand like milk leaves in a southern breeze. And then suddenly I couldn't stand the air around the Blue Club. I drove back to Hollywood.
Regan.
Mind if I come in, Lil?
Regan, I'm sorry about this afternoon.
It's okay, Lil.
Regan, something's bothering you. Something you don't like, I know, I can tell.
Your husband's dead, Lil.
My husband?
He was shot an hour ago.
Your kid? No. No, you're not kidding.
I found him in Sue Butterfield's dressing room. Butterfield had the gun in his hand.
Welly?
Yeah, I know.
I told you this morning about my husband and me.
You don't have to
Let me
explain.
finish. I told you Jimmy and I... The way it was. I said I stopped caring what he did 2 years ago. I meant it, Regan. I'm not going to lie to you now.
Thanks, Lil.
He was smooth and slick and clever. He's dead. Let's forget it.
I've got to know some things, Lil. It's important that I know.
Welly Butterfield wouldn't kill a man, not even my husband. Welly worked over there, right across the way from me. I knew him, Regan. He wouldn't kill a man.
I know that.
But you just said...
Wellington said. Gun in hand, he told me he shot your husband. For 30 minutes, he stuck to it.
Isn't there anything you can do, Regan? Anything you...
Sure, mix a drink. She mixed a drink, 2 of them. Lillian Litton, the dead man's widow. And we drank the drinks and talked about everything and nothing and not murder or her dead husband or the little man on the way to the gas chamber, but it wouldn't stay that way. I borrowed Lillian Litton's phone and called the Lion.
Anthony J.
Me,
Lion,
Fatso.
Detective. Jeffrey, I was hoping you'd check in. Mr. Butterfield called.
He what?
He called from the police station. Jeffrey, our client's committed murder.
That's why I called you.
Lieutenant Sanducci told him he could make the call. Mr. Butterfield just wanted to thank you for everything.
Is that all?
He told me it wasn't your fault that you tried to help him. He said he was getting ready to sign a confession.
He didn't tell you anything else, Fatso?
No. He sounded so sad, Jeffrey. Why did he kill the man?
Later, Fatso.
But I thought it was his wife who was in danger.
Lion, that's it.
Jeffrey, what's it?
Hang up, Fatso. You're wasting time. The Lion was wasting time, all right. I told Lil I'd see her later and head my car towards City Hall. If I pushed the speed limit, I might get there before Sanducci could have the little man's statement typed up for signature. I got there.
Well, hello, Regan. What's the hurry?
Sanducci, did Butterfield sign yet?
No. Take it easy, Regan. My steno's typing it up. He was getting excited.
Butterfield didn't kill that man. I know he didn't.
Oh? That's an interesting twist. Man comes to me asking to be locked up, and you say he's not guilty. What's your evidence?
I haven't any. Not yet, but give me time.
Time to talk my number one inmate out of a confession? Are you crazy, Regan?
Listen, Sanducci. Butterfield is taking the rap for somebody else. He's that kind of a guy.
Well, it's a twist, all right. Nicest story as I've heard.
Give me 10 minutes with him, Sanducci. Just 10 minutes. Give me a chance to get the real story.
Regan, you're stepping out of bounds. I know you want to protect the client, but messing with an open and shut case is something else. Yes?
I got that statement ready for the prisoner to sign, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Bring it in, Freely. You heard him, Regan.
Sanducci, 10 minutes. That's all I ask. Just 10 minutes.
Regan.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Oh, God, they're watching him like that.
The turnkey took me to the cell of Wellington Butterfield, and I was on my own.
Hello, Mr. Regan.
Welly, listen, they've got a statement in there all typed up. Sign it, and you've got a season's pass to the gas chamber.
Yes, sir, I know that.
Welly, it's your life. You were alone when you shot Litton.
I told you that, Mr. Regan.
Your wife wasn't in that room with you.
Leave Sue out of it.
You're forgetting something, aren't you, Welly? Sue was in the room, changing costume when Litton burst in. She told me that, Welly.
She did?
She said she was behind the screen, putting on the dress she was going to wear for the show. How come you forgot that?
Well, it must have just left my mind.
Sure it did. Your wife told me something else.
Well, I
she
don't...
She said nobody threatened her life.
Well, Mr. Regan, I know better. I heard...
Go on.
Mr. Regan, I don't like what you're trying to make me say.
Then I'll say it for you. You lied. Lied to me about Sue's life in danger. Sure, you overheard a conversation in her dressing room, but there's nothing wrong with your ears. You knew what they were saying.
They?
Sue and Jimmy Litton. Sue was asking Litton to kill you. You knew that. That's why you hired me to watch her. You loved her too much to turn her over to the police, so you hired me to protect yourself.
But that doesn't mean I didn't kill Litton. Sue will testify she saw me do it.
How could she have seen you do it when she was behind the screen dressing?
Well,
your story's so crossed up, Welly, even you can't make sense out of it. Your wife wanted Jimmy Litton to get rid of you. He backed out. That's why he was so frightened when I saw him. That's why he ran from me outside your office. For once he'd gotten in over his head.
Sue is not that mean, Mr. Regan. She just needs to understand.
I heard that once before. But even Jimmy Litton couldn't take her any longer. He was leaving her cold. So she shot him, and you're taking the rap.
The statement, Regan. It's ready.
You said you'd give me 10 minutes.
Regan, you're just making it hard on everybody. Theories are very well, but there must be facts.
Sanducci, let me read that statement first.
Very well, Regan. You read it. Well, Regan?
Mr. Regan, please, sir.
Regan, you're just obstructing justice. You know I could have you run in...
Sanducci, it says here the body was found with bruises about the face, a cut under the eye.
That's right, Regan. Butterfield left that part out of it at first, but when we examined the body, he admitted there'd been a few blows between them.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Regan. I'd forgot that part.
Sanducci, Butterfield didn't fight with Litton. He's lying.
Mr. Regan...
Regan, get out of here.
Wait a minute. You said he told you they exchanged blows. Did you find bruises or cuts on Butterfield?
Well, no.
Yet Litton was beaten about the face. Litton, a man almost twice the size of Butterfield, is found beaten, but Butterfield hasn't got a scratch on him.
So what? That still does not prove...
It proves Wellington Butterfield lied. If he lied once, he lied for all of it. I know, Sanducci, because I'm the guy who gave Litton those cuts and bruises.
Regan, for the last time...
Litton and I exchanged the blows, Sanducci, outside the Blue Club. It was just after that Litton ran inside and was killed. When you found the bruises, Butterfield had to change his story to make it fit.
Go on, Regan.
He lied again about being alone in the room. He just told me his wife was there with him.
That's right, Butterfield.
Well, yes, sir. Sue was with me.
How many lies can you take, Sanducci? How many lies before you wake up? This man's covering all the way, trying to take the rap.
For who, Regan?
For his wife.
Mr. Regan, you shouldn't have said that.
Had enough, Sanducci?
Give me a motive, Regan.
Litton was running around with Butterfield's wife. She fell for him, but then he ditched her. Litton's wife told me he was leaving town, not with Sue Butterfield like I thought. Litton was pulling out alone.
I'm still listening.
Sue Butterfield wanted Litton to kill her husband. He turned her down, and she couldn't take that. Woman scorned Sanducci. She had to kill him. He could have testified against her.
Butterfield, you got anything to say about that?
Well, Sue loved Litton. She told me that. She didn't never love me. I tried to be what she wanted. Honest, I did. I tried to write music it'd sell and make a lot of money so she wouldn't have to work. It just wasn't my kind of music. I always feel it was my fault. Don't you see? If I'd only have been what she wanted me to be, this wouldn't have happened. Litton came into the dressing room. He was angry. He blamed Sue for bringing the detective, Mr. Regan, into it. They said things to each other. Sue shot him.
Then you took the gun and made her leave. You took all the guilt, all the blame for everything she was and stood for. Had enough, Sanducci.
But it was my fault. Don't you see?
I've had enough, Regan. I gave a statement. Lillian gave a statement. Sue Butterfield came to jail with a bevy of lawyers. Didn't figure the lawyers would do much good. And I was sick of the smell of magnolia blossoms.
Regan, where have you been?
Resting, Fatso. Resting and relaxing.
Are you still working for the Lion Detective Agency, or have you retired from active duty?
Now, Lion, the case was only closed a couple of hours ago.
Well, the least you could have done is report back to me. After all, I'm interested in the welfare of our clients.
Sorry, Fatso.
Well, we'll forget it for now. Jeffrey, I have here a Mr. Harrington. He says he wants us to handle his case, and I believe he needs our help.
Just a minute, Fatso. Okay, Fatso, shoot.
Well, Jeffrey, our client has a most unusual case. It seems he was out driving the other day in his new Nash Rambler. Now, he had the top down, so he didn't notice there was a helicopter flying over him. And so, naturally, he was quite shocked, to say the least, when suddenly, from out of the helicopter,
like I said, Lil,
came this strange
you mix
package.
good drinks.
Now, our client, Jeffrey, are you taking all this down?
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again next Wednesday at 9 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled It All Comes Back to Me Now.
She was about medium size, brunette, beautiful, and bewildered. She couldn't remember where she'd come from or where she was going. Couldn't remember her own name. Just one thing she could remember. She wanted to commit murder. She was in the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, that Friday morning, sitting there across the desk from him, holding onto her battered purse like it was the last thing in the world she was sure of. What the Lion or I didn't know, she was right.
Oh, Jeffrey, come in. I've been waiting for you.
Morning, Fatso. New client?
Yes, Jeffrey. I think we could call her that. Jeffrey, this is Miss...
That's a very interesting name, Fatso. My name's Regan, Miss.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Regan?
Jeffrey, she has a terrible problem.
Somebody does.
She can't remember her name.
Please, can't you help me? I don't remember anything.
You remember how you got here to our office?
No, not anything.
From when?
Well, from now. Except, there was a door. It said detective agency. I walked in.
Yes. Jeffrey, what are we going to do about Miss Smith?
Smith?
Well, we've got to call her something, haven't we?
All right, Smith.
Jeffrey, this is a matter for the police. A Bureau of Missing Persons. Surely if
no, Mr. Lyon, please. Not the police.
What's that?
Oh, please, Mr. Regan, please don't let him call the police.
People who can't remember their names usually can't remember they shouldn't go to the police, Miss Smith.
But Oh.
Look, lady, if you don't want to go to the cops, there's got to be a reason.
Well, then, look at this.
Jeffrey.
.32 caliber revolver, Smith & Wesson. Loaded except for 2 empty shells.
You see, Mr. Regan...
The gun's been fired, Jeffrey?
2 bullets missing. Miss Smith?
I don't know.
Jeffrey, that settles it. We call
Lion,
the
I
police.
think Miss Smith hasn't quite finished her story. The gun in her purse isn't the only reason she doesn't want to go to the police. That right, Miss Smith?
Mr. Regan, I try to remember. There was a house somewhere. A small house. I was in a room.
Go on.
No, I can't.
Keep trying, Miss Smith.
I was going somewhere. Alone. I wanted to see someone. I think I was on my way to kill someone.
Fatso, get some water. She's fainted.
Here, water? Jeffrey, don't just stand there. Call an ambulance.
The Lion was right. Miss Smith wasn't just a quick faint. Her breath came in short, hushed spurts, and her pulse was a whisper. Beside her, the battered little purse had fallen open. Inside, $2.17 and a receipt for cab fare. No wallet, no identification. I picked up the receipt. It was dated that morning, Friday, and totaled $3.70. It was a lead. I sent the Lion with Miss Smith in the ambulance and then headed for the main office of the cab company. It took me 2 hours to get what I wanted. The receipt was for cab number 702, one of the new cars the company added, and it was usually driven by one Joseph Rupnick. Another hour passed, and he pulled into the cab stand out front of the main office. Joe Rupnick?
Who else?
Let's drive.
My flag is down. Where to, Mac?
Did you drive a medium-sized brunette this morning, Joe?
It'd be a pleasure.
Think. Fair complexion, good-looking, very good-looking. Carried a little black leather purse. The fare was $3.70.
$3.70, huh? You know, it's a nice fare.
What'll it buy, $3.70?
Well, let's see. $3.70 should ought to take you out to Westwood.
You got a record of your stops today. What about Westwood?
Yeah, I guess I have. Hey, Mac, what do you know? She was lovely, she was engaged, and she used my cab. Oh, what a dish. Bewitched, bothered, and brunette. I seen her, and I'm glad.
Never mind the tone, Holmes. Where did you pick her up?
In Westwood. Where else?
Okay, let's go there.
This is it, Mac. Right here on this corner. She was standing here. Naturally, I stopped.
Naturally. Thanks. See you around.
No, you're welcome, but I'm staying.
Staying where?
Now, look, right here, Mac, look. You don't have to be a mind reader to spot you for a private eye, shamus, or gumshoe. This means the jackpot. My cab is at your service.
That's your business, Joe. Only keep your flag up.
Shouldn't worry about a thing. Besides, when else do I get a chance to check the horses at San Ferran?
Joe Rupnick pulled a racing form out of his pocket, and I looked at the place he'd pointed out. According to Joe, Miss Smith had been standing in front of a white one-story building with a two-story sign that said Parker Service. It was an auto repair shop, a big one, the kind that specializes in foreign cars, custom sedans, and rich customers.
Mr. Parker. Telephone call, Mr. Parker.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir?
I'm looking for a girl. She used to work here.
Sarah? You're looking for Sarah?
About medium-sized, good-looking?
Yeah, that's Sarah. Well, she quit yesterday. She was in here this morning to pick up her check. Me, I'm just taking her place. And it's not a bad job. Not bad at all. Mr. Parker, he's a nice guy. A very nice...
Could you give me...
pardon me just a moment, please. Parker Service? Yeah, just a moment, please.
Could you give me Sarah's address?
Huh?
Could you give me Sarah's address?
Well, I could check for you. You see, I'm new here and
Sure.
I...
By the way, what's Sarah's last name? I've forgotten.
Sarah Hanson. So you didn't know her very well, did you?
Blind date.
Oh, yeah. I understand. And she forgot to give you her address. Sure, I'll find out for you, mister. Glad to.
The girl behind the counter winked at me and went back into the office, and before I could turn around, there was somebody at my elbow. And I had that feeling you get when you know someone's staring down your neck. I turned, and I was right. Tall man, neatly dressed, business suit, about 35. Suntan that spelled 18 holes of golf on Sunday, private club, Chamber of Commerce.
I beg your pardon, sir. Did I overhear you asking for Sarah Hanson?
Maybe you did.
My name's Parker.
Mine's Regan.
I wonder if you'd be kind enough to step into my office.
Okay.
This way, Mr. Regan. You see, I happen to be particularly interested in a girl, Miss Hanson. She's unusually intelligent, a superior worker. I hated to see her leave. Here we are, Mr. Regan. Have a chair. A cigarette?
No, thanks. Let's stick to Miss Hanson.
Oh, yes, Mr. Regan. I was quite curious at your interest in Sarah Hanson. She's not the sort of girl to have many, shall we say, gentlemen friends.
Really? What sort of girl is she?
Well, more on the quiet side. Intelligent, as I've said, and not at all emotional. Sarah was a very
superior worker. Come on, Parker, I haven't got all day. A girl quit her job and you want to know why. Is that it?
Well, I'm curious.
There's more to it than that. I saw 4 secretaries in your front office alone. One named Sarah wasn't that good.
Very well, Mr. Regan. I'm going to tell you the truth. Certain malcontents, certain vicious elements in my organization, irresponsible rumor mongers have been saying that Miss Benson and I... Well, there isn't a word of truth in it.
I'm still listening.
I'm a happily married man, Mr. Regan. You understand what rumors of this sort do to a man.
Go on.
I'm going to put a stop to it. You understand? Once and for all, I'm going...
Okay. Take it easy, Parker.
I'm sorry I lost my temper, Mr. Regan. This thing has been gnawing at me for months. That's why I finally discharged Miss Hanson.
That's what you've been trying to say. You fired Sarah Hanson. You think that's why I'm here?
Well, yes,
It's just a job, Mr. Parker. We all got to make a living. Somewhere in it, a story was beginning to take shape. Parker apologized again, and I left his private office. Out front, the receptionist had Sarah Hanson's address, and I took it. When I got to the street, Joe Rupnick's cab was still sitting there.
Hop in, Mac. I'm available. You find the girl?
No, but I've got an address.
Great. I got them all lined up for tomorrow at San Ferran. Let's go.
It was past Pico on Bentley. Took us 5 minutes to pull up in front of a bungalow converted into a duplex. I left Joe with his racing form and newspaper and went up to the door that belonged to Sarah Hanson. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I knocked. Same results. The sun was sinking somewhere in the distance, and the early mist, the prelude to fog, was settling in fast. I tried the doorknob. No results. And then something told me to get inside that apartment, to get in with or without a permit, with or without a key. I walked around back until I found a window unlocked. The screen was easy, and I climbed up. My stomach scraped across the windowsill, and I was inside. Dark, dank, stale-smelling air. Something foul and disagreeable. I wanted to turn and leave and get out of the stinking apartment. But I didn't. Instead, I moved slowly along the wall in the darkness and fumbled until I hit the light switch. The lights didn't change the smell, but it told the story. Chairs upside down. Picture frame smashed to the floor. 2 dishes broken in 1,000 pieces. And the sofa cushions on top of each other in a corner. The whole place turned upside down, looking like a clapboard shack after a hurricane. I moved into the living room, picking up pieces, searching for anything. And I found something. In front of the imitation fireplace on the carpet, a pool of blood.
Hey, Mac, you okay?
Yeah, Joe.
Look, Mac, I think I got something important.
Be there in a minute.
Never mind. I'll climb through the window. Hey, look, Mac, I want you to take a look at this. I was reading while I was waiting for you.
Early edition of the afternoon paper.
Yeah. Look on page 2. You find it, Mac?
Yeah, I found it. Story on page 2. The body of a girl found washed up on Will Rogers State Beach, tentatively identified as Sarah Hansen.
This is CBS, and you are listening to tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator, entitled It All Comes Back to Me Now. CBS brings you many of the most exciting programs on the air. For example, Sundays at 5:30. A Face in the Shadows, a blood-stained burnoose, a beautiful dancing girl may set Rocky Jordan on an exciting adventure in ancient Cairo. Follow Rocky Jordan as he moves through the dangerous streets of the capital of Egypt. Meet Rocky Jordan this Sunday at 5:30 on CBS. And now, back to tonight's story titled, It All Comes Back to Me Now, and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Joe, the cab driver, stepped on the gas, and we headed for the police. I sat in the back seat, the folded newspaper in my lap, and tried to make sense out of a story so twisted even the principal characters no longer made sense. A girl with amnesia hires the Lion and me to help her find herself. She says she remembered wanting to kill someone. She collapses, and I follow a lead to a cab driver, to a repair shop in Westwood, to the home of one Sarah Benson. That was when I read the early afternoon paper, which said a girl had been found washed up on Will Rogers State Beach. Her name, Sarah Hansen. It was getting late. Streetlights turned on, traffic jamming and honking its way up Sunset. But that didn't stop Joe Rupnick from hitting 40 between the cars. We made the police station at 6:45. Okay, thanks, Joe. That does it.
What do you think, I'm leaving? Me, a sucker for a mystery? I gotta know how this comes out.
It took me 15 minutes to get to Lieutenant Candid.
Hi, Regan.
Candid, I got a couple of questions.
Regan, I am tired to the very bottom of my large, flat feet. Let's make it tomorrow.
It can't wait.
All right, Regan. What's her name?
Listen, Candid, all I want to know is where you got your identification for Sarah Hansen.
Sarah Hansen, age 27, height 5'4", weight about 117, hair blonde, eyes brown.
Blonde.
That's what I said, wasn't it?
You fished her up off Santa Monica?
Will Rogers State Beach. We didn't find her. Some swimmers did. They called.
You weren't looking for her?
Looking. We didn't know Sarah Hansen from my friend Irma. What's eating you, Regan?
Candid, just tell me something else. Who identified the girl for you?
Only her mother and father and brother and sister, that's all.
Okay, Candid. Sorry I bothered you.
It's all right. We can't find the murder weapon. We haven't got a lead on the killer, and I got to talk to you yet.
She was shot?
2 slugs in her chest. 32s. Maybe Smith & Wesson. Gun's missing.
That part of it wasn't in the papers.
Don't we look bad enough already without making it worse? All we got on this case is a body. Even if it is a nice one.
When was she killed, Candid?
This morning, somewhere between 1 and 2 a.m., the coroner says. That isn't all.
What else?
Well, from the tire marks they found up the beach, there was another idea. We think maybe she was shot somewhere else and then driven down to the beach.
This Sarah Hansen, she worked?
Yeah, a place out in Westwood. Called, Parker's Service. We'll check everyone out there. Takes time.
What about an address, Candid? Where did she live?
Well, the parents say she moved out of their place a couple of months ago. Seems they had a fight, she and the parents. She wouldn't tell them where she was moving.
They tell you anything else?
Sarah Hansen was afraid of something, they said. Had them worried. That's when the fight started. She used to get phone calls from a woman.
A woman?
Yeah, every time this woman called, Sarah would leave the phone crying. Only happened a couple of times.
Did they ever see this woman?
Nope. They were wondering if it might be another girl who worked with Sarah. Feud.
Only you haven't checked the employees yet.
Like I said, Regan, it takes time. The shop opens up first thing in the morning. My men will be there.
Thanks, Candid. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Regan, where do you fit in this?
Client, Candid. You know how it is.
Maybe I don't, Regan. If you know something...
I don't know anything, Candid.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Sarah Hansen was a good-looking dame. A real good-looking dame.
I never met her.
You sure, Regan?
I'm sure.
Okay, I'll take your word. She's a real nice-looking dame, like I said. Kind you hate to see turn up dead. You want to see her, Regan?
All right, Candid. We'll see her. Candid and I went to the morgue. We saw her. Sarah Hansen. Medium-sized, good-looking blonde. She looked nothing like the girl who'd come to the Lyons office without a memory. Yet somewhere Sarah Hansen and Miss Smith fit together. Somewhere their lives became crossed and tangled up and then went separately again. Miss Smith's to a blank memory. Sarah Hansen's to death. Somewhere something made both things happen. That gave me an idea. I went upstairs to missing persons and checked every record I could find that even faintly resembled our client, Miss Smith. Nothing did. I headed outside. Joe Rupnick was still sitting in the taxi. He turned it around and we headed for the L.A. County Hospital.
Jeffrey, there you are.
Trouble, Fatso?
Trouble? I've been sitting here all day, wasting time and money.
How's she doing, Fatso?
Is she? Oh, Miss Smith, fine. She's doing fine. Doctor says she was merely weak from too much tension brought on by the amnesia.
Good, Lion. I think we may have something.
We may have something. You're darn right we have something. Hospital bills, doctors, nurses' bills. Every time the door opens to that girl's room, I add another $5. Jeffrey, this is ridiculous. We're not Fort Knox. How do you think the Lion Detective Agency can pay for these bills?
Take it easy, Fatso. Remember, it was your idea to bring Miss Smith here.
So what if it was my idea?
That's right, Lion. You call the ambulance.
Well, that's no reason why we have to pay...
Mr. Lion, I'll have to ask you not to raise your voice.
Yes, Miss Wilson, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lion.
Yeah.
Sitting here all day, wasting your time.
Oh, now, Jeffrey, after all, a man has to do something.
Sure, Fatso. You keep an eye on those nurses' bills. I'm going in to see our client. Miss Smith was lying there, pale face made paler by the whiteness of the sheets, the white hospital walls, the clinical smell of the room. You don't have to be sick to look sick in a hospital bed.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Regan.
You remember me?
You helped me, Mr. Regan. I won't forget that.
What does the doctor say?
Oh, I'll be all right. Really, I will. It's just my mind. I can't think straight.
But you remember about the gun, the 2 bullets missing?
Yes. Yes, I remember about them.
Do you remember anything more?
I don't think so.
About wanting to kill someone?
Oh, Mr. Regan.
You don't remember that part of it?
The doctor says it's shock. Something happened to me. Something I wanted to forget. Made me forget everything.
Murder might do that.
Yes, I suppose it might.
Does the name Parker mean anything to you?
No.
Parker Service, Westwood?
No, Mr. Regan.
How about Sarah Hanson?
No, Mr. Regan, I don't know that name.
Sarah Hanson, the blonde, pretty blonde.
No, I don't remember.
She worked for Parker Service in Westwood. You were in Westwood today, maybe at a small apartment on Bentley just past Pico. That mean anything to you, Miss Smith?
Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone.
Okay, thanks. Thanks anyway.
Please leave me alone. Mr. Regan, leave me alone.
Somewhere the paths of Sarah Hanson and Miss Smith crossed. Somewhere their lives were woven in and out of each other until it was so mixed up, and then it made sense. Simple, quick, easy sense. I left the hospital in a hurry, the cab was there, and I got in, and we drove and drove fast. First for a drugstore and a phone booth, then for Westwood.
Look, Mac, now that we're here, what are we doing here?
Visiting Joe.
Yeah, don't sound friendly somehow.
You sit tight, I'm going in.
Look, that house is dark. Nobody's home, Mac.
Maybe, maybe not. If I'm not out in 10 minutes, get to a phone and call the police. You got that?
Yeah. Call the cops.
It was 50 feet back from the street. Not a mansion, not a little house. Grounds well kept, lawn neat and trimmed. I moved slowly up the walk toward the front door. The fog had settled on Westwood Village, and the soft dampness sifted under your clothes and made your skin turn cold. Up ahead, the dark house, waiting. I changed my mind, moved along the side of the house toward the fireplace. That might mean den, and the den might mean proof. Around back, a patio and French doors next to the red brick. Still no sounds from the dark house. I tried the French doors. It was the den. Books, heavy leather chair and desk. On the desk a photograph, too dark to see. I picked up the metal frame and lit a match. It fit. The final nail in a murderer's coffin.
You like the photograph? Get your hands off your gun, Mr. Regan. That's better. Only one of us needs a gun just now.
Just you, Parker.
The photograph is almost a perfect likeness, isn't it? Beautiful woman.
But not beautiful enough for you, was that it?
Beautiful but possessive. She didn't understand me.
And Sarah Hanson did.
Jane killed her.
So that's her name, Jane Parker.
Too bad you've never met her, Mr. Regan.
I've met her, Parker. In fact, I just left her less than 30 minutes ago.
It's a lie. You've never met my...
Your wife, Jane Parker. She asked for help.
Regan, you're lying.
You tell me a better story. Where is your wife?
I don't know.
But you'd like to, wouldn't you? You'd like to know so you could see her once more, so you could see her and shut her up.
She told you.
That you killed Sarah Hanson?
She was lying. She killed Sarah. There was a fight. Jane killed her in a jealous rage.
Then you're going to try to tell me Jane carried Sarah Hanson to her car, then took her to the beach, and then threw her body in the...
I left. I don't know what happened. It was Jane.
Jane carried a woman her size down to the ocean. Who do you think you can make believe that?
You're lying.
I'll tell you what really happened. Jane found out you were running around with another woman, Sarah Hanson. She phoned Sarah, tried to reason with her. Your wife was dumb enough to want to keep you. When Sarah wouldn't listen to reason, your wife went to see her.
You don't know what you're talking about.
She found you at Sarah Hansen's apartment on Bentley. There was a fight. You lost your temper, Parker. Only a man your size could have wrecked the place the way it is now.
No.
You shot and killed Sarah, and the shock was too much for your wife.
No.
Her mind went completely blank, rather than remember the nightmare she'd seen.
How do you know?
How? Because I know where your wife, Jane Parker, is right now.
She didn't tell you that. She wouldn't dare tell you.
Your wife disappeared after the shooting early this morning, didn't she, Parker? You didn't know where she'd gone. That's what you really wanted to find out from me when I was at your shop this afternoon.
You're making that up.
You were afraid then and you're afraid now. Yet you didn't report to the police that your wife was missing. I checked that. You didn't want them to find her either. She could tell the real story.
Where is Jane, Mr. Regan?
You're wasting time.
Unless you tell me where my wife is, Mr. Regan, I'll put every bullet in this gun through your body.
And that still wouldn't stop your wife from talking, would it, Parker? That still wouldn't give you the answer to where she is now.
Tell me, Regan?
Go ahead. Shoot, Parker. Shoot and read the morning papers tomorrow. The headlines will tell how every cop on the West Coast is waiting to shoot you on sight.
Regan?
So you won't need that gun.
Let go!
You pulled the trigger on yourself, Parker. Too bad your aim wasn't better.
Dr. Dana. Dr. Stephen Dana.
$16 a day for room. Private nurse.
Hiya, Fatso.
No, don't bother me, Jeffrey. I'm very busy. A room at $16 a day.
How's our client, Lion? She doing okay?
$16 a day. Yeah, what's that, Jeffrey?
Miss Smith, our client.
Oh, you mean Jane Parker. Oh, why didn't you say so, Jeffrey? She's much better. The doctor says it'll take time, though. Let me see now. If you take 16 divided by...
Do you think she'll get her memory back, Lion?
What? Oh, yes. He thinks it's just a matter of time. Mental block, that sort of thing. Very complicated, you understand. Oh, hey, Jeffrey, it's been a long day. You must be tired.
I am a little. Come on, Fatso, I'll drive you home.
Me? Oh, home? No, you just run on, Jeffrey. I really couldn't leave just yet. You see, I've got it figured so the city will have to pay part of the hospital.
Oh, you can figure that out at home, Fatso. You look tired.
Well, no. You see, Jeffrey, I'd better stay right here, where I can get the cost firsthand. That way I'll have it accurate when I charge the city. You know me, Jeffrey. Business before pleasure.
Oh, yes, business before pleasure.
Yes, I'm not satisfied until I've completely finished the case. You look peaked, boy. You run along, get some sleep. Me, well, I'll just sit here and work. Finish my job.
I'm all ready, Mr. Lyon, if you are.
Yeah.
The night supervisor said it would be all right if I left early.
Yeah.
Isn't that just grand?
Well, good night, Jeffrey.
Good night, Fatso.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written tonight by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled A Cure for Insomnia.
An ad in the papers, that's what started this one off. There were 3 dead and 1 to go by the time we got to the last half of the last inning of it, and it looked like the pitcher that was tossing the strikeouts was shooting for my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. It got rolling the kind of day you don't see much around L.A. Storm breaking about 10 in the morning when I got down to the Lyon Detective Bureau office.
Jeffrey, my boy, be careful where you step.
What's the matter, Lion? Drop an olive?
Oh, don't be funny. Your feet are muddy and we can't afford to have the carpet cleaned. Not the way business is going these days.
Yeah, well, okay, Lion. Mind if I sit down? My overcoat's wet.
Well, then take it off first. Regan, our books don't balance for the month of April. Wait a minute. Leave your coat on and don't sit down.
So we got a new client.
Yes, Jeffrey. I was sitting here at my desk 20 minutes ago trying to balance our books.
And the phone rang and it was a new client.
Exactly, Jeffrey.
Who?
A man named Paulson. He lives in Hollywood in the hills above Hollywood and Vine on Chapman Boulevard. 7707 and a half. And you better get out there right away.
Somebody's life in danger, maybe?
Life in danger? Oh, no. The victim's already dead. Mrs. Paulson. Paulson's wife. He murdered, Paulson says. He wants us to prove it.
Paulson wants us to prove his wife was murdered?
Yes. You see, Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago. The police say she committed suicide. But Mr. Paulson would be so much happier if it would turn out that she were murdered, Jeffrey.
Nice fella.
Isn't he, my boy? He wants to pay us $100.
Not what I meant. Look, Lion, if Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago, what's so urgent about my getting out there this morning?
The $100, Jeffrey.
Oh, I get it.
As I explained to you, my boy, try as I might, scheme as I would, our April books refuse to balance. Now, I've been thinking that perhaps one little fee carried backwards from the first week of May might...
Okay, Fatso, set your calendar back to standard time. I'll go out and talk to Paulson. I went. Through buzzsaw rain, eating off hillside frontage, sluicing California down glutted drains that couldn't keep up. I turned right at Sunset Niagara, went up 2 blocks, forded Hollywood Boulevard. Chapman Boulevard was half a dozen blocks of twisted, hill-lit, bleary, tile-roofed stucco houses. 7707 and a half, where Paulson lived, was the rear third of a triplex. I parked my car, turned up my overcoat collar, went back.
Mr. Regan.
That's right.
Come in. I'm Paulson. Come in. Now, just sit down, Mr. Regan. I'll tell you everything. All about it, all that happened.
Sure. Just let me get out of my overcoat.
Yeah, I'll help you.
Thanks. I got it. You seem pretty upset, Paulson.
Yes. The thing is, I can't endure doubting any longer. I can't stand the doubt, the fear that my wife wasn't murdered.
Paulson... Doesn't it strike you as a little queer that a guy'd want to spend $100 with Private Dix to prove his wife was murdered?
Oh, no, not at all.
You'd better give me the rundown, Paulson.
Yes, that would be best. Well, my wife's name was Linda Paulson. We'd been married 7 years, and we were very much in love with each other. 7 nights ago, quietly in her twin bed, the other bed where she slept, in our bedroom, that room there. Mr. Regan...
Go on.
Linda died in the night. Sometime in the night.
You woke up in the morning and found her dead?
Yes. And Mr. Regan, it was ascertained that Linda had died of poison.
What the cops have to say about it?
Well, of course they investigated, but their verdict was suicide. Capsules containing the same poison that killed Linda were found in her purse. And there were other things, I don't know quite what. But the police were convinced that Linda had definitely taken the poison herself.
Well, then, that about settles it, doesn't it, Paulson?
Except for Linda's motive.
Motive?
That's the term used in these matters, isn't it? Well, Linda had no reason to want to die. No motive for killing herself.
You seem sure of that.
I was sure of it, but now I've begun to doubt. And that's why I want help. Don't you see? If Linda wasn't murdered, if it was suicide as the police seem so sure, then that means that my wife wanted to die. That means that our life together, when I thought we were very happy, wasn't what it seemed to be at all.
I see what you mean. And that's why you want me to prove it was murder?
Yes, Mr. Regan.
It makes sense. All right, Paulson, heat up some coffee, huh? We'll get to work. Paulson brewed coffee. Like I'd hoped, it steadied him down. He gave me what he could. It wasn't much. He and his wife were ordinary middle-bracket people. No love triangles, Paulson said. Mrs. Paulson hadn't had any money of her own. Her life hadn't been insured. Paulson said she'd been perfectly normal, no depression, nothing queer, right up to her death. I took down the names and addresses of some of the friends and relatives, told Paulson I wanted to check around. Then I went downtown to Homicide, dropped in on Lieutenant Sanducci.
All right, Regan. What can I do for you?
It's about a woman named Linda Paulson, Sanducci.
Oh, sure. The woman that killed herself a week or so ago.
Look, Sanducci, the husband's retained me to prove she didn't kill herself. He thinks she was murdered.
Thanks, Regan. Listen, have you seen the house where it happened?
Came from there just now.
Then, narrow bottleneck passage back to it between two front houses.
Yeah.
The night it happened, it was hot. The neighbors had their chairs out at the head of the passage. Nobody could get in or out without being seen.
Maybe Paulson killed her himself. Thought of that?
We're not amateurs here at the department, Regan. Paulson was out at a meeting. Mrs. Paulson went to bed at 10:30. Neighbors saw the lights go out in the house.
Neighbors see Paulson come home?
At 25 after 11. Went to bed in the dark. His wife was a poor sleeper. He didn't want to disturb her. We haven't told him, Miss Regan, but she was dead then.
You got the time of the death from the reaction of the poison.
Plus the state of the cadaver. Figuring the two together, she took the poison when she went to bed at 10:30, died 10 minutes later. And there's a clincher, Regan.
Go on.
The pill box Mrs. Paulson kept in her purse, kind of unusual. It had a key that she kept on a chain around her neck.
That's where it was when you saw the body?
Yes.
And the pillbox in the purse was locked?
That's right, Regan. No tampering with the lock. Mrs. Paulson's fingerprints on the box and nobody else's. And we know she was alone in the house when she took the poison. Now, look, Regan, you talked to her husband. He told you she had no motive to kill herself, same as she told us.
That's right.
Well, did he give you the full rundown, Regan? About how they had no enemies, the woman had no money, no insurance? Nice, decent, ordinary people, Regan. Not the kind to be mixed up in crime or rackets.
He gave me that.
Well, Regan, maybe it suggested something to you?
Sure, Sanducci. Sure it did. If Paulson's story checks, there won't be any motive for Mrs. Paulson's having killed herself. And there won't be motive for anybody else having killed her either.
That's right, Regan. Oh, and Regan, Paulson's story checks.
It checked. I cruised through the rain, visited people who knew the Paulsons. Everybody said the same thing. No reason, no motive, for murder or suicide. Only there had to be a reason. I'd start with that. At the newspaper morgue downtown, I got the beginning of something.
Sure, Regan. I remember the Paulson thing. You know my reputation, Regan. Morgan.
The guy who never forgets a thing. Sure. I know Morgan. Why I've come to you.
Yeah, well, I could give it to you verbatim. Don't have to look it up in the files. You know, it's like they say.
Morgan never forgets.
Well, let's see. Linda Paulson, you said, huh? Suicide. Well, her maiden name was Linda Cales. Say, wait a minute.
Got something?
Maybe. Just let me check a minute. Huh? The Oregon papers. We keep them, too. We keep papers from every place. Yep. Portland, Oregonian. Yeah, it was Portland, all right. The Oregonian. March 18th. And the 6th page, and I think it was the 5th column. No. Here it is. 6th page, 4th column. Well, I slipped up, Regan. Anyway, here it is. Cales.
Let's see that.
Yeah, sure, look. Yeah. Cales. Yeah, brother, Regan.
Yeah. He died suddenly in bed March 17th, survived by 3 sisters, all residing in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, and here it is, Regan, thing I remembered. One of those sisters...
Yeah. Linda Cales Paulson. I phoned the Lion. Told him to get through to Sanducci at Homicide, try to get Sanducci to have the Portland police exhume the body of the dead brother, perform an autopsy for possible evidence of poison. Me? I got on the track of the surviving sisters around L.A. One was married. Her home phone didn't answer. But 5 or 6 phone calls got me a line on the other sister. She was unmarried. Her name was Jane Cales. She worked at a resort up in San Gabriel Canyon, about a 2-hour drive from L.A. I went up there.
Oh, boy.
Looks like you don't like our snow up here, mister.
You're right, I don't.
Sometimes we get it this late in the year. We're 5,000 feet up. We'll sit down to the counter and have something hot.
Okay, coffee.
I'm the cashier, but while the counter girl's on a restaurant...
You're the cashier, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm looking for you. You're Jane Cales.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so what? Here's your coffee.
My name's Regan. I'm a private detective. Thanks.
Well, what do you want with me? I ain't done nothing. I mind my own business.
Hey, take it easy.
Well, I'm edgy. I don't get my sleep. Haven't ever slept good. It runs in the family. But now that my sister Linda's gone and poisoned herself...
Why I'm here. Her husband doesn't think she did poison herself. What do you think?
I'll tell you what I think. I think it's a sin. I've been lying awake nights. Lying awake asking myself, how could Linda have done a thing like that?
Maybe your sister was murdered. Have you thought of that?
What? Linda?
Maybe your brother up in Oregon, too.
Oh, that's impossible. There wouldn't be any reason. There wouldn't be any reason.
Money someplace in the family, maybe, Jane?
Oh, no. No, we don't have any money. Not for 20 years.
20 years?
Well, Dad had money before the crash, but he lost it. Got cleaned out in 29. He died 4 years later.
Okay, Jane. And there's just you and your married sister down in L.A. left in the family now.
Yes, Caroline. That's my other sister. Caroline Cales Martz. She married Charlie Martz 11 years ago. Yeah, Mr. Regan. Caroline and I are the only ones left.
Back down in L.A. about 6:30, I was lucky. I got Caroline on the phone. She and her husband were going out to dinner, but she said they'd be back by 10. About 10:15, I went over. By 10:30, we had the brush cleared away and we're down to business.
The truth, Mr. Regan, my husband and I are disgusted. We just can't believe that Linda would...
Pardon me, Mr. Regan?
Sure, Mart.
We just can't believe that Linda would have killed herself.
Mrs. Mart.
Yes.
Suicide's usually prompted by love trouble or ill health.
Well, there certainly wasn't any love trouble. Well, Linda and her husband were very happy.
And health?
Well, of course, Linda would sometimes say that...
Yes, Mrs. Mart?
Well, only that if she couldn't rest, if she couldn't get more sleep, you know, she'd kill herself. But all of us in our family sleep very poorly, and I'm sure that every one of us must have said that at one...
Mr. Regan, can you come here a minute? The phone is for you.
Excuse me.
Yes, of course.
The phone's hung up, March.
Oh, yes, I didn't want Caroline to hear.
What's up?
Mr. Regan, this thing is beginning to take on a pattern that frightens me for my wife.
That was San Gabriel Canyon on the phone.
Yes, it was. The night cashier at the resort took sick this evening. They went to get my wife's sister Jane to fill in. It had snowed and then stopped. There were no tracks to Jane's cabin but her own. She was alone.
Wait a minute. You're going to tell me they found her dead?
Suicide, Mr. Regan. She'd taken poison.
The way this case went, it looked like the Cales clan had developed quite a taste for poison. Linda Cales Paulson died of it. Then there was a brother dead up in Oregon. My money had it they'd find he died of poison, too, if they dug him up and took a look. And then there was a third Cales, Jane, dead, too. San Gabriel Canyon. Poison. I told Charlie Martz to keep a close eye on the last Cales left alive, his wife. Then I headed for San Gabriel Canyon. Snowplow was working on the road the last mile up. Had to wait a while, so I phoned the Lion in L.A. At home, it was midnight.
Anthony J. Lyon's butler speaking. May I take a message for Mr. Lyon? He's out.
You don't tell me, Fatso.
Jeffrey, why are you calling at this hour?
Why are you out? Hiding from somebody?
No, of course not.
Okay, skip it. Here's what I want you to do. Check the airline, train, and bus offices. They're open all night. Find out if any of the Cales family or in-laws had a reservation up to Portland, Oregon, any time just before the brother died up there.
You're very well, Jeffrey.
Phone me if you get anything. I'll be at Clemens Mountain Resort, San Gabriel Canyon. Maybe an hour or two. Get going and good luck. The snowplow finished clearing the road, and I went on up San Gabriel Canyon. There was one light left on in the resort cafe. Sitting under it, Lieutenant Sanducci.
Well, Regan, I thought you'd be showing up here.
Who sent you up, Sanducci?
You did, Regan. You on the line. I checked with the Portland police. They work fast up there.
So the brother was poisoned.
He was poisoned, Regan. And this girl up here. And the first sister, Linda Paulson. And now The third sister.
Third? Give me that again.
Caroline Martz, down in Los Angeles. I'm waiting for the phone now for a report under condition.
I told her husband to keep an eye on her.
He said he did, Regan. She was nearly hysterical over her sister's death up here. She went into the bathroom, crying, half sick. Well, in a few minutes, Martz heard her cry out. He ran in, and she was unconscious on the floor. Called an ambulance, and they rushed to the receiving hospital.
And she'd been poisoned.
Like the others, Regan. Now, Regan, this one up here, this Jane Cales, every bit of evidence points to suicide. There was fresh snow. Only her tracks led to the cabin. 2 or 3 extra poison capsules in her medicine chest.
Jane Cales didn't commit suicide.
You know that, Regan?
I talked to her this afternoon. She hated suicide. Couldn't understand how anybody could do such a thing.
But if it's murder, Regan, why? What motive?
Yeah, sure, and how? How does the killer pull it off?
Oh, that'll be the hospital report on Mrs. Caroline Martz's condition. Excuse me a second.
Sure.
Hello, Sanducci. Huh? Oh, just a minute. No, it's for you, Regan.
Must be the Lion. Maybe he's got something for us. I had him working on a lead. Hello, Lion. This is Regan.
No, this is Morgan. You know, Morgan who never forgets a thing at the newspaper morgue.
Oh, hi, Morgan.
Yeah, I phoned Anthony Lyon. He told me how to reach you.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I forgot something, Regan.
You did, Morgan?
Yeah, something in the San Fernando Valley Times on March 7th on Cales.
Go on, Morgan.
You see, we don't file the Valley Times, but I remember it verbatim. You see, it's like they say.
Yeah, Morgan never forgets a thing. What was it in the Valley Times about Cales?
Well, it was an ad, Regan, in the lower left-hand corner in the 7th page, 2 columns wide. I'd say about 3 column inches, a 3-line bold-face head with a wide margin, and the last line of type didn't print quite clear.
Okay, Morgan, what did it say?
Well, Bank of United States, North Hollywood, California, and then there was some stuff about the bank.
What did it say?
Oh, you know, capitalization when it was founded. You want that?
You can skip that part. What did it say about Cales?
Bertram Cales?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Bertram Cales has $73,000 in the Bank of United States in North Hollywood. But there's been no activity in the account for 20 years. So
yeah?
If Cales or some relation don't show up to claim the dough, why the bank is going to turn it over to the treasurer of the state of California. The regular legal process, you know. The ad is the formal notification.
Thanks a lot, Morgan. You've just given me the motive for 3 murders.
The thing begins to make sense now, Regan.
Dollar sense. Bertram Cales would be the father of the tribe. He was in the Bucks once, got cleaned out in a crash. Jane Cales told me that this afternoon. Only he must have stashed away one bank account, 73,000 smacks he didn't tell anybody about.
He wouldn't have wanted the investigators to find it if he failed in business about that time.
Probably planned to use the dough a few years later, after the squeeze was off. Only he died 4 years after the crash. Jane Cales told me that, too.
It adds up, Regan.
It adds up to mass murder. All the Cales children had equal claims to their dead father's dough. So somebody started knocking off the children systematically, one by one. Object? To get all the 73,000.
That's the why of it, all right. Now, what we got left is the how.
And the who. Maybe that'll be the Lion now. If the lead he's working on pans out, we may have our who. Hello, Lion?
Is this Clemens Resort in San Gabriel Canyon?
Yes, that's right.
I'd like to speak to Lieutenant Sanducci of the Los Angeles Police Department, please. This is Georgia Street Receiving Hospital calling.
I signaled Sanducci and he took the booth. I went back to the counter, watched Sanducci through the glass. What he got over the phone he didn't like. He came busting out of the booth.
Regan, wait till you hear this.
What's up, Sanducci?
What's up? I tell you what's up. Caroline Martz recovered. They pumped out her stomach. Her stomach contained the same poison that killed her 2 sisters and her brother.
That figures.
Sure, it figures. But Caroline Cales Martz got to the hospital in time. She didn't die like the others.
You mean you think she took poison as a cover-up?
She was the last surviving Cales child. The way it is now, she gets the $73,000. But she's got a nice out, Regan, if we suggest she poisoned her brother and sister.
Yeah, she got poisoned, too. Yeah, it could be that. Well, we better get down to town and ask Caroline some questions.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you. When she turned out to be all right, Regan, those nitwits I left in charge down there released her. She disappeared.
Sanducci and I drove back to L.A. He used the siren on his police car, and I stuck right behind in his windstream. We got back down to town after 4 a.m. Nobody home at the Martz house. We found only one thing. On Caroline Cale's Martz dressing table, a black mask. A silk-covered, padded black mask, no eye holes. The kind people use to keep out the light when they're trying to sleep. About 6 in the morning, I left Sanducci. Pulled into a drive-in for Coffee Ann. Rain had stopped. I kept thinking of that black mask on Caroline Cale's Martz dressing table. Sleeping mask. And something that had run through the whole case like a thread of music. Caroline had said it. Jane Cales had said it. It had been said of Linda, the first sister to die. We don't sleep well. It runs in the family. We don't sleep well. At 7, I phoned the Lion. No answer. So I began checking the airline, railway, and bus offices myself. The 4th time around, I got the brass ring. Paulson had bought Transportation Oregon a week before the brother's death in Portland. I wanted to talk to him bad.
But Mr. Regan, I'm afraid I'm hardly awake.
Just sit and listen, Paulson. What I've got to say will wake you up. I think I can guess how the members of your wife's family were poisoned.
You can, Mr. Regan?
There's plenty of evidence they took the poison themselves.
Yes.
And they weren't trying to commit suicide when they did it.
I hope that's true in the case of my wife.
It is. Because there's a way it makes sense. Murder sense. The victims took poison thinking they were taking something else. Your wife made quite a career of pill-taking, didn't she, Paulson?
Well, yes. Just her nerves, of course.
Maybe overstrained by lack of sleep? The Cales family insomnia?
Yes, that was it, Mr. Regan.
She had a pillbox with a lock, kept the key to it on a chain around her neck. Somebody close to her might have been able to get hold of that key, unlock the pillbox, substitute poison pills for the pills already in the box.
I see. That must be how it happened, and with Jane and with Caroline.
And your brother-in-law up in Portland, Oregon.
He was poisoned, too?
That's right. Paulson, you made a trip up to Oregon just before he died.
That's right, with my wife. A sort of second honeymoon, Mr. Regan.
Paulson, maybe you can guess what I'm thinking.
Mr. Regan, you don't mean you think that I...
You were here at the time of the poisonings.
Yes, that's true.
And you were there in Portland.
Oh, no, I didn't go to Portland.
What?
I didn't go. Well, I meant to go.
You went to Oregon?
Yes, Linda and I. Crater Lake, the Oregon Caves, and then we were going to Portland. The whole family was to meet there for my brother-in-law's 50th birthday. Well, at the Oregon Caves, I had bad news for my business, and I had to come back here.
Then who was at Portland, Paulson?
Well, the rest of the family.
Including Caroline and Charlie Martz?
Yes, of course.
Answer it, Paulson.
Yes, all right. Caroline.
I had to come. Something awful happened.
Hello, Mrs. Martz.
Mr. Regan, I had no idea you'd be here, but I guess it's just as well. Mr. Regan, do you know the terrible thing that's happened?
That your husband gave you poison?
Then you do know.
In your sleeping pills, I'd guess.
Yes. Charlie began saying he couldn't sleep.
Faked insomnia, then asked to borrow your sleeping pills. Filled the capsules with poison, then returned them. He knew you'd take them.
We all of us, the whole family suffers from insomnia. All the Cales family. We depend on sleeping pills.
As your husband knew.
Yes. But why? Why did my husband want to kill me?
He didn't, Caroline. He knew he'd get you to the hospital in time. He just wanted to make things look right. So there wouldn't be a lot of questions asked when you got $73,000, half of which would be your husband's under California community property law. Well, that wrapped it up. All except one thing. We didn't have the killer. I phoned Sanducci, and he got the boys on it. An hour went by, 2 hours, 3 hours. No trace of medium-sized, graying, dapper Charlie Martz. That wasn't all. I kept phoning the office, the Lion's house. There was no trace of the Lion. About noon, I began rechecking the air, bus, and rail terminals.
Thank you for waiting, sir. May I help you now?
I'm checking on train reservations to the north, Oregon, for the first couple of weeks of March. I'm a private detective.
Next, you'll be saying you want to know about the reservation to Portland, Oregon, obtained in March by Charles Martz.
Are you psychic?
Hardly. But there was another private detective here this morning asking the same question. A fat man smelled of stale cigars.
That's what I want. That's who I'm looking for.
That hardly makes you special. I noticed that someone was following the fat man.
Gimme?
A medium-sized, graying, dapper man.
Martz. Sanducci, I won't stick here in your office any longer. I'm going out on it.
Regan, I got 20 boys looking for March. The whole force is alerted. Man at the airport, a man at Union Station, man at the bus terminal. What could you do alone?
I don't know, Sanducci, but he's tailing the lion.
Sanducci. Huh? Oh, okay, I'll be right down. Well, Regan, we picked up March. They're holding him downstairs.
Well, Sanducci, well?
March won't talk.
Sanducci, you gotta make him talk.
Look, I've been in a cell with him, Regan. He says he never saw anybody that answers the lion's description.
He's lying, Sanducci.
Well, he may be, but what can I do?
Well, here you are, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, why aren't you at the office? Are you taking the day off?
Lion, it's you.
Well, of course it's me. Jeffrey, I've been worried about you.
You've been worried about me.
Well, you haven't been home all day, and when I've telephoned the office, no answer. Jeffrey, do we run a business or do we not?
Well, you weren't at the office, Fatso.
No, I wasn't.
Lion, what is this?
What do you mean, what is it? I should be asking you. All day away from the office, in my hour of need. I told you our April books don't balance.
You told me, sure.
Well, Jeffrey, one of our creditors got on my trail this morning.
Oh, no, not a medium-sized, graying, dapper man?
Yes, a medium-sized, graying, dapper man. Mr. Lucius Cronkite of Cronkite and Bowles, Pencil Sharpeners and Accessories. He's outside the office right now, Jeffrey, and he wants $13. Did you collect our fee from Mr. Paulson, Jeffrey?
Sure, Lion. Sure, I collected it. Here you are.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, Oil for the Lamps of Burbank.
There was a girl in it, a young, pretty girl, about 19, and her father, a scared little man who couldn't remember the last time he'd had an opinion. There was a boy about the girl's age, and he was dead. And then there was a woman. It all started with a phone call, a simple little 5-cent phone call that the Lion answered that Friday afternoon. Only what you didn't guess was that the conversation on the other end of the line was more than 5 cents worth of trouble.
Yes, I've got that. Could you speak a little louder, please? Oh, yes, indeed. I'll send a man right out. Hello? Hello?
Hang up on your Fatso?
Yes, Jeffrey, I'm glad you got here.
Sounds bad.
Oh, Jeffrey, it is bad. That poor man, he could hardly get the words out.
What's his name, Lion?
Name? I don't know. He talked so softly, I barely understood him.
But you said you'd send the man out.
Well, I did get the address, Jeffrey. It's in Burbank, 216 North Cordova Street. He told me that before he told me the rest.
What's the rest?
Well, there's something about his daughter. She's in jail for murder. Then he mentioned someone else. I think it was his wife. He wasn't sure.
He wasn't sure if she was his wife?
Well, he just didn't seem sure of anything.
He didn't or you didn't?
Now, Jeffrey, you know I always get the facts of the case.
Like the client's name?
Well...
Or why he wanted to hire a private detective?
Well... Now, Jeffrey, there were extenuating circumstances. As head of the Lyon Detective Agency, I can only do so much. After all, some of the work is up to you.
How much is he paying, Fatso?
$50.
You heard that all right.
He said that before his voice got so soft.
Sure he did, Fatso. He probably repeated it a couple of times.
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did. Well, don't just stand there, Regan. Get out there and see our client.
The Lion produced one of his more operatic-type roars, and I left the office. 20 minutes later, I found 216 North Cordova, a 2-story stucco house surrounded by apartments. The street had just been paved, but that didn't stop the rest of the yard from looking like an oversized sand pile. When the door finally opened, a little man, bald and red-eyed, stood peeking at me from behind thick-lensed glasses. He wore a pair of house shoes, an open vest, and a frightened look.
You're from the detective agency?
My name's Regan.
Well, I'm Clarence Andover, Mr. Regan. Please come in. I'll have to ask you to speak softly, Mr. Regan. My wife is upstairs asleep. Please sit here.
My boss said something about your daughter, Mr. Andover.
My daughter's in jail, Mr. Regan. I just don't understand. They've taken her to jail.
When?
Last night. They took Dorothy to jail last night.
You want to tell me about it, Mr. Andover?
But, Mr. Regan, she didn't kill Jimmy Withers. She wouldn't kill anyone.
Maybe you better take it from the beginning.
Well, the police. They came here this morning and they told me Dorothy was in jail. They said she'd shot Jimmy. Don't you see, Mr. Regan, Dorothy wouldn't hurt anyone.
Jimmy was her boyfriend?
Yes, they were, well, almost engaged. You see...
You talking to someone, Clarence?
That's my wife, Mr. Regan.
Well, Clarence, answer me. When I speak to you, I certainly expect... Oh, you are talking to someone. Well, Clarence, aren't you going to introduce me, or isn't your wife important enough to be introduced to strangers?
Yes, dear. This is Mr. Regan. He's a friend.
How do you do, Mr. Regan? You're selling something, I imagine.
How do you do,
might
Mrs.
as well
Andover?
know we aren't interested in buying anything. We certainly can't afford to buy anything on the little money Clarence makes. He should have told you that. Clarence,
Mr. Regan
shouldn't
isn't
you
selling
have told the
anything,
gentleman
Emily.
we can't afford to buy... What's that? He isn't selling anything?
Mr. Regan is a private detective, dear.
Mr. Regan is a private detective? Clarence, what on earth is a private detective doing here? Haven't we had enough trouble for one day?
I called him, Emily.
You called him? Well, of all...
You explain it, please, Mr. Regan.
Clarence, I'm waiting for an explanation.
Look, Mrs. Andover, it's about your daughter.
Dorothy? She most certainly is not my daughter.
My first wife died 15 years ago, Mr. Regan.
All right, your husband's daughter, Mrs. Andover. She's in trouble. Your husband figures she needs help.
Well, he's certainly right for once in his life. The girl does need help. But I assure you, Mr. Regan, it's not the kind of help that requires a private detective. What that girl needs is spiritual and moral guidance. If Clarence had thought of that sooner... It's just like I always told you, Clarence, that girl would come to no good. You'll bear me witness, I told you so. Mr. Regan, if you'll just leave us alone, I'm quite sure we can handle our own problems. Isn't that right, Clarence? Well, Clarence?
Yes, Emily, I guess that's right.
Well, thank you, Mr. Regan, for coming out. We'll get along, I'm sure we'll get along. Won't we, Clarence?
Yes, dear. We'll get along.
Clarence Andover wanted help. He told the Lion he'd pay $50 for a private detective. Only Emily, Clarence's wife, didn't see it that way. I decided to stick with Clarence. I headed my car for the city jail.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Dorothy? My name's Jeff Regan. Your father sent me.
Daddy?
He thinks we might help straighten this out.
Then he knows.
Your father knows you didn't kill Jimmy, Dorothy. But we gotta prove that.
I knew he'd believe me, Mr. Regan. Daddy believes me.
Suppose you tell me what happened.
Well, Jimmy and I, we were in his car. We were parked by the side of the road. Must I tell it all over again?
If you want me to help.
They made me tell it so many times. So many times.
I know, but try it just once more. For me.
All right. All right, I'll tell you. We were in Griffith Park, Jimmy and I. We were talking, really, just talking.
Go on, Dorothy.
Suddenly somebody stuck a gun in the window and shot at us. Jimmy yelled, and I yelled, and then I guess I fainted.
You didn't see who did it?
No, I just couldn't see anything. It was so dark, and there was this gun in the window, and that's all I remember. When I came to, the police car was there, and they were looking at me. And
What else?
the gun was in my hand.
The gun that killed Jimmy?
Yes, that's what they said.
That's all of it?
Yes, that's all of it.
Tell me about Jimmy. What did he do? Who were his friends, his enemies?
He didn't do anything. He used to work for Daddy. Daddy has an electrical appliance store in Burbank.
Jimmy used to work there?
She made Daddy fire him.
Your stepmother.
She's awful. I hate her, Mr. Regan. I hate her.
Why did she make your father fire Jimmy?
Because he stole something.
Tell me about that.
He and another boy, George Dennison. They robbed the store one night. But Jimmy didn't really mean to do it. He brought everything back the next day. He just let George talk him into it. Daddy was willing to forgive.
But not your stepmother.
She took Jimmy to the police. They kept him locked up until he had to tell him who else was with him.
So Jimmy told on George.
He didn't want to, but they made him.
It stands to reason George Dennison might like to get even with Jimmy for that.
George had a bad record. When the police found out about him, he was sent to jail. And they let Jimmy go because he brought everything back. But it didn't do any good.
What didn't do any good?
My stepmother phoned everyone in town and told them not to give Jimmy a job because he was a thief.
Is there anyone else who knew Jimmy who believed in him?
My uncle, he believed in Jimmy.
What's his name?
Uncle Peter Cheney. He's not really my real uncle. He's my stepmother's youngest brother. But he's not like her, really he isn't. He's a lot younger and he's nice. He works for my father, too, and he lives with us.
Maybe I'll have a talk with him.
You'll like him, I'm sure you will. Once you give him a chance. He's kind of odd at first. That's only because my stepmother brought him up.
Okay, Dorothy, I'll talk to him.
Oh, there's one more thing, Mr. Regan. I haven't told anybody about that.
Yeah?
Jimmy and I, we were going to be married tomorrow.
I checked out front for Lieutenant Sanducci, but they said he wouldn't be in for an hour. That gave me time to run out to Burbank and the girl's father's electrical appliance store. Only when I'd driven halfway out Riverside, I discovered something. Something I didn't expect. Behind me, a gray coupe that had been there since I'd left the jail. I was being followed. But when I pulled up in front of Andover's appliance store on San Fernando Road, the gray coupe was gone.
May I help you, sir?
I'm looking for Peter Cheney.
Then you've come to the right place. May I show you something in electrical appliances?
No, thanks.
Fine. If you'll step this way, I'll show you our new home exhibit.
Suppose we start with your home.
Now, here we have the latest in coffee makers. With this little gadget, I can
Look, Cheney, never tell me about Jimmy Withers.
A nice boy. Now, here we have a waffle baker, fully automatic, and it serves 4 people. Just
Okay, Cheney, now we'll talk my business. Do you think your niece killed that boy?
Dorothy Andover is not my niece. She's my sister's husband's child.
I know that. Skip technicalities.
I think we'd better skip the entire discussion, sir. I don't like your tone of voice.
Jimmy Withers was killed at 11 o'clock last night, Cheney. Where were you at the time?
I was at home reading, and I have a witness to prove it. Now, crude fellow, get out.
That took care of that. Peter Cheney hurried off to another customer, and I walked outside to my car. Then I got another idea. A gray coupe had tailed me to Burbank and then disappeared. But maybe it had pulled over to a stop just before I did. Maybe the gray coupe was waiting for me to get started again. I left my car and walked down the street, then back. No sign of the coupe. Then I moved around the corner and back behind Andover's appliance store. There was a parking lot back there, and there was a gray coupe parked in it. The same car that had tailed me from the jail. 1941 Nash. License plate number 26N99072. But that wasn't what I wanted. What I wanted was inside, wrapped around the steering post in a neat little celluloid folder. The registration card that would tell me who drove the gray coupe. I leaned in, moved it around to where I could get a good look, and... Oh! I never got a chance to find out. It was late afternoon, and the sun was slanting behind the ancient brick buildings, and there was fog. Fog mixed up with the sunshine and the taste of gravel in my mouth. I was lying in the parking lot behind Andover's appliance store, and the fog was in my head. I sat up and looked around. The gray coupe was gone, and with it, whoever had bent a blackjack over my head. I got up, dusted off my pants, and decided to have a talk with my old pal, Lieutenant Sanducci, so I drove down to police headquarters.
Regan, they tell me you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, that's right, Sanducci.
You look like you don't feel very well.
You know, that could be the most honest statement I've heard all day.
Okay, Regan, what's the trouble?
The girl you got on a murder rap, Dorothy Andover.
Go on.
You sure, Sanducci?
All the evidence points directly to this girl. But you asked me if I'm sure, and I must tell you the truth. I am not.
But you're still holding her.
Regan, she was found with a gun in her hand. The boy was sitting beside her dead. What else can I do? Turn her loose and pray for a miracle?
Okay. What about the dead boy? He was mixed up in a robbery with another kid about 6 months ago.
Yeah. I know what you're thinking. The other one's name was George Dennison, the bad one.
But you checked him.
Of course we checked him. Regan, believe me, there'd been any other way.
George Dennison had an alibi.
6 witnesses, Regan. 6. He spent the evening in a bar. So we have the girl. Negocio malamente.
What's that mean?
What a rotten way to make a living.
George Dennison, the logical suspect, had 6 witnesses that he was nowhere near the scene of the crime. But I still wanted to talk to him. I went out to a phone booth in the lobby and called my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
The Lyon Detective Agency, Anthony...
Me, Fatso.
Jeffrey!
What's so surprising about that?
Jeffrey, you get up here to my office immediately. Is that clear?
Listen, Lyon, I'm in the middle of finding...
I don't care what you're in the middle of. You report back to my office at once. And, Regan, if you aren't here in 10 minutes, you're fired.
Is that clear, Mr. Lyon? I'll sue. I won't have you and your employees disrupting my life.
Hey, Regan, come here this minute.
That's the man. Arrest him. I want this man arrested.
Regan, do you know this woman?
He most certainly does know me, and if he says he doesn't, then he's lying.
Yeah, I know her, Fatso.
Now, just a moment, Mrs. Andover. Suppose we hear what Mr. Regan has to say about this. Well, Mr. Regan, what do you have to say about this?
About what, Fatso?
You know very well about what. Did you or did you not come to my home this afternoon?
I did.
Did you or did you not hear me say that my husband does not require your services?
I heard you say it, Mrs. Andover.
Mr. Regan, I will not tolerate your impudence. I told you we were perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves. And let me assure you, I intend proving it.
Regan, why didn't you tell me Mrs. Andover had fired you off the case?
So you're lying to your
Yes,
employer.
of course.
Shut up, both of you. Now, suppose somebody tells me just what the complaint is.
Well, Regan, you had
Young
no
man,
right.
you had no right to investigate the private lives of my family. The very idea of your questioning my brother.
Oh, so that's it.
That most certainly is it. Peter phoned me that a man had been in the store questioning him. And I knew immediately that you would be just such a person. Well, I'm going to put a stop to it.
You all through, Mrs. Andover? You too, Fatso? Okay, then I'm going to tell you something, both of you. There's a girl sitting down there in a jail cell. She's charged with murder. Well, I don't think she killed Jimmy Withers. I think she's telling the truth, and I'm going to find out one way or another. I'm going to find out. And you, Mrs. Andover, or you, Lyon, aren't going to stop me. Have I made myself clear? Just stay out of my way. There was one visit left to make. One more place to add facts. I phoned Lieutenant Sanducci down at headquarters and got the address. Then I drove out. Boyle Heights, Wilmot Street, 4-family flat. And out front of the 4-family flat was parked a gray coupe. A gray coupe, 1941 Nash, license number 26N99072. I moved faster.
Yeah?
I think you and me are going to have a talk.
He ain't home.
You're home, Dennison. You left your car parked out front.
What's it to you, Flatfoot?
Your memory's not that short, George. Move over. That's better, George. Now suppose we talk about a robbery.
You trying to frame me, Shamus?
A job you pulled about 6 months ago. You and a kid named Jimmy Withers.
Get lost.
Think, George. I may be here all night.
No, you got the wrong guy, all right.
Jimmy stooled on you the next day. You remember that, George? You were sore, real sore. Jimmy not only stooled, he took back the stuff you'd stolen.
Oh, you don't, Shamus. Not anymore, you don't.
Oh, George has a gun now. Well, put it down.
Stay right there.
We can add gun without permits.
We ain't gonna add nothing, Shamus. Not assault or battery or nothing. Stand back.
We'll add plenty. Now, let's not waste any more time.
Leave me alone.
Who killed Jimmy Withers?
I don't know.
Why did you rob Andover's store?
It was his idea. He had the combination of the safe.
Jimmy was just a clerk. They don't give clerks the numbers to the safe.
He got it somewhere. He had inside dope.
He told you that?
Yeah. He wanted me to plan it.
Then why did he squeal?
Because of the girl, he said. Because he was in love with some girl.
Finish it.
He was afraid he'd lose the girl.
She had other boyfriends?
I don't know.
Why did you tell me, George? Why did you sap me?
I was down at the jail. They had me for questioning. I saw you leave Sanducci's office. I figured you were trying to frame me. You were going to make trouble.
You made your own trouble, George. Plenty of it.
You're going to frame me for that murder rap, Shamus?
Just for assault, for carrying a gun without a permit, for trying to use it. You framed yourself. I called the police and waited for a squad car to pick up George Dennison. They came and went, and I drove back through town toward Burbank.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Regan.
Mind if I come in, Clarence?
Well, I wouldn't mind, Mr. Regan, but you see, that is, my wife is upstairs.
She wouldn't care much for the idea, that it?
Well, I wouldn't say exactly
It's
that.
okay, Clarence, I'll say it. Besides, your wife's the one I want to see.
Well, if you say so, Mr. Regan, I suppose.
Thanks.
I'll tell Emily you...
Just a minute, Clarence. I want to ask you one question first.
Very well, Mr. Regan.
Last night when Jimmy Withers was shot, were you at home?
No, I wasn't. I was at a lodge meeting until midnight. You see, Emily said...
There was just Emily and her brother Peter.
Why, yes.
We can talk about it later. Suppose you call your wife. The nervous little man shuffled up the stairs rather than raise his voice to call Emily. Glanced back at me once, unsure, worried, then moved up to the second floor. There were voices up there for a few minutes, and then down the stairs came Emily Andover. Emily in all her bombastic glory, a housecoat wrapped around her big frame, hairpins holding down a mass of twisted ringlets. Emily the Queen, hairnet for a crown.
Well, Mr. Regan, and what excuse are you giving for barging into my home again, meddling into my affairs?
Mr. Regan,
You stay out of this, Clarence. What I've got to say is for your wife. Mrs. Andover, you spent the evening at home last night?
Yes, I did.
Your brother, he was here with you?
Yes, he was.
All evening?
Mr. Regan, I'm going to call the police.
I said all evening?
Well, yes.
But you're not sure.
Yes, I'm sure.
You sat here all evening with Peter?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Regan? Are you trying to imply that I lied to the police?
Yes.
Mr. Regan, you shouldn't say a thing like
that. A boy
that.
was murdered last night, Mrs. Andover. Your husband's daughter's in jail for that murder. Sure, she's not your flesh and blood, she's your stepdaughter. But Peter Cheney is. He's your flesh and blood brother. He's yours.
Mr. Regan,
Yet you'd lie for what's yours and let another man's daughter die for a murder she didn't commit.
That's not true. It's not true.
It isn't? You don't believe in murder, do you, Mrs. Andover? Murder is wrong, but you provided an alibi for a murderer.
No.
Peter Cheney, your brother, shot and killed Jimmy Withers. Shot and killed him because Jimmy was about to take Dorothy away, because Jimmy was about to marry her.
No, that's a lie.
Peter Cheney followed them to Griffith Park. He shot Jimmy Withers, he returned to the house, and you provided the alibi for him.
No, he wouldn't do a thing like that. Peter wouldn't. He couldn't.
He wasn't home with you all evening.
No, he wasn't.
He went out about 10 or 10:30, came back maybe 30 minutes or so later?
Yes, he did. But Peter wouldn't kill anyone. I know he wouldn't. He's my brother.
Thank you for defending me, Emily.
Peter!
Mr. Regan is lying, Emily. You and I both know that.
Peter, that gun...
Well, Mr. Regan talks too much, my dear. We wouldn't want some of those lies spread around the neighborhood, would we?
Or to the police, Cheney. We wouldn't want them spread there.
Precisely, Mr. Regan. Just the way I feel about it.
Peter, what Mr. Regan says...
Emily, you shouldn't have admitted to Mr. Regan that I left the house last night. That was quite wrong of you.
But, Peter,
You didn't know you'd lied for a murderer, Mrs. Andover. You didn't know because he happened to be your brother?
Mr. Regan, I don't like what you're doing at all. You're undermining my sister's faith in me. To say nothing of my dear brother-in-law. Is that right, Clarence?
Don't talk to me.
You see, Mr. Regan? My sister crying and my brother-in-law trying to act like a man again. Terrible what you're doing.
Like you did to Jimmy Withers. You gave him the combination to the store safe. You encouraged him to pull off a robbery so you could turn on him, have him arrested, and have Dorothy for yourself.
How did I know Jimmy was going to bring everything back the next morning?
When George Dennison told me Jimmy had inside dope, it began to make sense. George also told me Jimmy was afraid of losing his girl, Dorothy.
A lovely girl. Dorothy's quite fond of me, you know.
So she told me in her jail cell this morning. When I entered the robbery and the other man Jimmy was afraid of, it had to be you. You wanted Dorothy, but you let her go to prison for your crime.
Oh, but I was sure George Dennison would be arrested. He'd been caught stealing in the neighborhood before. He hated Jimmy, and he had a prison record. Naturally, I was quite shocked when he turned up with such a good alibi.
You're hateful. Hateful!
Sister dear, that's no way to act. After all, you are an accomplice. And then, too, we must kill Mr. Regan before he brings ruin on both of us.
No.
You mean you aren't going to supply me with another alibi? Emily, dear, don't forget, you have to save your own skin.
No, I won't do it. I don't care what they do with me. I don't care.
Even Emily, Peter.
And you, Clarence? Surely you don't want to see poor Emily in prison.
I want to kill you.
Clarence, stay right where you are.
I've hated you from the first moment you set foot in my house. From the moment I first saw you looking at my daughter. I listened to Emily. I gave you a job. I supported
Clarence.
you. I am not going to listen to Emily any longer, Brother Peter. I am not going to let you and your sister destroy what's left of my life.
Stop him, Clarence!
All right, Peter, I'll take that gun.
No!
Yes!
Clarence? You all right?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Regan. You saved my life.
I know. Not me, Clarence. For once, you saved your own life. Lieutenant Sanducci showed up for the prisoner, Peter Cheney, and with him went his sister, Emily. It made sense that Emily wouldn't get off scot-free for lying to the cops. But Peter, he could plan nothing less than life. Clarence Andover watched them go, and the look in his eyes gave the whole thing more meaning. Clarence didn't need either of them anymore. Even my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was happy when I showed up for work the next morning.
The flowers that bloom in the spring color, the flowers, Jeffrey.
Happy today, huh, Lyon?
Not especially, Jeffrey, not especially.
Funny. You sounded to me like a guy who just received a check.
A check? Why, how ridiculous. Jeffrey, who told you?
Clarence Andover. He said he was mailing the fee to the office last night.
He did? Oh, the fee. Yes. He mailed the fee. Just like I said, $50. Very kind of him, I'm sure.
$50?
Yes, Jeffrey. I deposited his check at the bank this morning. I'd saved it to show to you, but you see, I wanted to get to the bank early. Avoid the rush. You understand.
Oh, sure. I understand.
Banks are crowded these days. If I'd gotten there any later, why, even as it was, Jeffrey, the line was halfway down to the next counter.
$50, huh, Fatso?
Well, Jeffrey, there was a small bonus included. Mr. Andover just enclosed a little something to buy a new doormat.
You know, Lion, $100 will buy a lot of doormats.
Yeah, $100? Who told you?
That Clarence Andover added another 50 because we saved his daughter? Well, now, Fatso...
Oh, very well, Jeffrey. $100 is in the bank. You'll get your share.
Well, thanks, Fatso. I already have.
What?
I was at the bank this morning, standing in line right behind you.
Jeffrey!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again for more transcribed suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, adventure in tonight's transcribed story, A Claw, a Corkscrew, a Coffin, a Crab.
There was about everything in this one. A claw, a corkscrew, a coffin, a crab, 67,000 clams, some deep-sea fish, and Juliet. Case took me all over L.A., out to San Pedro, down to Long Beach, took me 20 feet underwater where it looked like I wasn't going to come up. Yeah, but Juliet was where it started.
Juliet Jones. Now sit down, Jeffrey.
Sure, Lion.
Just the man I wanted to see. I was just about to phone you. Juliet Jones.
Our new client.
Our new client wants you out in Inglewood right away. Her life's in danger.
That's so?
Yes, she wants protection. A bodyguard, Jeffrey. Here's her address.
Juliet Jones, 712 Garbanza Avenue, Inglewood.
Oh, she was beautiful, my boy. Came here to the office an hour and a half ago. Lovely, lovely. And never, Jeffrey, in all my vast experience as president of the Lyon Detective Bureau, has it been my privilege to see such a gorgeous... and she had a voice, my boy. Well, it stroked you when she talked. And she smelled... As a matter of fact, Regan, she smelled of tea.
Tea?
She's a broken Pico tester.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I do. She feels, smells, and tastes broken Pico tea. The very best, Jeffrey. Best black tea, of course. She wouldn't think of testing green or oolong, or so she said.
Sure. Anything else that'll help?
Well, there was one thing. Now, we mustn't jump to any rash conclusions, Jeffrey, but everything she had on, everything was brand new, and all very expensive. Very expensive.
Maybe some guy likes her.
Yes, I suppose that would be it.
Look, Lion, if you think she's a phony, we just don't take her case.
Now, Regan, don't start that.
What's the matter? She give us dough?
Juliet Jones advanced us $400.
That's a broth of clams.
Yes, it is. Look here, my boy, just look. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 $100 bills. Oh, Jeffrey, isn't life wonderful?
Life was. I drove to Inglewood. She was there. It was like the Lion said. Hair tawny, eyes that were golden when she looked at you a certain way. And she looked at you a certain way. I found out the guy threatening her life was named Adam Garth. Then we found a place for dinner and danced. After 9 o'clock, I was on time and a half.
Jeff.
Yeah, Juliet?
Jeff, you make a wonderful bodyguard.
I like my work.
Jeff.
Just think, this is all we have to do for days and days.
Till Adam Garth takes that slow boat to China.
You know, I'm going to be sorry when Adam Garth gets tired of trying to kill me. Because, Jeff, then what reason will I have to hire my own private detective?
Lady, let's try fresh air.
Oh, Jeff, how marvelous. I know just where there is some.
Let's walk along another few yards, so the lights of the Long Beach Amusement Pier won't blind us.
Yeah. Juliet.
Yes, Jeff.
Adam Garth.
Oh, Adam Garth.
Maybe I ought to take off and hunt him up.
You just stay right with me.
Sure, it's nice work, but if Garth is gunning for
Jeff,
you...
I explained. I looked at the guy once. He's a big lug, Jeff. All thumbs. In the brain, I mean. I looked at the guy. He fell over his thumbs.
That could happen.
Well, it isn't easy to be a girl like me, every guy's dream.
Guess not. You gotta be triple careful, huh?
I didn't do anything, Jeff, to encourage Adam Garth to think... He got crazy all of a sudden. He thought he owned me.
You told him he didn't.
He said if that was it, then nobody else would.
I see what he meant.
Adam Garth threatened to kill me. He said Jeff, he said he'd fix it so my beauty would never wreck another guy's life.
You hired me to block his punch.
Yes, Jeff. I want you with me every minute, all day, evenings, wherever I go. Because...
She stopped on the sand, stood in front of me, turned up her face. And that was when... Even Juliet's kiss didn't pack a wallop like that. Somebody sat me from behind. I whirled, half groggy. There was a black shape between me and the white cream of the surf. But I didn't even get my fists up.
All right, Regan. Oh!
Couldn't figure it out for a second where I was. It's like a dream. Far, far away. A big production, and Juliet was in it.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Yeah, wherefore?
Coming out of it now, are you, Regan?
Yeah, I guess so.
Your jaw where I hit you. All right?
Oh, sure.
Well, then you'd better get up off the sand, Regan.
Yeah. Okay.
You can stand up? Fine. Now, just sit down here on this bench. I'll stand in front of you.
Thanks, I'll stand.
Sit, Regan.
Yeah. That gun in your hand, yours or mine?
Mine. Yours is in my pocket.
Sure, that's how it would be. Juliet, take a walk someplace?
That's right. She took a walk.
With Adam, maybe?
Why, yes, Regan. To get apples. Candied apples up on the amusement pier.
Yeah, well, you're not Adam. You don't fit the description Juliet gave me. Squat, hairy guy, thumbs in the brain. You're a little taller, smarter.
And I have my clothes on. Regan, quit kidding. Where's the money?
I got $4.75 in my pocket.
Oh, that's enough, Lion's Eye.
You know me.
You're one of those private investigators. It'd be hard to do any kind of a job. This time you took the wrong assignment.
Working for Juliet Jones.
That's right. Regan, I want $67,000.
Just don't happen to have it on me.
I didn't expect you to, but wherever it is, get it. Bring it to me.
Bring it to you like where?
I told you not to kid.
Oh, why?
You know where. Oh, and Regan, the police aren't doing this job for me. Holding a gun on you, getting $67,000 from you. Maybe you're wondering why.
Nope, hadn't occurred to me they might.
Of course not. All right, Regan, I'll be fair with you. I have a reason to keep the police out. When you come with the money, make it $66,000. Keep $1,000 for yourself.
Thanks.
Here's your gun. Unloaded. See you around.
He handed me my gun, walked off. He was a nice guy. Lovely. And he smelled. Yeah, when he came up close and handed me my gun, I caught a whiff of... I couldn't place it the first second, but then I remember what the lion had said about Juliet Jones. He'd said she was lovely. He said she was lovely and smelled of tea. That was it. The tough guy that was 67,000 G's starved, he smelled of tea, too.
Hello?
Wake up.
Oh, Jeffrey, it's 10:30. I've gone to bed. Where are you?
Payphone booth, Long Beach Amusement Pier.
Jeffrey, this is a toll call.
That's right. Lion, when Juliet Jones talked at the office this afternoon, she said she was a tea tester, even smelled of tea from being around it so much.
Jeffrey, if you've called me in the middle of the night, 10:30, a 25-cent toll call, or 30 cent, or whatever it is...
Did she say where she tested tea?
Where she works, you mean? I can't remember a thing like that. Call me tomorrow. Jeffrey.
Yeah, Lion?
Juliet Jones isn't with you. That's why you haven't asked her.
That's it.
Jeffrey, my boy, nothing's gone wrong with our lovely $400 case.
A couple of things. We're in the red on it.
In the red? But we can't be. Why, I have the 4 $100 bills right here, Jeffrey. In this chamois bag tied around my neck. Yes, here it is, under my nightshirt.
Well, with that $400 taken away, we're only $66,600 in the hole on the case. That's the amount we have to cough up to get out.
Jeffrey! No, I understand now. I'm asleep. This is a nightmare. Regan, get out of my dream!
It's a nightmare, Lion, only you're not asleep. So shove your pillow between your teeth, Fatso, to stifle your screams. I'm going to give you the rundown. Lion whimpered, moaned, but he took it. One thing, story shocked his memory into double quick. He remembered where Juliet Jones had told him she worked. The Phelan Great East Importing Company place was called. Tea Importers, San Pedro Docks. I phoned Juliet's house in Inglewood. Like I figured, nobody home. Tracks in the sand down on the beach hadn't helped much either. I just had one thing to go on. Phelan Great East. I drove out to San Pedro, dock section, parked. Dock's empty. Streetlights far apart. I unclipped my shoulder holster as I walked up the dock. My unloaded gun might back up a bluff.
All right, hold it.
Voice out of the building's shadow.
Stand still, no moves. Who are you?
Who are you? Private detective.
Like
you
I
too?
said.
Credentials?
Sure, I got credentials.
Trade your looks.
Oh, well, that sounds fair.
Over there, under the light.
Yeah. Here you go.
Here you go.
Regan, private investigator.
Beckett's private investigator.
Here.
Here.
Working tonight?
Yeah. You?
Yeah. Dock detail. Keep an eye on stuff for some warehouse owners. Big shippers. Fat guys. Who you work for?
I work for a fat guy.
That's the way it is in this world. The smart work for the fat.
Beckett.
Yeah.
Phelan Great East warehouse around here somewhere.
Yeah, that's it up there. Go up the stone steps, turn into the alleys. A door in the alley.
Yeah. See you, Peeper.
See you, Peeper.
I climbed the stone steps, turned into the alley, and then I saw high up behind shut blinds, light burning in one window. The door Beckett had told me about wasn't locked. Inside the warehouse, I burned my fingers with paper matches, finding the stairway that led up. After that, it was easy. There was a light under a door on the 4th floor. You could just make out the single word painted on the door. Phelan. As I opened the door, the drapes swirled across the room. The door slammed behind them. I went in.
Well, hello, Regan.
Hello, Phelan.
Oh, yes, that's right. It's on the door. Well, sit down, Regan. I was just drinking tea.
2 cups.
That's right.
One for Juliet Jones.
Well, maybe.
It adds that way. She just went out that other door. You picked her up the same time you slugged me. You must have had to help her. Beckett?
Go on, Regan. Tell me what else you know.
Beckett, the private investigator, works for you. I suppose I should have figured that.
Man can't think of everything, Regan.
You haven't thought of the 67 grand.
Now, it's smart of you, Regan, to see it in that light.
3/4 of an hour ago, you thought I was the one that stole your dough.
Now you know the money was stolen.
I didn't catch on at first, but you told me that on the beach. You asked me if I was surprised the cops weren't getting the dough for you. Only way that could make sense was that you actually had been taken for dough. You gave me the amount yourself, 67 grand. Only, Phelan, you told me something else.
Yes. Yes, Regan. I said I had a reason not to go to the police. Here, have a cup of tea.
No, thanks.
Well, I understand. Darkened warehouse, waterfront docks. But I don't mean you any harm. Here, I'll prove it. Look here. The tea leaves in the bottom of this cup.
Yeah?
Well, I read them, you know. Now, let's imagine this is your fortune.
Go on.
Well, now here. Now, this form in the tea leaves. A coffin. That means look out for trouble. And here, shape of a crab, you've got an enemy. And a claw, Regan. The enemy wants to kill you.
See anything else?
A corkscrew.
Which means?
Don't be curious.
About why you don't want to go to the cops.
I guess you can find your way back downstairs, Regan. I'll see you around.
Yeah. Maybe you will. I had the pieces of the puzzle, jagged jigsaw pieces. Phelan, a Phelan Gray East, tea importer. He'd been robbed of $67,000, was out to recover the loot himself because he was scared to go to the cops. My client, Juliet, was mixed up in it. That made sense. She worked for Phelan as a tea tester. She'd blossomed out all of a sudden in new clothes from head to foot. She had 100 clam notes to pay private detectives. Then there was Adam Garth, gunning for Juliet, Juliet said. I hadn't met him yet, but I didn't have to wait long. I let myself out of Phelan Great East warehouse by the door that opened on the alley. That was when I got a big surprise. Not who, but what she did.
Jeff.
Juliet.
I knew you'd come out this way. I've been waiting.
How come you beat it out of Phelan's office upstairs just when I got there?
I'll explain all that later. Right now, there's something more important. The reason I've been waiting here. I've been hoping you'd get here in time.
To what?
Hold me.
Huh?
And you are in time. Not too early, not too late. Oh, Jeff, hold me. Hold me.
Are you nuts?
Jeff, I've got a good reason. A good reason. Jeff, you've got to hold me close to you and kiss me.
You are nuts.
Hold me.
What?
I think this will do it nicely. Now stand back, Jeff. I said stand back.
Lady, you've skipped your rocker.
Stand back, Jeff. I've got to get back from you now. I've got to get back. Jeff, stand back.
She hurled backward, flattened herself against the far wall of the alley, and then I saw... End of the alley, away from the docks, man standing watching us. You couldn't make out his face, but his posture, feet apart, right hand forward, meant gun ready. I sucked back flat to the wall across from Juliet. 6 spurts of orange from the black silhouette. Yeah, but Mr. Jealous didn't score. Instinct, anger, threw my right hand to my unclipped shoulder holster, brought my gun to ready. Then I remembered. My gun empty.
Regan, why don't you shoot?
No bullets, baby. Gun's not loaded.
Oh, you stinking dumb sap. You dumb shamus, and I paid $400 for this.
You did, huh?
What do you mean? You let go of me?
Oh, no, Juliet. Exactly what did you pay $400 for?
Regan, let me go.
Why, you little...
Let go.
Juliet ran down the alley toward the docks. Only I decided to play it away from the docks instead of toward. I couldn't go both ways, and the guy who fired the shots had disappeared in the other direction. It didn't figure he'd be hard to find. All I'd have to do was make myself available, and he'd find me. Only I didn't expect him to find me so soon.
Walk straight ahead, don't look back, and don't try nothing.
Okay, Garth.
Hey, how come you know me?
Well, I was born in the dark of the moon.
Hey, don't make no gags. You're healed?
I got a gun with no bullets in it.
Don't make no gags.
Well, it's the truth. Look, Garth, we've got things to talk about.
I don't know who you are.
I'll show you.
No funny stuff.
Sure not. Here, look. Jeff Regan, private detective. Here's my license.
Oh, looks okay.
Garth, you stole 67 grand from Phelan.
Yeah, I did. That's right. Yeah, I did.
You seem pretty set up about it.
I stole $67,000 from Mr. Phelan. I don't know what come over me. I'm sorry I did it, and I am ready to go to prison and pay the penalty for my crime.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Turn off the gramophone.
I don't know what you mean.
Garth, where's the 67 grand?
Oh, I was a crazy fool. I tried to double it. I don't know what come over me. I went to Las Vegas, Nevada, and I...
Lost every cent of it.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Garth, you gave the 67 grand or most of it to Juliet Jones before you left.
Well, no, that ain't what happened.
Oh, yes, Garth. You gave the 67 G's to her. You went to Las Vegas to pretend to lose it gambling. You came back here to California. If Phelan had reported the theft, you'd have been caught. You expected that. You meant to serve your time. You figured it was worth it, Juliet waiting for you when you got out.
Yeah, I know. Well, she will be. That's how we planned it.
Yeah, sure. Well, you want to start serving that time, Garth. So come on. Let's go. I drove him to the police station in Long Beach. I let him think Juliet's plan had just misfired. I didn't have the heart to tell him what her real plan was. When Garth was booked out of the case, I had other business. I wanted to see Juliet bad, and I figured I knew how to find her. She'd left her coat in the check room at the Long Beach place where we dined and danced. She'd be going there to pick it up. I'd wait on the pier and get on her trail. That's how it worked out. Hello, Juliet.
Well, Jeff, how could you possibly have found me here?
Not tough. You unchecked your coat just now at the dine and dance place. I figured you would.
And you followed me out here on the amusement pier.
That's it.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Jeff.
Sure you are. In case Garth shows again, you'll want me to protect you.
Well, yes, of course. Yes, of course, that's it.
Sorry I lost you at the docks.
Oh, well, that's understandable, Jeff. The confusion.
I took off after Garth.
I don't suppose you found him.
No, I guess like you said, I'm a no-good dumb shamus.
Oh, well, now, Jeff, I was upset. I wasn't responsible for what I might have said, what I might have done, Jeff, just
You
at that
knew
time.
Garth was in range, watching.
Yes, that was it.
Why you wanted to get close to me? Because Garth was around.
Well, yes, Jeff, because I was scared. I wanted protection.
Sure. Lady, you and I got things to talk about.
Things, Jeff?
Things. Like a fall guy, like a poor dumb cluck in Las Vegas, Nevada, pretending to lose $67,000. Like that guy being willing to come back here, get caught, serve his time, expecting you to be waiting with the dough when he came out.
You did find Adam Garth.
I found him, and I didn't tell him all I knew.
What else do you know, Jeff?
Why you hired me.
Oh?
You wanted me to be around you all the time. Guard you from Garth, you said. Oh, no. You wanted to make Garth shooting iron jealous.
Now, why on earth would I have wanted a thing like that?
So he'd shoot, kill me, and go up for murder, and I'd kill him in self-defense. Either way, you'd have the $67,000 clear for yourself.
Jeff, you are smart.
Thanks. Come on, we're going to the clink.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Are you sure there isn't anything else we could discuss?
Such as?
Jeff, I know a place we could talk. Alone. Just up the Midway. It might be worthwhile.
All right. Let's go. She was thinking of one thing, buying me off. I was thinking of something else. There was one little bit of the puzzle I didn't have, so I went along. She wouldn't get away. Not where she took me, anyway. There was a big steel tank at one side of the Midway. Tank full of water, water full of fish. And down into the water and fish, 20 feet down, spectators were lowered in a diving bell. Juliet and I bought tickets. Went down. The two of us. Alone. This one reminds me of you.
That's a man-eater, isn't it, Jeff?
Yeah. Long, sleek, beautiful. Tiger shark.
Jeff, Over here through this porthole. On this side of the diving bell. Look,
Yeah, lady?
over there in that corner of the tank.
Octopus.
Could that octopus suggest you, Jeff? I mean, tentacles reaching out in every direction. Reaching for whatever there may be to grasp.
What you mean is, can you buy me off?
I've got a lot to buy you off with, Jeff. 67,000 years. And good looks. Good looks, Jeff. And something else. The way you and I could make a lot of money. Blackmailing Phelan.
That's what I came down to this diving bell to find out about.
Yes?
Sure, baby. So talk about Phelan. She talked about Phelan. Turned out all he brought in from the Great East wasn't broken Pico tea. In a couple of minutes, the last piece of the jigsaw was in place. I had leads that when the Federal Narcotics Squad had got its teeth in would send Phelan to the pokey for an even longer stay than Garth's and Juliet's. So that wrapped it up. Yeah, it wrapped it up. All of a sudden, I noticed something. It was silent in the diving bell. The air tube had stopped hissing. There were a couple of windows in the outside wall of the tank come on for customers by letting them glimpse the fish and the diving bell down in the water inside. Face appeared in one of the windows, grinned at me. Beckett. Phelan's gunsel. Beckett drew his forefinger slowly across his throat. I was as dumb a shamus as Juliet said.
Jeff, I can't breathe. Jeff, I'm scared.
She passed out. I was next. Everything was getting wavery. Water. Fish I saw through the portal. Funny thing. One fish looked in at me. Looked like my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
All right, now, stand back. Stand back, everybody. Give the man air. Please stand back. He's in a dangerous minute.
Hey, Jeffrey, my boy, are you all right?
Oh, Lyon, what happened?
Jeffrey, I came here to the Long Beach amusement pier after you telephoned. I was worried about our $400 case, you see.
Yeah.
And when I got here, that man Beckett was looking into the tank, making suspicious gestures.
You tangled with him.
No, not exactly, Jeffrey. I found the operator of the tank. Beckett had knocked him out, Jeffrey. I revived him, threw water in his face, you see, and he and I managed to get air going to you and Juliet again. The police were attracted by the disturbance, my boy, and they rounded up Beckett, and they've taken charge of Juliet, too.
All this time I was as cold as a mackerel.
Yes, my boy, you were.
But, Lyon, one thing.
Yes, Jeffrey?
How come you're sopping wet?
Well, it was nothing, my boy. I saw you in peril in that diving bell. My heart overflowed. I dove in to save you.
Save me through the steel wall of the diving bell?
Jeffrey, I was going to tear those steel walls apart with my bare hands.
Lyon, you were going to do that for me? Maybe I've been misjudging you.
Mr. Lyon. Don't bother me, lad. Well, Jeffrey, we'll forget the past. Let bygones be bygones. No man really sees another's metal till the test of battle.
Mr. Lyon, please,
Get away from me. Stop bothering me, boy. Go away somewhere.
But, Mr. Lyon, here's your chamois skin bag full of money you dove into the tank to try to save.
Money.
Lyon?
Lyon? Now, Jeffrey, don't excite yourself, my boy. You've been a sick man, you know. Hey, Jeffrey, what are you doing? Oh, no! Not in the tank again!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written tonight by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Alan Botzer speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense, mystery, adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul DeBoff as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, This May Hurt Just a Little.
It began with a toothache, the Lion's toothache, and a dentist, a laughing dentist. But before it wound up, there was a girl in white, a couple of patients with bad teeth, and a dead man. The dead man was the one who never got to open his mouth. It was around 2:30 Tuesday when I wandered into the Lion's office. Anthony J. was sitting behind his desk. In his hands, a towel and a couple of half-melted cubes of ice. He was taking the towel from around his jaw.
Oh, hello, Jeffrey. I've been waiting for you.
Trouble, Lion?
The towel and the ice cubes? No trouble at all. Just a toothache. But it's gone now, Jeffrey.
We got a client.
Why, yes, Jeffrey. Just what I was going to say.
Okay, out with it.
Well, you see, I was feeling under the weather, the bicuspid acting up again, and so, well, I called a dentist.
And that's when the toothache began to get better.
No, in fact, it was terrible. I was suffering the tortures of the damned. Well, Jeffrey, I finally got in touch with this man, Dr. Beauregard.
Beauregard?
And yes, Jeffrey.
Jolly Charlie Beauregard, easy credit terms?
No money down, Jeffrey.
Oh, no.
Well, Jeffrey, business hasn't been going well. Remember, our last fee turned out to be stolen money, and then there was the rent.
Okay, Lion, get on with it. You called Jolly Charlie Beauregard, the friendly credit dentist, and he said what?
Well, that's what's so remarkable, Jeffrey. When I said I was president of the Lion Detective Agency, he said, could I send a man right over?
And you said it was your tooth.
Yes. No, I said, of course, Dr. Beauregard, right away. And he said it was important, but he'd rather not talk about it over the phone. It had something to do with $100,000.
That's when you got rid of your toothache.
Oh, well, Jeffrey, think of it. $100,000. To have a toothache when a man's discussing something like that is sacrilege.
Okay, Fatso. I'll go see Jolly Charlie Beauregard.
Yes. One more thing, Jeffrey. While you're there, open up a charge account, just in case.
The Lion got out a pad and pencil and started calculating how many teeth you could have filled for $100,000. I headed for the main office of the Friendly Credit Dentist. It was on Broadway, in a building old before the invention of dental floss. And Jolly Charlie had a suite on the second floor. In case you didn't catch the number in the building directory, 5 neon signs told you to come right up and it wouldn't cost you a nickel. The last neon sign showed a smiling character waving what looked like forceps with the word welcome flashing on and off. I checked the gold in my fillings and walked in.
Won't you be seated, sir? The doctor will be right with you.
She was blonde and soft and smooth and slender, and she smiled once. A long, lingering, help me make up my mind for me smile, and the total effect was like a shot of Novocaine between the eyes. She drifted out, and I sat down and thought about it. I was still thinking about it 10 minutes later when she came back out.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
No, but the doctor's expecting me.
May I have your name, please?
Jeff Regan.
And may I ask who referred you to us?
With all those neon signs?
Please, I do need the information for my record.
Tell him Mr. Lyon referred me. He'll know.
Mr. Lyon?
Like in Zoo, only with a Y.
Thank you. Mr.
2 minutes after that, Jolly Charlie himself came out.
Well, Mr. Regan, do come right in. I have everything ready for you. Yes, sir, just step this way and we'll get right down to business. After you, Mr. Regan. Just sit right down here, Mr. Regan. It'll only take a minute.
Just a minute.
Nothing to worry about, Mr. Regan. We use the very latest methods here. Filling is a very simple thing. Here, there.
Hey, Doc, you got the wrong idea.
Now, just sit still. This is going to hurt.
Look, Doc. Look, Doc.
Look. You may close the door, Miss King.
Listen, Doc. Listen here, you...
No, Mr. Regan. We have to take every precaution, don't we? We don't want Miss King to know you aren't a patient, do we? Of course we don't. Every private detective must travel in a cloak of secrecy, I know.
This has got nothing to do with my teeth.
Oh, I know that, Mr. Regan. You're the lion's eye. I talked to your boss only this morning. In fact, he called me. Isn't that a coincidence? Of course it is.
You always answer your own questions?
Now, here's the case. You're going to be interested because it's a very interesting case. Of course you are. You see, Mr. Regan, I'm being sued for $100,000, and that's a lot of money.
Of course it is. I mean, sure.
This young man is suing me for damaging his mouth. He's a singer. He claims he can't sing anymore because of some work I did on him.
But he hasn't got a case.
On the contrary, he's got a wonderful case. But I just can't afford to pay him $100,000.
Where do I fit in?
Well, it's like this. I did do some work on a young man, but I don't think I did what he says I did. Is that clear?
Sure,
I remember a couple of fillings, a little bridge work, cleaning job, but no extractions, no surgery. That's the part that puzzles me.
Go on, Charlie.
That's all. I'm stuck. Unless, of course, you visit this young man and straighten him out on a few things.
Wait a minute. You want me to strong-arm for you? That it?
Well, not exactly. I simply feel the young man is lying about something, and I want you to get him to say so.
Wrong guy, laughing boy. Hire yourself a gunsel, not me.
Now, Mr. Regan, don't get excited. I'm going to give you an open field. You handle it any way you like. Just talk to this boy and see what he's up to. If you don't want to go any further after that, just come to me, say so. No obligations. Now, isn't that fair enough? Of course it is.
What's his name?
Robert Warner. He lives in Hollywood. I have all the data in my records. And, Mr. Regan, for merely talking to this young man, I'll pay a fee of $100. A nice fee. Of course it is.
Of course.
If, in your opinion, Robert Warner's an honest man, the case closed. I'll simply have to make the best settlement I can. Can't afford the bad publicity, you understand.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, call me when you get anything. Well, now that wasn't bad at all, was it, Regan? Jolly Charlie gives the patient quick, sure attention.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor.
Oh, just one more thing, Mr. Regan.
Yes?
You will be on time for your next appointment. Good day.
Robert Warner, the man who was suing Jolly Charlie, turned out to be just off Gower and Franklin. Big house sliced up into 4 apartments. His was ground floor left, and I rang. What answered was curly-haired, handsome, and wearing horn-rimmed glasses.
Yes?
Robert Warner?
That's correct. Who's calling, may I ask?
Jeff Regan. You got a minute?
Excuse me. It's important, sir.
It is. Dr. Beauregard sent me.
What?
Beauregard.
You'd better leave.
No, wait a minute. I'm not his lawyer.
Better get out, Mr. Regan. In. Oh.
Now, sit down, Warner. We're going to talk.
I said you'd better get out.
I said sit down. I hate to be difficult. You're suing Beauregard for $100,000.
You know that.
Your voice. You can't sing anymore because of him.
If you're here to make trouble,
I'm
Regan...
here for one reason, Warner. If you're telling the truth, you're a rich man. If not, you're in trouble. It's that simple.
But I am telling the truth, Mr. Regan. My voice, I was a singer. I had a career until...
Until what?
Till I went to him. Had a cavity in my tooth. He treated me. He told me to come back again. Like a fool, I listened to him. I went back again, and again, and again.
Then what?
I can't sing anymore, Mr. Regan. Don't you realize what that means? That's my life.
Just stick to the story, Warner.
Oh, he said something about the roof of my mouth being too small. He performed an operation. That's all there was to it. Except for one thing.
What's that?
I paid him $200 in dental bills to destroy my voice.
Take it easy, Warner. You got an attorney handling the lawsuit for you?
Why, well, yes.
What's his name?
Oh, it's not important. Doesn't matter.
I said, what's his name?
McLaney. He's in Hollywood. You're going to see him, Mr. Regan?
Got any good reasons why I shouldn't?
Mr. Regan, that's not all this fiend Dr. Beauregard has done to me.
Go on.
Well, something more. Something terrifying.
Get to the point.
Come, look outside my window. Look, across the street.
A truck.
The man, Mr. Regan, the man in the truck. He's been there for a week. Ever since I brought the suit against Jolly Charlie Beauregard.
Heavy-set, muscular, about 28. Black hair, thick face.
Tell you he's been watching me for a week.
What else do you know about him?
Nothing. I don't know anything.
You never spoken to him?
Man, that big Mr. Regan, you think I dare?
Okay, Warner. Control yourself. I'll talk to him.
Mr. Regan, you'd be a fool.
Let me decide that.
Don't go out there. You don't know what he might do.
I left Robert Warner crouched by the door and walked slowly across the street toward the parked truck. The big muscle-bound man didn't move from behind the driver's seat. His eyes stayed focused on the apartment building. I stopped by the side of the cab. Got a minute? I said, have you got a minute?
Go away.
You might get eye strain watching that window.
Please, be a nice guy. Go away.
You don't want to talk about it?
No. Between him and me and her. I don't want to talk about it.
You know the kid inside?
Sorta. We're gonna get better acquainted.
He did something to you?
Look, mister, why are you asking me all these questions? Can't you see I'm busy? And a citizen got a right to park his car and look. I ain't hurting nobody.
But you're thinking about it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I was. Maybe I'm wrong. See ya.
The man behind the wheel of the truck didn't look back. He swung the thing around the corner, and on the back was painted Mills Lumberyard. I made a note of that and got in my car. Next stop, the law office of a man named McClaney, Hollywood. The sign on the door said McClaney, and Phipps. I found a secretary who told me the McClaney I wanted was Howard, and he was busy. I said I was busy, too, and walked in. Secretary was right. Howard McClaney was busy. When I walked in, he was just starting on a new case.
Well, come in. You're just in time for the party.
What party?
Yours and mine, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Tell me, friend, what do you say?
My name's Regan, for a starter.
Oh, that's good. I'm Howard. Eddie's a woman-chasing brother, and Sam, he handles income taxes.
What does Phipps do?
He's a reformed mortician. What can I do for you, Regan?
Just had a talk with your client, Robert Warner, the one who's suing Jolly Charlie Beauregard for $100,000.
What a case. What a case.
Maybe I better warn you, I'm working for the doc, not his lawyer, a detective.
Regan, nothing you could say would spoil this one. It's a beauty.
It's, that good, huh?
Regan, it's perfect. The kid has the old man tied up 90 ways. Now get this. He goes to Jolly Charlie. He pays cash. Warner's an honest guy with a good voice and bad teeth. Warner spends 5 visits with him, and he comes out with a bad voice and good teeth. What could be better?
That open and shut.
Oh, even the doc's record. I had a man get photostats of everything. X-rays, number of visits. Work done. All fits.
That couldn't have been easy.
The blonde, Regan, the blonde. The one old doc's got working for him. My man slipped her a 10 spot and she forked over every record in the place. Sweet kid.
Well, that's all?
Well, there's just a matter of waiting around for the $100,000. Who knows? My client and I may get generous and settle for $75,000 cash.
Well, then I guess that takes care of me.
Sorry, Regan. Some bottles just come cracked that way.
Thanks, Howard. See you around.
Don't mention it, Regan. I'll give you a call next time there's a client looking for a fast divorce.
I left Howard McClaney and headed for the hall. The elevator buzzer was a big brass knob that didn't bring any elevators. I watched white lights, red lights flick on and off and didn't get a tumble. That's how I happened to notice the door to the broom closet slightly ajar. That's how I happened to see the tips of 3 fingers sticking out and how I happened to move over to the door to the broom closet and take a look. The man who fell against me, hand at my feet, was big and burly and dark-haired. He was the truck driver who'd been tailing Robert Warner. Dead. The Lion and I were hired to check into a $100,000 lawsuit against Jolly Charlie Beauregard, the friendly credit dentist. I met his blonde receptionist, then the kid who was suing him, then a truck driver, then the attorney handling the case. The truck driver was the one who wound up dead. I called Lieutenant Bowles at Hollywood Division and waited for him to come keep me company with the corpse. He did 10 minutes later with 3 other men. He got the dusting powder and photographic boys busy and listened to my story. 10 minutes after that, they reported back. They had everything they needed except for one slight detail.
No identification, no wallet, no letters. Regan, what kind of a case did you bring me out on?
Whoever killed him also took his wallet. Identify the dead man, and you identify the killer. Simple, Bowles.
Regan, the optimist. Now, suppose you tell me what killed him.
I gave you a lead, didn't I? The dead man was a truck driver.
Yeah. What about the lawyer you mentioned, McClaney?
Even now, he's probably sitting in his office less than 25 feet from the scene of the crime, sipping soda through a straw.
And I'm going to go have a talk with him.
Good idea, Bowles. He's probably got an alibi.
You said the truck driver was tailing McClaney's client, the one suing the dentist. Unless you're lying, these people fit somewhere, right?
That's your theory.
Regan, I don't like your attitude today. I don't like it at all. You stick around. I'm not through with you.
I'll be in the lobby making a phone call. If you want me, Lieutenant, just dial. That's the way it was with Bowles, the friendly type. I headed down to the lobby of the office building. An idea was buzzing around somewhere in my head, and I had to get it out. My boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was the man to get it out with.
Lyon, Detective
Me, Lyon.
Anthony. Jeffrey!
What's wrong with you, Fatso?
Oh, it's my bicuspid, Jeffrey. It's bothering me again. Did you talk to Dr. Beauregard?
Sure thing, Lyon.
Did he say he could arrange an appointment soon?
Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't get around to...
Jeffrey, no! Me sitting here suffering the pains of all creation. My toothless, seething hotbed of torture. Jeffrey, you must do something at once. I'm dying.
There's one in line ahead of you.
What does that mean?
I checked with Beauregard. He was being sued for $100,000. Then I went to see the kid who was suing him.
Oh, Jeffrey, can't you spare me the details?
Wait a minute. This is where you come in. There was a truck driver tailing this kid, the one suing the dentist. I found the truck driver in a closet.
I know just how he feels.
Lyon, he's dead.
And he's luckier than I am.
Okay, you'll get sympathy, but first you got a job to do. Call Mills Lumberyard. That was the name of the truck he was driving. Find out which truck driver is overdue. The man we're trying to identify is heavy-set, black hair, blue eyes, deep voice, false teeth.
Oh, lucky fellow.
Well, he weighs about 200, maybe 5 feet 10, but that's a guess. You get that?
Yes, Jeffrey, I'm taking it all down.
Okay, I'll check back with you. Get that truck driver's name.
Very well, but there's just one thing.
What's that?
When I pass on, Jeffrey, will you make the necessary arrangements?
Get busy, Lyon. You may have time to earn just one more fee. Like Bowles had said, somewhere there was a connection between the dead man and the $100,000 lawsuit. Somehow the dead man was linked to an attorney and a dentist. There was just one catch. The cops didn't know who he was or what killed him. My client was the dentist, and I headed for his office in a hurry.
Oh, Mr. Regan. Did you have another appointment this afternoon?
This one's ad lib. The doctor in?
Well, Dr. Beauregard is busy with a patient. But then if you don't mind waiting, perhaps we might squeeze you in.
You don't have to ask me twice.
Mr. Regan.
How long have you worked here, Miss,
King. Louise King. I've been with the doctor almost 6 months.
You remember a patient named Robert Warner?
Yes. Yes, I do. He's the one who's suing the doctor, isn't he?
He's the one. Tell me, Louise, how many times did Warner visit Beauregard?
Well, I'd have to check the records for that, Mr. Regan. I'm sure they give a complete...
You mean the records you loaned to Warner's attorney so he could photostat them?
Why, Mr.
Don't
Regan...
play coy with me, Louise. Warner's attorney told me his man got every record he asked for. He had them photoed and returned them to the files. It cost him $10.
Mr. Regan, I didn't mean anything.
Sure. The $10 look good to you. $10 pays for enough evidence to win a $100,000 case.
Oh, Mr. King. Oh, well, it's Mr. Regan. well, indeed. Just the man I'm looking for.
How's that?
The phone in my private office just rang. It was for you, Mr. Regan. Now, isn't that odd? Anyone should phone you here. Of course it is.
Maybe not.
Oh, well, you can't find out unless you answer it. This way, Mr. Regan.
I followed Beauregard to the phone. It was the Lion. He found out plenty from Mills Lumberyard. The dead man's name was Jack Matson. He'd been working for him less than a week. Originally came from a little town in New Mexico, Three Wells, population 360. But that wasn't all the Lion had to say. Lieutenant Bowles had phoned him and said he wanted me down at the morgue to identify the body. I hung up and called Bowles. He gave me plenty to think about. The autopsy showed Jack Matson, the truck driver, had died of arsenic poisoning.
Oh, I hope it wasn't bad news, Mr. Regan.
In a way, Doc. It was the police.
The police? Oh, dear. No. That is bad news, isn't it?
They want us down at headquarters. All of us.
All of us?
You and me and your assistant, Miss King.
But, Mr. Regan, I have patients waiting.
The police, Dr. Beauregard.
Yes, of course. I'll get my coat.
And tell Miss King to get hers.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Oh, one more thing, Doc. While you're doing that, you mind if I look through your files?
My files? What? No, Mr. Regan. You go right ahead.
Beauregard hurried off to the next room. I heard him telling Louise King to get her coat. That gave me time to dig through the doctor's files, his personal files. I found something and checked it against a wall map of the USA. I needed one thing more. It was a thick and official-looking book, and I checked the index in the back for the letter A. It fit. Every piece of it, and I had the answer. Less than half an hour later, Doc Beauregard and Louise King and I met Lieutenant Bowles in the morgue. With him was Howard McClaney, the attorney, and Robert Warner, the complainant. It was a nice group study, especially when you considered one of them was a murderer.
All right. Called you people here to identify a body. Man was murdered less than 2 hours ago, and it's my hunch that one of you, if not all of you, know this man. Harry?
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Show him.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Over there under that sheet is a dead man. Who's first?
Well, I don't know. Is there one to go?
All right. Somebody got to start it. Well, you know this man. Step up and say so. Take a look. Make up your minds.
One by one, they moved over to the slab, looked, grimaced, then moved back quickly. First the lawyer, McClaney. Then the kid, Robert Warner. He said it was the same guy who'd been tailing him, that's all. Then Louise King, the dentist's assistant. Then Jolly Charlie Beauregard. It was the first time I'd seen the doc without a smile. Then Bowles turned to me.
Okay, Regan, you're next.
I found him, remember?
Take a look, just to be sure.
Okay.
Well?
I know him.
What? Regan, are you playing tricks with me?
His name is Jack Matson. He worked for Mills Lumber Yard. He's from a town in New Mexico, 3 wells.
Regan, have you been lying to me?
I found out after he was killed, Bowles, and I kept my mouth shut for one reason.
Like what?
I saw the name of the company the truck driver worked for. It was painted on the back of the truck. Warner must have seen that, too, but he didn't say anything.
No, I didn't. Honest, I didn't see it.
You kept your mouth shut, Warner, because you were into something. Because when the truck driver turned up dead, you knew you were in too deep.
That's not true. I'm not in any...
A $100,000 lawsuit against Jolly Charlie Beauregard.
That has nothing to do
with murder? Don't count on it, Warner. Jack Matson was killed because of $100,000. He was killed because he found out the lawsuit was a phony.
That's fantastic, Regan. It's as good a case as I've ever seen. Lieutenant, what's this all about?
Hold it, McClaney. What's with this lawsuit, Regan?
I'll show you. Doc, you admit working on the kid, Warner?
Yes, I did, Mr. Regan, but I'm sure I didn't do the things he said I did.
Except that your records show otherwise. Your records show you did perform oral surgery, and you can't prove you didn't. Your word against his and the records.
Oh, yes, that's exactly it.
Then suppose I tell you the records are phony, doctored up, fixed, so that every job you did on Warner was made to look twice as complicated, made to look that way with Warner's permission.
No, you're lying. I didn't kill that man. I didn't.
I didn't say that, Warner. But you have an idea who did. Our little girl named Louise King.
You can't prove that, Regan.
Regan, you making charges?
Have a little patience, Bowles. Jack Matson was from 3 wells, New Mexico. Dr. Beauregard's personal files show his employee, Louise King, is from Trumbull, New Mexico. I checked that on a map in the doc's office. The 2 towns are less than 30 miles apart.
That doesn't prove anything.
Go on, Regan.
Jack Matson was Louise King's hometown boyfriend. When I talked to Matson in front of Warner's house, he said, it's between him and me and her. It didn't mean anything at the time. The her was Louise King.
No. I never heard of him before.
He came to Los Angeles to see his girl. He thought she was two-timing him with Robert Warner. So he tailed Warner and tumbled to her lawsuit gimmick. When he decided to go to Warner's attorney and tell him the truth, Louise King killed him.
He's lying, Lieutenant.
You had access to Beauregard's supply of arsenic. It's used to kill the nerves in the tooth. I checked that. You knew how to use a hypodermic. You tricked Matson into talking to you in the broom closet. You gave him the needle and took his wallet. If they couldn't identify him, he'd never connect with you, and you could go ahead with the lawsuit you and Warner planned.
I didn't have anything to do with it, Mr. Regan.
Oh, so our canary can warble again.
Yeah, it was her idea. All her idea.
She told me she could fix the records. All I'd have to do is quit singing, say my voice was ruined.
Shut up!
She said I'd get $50,000 that way. It seemed so easy.
Easy? It was perfect. If Jack Matson, a nice guy looking for his girl, hadn't walked into it. Matson was fool enough to be in love with Louise King.
Get away from me! You won't touch me! I won't let you touch me!
Mr. Regan, stop her. She's got a hypodermic needle.
A hypodermic needle?
Drop it, Miss King! Drop it!
Doc, come back here!
You go!
Yeah, that's enough, lady!
Oh, she tried to kill me. Do you see that? She tried to kill me.
Oh, Doc, you're okay.
She was going to kill me with that needle all along.
Oh, no, Doc, not you. She wasn't trying to defend herself against 5 men with a hypodermic needle. She was trying to save the state the cost of gas. Louise King got up and went quietly. Robert Warner wasn't far behind her, but at least he could count on seeing daylight sooner than she would. Doc Beauregard and the attorney Howard McClaney and I went up to the doc's office for a drink. McClaney left about 6, but the doc kept me cornered with stories of bravery above and beyond the call of dentistry until close to 7. That's when the door to Doc's private office burst open.
So here you are, you scoundrel.
Anthony J.
Regan, you dirty rat. Me waiting back at the office alone with my aching bicuspid and you just sitting here. I might have known you wouldn't do anything about my tooth.
Doc, this is my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. Lyon Doc Beauregard, the friendly credit dentist. No money down.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Lyon. I've heard a lot of nice things about your bicuspid.
You what?
I've been telling the doc how you suffer. He's interested in your case.
Really, Jeffrey? Really? You told him?
An interesting case, isn't it, Mr. Lyon? Of course it is. And I think I have just the thing that will cure it.
You have?
Yes, step right up here in the chair.
Oh, Doctor, I'm in terrible shape. The tooth has been bothering me all day, ever since I phoned you this morning. You don't know the agony I've been through, the hours.
Stop roaring, Lyon. Doc's gonna fix you up fine. Just fine.
He is, eh? Good.
I hope that drill doesn't hurt too much. Looks wicked.
Ready, Mr. Lyon?
Anything to get it fixed.
Yeah, open wide.
That patient that was just carried out had exactly the same thing wrong, didn't he, Doc?
I don't care if he was carried out. I've got to be brave. I've got to get this tooth out. Get started, Doctor. It's killing me.
Okay, hang on. It's going to hurt.
Wait a minute, Doc. By the way, Lyon, here's the doc's check for $100.
Oh? Let me see that, Jeffrey. Oh, my, 100 beautiful clams. Well, come along, Jeffrey, my boy. Let's get out of here.
What about your tooth?
Your tooth?
You're aching bicuspid.
Your bicuspid? Well, what do you know? It doesn't hurt anymore. What's so darn funny?
Okay, here's the other 100, Regan.
Thank
you. Jeffrey, why is he giving you another $100?
Oh, it's simple, Lyon. I just bet the doc our fee, double or nothing, I could cure your toothache quicker than he could.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Dick Cutting speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense, mystery, and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Sunday at 8:30 and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, They've Got More Than Coffee in Brazil.
Her name was Irene Centino. The lady from Brazil, the Lion called her. He figured it for an easy trace job. Something for missing persons. Only, when we do them, the Lion gets paid. Well, the program said it was simple. Except before we wound it up, there were a couple of added attractions. a doctor who didn't do any doctoring, a nurse with a built-in temperature, and a couple of blackouts that were meant to be permanent. And guess what? In that last part, I was supposed to be the star. Anyhow, it all began late last Monday. I was home. My boss, Anthony J. Lyon, knocked on my door. I opened it, and that's when I made my first mistake.
Jeffrey, I'm glad I found you in. I'm just on my way home from the office.
You could have kept on going. I'm out of bourbon.
Oh, now, Jeffrey, I didn't come by just for that. You got anything else?
Nope.
All right. As a matter of fact, I want your advice, Regan.
Cut out starches and get some exercise.
Yeah.
What else?
Yeah, what would you do if you traveled 10,000 miles just to see your sister and then couldn't find her?
I'd give up the search.
You would? Why?
I haven't got a sister.
That's not what I'm talking about. You'd go to missing persons, wouldn't you? Sure you would. But if you knew your family in a foreign country would become greatly alarmed at this sort of notoriety, you'd look for your sister in another way. You'd hire a good private detective. Now, isn't that right?
Come on, Fatso, get to the point.
We have a new client. Her name's Irene Santino. She's from Brazil. Real fine family, Regan. Coffee. She's engaged the Lyon Detective Bureau to locate her younger sister, Carmen.
I'm no St. Bernard.
You'll do till I can feed one. Oh, I know you've been working hard lately, but Jeffrey, this is one of those occasions when I'm proud to be a part of our profession. We have an opportunity to help a young lady in desperate straits and at the same time secure goodwill from South America.
Ever hear of the State Department?
Of course I have. But they can't do it all alone. It's up to individual citizens to take responsibility, too.
And that's the only reason you want me to find her sister?
Absolutely. Now, Miss Santino is taking an apartment at this address here. Go see her, comfort her, let her know the Lyon Detective Bureau and the United States of America will do everything possible to locate her lost sister.
Is that all?
That's enough.
What'd she pay you?
$200.
Yeah. That's a lot of green to get in advance.
She insisted. She's very anxious to find that girl.
Well, watch out her check doesn't bounce.
It won't. She paid cash.
The $200 was already making a lump in the Lion's coat, and I knew the next spot for it was his mattress. Well, maybe that's the reason he's a bachelor. I left him in my place and drove over to the address he'd given me. It was one of those Beverly Hills apartments with a long, glassy look. Irene Santino's apartment was on the second floor. She was a tall, brown-haired girl without a smile. She wore glasses. And when she talked, she sounded sad, like a banjo player with a paper pick.
Thank you so much for coming over, Mr. Regan. I've been very upset all day. I just had to do something about Carmen.
Your sister?
Yes, my younger sister. She's the one I came here to see.
Yeah, I heard.
It's an awful vacant feeling. I thought she'd meet me at the airport, and then she wasn't there. And when I went to her address, we were very close.
She's from Rio, too?
Yes, of course.
How's her English?
Well, the same as mine. We were both educated in the United States.
Where?
Back east, Vassar.
You older than Carmen?
Yes, 2 years. She's 25 now. Carmen left home a year ago, you see. She's always been very independent, and well, I'm afraid something might have happened to her.
Like what?
Well, I don't know. Young girl, pretty, I don't know. And as I say, she's so independent. I received this letter from her a few days ago. It was the first word since she left home.
It came this way?
Yes.
No envelope?
Oh, well, I threw that away. She wrote her address there at the end, and I didn't see any need for keeping the envelope.
And, she wasn't at this address?
That's what frightens me. There isn't any such address.
Yeah. What does your sister Carmen look like?
Why, I gave her a snapshot to Mr. Lyon. Didn't he give it to you?
He forgets things.
Oh, no matter. I have another. Of course, it's old and not very good. I think it's right here in this suitcase. You'll pardon things strewn all over, but I haven't had time to do any... Oh, here it is. Right here.
Ah, she's blonde, huh?
Well, a little lighter than mine. We're the same height, too. We used to wear each other's clothes. Oh, Mr. Regan, you will be able to find her, won't you?
I don't think you want me to.
Mr. Regan, are you trying to be funny?
You hand me a snapshot so old it could be anybody and a letter that says nothing, and you want me to turn up a blonde.
But I thought those would be leads. She mentions the name of a doctor. I thought you'd...
Is he the man?
The man?
She left home a year ago. She wasn't following the crops.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was a man in it. If I'm going to do any good, I've got to have it all, lady.
All right, there was a man.
Yeah.
His name was Frank Martin. I met him once in Mexico City. She thought she was in love with him. But he has nothing to do with it, Mr. Regan. I'm sure he has nothing to do with it.
How do you know?
Because I looked him up. He lives out on Laurel Avenue.
You talked to him?
No, but I asked questions around. I'm completely satisfied he knows nothing about it. Look, if you'd see this doctor my sister mentioned...
You want me to find your sister?
Yes.
But you don't want me to see this Frank Martin.
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to, lady. Okay. We got a report when I got something. Oh, there's one more thing.
What's that?
How long did you stop off on the way to shop in New York?
What makes you think I'd do that?
Labels. When you leave your clothes strewn around, labels show. There's no Saks Fifth Avenue in Rio. When I walked out, her mouth was wide open, like she was trying to scream. Only nothing came out. I hung around the door outside for a minute to see if she'd use the phone. But when nothing happened, I looked up Frank Martin in the city directory and drove over to Laurel. A 2-story apartment building the color of a bride's blush. It was wrapped around a swimming pool, too small for people, too big for birds. Martin's name wasn't on the mailbox, so I tried the manager's door. His voice sounded like a beer truck in low gear.
Well, come on in, Pilgrim. You don't know me, do you?
I just got here.
I played the Palace in 26. Oh, them was the days.
Write it up, sell at the movies.
Oh, them slobs. Central Casting ain't called me in 4 years.
You got a card?
AFRA, SAG, and the Musicians Union. I play the French horn. And none of them call me. Now, I figure it's television. No union yet, but... by the way, what are you doing here, buddy?
Looking for a man named Frank Martin.
Now, look, I like Frank. If you got trouble, stay away from him. He bruises easy.
And you're just a mother to him.
He's a nice laddie. Remember what I tell you, huh?
Sure.
Come on, I'll show you.
Thanks.
That's him.
He stays in one key.
All the time. A low one.
Sounds like.
Second door on the right.
Thanks.
See ya, Pilgrim.
Come on in. It's unlocked.
Your name Frank Martin?
Yep. Who wants to know?
My name's Regan. I'm a private investigator with Lion Detective Bureau.
Wrong steer, Gumshoe. I don't need one.
I'm not looking for work. I'm looking for you.
What'd you say it was, Regan?
Yeah.
R-E-G-A-N? Regan? Regan. Just wrote that one. Cute, huh?
I'm, looking for a friend of yours.
A second ago, you were looking for me. Now you're looking for a friend of mine. Frank Martin never had a friend. Who are we talking about?
Carmen Centino.
Oh. How is Carmen these days?
I don't know.
Thought you said you were a detective.
I did.
You sound like an amateur.
You sound like a guy with a chip on his shoulder.
I sound like a lot of things. You trying to get tough, baby?
The figure's why your name isn't on the mailbox.
Yeah?
Nobody'd ever write you.
I'll, skip that, Regan. Who hired you to do what?
Her sister's in town. She's looking for Carmen.
Didn't know Carmen had a sister. What else?
You're the boyfriend. Where is she?
Yeah, the boyfriend. That's real good. Let me tell you what Carmen's like, Regan. Eyes just right. Yeah, just right. Everything just right. Everything just right. Wait till you see her in a bathing suit. That's something, brother.
She, isn't wearing one in this picture.
Bad picture, Regan. You got no idea how bad. Hardly looks like her, like she is. Ever met him like that?
Sometimes.
About a year ago, I was sitting right here and the phone rings. It's Carmen. You know, we talked about football, marriage. We were going to be married, Regan, only she decided all of a sudden she didn't want it. Just like that. It was her idea. I haven't seen her since.
You try?
Once. She moved. No forwarding address, that's all.
Makes good story.
But you don't believe it. Now, let me tell you the reason we broke up. It's a dilly.
My hearing's good.
Well, you heard about the happy couple, but the guy keeps getting loaded, can't lay off. This is different. Big switch.
Carmen.
Yeah. Yeah, Carmen.
That's why she was seeing a doctor?
Carmen seeing a doctor? Look, why don't you get out of here?
Why?
Because we don't like each other.
The sister thinks something might have happened to Carmen. She's scared.
Some of us are scared part of the time, and then somebody makes a lot of noise looking for somebody, then everybody gets scared. You scared, Regan?
Yeah.
Oh?
About what? Carmen Santino? I might be looking too late. Well, what he gave me filled in the cast, but the plot wasn't getting any clearer. So I looked up the doctor Carmen had mentioned in her letter. His name was Kingston, and the only address was a place out in Encino. It was a ranch house spilled all over the top of the hill like whipped cream. Figured he was getting over sealing for his pills. I parked my car by the gate and followed the flagstones up to the front door. When I pressed a button, I heard something that sounded like chamber music. A blonde girl wearing a red dress that must have been riveted for her opened the door about the middle of the second chorus.
Well, I like Blue Surge. It has an effect on me.
It was the only thing in the closet.
You fill it out nice, but you don't look sick.
I want to see the doctor anyway.
Come in and we'll talk about it. My, you are tall, Mr.
Regan.
Regan.
Who are you? Florence Nightingale?
I hold the doctor's stethoscope. My name's Vivian Lytell.
Mind telling him I'm here?
Yes, he's busy.
So are you, lady.
He'll be busy quite a while. He just opened another bottle.
Well, I'm right on time.
You're so eager.
Oh, wait.
Rex isn't sociable like me. He drinks alone. He gets more that way. Let me entertain you.
Easy, Angel. I don't know how to fix a fracture.
I've already got a man who can do that. I want one with brains.
What's the matter with the doc?
He keeps his in a bottle. Hasn't used him for a long time now.
He's done all right.
This? He'd be selling papers if his wife hadn't left him a good insurance policy.
What's the matter? Don't you like his money?
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's just that a girl has feelings, too.
Yeah. They show.
Oh, I'm glad I met you. We're going to have some nice afternoons.
But you work for a living.
I got lots of free time. Besides, I should have at least one outside interest.
Keep looking. You'll find one.
You smile good, but you talk nasty.
I only came to see Kingston.
There's the phone. Call and make an appointment. Now, get out.
Vivian, about this... Oh, I didn't know you had company. I'll talk to you another time.
Just a minute, Doctor. This is Mr. Regan. He's your company, but he doesn't have a business card.
Look, Mr. Regan, I'm no longer in practice, just doing research on my own. I have all the medical equipment I can use, and I turned all my patients over to another doctor.
I know one you forgot.
Oh? Well, tell me who.
Carmen Santino.
Go ahead, Vivian. I'll speak to Mr. Regan.
Watch yourself, Rex. He doesn't know how to be nice.
It'll only take a minute.
I'll crack some ice. You'll need a drink.
Very fine, nurse.
Yeah. It's a nice uniform.
Working on my own. We're very casual. You said I had a patient named Carmen, what was it?
Carmen Santino.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mr. Regan. Who told you that?
I read about you in a letter.
Must have been another Kingston.
There's only one with a license.
Are you a relative of this girl?
Friend.
You're a detective, aren't you?
Yeah. Want to show me your files someday?
Why not today? This way. I keep them right here in my lap. Help yourself, Mr. Regan.
Thanks.
Want a drink?
Too early.
You don't mind if I have one?
Your house.
Find anything?
Not under Santino. She could have used another name.
That's possible. When was I supposed to have treated her?
Oh, about a year ago, according to this letter. Yeah. There's her picture.
No. I've never treated anyone who looks like that.
Sure?
Positive. What was her illness?
Might have had something to do with that stuff you're drinking. They, die from it sometimes.
I see. You can't see it from this window, but just over the hill, my wife's buried. I had special permission from the county to bury her on my property. She was a great comfort to me when she was alive. I haven't been the same since she passed away, and... well, that's why I'm no longer in practice.
I didn't ask for that.
But you did, with your eyes. You're a strange man. Do you enjoy making a living this way, prying into other people's lives, searching for what's best left alone?
Is he still here, Rex?
Yes, Vivian, but he's just leaving. You can find your way.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Blue Surge. You were a real disappointment.
Don't give up. I'll be back.
Don't bother, Regan. The doctor will be out.
The whole thing looked phony. like a fan dancer in long underwear. But when I left the two of them, I was beginning to get an idea, just beginning. I walked over the side of the hill to look at the grave. It was there, all right, like he said. Irene Kingston, 1922, 1948. Maybe that explained it. Maybe it didn't. I was remembering those New York labels I'd seen on Irene Santino's clothes when I left there and looked up a friend of mine in the CAA. He checked into it and told me nobody named Santino had come in from Rio on any flight last week. And the immigration people didn't have a passport or visa record on her either. I was home thinking about all this when my phone began ringing. It was Irene Santino. She did all the talking.
I tried to get you at your office, Mr. Regan, but no one answered. I had to speak to you.
What about?
I found Carmen.
Yeah?
Rather, Carmen found me. I feel sort of foolish now, calling you people in and all that. Well, she came right to my apartment, can you imagine? She's been looking for me.
What about her address?
Oh, that was another silly thing. Only it was a mistake. She's not very good at details. Please thank Mr. Lyon for his kindness. And, Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
It's all confidential. I wouldn't want any of this to get to the wrong people.
You know some of the wrong kind?
Doesn't everyone? Well, goodbye.
Oh, Jeffrey, you running the expenses on the Santino thing?
No.
Good, it's all over.
Well, how do you know? She just...
It just came from missing persons. There's a cop there named Perini. Got an eye like an eagle.
Talk sense.
I had that other picture of the Santino dame with me. He took one look at it and opened up a file.
What kind of file?
Dead and unclaimed.
What do you mean?
The county buried her. Carmen Santino's been dead a year.
This is CBS, and you are listening to They've Got More Than Coffee in Brazil, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, there were enough angles to write a new geometry book. Irene Santino gave me a picture and a letter and started me digging for her sister Carmen. I meet a guy with a piano and a doctor with a bottle. Everybody talks, but nobody says anything. And then Irene calls me off, says she found her sister. Only the Lion walks in with a different version. Missing persons say Carmen Santino's holding down a spot in the county cemetery. Well, I figured somebody was having nightmares. I didn't say anything to the Lion and went down to the Hall of Records. There was a little guy sitting at the desk in vital statistics. His fingernails were dirty and he was reading a dictionary. He must have been at a good part, because he looked mad when I interrupted him.
We're not on a bus. Quit shoving.
I want some information.
I'm a public servant. That's what I'm here for. What kind of information?
Get to the death files, will you?
You're a morbid guy. We got a lot of stuff on births and marriages. Ask me something about that.
A girl named Carmen Santino died about a year ago. Tell me what from.
Okay. How do you spell it?
Just like it sounds.
Santino, huh? Sabatini, Sanaki, Sanford. That's what happened to old Sandy. No wonder I ain't seen him around.
Come on, get with it, will you?
Here it is. Santino. Date of death, 15 October 1948. Cause of death?
Alcoholic poisoning.
Yeah. How'd you get it?
Never mind. Who signed the certificate?
Rex J. Kingston, M.D.
Okay. Here's one more for you. Look up Irene Kingston.
The doc's wife?
Look it up.
Okay. Kingsley. Here. Kingston, Irene. 13 October 1948.
Cause of death?
You guessed it again. The same. Alcoholic poisoning. Hey, this guy couldn't keep a patient.
Well, that filled it in. I could see the plot, but I wasn't sure of the ending. So I didn't waste any time getting over to Irene Santino's place. But I wasn't fast enough. The door was halfway open when I got there. All the company had left, but Irene was still around. She was sitting there looking at the phone, like it was all she had to think about.
Mr. Regan.
What's so funny?
Everything, Mr. Regan. Oh, excuse me for not getting up. I didn't expect you. I told you I found my sister, didn't I?
Yeah, you told me, but you didn't tell me she was dead.
I didn't even tell you that I haven't got a sister. Did I? Did I?
Come on, lady, give it to me. What are you talking about?
Look, this little red spot on my arm. Doesn't look like much, does it? But just wait, Mr. Regan. You just wait. You just wait. Wait.
I found a doctor on the floor below. He grabbed his black bag and went to work on her. She quieted down to a slow inside giggle, then went out altogether. The doctor got hold of an ambulance and carted her off to a hospital. They just wheeled her out the door when the Lion showed up.
Jeffrey, did I see an ambulance out front?
That's right. Your client was in it.
What?
Yeah, somebody stuffed her full of something that made her giggle.
I don't understand all this at all. I stopped by home to change to my dark suit so I could come by and bring Miss Santino the news of her sister's death, and what do I walk in?
You can save your tears, Fatso. She didn't come from Brazil, and she wasn't rich.
That woman gave me $200 cash. There was nothing unreliable about her. We had a contract.
You can use it for confetti.
Now see here, Jeffrey.
Look, Lion, look at this picture.
Carmen Santino. I have one just like it.
All right, draw some glasses on it. Add about 6 or 7 years.
I don't understand you, Jeffrey. We're talking business, and all at once we're playing games.
When I came to see her tonight, she wasn't wearing her glasses. She looked a lot like the dame in this picture.
Of course she did, naturally. That's her own sister.
She never had a sister.
Never had a sister? Then who did the county bury?
That's what I'm going to find out from a guy named Rex Kingston.
I had a feeling you'd be back. I built a fire.
I forgot the marshmallows.
Come on in. I'm not mad anymore.
I'm still looking for your doctor.
Let me take care of you. I have a way with men.
Didn't we do all this once before?
Oh, it's night now. You can ask me some questions. I know some swell answers.
I'll bet.
How do you like your drink?
Your way?
That's better. Now, let's have a nice, quiet evening. Just you and me.
I want to see him.
There's been a famine of men like you.
You don't look underfed. I said I want to see him.
Oh, all right. We could have had such a nice evening. Rex?
What is it?
Mr. Regan's here again.
Yes. Hello, Regan. Didn't I tell you I'd be out?
Yeah, you told me that, but you didn't tell me what I wanted to know. I had to go to Vital Statistics to get that.
What?
You don't have anything in your files about Carmen Santino, but you signed her death certificate.
Now, you get this, Regan. You saw my files once, and I don't have to open them again to anyone who comes here without a warrant, and you haven't got one.
But I know I can get one. When I go to the city attorney's office and tell them what I've got, they'll have somebody out here to exhume that grave on the hill.
What do you mean, Regan?
Irene Kingston died 2 days before Carmen Santino of the same thing. Dr. Kingston signed both certificates. He collects on his wife's insurance, only I don't think his wife really died. I think that extra grave up on the hill is window dressing.
And if my wife didn't die, Regan, where is she now?
I don't know. She could be at a downtown hospital, posing under the name of Irene Santino. It was a shot in the dark, but it brought results. Kingston swung a lamp base around that connected on the side of my head. When I came to, I was in a white room, back of the house. Tried to move my head, but it felt like a grand piano. Nothing else worked either, so I just lay there. Pretty soon somebody began putting something damp on my face, and I began to see better. Vivian was standing there with Kingston. He looked sick, like an ostrich with a sore throat. He had a needle in his hand.
I can't.
You can do it all right, Rex. Go ahead.
That's the same treatment you tried to give Irene?
You should have stayed out, Regan.
I wanted one more look at you, baby.
I hate to see the nice ones go, but it'll be all over in a minute. All right, Rex.
Give me a drink, Vivian. Gotta have a drink.
It won't help. I found Irene in time. She's gonna live. She's gonna talk.
Go ahead, Rex. Give it to him. Then we'll clear out.
But Irene's still alive. I didn't kill her.
You'll do better this time.
I can't.
Go ahead.
No, I won't.
I said go ahead or I'll shoot you, Rex. I'll shoot you if you don't.
No, you don't. It's all over, Vivian. It's all over.
Vivian had the gun, but Kingston was too much for her. All of a sudden, it began going off. Vivian started to look pale. And then she went down, slow and easy. She deserved it. That what you're going to tell the state?
Regan, is Irene really going to live?
That's what the doctor says.
Good, Regan. No, don't try to move. I gave you a shot of preparatory solution. You won't be able to move for another hour. I suppose I ought to run.
You won't get far.
I know. But listen to me. Irene, she's my wife. She's innocent of all this. When you tell the police the real story...
I haven't got it all.
You had enough?
It started with Carmen Santino.
She stumbled in one night. She was very ill. She dropped dead before I could do anything for her.
Alcohol?
Yes. But before she died, she kept talking about a man named Martin.
Lives over on Laurel.
Yes, I was going to get in touch with him. But I had a better idea. She looked a great deal like my wife, Irene. It was quite remarkable.
The insurance.
Yes. Irene didn't want to do it, but she loved me, so she finally disappeared. I used one body for 2 death certificates and buried an empty box up on the hill. I was supposed to join Irene later.
See. Vivian.
Yes. Vivian came along. I was drinking one night and she found out the truth. I was trapped. It would have stayed that way if Irene hadn't hired you.
And I was supposed to scare you with that story about a sister in Brazil.
It worked, too.
That guy Martin said. Somebody gets scared. And then...
Regan. Can you hear me?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Stuff's making me sleepy.
It'll wear off. I'm going now, Regan. See that Irene gets a fair shake?
I'll try. He picked up a bottle and started out the door. He didn't even look down at Vivian's body on the floor. I tried to move. Like he said, nothing worked. It was 2 more hours before I could get to the phone and call homicide. It was 2 more days before I talked to the Lion.
Sure. I'm sending it right over. Yes, of course. Jeffrey, my boy, how are you feeling? Better?
Well, the fog's gone out of my head, if that's what you mean. Otherwise, I feel lousy.
Oh, don't take it so hard, my boy. All in a day's work. Besides, there's the brighter side. Yes, indeed.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, they got that Dr. Kingston. He only got as far as Las Vegas. Crime doesn't pay, Jeffrey. Crime just does not pay.
Doesn't, huh? What's this?
Now, wait a minute. Give me that.
Application. Consolidated insurance.
It's nothing, I tell you.
You mean to tell me we're going to try to collect a reward?
We exposed an insurance fraud. Every insurance company pays a little something for that. We had expenses. You don't know how hard I worked on this, Jeffrey.
Here, take it back.
Well, what's the matter? You look like it's something illegal.
Crime does not pay. Huh.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is directed and transcribed by Sterling Tracy and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Tonight's script was by E. Jack Newman. Original music is by Dick Arant. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Sunday at 8:30, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, No Sad Clowns for Me.
There was a tall clown and a short clown juggling this one, plus a sleek but overaged destroyer named Ruth that wore tights and trained tigers. All parts of a big circus playing a small town of 649 people. And somewhere along the midway, a joker wanted to cut me down to size. 6-foot box size. I wasn't thinking about the circus when I went to the Detective Bureau Wednesday morning, but my boss was. The Lion was up to his knuckles in...
Green, my boy. I've just about decided to have our whole office done over in green.
Why the sea of $1 bills?
A client, my boy, with payment in advance.
Those bills look like they've been papered in a rat's nest.
They're all in pieces, my boy, but they're good.
You'd know.
Yeah, of course. Notice when I hold this one against this 300-watt light, the paper's made with silk threads. Fitting the torn bills together, they come to $67, Jeffrey.
And the client is...
See this canvas bag?
Bottle top?
It's full of nickels, dimes, and quarters, Jeffrey. With the $1 bills, it makes a very nice retainer of $75.
For which we do what?
Nothing.
Oh, wait a minute, Fatso. You mean a client walked in here, laid down $75 to hire us to do nothing?
Exactly.
Duck, there's a curve on this pitch.
No, my boy. The whole thing's perfectly legitimate. Our client walked in about an hour ago.
Description?
Well, he was a tall man, eccentric.
Go on.
45 or 50 years old, long, pale, stringy, yellowish hair, like an actor, and oddly dressed.
This keeps getting better.
Well, he had on a single-breasted pinstripe suit and tennis sneakers, a rope for a belt.
Does he fly?
What? No. Anyway, Jeffrey, he put the money down. He saw I was worried about the small denominations, and then he said, "It's not brass." Just like that.
It's not brass.
Circus expression, my boy. Then he leaned right over this desk and said slowly, showing his big teeth, Jeffrey, "When a little old man named Crackley comes in, don't take his case."
And you went for that?
Of course. We do nothing, no trouble at all.
Lion, it could be we're in trouble. Give me our client's name and address and the retainer. I'll take it back.
Well, unfortunately...
Don't tell me. You didn't get the name and address.
Well, you see, my boy, he was in a great hurry.
You gave him a receipt for the $75?
Oh, of course. Everything very businesslike.
That ties us into the case, but good. Now, no matter what happens, we're mixed up in it.
You're borrowing trouble.
We bought it.
Oh, relax, my boy.
We gotta get that receipt.
Forget it. Just be grateful.
Okay, Lion. But if Crackley shows up, be careful. I turned and started for the door. Our new client was a crank. We'd have to be more than careful. But I couldn't dump the trouble into the Lion's lap. I slammed the door on my way out. The noise made a little old guy jump. He was standing in the hall just outside our door. It wasn't hard to figure who he was. Crackley?
You know my name?
Well, I do now. You're on your way into the Lion Detective Bureau.
Yes.
I'm Regan.
The Lion's Eye?
That's what they call me.
You're the man I came here to see. You were highly recommended.
I'd like to talk to you, Crackley. I know a place they'll let us sit down for 50 cents.
Yeah, I could use a drink.
I thought maybe. We went to Dugan's bar. Crackley was a little guy, but smart, almost sharp. He had an outdoor face, tanned with deep wrinkles like closed eyes in his forehead. Like he had a lot on his mind, and he wanted to talk.
I'm the owner of a circus, Mr. Regan.
Oh, congratulations.
Well, you don't understand. I don't know if you can imagine the responsibilities of a circus owner. To his employees, I mean. They're all specialists. And if we were to close up and go out of business, well, there'd be no place for them to go.
Except another circus.
Oh, circus business has fallen off since the war years, Mr. Regan.
I hadn't heard.
Business is terrible.
Oh, sure.
Another drink, gentlemen?
No, thanks.
No, I don't.
Now, why did you come to the Lion Detective Bureau?
I want you to find a man named Bliss.
Why?
Well, Bliss has been investing in my circus.
Putting money into a losing proposition?
Oh, it's not unusual. People that love the circus, especially wealthy people, enjoy putting their money into things that give them pleasure.
Bliss is missing?
Oh, for the last 3 weeks.
And the money has stopped coming into the circus?
Well, yes, Mr. Regan.
When did you last see Bliss?
The fact is, I've never seen Bliss.
But he puts money into your circus?
Through his lawyer. Right now we're playing Bliss's hometown. I'd hope to meet him in person.
What would you say, Mr. Crackley, if I told you a strange man came into our bureau this morning and paid us not to take your case?
Why, someone's following me?
Well, I don't know, but... Yeah, Mr. Crackley, someone's following you.
Mr. Regan, what are you looking at?
You mean, what is it looking at us?
Where?
Stay put, I'll be right back. I ran to the window. The face that had been peering in at us whipped out of sight. A couple of winos in Dugan's door cost me 2 or 3 seconds getting out, and that was enough. When I got to the street, it was empty. The man with the long, stringy, yellowish hair who'd been watching us was gone. I went back into the bar. That's when I got a second surprise. Crackley was gone, too. A quick call to Billboard gave me what I needed. The Crackley Great Combined Circus was playing a town of 650 people. A place called Crossroads in the foothills, about a 2-hour drive from L.A. The crank with the yellow hair on the rope belt was somehow tied up with that Crackley circus. Yellow Hair had the Lions' signed receipt. I had to get it back. So I got into my car and headed for Crossroads. And when I got there, funny thing, the town was deserted. But the Circus Midway was jammed. It looked like Crossroads' whole 649 population was at that circus.
Hot dogs, hot puppies, they're delicious, they're nutritious. Step up and get one.
How much?
Eh?
A hot dog, how much?
Oh, yeah, hot dog. Hey, you mean you're going to buy one?
Why not?
Nobody buys nothing in this cheap burg.
Business looks pretty good to me. Everybody in town here at the circus.
Don't cost them nothing.
Oh, no?
Old Crackley's putting on a show for nothing. Making it look good for Bliss, his silent partner.
The show's papered then. Annie Oakley's for free, huh?
Say, you Bliss?
And if I am?
I ain't said nothing.
Yeah. How much for the hot dog?
2 bits.
I paid for the hot dog, walked along the Midway asking questions wherever I could get an answer. It was like the dog peddler had said. Crackley had papered the house, bought tickets for everyone in town to guarantee business. We weren't supposed to take the case, but the situation was interesting, and I got to wondering about Bliss, how he fitted in. But then I remembered I was here to get our receipt back, so I bypassed the Midway, walked around to the performers' tents. No gaudy signs here, no freak shows, palmists or ballet. And I found a woman, or rather, she found me.
Regan?
Nice to be known.
This is my tent, Mr. Regan. Please come in.
She was tall, slim. You could spend time watching her. Young, but not too young. Her hair was long and black, almost to the roots. Her face was firm, beautiful, but her eyes had already been there and back. Then we were in her tent, nobody around except the tigers just outside. And she got nearer, and I could see more.
Regan.
Nice tent.
I got a message.
Uh-huh.
Go home.
That's your message?
Go back to L.A., Crackley says.
You a friend of Crackley's?
He saw you on the Midway. He said, that's Regan. That's the Lion's Eye from L.A. that ought to go home.
You sure it wasn't Bliss?
You know Bliss?
Oh, yeah. A very close personal friend of mine.
You're clever, Regan.
It's my business.
Make sure your business doesn't get you into trouble.
Hey, that tiger's close.
Yeah, I work the big cats. They hate me and I hate them. I like them kept near me. Gives me a chance to whip them through the bars whenever I'm feeling blue.
Lady.
Yeah?
What's your name?
I got a surprise for you, Mr. Regan.
I've had lots today.
My name's Crackley.
You're married to old Crackley, the circus owner?
I married his son, Mr. Regan.
His son?
Yeah, George Crackley. The little runt that's standing in back of you.
I turned. George was there, all right. And he was little, maybe 4 feet 10 inches tall, wearing a clown suit. His face was in queer makeup, chalk white, bruised blue. He was supposed to look like a sad clown. And he was.
What are you doing around here?
Looking for a man.
She look like a man?
No.
You're after my wife, too. You were standing real close.
Guys fall in love with me, Regan. My husband's a poor sport about it.
Oh, make sure you don't wake up dead, mister. Make sure you don't get dropped on.
I'll be real careful.
George, if you don't get out of here...
Ruth, don't you think it's time you were getting into your costume? The walk-around will begin in 4 or 5 minutes.
A tall clown filled the opening to the tent. When he spoke, Ruth began fumbling with the costume. Little George looked like he was going to cry, then walked out of the tent without a word. Ruth followed him. And I was left alone with a tall clown in makeup, with a red watermelon mouth and cold blue eyes.
I hated to interrupt, Mr. Regan, but Ruth must dress for the walk-around, as we of the circus call our opening parade.
You seem to have an effect on George, too.
Oh, George and I are partners. He's the sad, bruised clown, and I am the cruel clown. I frighten him, mauled him, beat and bruise him with various objects. It amuses people.
Naturally.
We're all sadists at heart.
Maybe you can help me.
I'll try.
I'm looking for a tall, eccentric man. Wears tennis shoes. Rope for a belt. Has long, stringy, yellowish hair, you know him? I said, do you know him?
Of course. That would be Mr. Bliss.
Where can I find him?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Regan, I have a message from Mr. Bliss. He wants to see you.
Oh? Who will I say sent me?
Just the cruel clown. He'll know who you mean.
Where do I meet Bliss?
At his home. I'll tell you how to get there.
He did. I got into my car and started the drive to his shack. I'd meet him on his own terms at his place. It was a 15-minute drive, most of the way up a side road. I was almost there when a car pulled into the side road behind me, coming up fast, its headlights growing in my rearview mirror. I pulled over to let the speedball pass. He began to cut in on me. The trailer he had hitched on sideswiped me. I felt myself go against the steering post. Then I didn't feel anything for a long time. I'd been thrown clear of my car. When I came to, there was a huge man standing over me, black in the moonlight. My gun was gone. My hand caught at a club, and then I saw it wasn't a club, but a small, very small chair arm. Must have fallen from the trailer. The trailer was gone. The man started moving in.
Well, sweetheart.
Stand back.
Coming to, sweetheart?
Get back.
I got your gun, baby. I'm Logan, chief of police at Crossroads. Maybe I ought to take you into custody for reckless driving.
Logan, I'm a private detective from Los Angeles.
Well, why don't you get up from the ground and tell me about it? Here.
Yeah, thanks. Somebody ran me off the road on purpose. And I think I know who.
That's so, sweetheart?
That's not all. There's something phony about that circus play in your town.
Ain't no circus around here.
You're real funny.
Fact is, I'll make you a bet, baby. You can't show me no circus around these parts.
You seem sure of that.
Give you 20 to 1.
Let's go take a look.
All right.
We drove in his car to the circus lot. When we got there, we saw the lot was full of color. All of it moonlight. Vacant. Not a candy wrapper. The crackly great combined circus was gone. As though it had never existed.
This is CBS, and you are listening to No Sad Clowns for Me, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
It started bad, and it got worse. The lion had us balled up in it like a cat in a fish line before I even heard of the case. Then I took over. I did fine. Trying to get our receipt for $75 back, I got myself run off the road near the town of Crossroads, got my car smashed up. Then the chief of police told me that the crackly great combined circus where I'd spent an hour wasn't there. And it wasn't. The chief of police thought this was real funny.
Where'd the circus go, sweetheart?
L.A. probably.
You're kind of slick.
Couldn't have been gone more than an hour. Look at those filled-in post holes.
You're a real bright fella.
And I know why it left in such a hurry.
Oh, you city fellas are real sharp-like.
The circus left because of a guy named Bliss.
You know about Bliss.
Bliss was putting money into a circus, not taking any out.
Keep talking.
Bliss gets tired of this, slaps an attachment on the circus. Crackly pulled the show out before it could be served.
Yeah, you're real smart. You'd better come along with me, sweetheart. We have, better have a little, talkie.
It hit the bullseye, and I got more than I bargained for. It seems Bliss had no friends, except Logan, who, being the local legal eagle, was also appointed by Bliss as his lawyer, having full power of attorney. Now Logan was ready to talk.
Bliss, now, he ain't no dummy. He was in the circus himself years ago, before he got wise and made a lot of dough in plumbing fixtures. Ain't no money in show business, sweetheart.
They tell me.
Now, Bliss, he ain't old, but he's kind of funny. All of a sudden, he wants to...
invest in a circus. His old love. But he also wants to make some money out of it.
Oh, Bliss, he likes money. He married a circus gal years ago. Left her because she was draining away his salary.
How much money did Bliss put into the Crackley Circus?
Well, baby, Bliss bought in deep enough to own, 49% of the show.
Bliss isn't getting any money out of his investment, so he slaps an attachment on the show. Crackley gets wind of it, pulls the show out.
You were right up to there, sweetheart.
Talk, Logan.
I got a note from Bliss just this afternoon. Told me to lift the attachment order. It was a real happy note.
Where's Bliss now?
Honest, baby, I don't know. He's clear. He's just gone.
Bliss skipped out on his wife. That can't be his real name.
No, I can't tell you much. Promised Bliss I wouldn't, but his name used to be Elmer C. Bickle.
You got a phone, Logan?
Here you are, baby. But get the charges.
I was getting an idea. Another reason for the show's moving. One thing was sure. Bliss was in it up to his ears. It was 2 a.m. now, and I got the Lion at home.
Yeah, Anthony J. Lion Detective Bureau, Home Office. We never sleep.
And why haven't you been asleep?
Jeffrey. Well, I've had some very important work to do tonight.
Such as?
Pasting those dollar bills together, if you must know.
You're graduating from kindergarten right now, Fatso. Get your car out.
At this hour?
I'm in Crossroads, California, slaving for the agency, and you can help.
What can I do?
Get all the stuff you can on a guy named Elmer C. Bickle.
Bickle?
Bickle. Joined the circus years ago, married somebody, left his wife. Check Variety.
That'll take all night, Jeffrey.
You've got 1 hour. Oh, another thing, Fatso. Check the theatrical hotels, places where show people, circus people put up. Here's what we need. A line on anybody connected with the Crackley Great Combined...
I can give you that, sweetheart.
What?
You what?
I know where they probably hold in.
Lion, forget that last. But check Bickle. I hung up, and Logan said he'd heard the performers from Crackley Circus usually stayed at the Fossman Hotel in Los Angeles. So I called the Fossman Hotel.
Oh, hello.
The desk clerk sounded wide awake.
Fossman Hotel?
Has Mr. Crackley checked in?
Who's asking?
Regan, private investigator.
Well, we certainly could have used a private investigator this morning.
Why?
Heavens, the circus came in without telling us. Everybody's so upset.
You better make sure they pay in advance.
Oh, well, Mr. Crackley paid everything in advance. He has the finest suite of rooms. But there's such confusion. I just don't know what to do.
You wouldn't. Now, about Crackley.
Oh, I'll ring. But he's probably asleep anyway.
Hello?
Crackley, this is Jeff Regan.
Oh, Regan.
Why did you run away?
I don't know. Well, I mean, we had to leave because we were so low on funds that the sheriff's office is going to tax the show. We heard of the order and left town to leave their jurisdiction.
Yeah, sure. Well, your worries are over, Crackley. I've found Bliss for you. Bickle, too.
Oh, no, it's impossible. Well, I mean...
Yeah, I know what you mean. It hit me. The circus was making money. Crackley had paid his hotel bill in advance. Fine suite of rooms. Why, he'd probably been keeping a double set of books cheating Bliss. I got Logan, got in his car, and drove back to the deserted circus lot. We drove fast. The circus had pulled out in the middle of the night for another reason. And I knew now we'd better look for that reason. The lot was deserted. Low, cold mist over the ground. Gray morning. A small animal moved through the mist like a creature from another world. A small dog. He'd found what we couldn't see. He had something in his mouth. A cap with a red pom-pom on its pointed end. A clown's cap, stained with blood. Logan had men digging within minutes. One of the filled post holes seemed larger than the rest. This was it.
We found him, Mr. Regan.
Yeah. Let me see his face.
Kind of muddy.
Still in makeup. Tall, cruel clown.
You know him?
Yeah. You too. Pull the skull cap off.
Poor Mr.
Bickle. Alias Bliss. Long, stringy, yellowish hair like an actor. Only he isn't playing at being dead. Come on, Logan. Keys to your car. I've got an appointment at the Fossman Hotel. I took Logan's car, made the 2-hour trip back to L.A. I phoned the Lion as soon as I hit town. I got the complete rundown on Bickle. Then I went to the Fossman Hotel. I asked the room clerk for old Crackley's room number. It was 203. I didn't wait to be announced. You should lock your door, Crackley. You could get company you might not enjoy.
Well, I've been waiting for you.
I know why you pulled out of Crossroads so fast last night, Crackley.
Well, I don't know anything.
I found Bliss.
I'm not interested in Bliss anymore.
And maybe you're interested in Bickle, the tall clown.
Now, please, Mr. Regan.
Bliss joined the circus under his real name, Bickle, to check up on his investment.
The tall clown was Bliss?
Yeah. He was eccentric, but not eccentric enough to throw his money away. But he got more than he bargained for.
No, please, now leave me alone.
He's dead, Crackley.
Dead. Yes, he's dead.
You pulled out of Crossroads last night because a man was killed and buried there on the lot.
But I didn't kill him.
But you know who did?
No.
I had the Lion check on Bickle. It seems he married a Ruth Sandusky in Chicago, April 18th, 1930. Now, Ruth Sandusky was only a kid then, featured in an animal act.
My son George married her in good faith, Mr. Regan. I was against the marriage.
Where's George now?
But I can't tell you.
I left him in Crackley's suite of rooms, checked the front desk for George's room. Was told he lived in his own small trailer. But when he was in town, he always parked it down by the circus warehouse. That's where I headed. The circus warehouse was down by the tracks. It was a raw wood building that had fallen in on its bones. Most of the circus trucks had unloaded. Things were pretty quiet. I got out of the car, walked around. The rear of the warehouse was parked a small trailer, beat up. The one that had forced me off the highway near Crossroads. Inside, I found Ruth. Ruth Sandusky.
Regan.
Married Elmer C. Bickle in Chicago, April 18th, 1930.
You're a real bright eye.
You kind of like being married, don't you, Ruth? So much you get married twice.
Girl needs a man.
With money.
Bickle ran away from me the week we played Chillicothe. The only way I knew he was alive, he used to put crazy ads in the trades every Christmas.
You'll be sitting pretty when old man Crackley dies and George inherits the circus.
Oh, I try not to think of such things.
Bickle joined the circus 3 weeks ago. He recognized you, wanted you again. Moved in on George. The thing is, you were still married to Bickle. You'd kind of overlooked getting a divorce. Which meant you weren't legally married to George, meaning you had no future claim on the circus.
You won't tell George. I'll make it worth your while, Mr. Regan.
Trouble is, lady, George saw Bickle, the new clown, moving in on him. And easily, too. You were afraid to hold Bickle off, afraid he might yell bigamy. Real cozy for you, Ruth. Both husbands, clowns in the same act.
You better stop talking, Mr. Regan.
George had to move out of your tent, sleep in his trailer. He was crazy jealous. That's why he tried to finish me by driving me off the road. He thought I was moving in, too.
Stop it while you still got the chance.
Bickle said, come back to me or I yelled bigamy, and you killed him.
Stop it!
Only one thing, lady. You didn't know that Bickle and Bliss were the same man.
Bliss?
Yeah, the angel. The guy that was pouring all that money into the circus.
Bickle was Bliss. I'm still married to him, legally.
That's almost right.
Yeah. Yes, it was bigamy. What do I want with George now? As the wife of Bliss or whatever he called himself now, I'll inherit all his dough.
You killed Bliss.
What? Crackley thinks his son did it. George will go to the gas chamber for me. I'm a bigamist, Mr. Regan, so give me 2 years.
No, you won't get rid of me that easy.
George.
I heard what
Little
you were telling
George, the sad, bruised clown, stood in the doorway of a small trailer. It was like he didn't see me, only Ruth, his almost wife. But he'd heard
I
plenty.
thought you killed him because he was molesting you.
Shut up, George.
I thought you killed him because you loved me.
You stay away from me, George.
Ruth ran out of the trailer, followed by George. He slammed the door to hold me back. I got the door open just in time to see little George slip into the circus warehouse. I ran after them, fast. Inside the warehouse, it was dim. There was the sharp smell of circus animals. Little George was flexing his muscles for the first time in his life.
I won't let him get
get you! I'll take you from the gas chamber!
A superhuman strength had come into him. He had Ruth by the hair and was forcing her into an animal cage. The tiger was crouched in the corner of the cage, ready to jump. I grabbed both George and Ruth by the hair and pulled them back. I kicked the cage shut.
Why didn't you let me finish?
Sorry, George. The state will want witnesses when Ruth finishes her act. In the gas chamber. That wound it up. I called Sanducci of homicide. When they came to take Ruth away, I saw little George, the fall guy, standing near his trailer. All alone. 2 hours later, I checked in with the Lion at the office.
We're in the money. We're in the money.
Still at the paste pot, Lion?
Oh, yes, my boy. I've just finished pasting the last bill together. The silk threads match perfectly.
Nice, neat job.
Oh, Jeffrey, you just don't know how hard I work for our future.
Uh-huh. Bank should take these all right.
Now, I slaved all right, my boy.
The only thing, money doesn't belong to us.
Yeah, I think I'll just press the bill so the bank will be sure to... What?
Money isn't ours.
But Hey, what do you mean?
I got a call from Logan. Says he found your receipt in the Bliss shack. I had to tell him we got the $75 to keep us from taking the case.
Oh.
So the Bliss estate demands its money back.
It's all your fault, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I guess maybe.
If you hadn't opened your mouth...
I guess I'll just have to keep this 100.
Yeah. What's that you have?
$100 bill. Got 2 more, just like it.
Jeffrey. But who...
Old Crackley gave it to me.
Yeah.
He thought his son George had killed Bickle. When we proved it was Ruth, he gave it.
Oh, how could I have ever doubted you, Jeffrey?
Another thing, Lion.
Yes?
Meant to tell you, those bills you pasted together?
Oh, I worked so hard over them.
Well, the bank would have fitted the bills together for you.
Yes. Oh, no!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again next Sunday at 8:30 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story. If I knew you were coming, I'd have wrecked a train.
The letterhead said, Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III, President. Only it turned out they owned less than a mile of track, there was no passengers, and you couldn't even buy a ticket to Pomona. It was a one-man corporation with a one-track mine. But before it was over with, all the competition was dead. I made the mistake of showing up at my boss, the Lion's office, too early on Tuesday. He was holding a letter. From the look on his face, you could tell in another 10 minutes he'd have run out to handle this case himself.
Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Name of a new wonder drug, Fatso?
Jeffrey. Oh, don't be ridiculous. That's a man's name. Fairfield Hardingstone III, president of the Hardingstone...
I got it the first time.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, you don't understand. This is a letter from Mr. Hardingstone himself. He wants to hire our agency. He's our client, my boy, the Mr. Hardingstone.
Sorry, Fatso, I never heard of him.
You haven't?
I'm still singing the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
Oh.
You haven't heard of him either.
No. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he isn't an important client, Jeffrey. Just take a look at that letterhead. Not printed, engraved. Run your finger over it. And with a name like that...
Okay, Fatso, we got a client. We do what? For how much?
Well, he doesn't say, Jeffrey. Mr. Hardingstone merely requests that we send an investigator to his home as soon as possible. He says it's urgent, and he encloses a check for $100.
That helps.
Helps, my boy. We're in clover. When a big industrialist like Hardingstone hires us, we're in. You handle this case right, and the next thing we know, we'll be hearing from General Motors.
Matter of fact, I got a letter from him yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, something about, would I mind making another payment, please?
All right, Regan, you make jokes about it, but I'm telling you this is our big chance. Now get out there and see Hardingstone. Tell him we guarantee our service. Convince him he hired the right agency. Oh, and,
Something bothering you, Fatso?
Well, as long as you're talking to him, Jeffrey. See if he has any good tips on the market.
I left Anthony J. Lyon digging through the stock market reports in the morning papers. It was a cinch he was counting future shares of Hardingstone Railroads. The letter the Lyon gave me said nothing, all right, except that Hardingstone lived in Cheviot Hills, just off Motor Avenue. I fought traffic all the way out Olympic and pulled up in front of a brick mansion just after 1 o'clock. It took me 5 minutes to make the hike from the street to the front door. I rang and waited.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Hardingstone in?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. He's downstairs in the game room. You may go right down if you wish.
Thanks.
Sir, there's just one request.
Huh?
Treat him gently, sir. Mr. Hardingstone is in very poor humor today.
Instead of getting better, it got worse. I followed the butler's nod and walked down the thickly carpeted stairs into the basement. Only it wasn't a basement the way you think of basements. It was mahogany-paneled walls, paintings in gilt frames, not copies, originals, and indirect lighting throughout. And over against the far end of the room stood a table the size of a tennis court. On it, trains, all kinds of trains, electric trains, all scale model stuff. And in front of a master switchboard, flashing 5 different colors of lights, stood Mr. Fairfield Hardingstone III. Age 12.
What you are about to see is a duplication of the famous wreck of the Long Island Railroad, which occurred several years back. A step closer, please. If you will notice, the engineer of the train does not see the red warning signal up ahead. His approximate speed is 70 miles an hour, and he's approaching a dangerous curve. Now, he's coming closer. The signal flashes steadily, but he ignores it. The train nears the bend. The engineer moves the throttle up faster. The turn is coming. Now! 17 passengers killed, 42 injured. The engineer and fireman both dead. You see the folly of blind speed, of course.
You always do this?
It amuses me. By the way, I don't believe I caught your name.
Regan.
Oh, yes, of course, the Lion's Eye. Glad you came right out. My name's Hardingstone.
The third.
Must you remind me? It's bad enough being the sign of a wealthy family without attaching that stigma.
You wanted a detective.
Naturally. Mr. Regan, what do you know about murder?
Get to the point, Fairfield.
Yes, of course, I should have known you wouldn't be interested in this subtle approach. It's about my mother. Next week she's being married. I intend stopping her.
Your father's dead?
He died 6 years ago. I barely remember him.
Ah, he was in railroads?
No, my father was a lawyer, Mr. Regan. He defended the criminally insane. We don't discuss him in this house.
How does that check with your mother?
I sometimes think she doesn't remember Father any better than I do. However, that's not what I called you here to talk about. Mr. Regan, my mother is about to marry a man named John Kilpatrick. Like my father, he's a lawyer.
Only you don't like him.
Precisely. To use a somewhat childish term, he's a jerk.
Also, if your mother marries him, he might interfere with the pleasures of one Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Mr. Regan, you're a man after my own heart. What I want you to do is simple. Check every angle regarding this man, Kilpatrick. Explore his past. Somewhere you'll find something.
And if I don't? If I give him a clean slate?
Kilpatrick has been in South America a number of years. I think one of the reasons he returned is that he was broke and came back to marry Mother and the family fortune.
For $100, I tail him.
Wrong. You don't tail him at all, Mr. Regan. In fact, I want you to go right into his office and see him. Tell him who hired you and why. He'll like that.
You can't talk it out of him, scare it out of him, is that it?
It's like the stationery my mother had made up for me a couple of years ago, Mr. Regan. Across the top it says Harding Stone Railroads Associated. My dear mother thought it was very cute. But you'd be surprised at some of the answers I get to my letters.
Maybe I wouldn't. Okay, Fairfield, you paid your $100, you get your money's worth.
Oh, don't rush off, Mr. Regan. There's one other little item. I want you to run upstairs and tell Mother about my little plan.
What?
What's good enough for the bridegroom is good enough for the bride, eh, Mr. Regan?
I left the young Mr. Harding Stone setting up the trains for another great crash and headed up the stairs. I was beginning to wonder just how bad the Lion Detective Agency needed the $100. The answer? Bad enough to talk to the mother. The butler gave me a solemn nod as I went upstairs to the second floor. Top of the landing, I turned and gave the butler a solemn nod. It was getting to be a game. Only the game was over fast when I hit the top of the stairs.
And that's all there is. And I quit. I tell you, I quit.
You can't do that to me, Mrs. Davis. You can't do that to me.
I've taken enough from you and from him. I don't have to work for you. I got other things, see? And you just remember that. Well, what do you want?
Mrs. Harding Stone in there?
She most certainly is, young man. And God bless you if you plan to go in there.
That bad, huh?
Oh, terrible. Very terrible. The poor woman is losing her mind. I'm sure of it.
Oh, that's why you're quitting?
I've been here just over 6 years, mister. And that's long enough. I quit. And if you're smart, you'll leave before everybody loses their mind.
The round, frowning, gray-haired woman stomped off down the stairs. In front of me, the open door to Mrs. Harding Stone's room. I thought about the $100 check, thought about it again, looked at the open door, and peeked in.
Well, you're Dr. Martin's new young assistant. Oh, please do come in, Doctor.
She was propped perfectly in the oversized bed. Satin covers, satin cushions, pillows, radio, ashtray, water pitcher, thermometer, hot water bag, ice bag, cold tablets, headache tablets, vitamin pills, and on a silver tray, one crisp golden brown piece of dry toast. Mrs. Fairfield Harding Stone II was 40, gold ringlets, pink hair ribbon, and a smile. Painted in place.
Well, don't just stand there, Doctor. Do something. Take my temperature or something. You know.
I'm afraid I'm not the doctor, Mrs. Harding Stone.
Of course, when Dr. Martin said he couldn't come, that he was sending his assistant. What? You're not the doctor.
No, my name's Regan.
Regan? I know you'll forgive me, Mr. Regan, but just what do you specialize in?
I'm a detective, Mrs. Harding Stone.
Oh, I see. No, I don't see. A detective. Well, that is something, isn't it? I could hardly ask you to treat my sacroiliac, now could I?
Now, look, lady, your son hired me. He asked me to come up and talk to you.
Talk to me? Oh, dear, Mr. Regan, what shall we talk about?
John Kilpatrick.
Oh.
You're marrying him next week.
Yes, I am. Providing, of course, my sacroiliac is better.
Providing, of course.
Oh, John is a fine man. He's very sincere. He loves me. Fairfield has no right to resent my marriage. Do you hear? No right at all.
He thinks maybe Kilpatrick's marrying you for your money. Something like that.
Well, suppose he is. After all, I'm not getting any younger. And there's my illness. I do need someone to look after me, Mr. Regan.
Even if the price is high?
Besides, the trip will do me good.
What trip?
Why, John and I, we're sailing to South America together on our honeymoon. I have the tickets right here beside me, see?
And your son stays here, huh?
Fairfield doesn't want to go. Poor dear boy, he's old beyond his years. It changed him. It completely changed him.
What changed him?
Please, Mr. Regan, I can't bear to discuss it. I'm a sick woman, you see, a very sick woman. It's all been too much for me. Too much for a very sick woman.
Mrs. Harding Stone sniffled about her high blood pressure, and then her low blood pressure, and her asthma, and her sacroiliac. When she asked me to take her temperature just to be sure, then I knew it was time to leave. I nodded sympathetically, borrowed back my damp handkerchief, and silently stole away. But at the foot of the stairs, I got something else. The round, gray-haired woman who had seen leaving Mrs. Harding Stone's room. Just to keep things normal, she too was sniffling.
Oh, Mr. Regan. Mr. Regan, what will become of her?
I don't know about you, but I'm going to try fresh air.
Oh, I don't mean to impose on you this way, but the boy, the poor dear boy.
The poor dear boy? You mean little Fairfield?
And none other. That the poor soul should be brought up in these circumstances.
Look, just to fill me in, who are you and what are these circumstances?
My name is Mrs. D. I'm the housekeeper. I've been here for 6 years, ever since poor Mr. Hardingstone passed on. God bless his soul.
You like Mr. Hardingstone? The second, that is.
Oh, a fine man he was. Oh, a very fine man.
Tell me, Mrs. D., what do you think of Mr. Kilpatrick, the bridegroom to be?
They're two of a kind, him and her. It's fitting they should wed. And that is that. I'm leaving tomorrow. Oh, poor dear little Fairfield. Poor.
She was gone. Gone with her wet napkin and sad eyes into the pantry. It was getting so moist inside the house, an umbrella salesman could have made a fortune. I got out fast, into my car, and drove down to Hollywood. A quick look at a phone book gave me John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, Taft Building. 10 minutes later, I'd waited through 3 secretaries and reached the inner sanctum. The man across the desk was tall, thin, mustached, beady-eyed. He was Kilpatrick.
Sit down, Mr. Regan, do. Sit down.
Thanks.
I think I may as well be frank with you, Mr. Regan. I know why you're here.
Mrs. Hardingstone phoned you.
Yes, she did.
Well, why the sad look?
Oh, it's about Fairfield, Mr. Regan, your client.
The kid?
Yes. Poor dear child.
What's this poor dear child routine? Everybody treats him like an executive with ulcers.
Mr. Regan, I suppose it's going to be my unpleasant duty to inform you. You see, we of the family don't like to think about it.
About what?
Fairfield Hardingstone killed his father.
What?
It's true. Oh, it was an accident, mind you. Fairfield had been given a chemistry set for Christmas. That was 6 years ago. Well, he was quite enthusiastic. He liked it a great deal, except that he mixed things. Poisons.
Poison?
And put some in his father's coffee. As a boyish prank, mind you, poor little fellow had no idea what he was doing.
Neither did his father, is that it?
Mr. Hardingstone died a few hours later.
Kid took that pretty hard.
Yes. Sorry. Colored his entire life. I'm sorry.
Are you all right, Kilpatrick?
Oh, yes, of course. Slight indigestion. Something they served for lunch.
They?
The Hardingstones. I lunched there. To continue, it was quite a tragedy for the family to face, and that's why I believe you ought to forget this case, Mr. Regan.
Look, I'll get you some water.
No. That won't be necessary. You see, Mr. Regan, poor little Fairfield simply has an overdeveloped imagination. He's simply...
I'll be right back. I rushed out to the water cooler and filled a cup. John Kilpatrick looked worse than a case of indigestion. When I went back into his office, I found him slumped in his chair. But John Kilpatrick had water wouldn't cure. He was dead. It was 3 o'clock Tuesday, and John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, was dead. He was dead from a very bad case of indigestion brought on by a very bad dose of poison. He'd had lunch at the home of Fairfield Hardingstone III, and he was dead. That much Police Lieutenant Huey Piper was sure of. And the more he thought about it, the surer he became. He and I were driving out to the Hardingstone place in Cheviot Hills at city expense.
So, like I say, Regan, he's dead and he's poisoned and he had lunch with the Hardingstones. Or, as they say in Dixie, something to eat, no doubt.
And you figure that adds up to the kid?
Regan, I figure nothing until the final pony crosses the wire. Still, little Fairfield did it before, and he can do it again. Eh, Pa?
Yeah, only before it was an accident. This time, it's on purpose.
If it was a joke, it was a very unfunny joke, and I'm sure nobody is laughing. Least of all the deceased one, John Kilpatrick.
Piper, what do you know about the death of the father 6 years ago?
Nothing. We never knew anything. The kid was playing around with those homemade poisons. The father turned up dead.
What about Mrs. Hardingstone? She inherited a fortune.
Don't I know it? Still, What can you do when the dame was half off her rocker? Besides, she was even out of town when it happened. No evidence, no proof, no arrest.
And the kid took the rap.
Correct. Oh, don't worry. It was an accident, all right? Nobody had a motive to knock off the old man, except if you want to count the wife. The kid loved him. The servants loved him. Everybody loved him. There we are, Regan. Stick around. Maybe we'll have things to talk about later.
I'll be listening. Huey Piper and I went into the Hardingstone mansion. He rounded up little Fairfield, and they went off for a talk. Me, I found a telephone in the hallway and put in a call to my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Yeah, Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau.
Me, Fatso, get a pencil.
Jeffrey, I found you.
Well, shows what a sharp detective you are.
Jeffrey, did you talk to our client, Mr. Hardingstone?
Yeah, Fatso, as a matter of fact, I did.
Well, did he have anything to say?
About the stock market?
Yes. You see, Jeffrey, I did a little investigating myself. Hardingstone Railroad isn't listed on the New York Stock Exchange or the curb. That means it's probably family-owned, you see.
And that means if we do a real good job on the case, you figure our client, Mr. Hardingstone, may let you in for a few shares.
As a token of appreciation, Jeffrey. After all, Mr. Hardingstone is a big man.
Not so big.
Yes, sir?
And I might as well tell you, Fatso, Mr. Hardingstone's railroad is a pretty small railroad, as railroads go.
Oh, that's all right with me, Jeffrey. They say it's the little companies who make the money.
Well, this one doesn't own a lot of track.
Jeffrey, why quibble over a few miles of track? My boy, this isn't like you to pass up a golden opportunity.
Look, Lyon, before we invest, we got work to do. I want you to check the newspaper files. Everything you can find on Fairfield Hardingstone II, our client's father.
Our client's father? Jeffrey!
Check it, Fatso, and call me back with a complete bio. You got that?
Yeah, but Jeffrey, our client's father? We're handling both of them?
Never mind, Lyon. Just check. I hung up and wandered around the huge silent house. I just made the living room when I stopped cold. Standing very close to a locked door stood the forgotten member of the Hardingstone clan, the butler. I went over.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What's your name?
It's Timothy Richard Nesher, sir. But they call me Casey.
Casey?
The boy gave me that name, sir, while playing one day with the model trains. We were reenacting a disastrous crash, and I was...
Casey Jones.
Yes, sir.
You served lunch today, Casey?
Oh, no, sir.
Who did?
Why, Mrs. D, sir. Mrs. D always serves the luncheon meal.
Yeah, maybe I ought to have a talk with Mrs. D. Where is she, Casey?
Well, sir, I'd like to accommodate you, but the fact is Mrs. D took bag and baggage and departed less than an hour ago.
Maybe the look on my face printed it. But when I turned around, Lieutenant Huey Piper of Homicide was standing at my elbow.
Well, that's very interesting indeed. You have a way of getting very good answers very quick, Regan. I think maybe this man and I will talk together, huh, Mr. Butler? Let's you and me talk.
Piper and Casey moved off into the hallway, and I looked around at the open door to the room Piper had been in. Fairfield Hardingstone III was in there now. I wanted to talk to him. Fairfield. Got a minute, kid?
Go away.
Might help things if we talked.
Go away.
Detective's job is to protect the client, son. You're my client.
All right, I killed him. I killed Mr. Kilpatrick. Is that what you want me to say? I hated him when I killed him, just like I killed my dad.
Fairfield.
Yes?
You didn't kill your father.
What did you say, Mr. Regan?
When you were 6 years old, there was an accident. Some people said your father died because of your accident.
Yes?
Yeah, but it really wasn't like they said. You didn't cause that accident, Fairfield. You had nothing to do with the death of your father.
But how did you know?
They said that because it seemed that way. Maybe your father's death was an accident, and it seemed like you were responsible.
I tried to tell him, Mr. Regan. I tried to tell him I didn't do it. I tried. They wouldn't believe me. Thought I wasn't old enough to know what I was doing. But, Mr. Regan, I didn't kill my daddy. I loved him. I loved my daddy.
Fairfield, tell me something. That day your father died, who was here in the house?
I don't remember anything about it, Mr. Regan. I don't remember anything.
It was a long, long time ago, Fairfield. I know you can't remember very much, but think. Who was here in the house with you?
Well, it was Daddy.
Yeah.
And me. And Casey.
Yeah.
And Mrs. D. And Mr. Kilpatrick.
Kilpatrick? What was he doing here?
He and Daddy were arguing about something. They argued at the dinner table.
Son, are you sure?
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Okay, we'll try it that way. Now, you stay right here and sit tight. I'll check back with you.
Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
Mr. Regan, do you really believe me?
Yeah. I believed him. Now it was really beginning to make sense. Sense for the first time. Kilpatrick was there that day, and that meant plenty. And when I checked back with my boss, the Lion, it meant still more. All he could tell me was what I already knew. The father was a lawyer, a respected man. Everybody liked him. Put it all together, and it spelled murder. I headed up the stairs, double time. A quick check with Mrs. Hardingstone told me her tickets for South America had disappeared. That did it. Downstairs, Lieutenant Huey Piper was talking with the butler. I grabbed him. No explanation, just grabbed him and rushed him out to the car. We cut in the siren, and on the way I filled him in. Even with the siren, it took us 40 minutes to make San Pedro. He headed for the ticket office. I took the gangplank looking for the purser.
Yes, sir?
Check your passenger list, will you? I'm looking for a Mr. Kilpatrick, John Kilpatrick.
Well, just a moment, sir. Let me see. Just a moment.
Come on, step on it.
Oh, I have it here. Mr. John Kilpatrick sailing for South America? Yes, he's aboard. Mr. John Kilpatrick, yes, cabin 71, A deck.
Never mind the rest of it, thanks. It took me another 10 minutes to find it, but when I did, I didn't stop to ring the buzzer. Across the room, sitting casually behind a newspaper. Double-breasted pinstripe suit, two-tone shoes, very dapper. Mr. John Kilpatrick? Nope.
Mr. Regan.
Sure, Mrs. D, your old friend Regan. Men's clothes look odd on a female housekeeper.
Yes, they do now, don't they, Mr. Regan? But Mr. Hardingstone wouldn't mind. You see, I had to wear them so there'd be no fuss or bother.
Yeah, but there's going to be anyway, Mrs. D. They don't like you running away like this.
You meant the family? Oh, my, Mr. Regan. You shouldn't listen to them. They all hate me since Mr. Hardingstone died, poor soul. They've hated me since then.
Since you killed Mr. Hardingstone?
Why, yes. Did Mr. Kilpatrick tell you?
No, he didn't.
Mr. Kilpatrick hated me more than anyone else. It was all his fault, really. Why, I wouldn't have hurt the boy's father for anything in this world. He was good and kind and always nice to me.
But you still killed him?
It was a mistake, you see. Mr. Kilpatrick came to dinner and told Mr. Hardingstone they should send me back to the home. And, of course, I didn't want that at all. So I put the poison in Mr. Kilpatrick's cup, and then Mr. Hardingstone drank it. Oh, it was all a terrible mistake.
Tell me about the home, Mrs. D.
Well, you see, I was living at this home, and they said I was sick, but I...
Now, look, Hardingstone was interested in the criminally insane, so he got them to release you into his custody. Is that it?
Well, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Regan. I'm not insane. It's all those other people. Remember I told you this afternoon that everyone was losing their mind? Isn't it a shame?
I think you better come back now, Mrs. D. They want to talk to you.
About Mr. Kilpatrick's death? Oh, I wouldn't tell them about that, Mr. Regan.
Well, then, tell me.
Mr. Kilpatrick came back from South America, you see, and I knew he was coming to take me back to the home.
Yeah?
So this time, when I put the poison in the coffee, I made sure it was Mr. Kilpatrick.
And for 6 years you let that kid think he killed his father?
Well, after all, Mr. Regan, if I'd said anything, they'd have sent me back to the home. Besides, Fairfield got over it. He's a fine boy now, and he's going to be all right. You'll see.
Okay, Mrs. D. We'll go back there now. We'll go back and we'll see now.
Oh, no, Mr. Regan. I'm going to South America. I have my ticket. You leave me alone. Mr. Regan, let me alone. Now.
You carry a gun.
Well, I must protect myself. Like if I were to kill you in self-defense. Everyone would understand because you have no right to be here.
Drop the gun, Mrs. D.
You needn't look at me that way, Mr. Regan. I know perfectly well what I'm doing. I'm not so crazy as they think. You'll see.
This time you see. Sorry, Mrs. V. We're going home now.
Lieutenant Piper showed up, and together we escorted the protesting Mrs. D back to police headquarters. Her next stop from there was the home, the official title of which turned out to be the L.A. County Home for the Mentally Infirm, the place she'd left just 6 years before. Well, the next morning I checked into the home for the tired and aged detectives, the office of Anthony J. Lyon. That turned out to be the worst mistake of all.
Aha! So there you are, you faker, you imposter, Regan!
Hey, what's eating you, fatso?
You dirty, double-crossing scoundrel, Regan! You knew there was no such thing as Hardingstone Railroads! You knew we'd been hoodwinked!
Not at all, Lyon!
What do you mean, standing there lying to my very face? It just so happens, Regan, I checked the newspapers on Hardingstone. I found out he had a son, that the son's age would be 12 years! Oh, you didn't fool me for long!
But, Lyon, I tried to tell you over the phone that...
Swindled, robbed by a 12-year-old! An Al Capone in knee pants, a Dillinger in diapers!
Hey, Lyon, slow down. Take it easy.
I will not take it easy. This boy must be prosecuted, sending us a $100 check with his signature, a 12-year-old. Why, it's highway robbery.
Except the check is good.
I'll call the district attorney. I'll call... What did you say?
Fairfield Hardingstone III has his own bank account and a special permission to write checks.
Jeffrey, are you sure?
Furthermore, since we cleared up 2 debts instead of 1, he gave me an additional check for $100.
Here. Extra $100? Well...
Huh. Sorry, fatso. Looks like you just can't prosecute the boy.
You prosecute? Prosecute, Jeffrey? Are you out of your mind? You know I wasn't going to prosecute that poor dear boy. Yeah. Oh, why didn't you know, Jeffrey? Some of my best friends are children.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. This is Bob Stevenson inviting you to be with us again for Jeff Regan, Investigator.